After I was reborn, I turned into a two-headed snake and became the guardian holy beast of the Sakura country. They not only serve me delicious food and drinks every day, but also prepare 18 courtesans to massage me daily. Just because I am the product of the Sakura country biological experiment, I can evolve continuously, and their purpose of worshipping me is to cultivate me into the legendary Yamata no Orochi as soon as possible, so as to use me to realize their dream of dominating the world. Little did they know that the holy beast they were trying so hard to cultivate turned out to be a dragon country soldier with a deep-seated grudge against them. Just as I woke up, I saw two people in lab coats approaching me, saying that this holy beast was cultivated after thousands of experiments. Now he only has 2 heads, but in the future, he will have 3 heads, 4 heads, and more importantly, for each additional head, he will gain a powerful talent. When the holy beast grows up, our Sakura country will surely dominate the world. Listening to their conversation, I couldn't help but sneer. You are too proud too early. But at this moment, while I am still weak, I cannot reveal my identity. The first thing to do is to use the resources of Sakura country to grow quickly. When I grow up, the first thing I will do is to conquer Sakura country. Then, I began to study my own body. Now I have 2 heads, with almost a 360-degree field of vision. Not only that, I also feel like there is a strange energy surging inside my body. Suddenly, I control my body to open my mouth, only to hear a crisp sound. A thick green liquid sprays out from my mouth, flying more than 10 meters away. Then, in my stunned self-light, the distant ground makes a sizzling sound, and at the same time, the ground sinks. This is acid. The corrosiveness is so terrifying. I am stunned, but the 2 doctors who saw this scene on the side were completely excited. Is this the acid spray of the sacred beast? Just a first-level sacred beast. It's acid, estimated to be able to stop 3 or 4 levels of mutant wild beasts. Quickly arrange for people to prepare food for the sacred beast, and also prepare the nutrient solution cultivated in the blood. Let the sacred beast rest. As I kept talking, countless workers outside the laboratory began to be busy, and for some reason, after spitting out the acid, I felt a wave of fatigue in my body. My eyes slowly closed, and my whole body softened. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a huge pool of green nurturing blood. The liquid in this nurturing blood was green and had a foul smell, but for some reason my body seemed to enjoy it. All my muscles were constantly relaxing, accompanied by inexplicable streams of energy flowing into my body. However, as I absorbed the energy, I suddenly saw some words appearing before my eyes. Species mutation two-headed snake. Rank, apprentice level. Lifespan, 32 days. Due to repeated mutations, lifespan was greatly consumed. Talent 1, multi-headed. Able to continuously split heads and thereby nurture different talents. Talent 2, acid spit. Able to spit out extremely corrosive acid from the mouth. Seeing this, I was stunned, especially when I saw the lifespan column. I fell into a long silence. Lifespan is only 32 days? What a joke! I have just been reborn, and I have not yet avenged. However, at this moment, my body suddenly shook visibly. The body that was originally just over half a meter long had reached over a meter in just a moment. This is evolution. I looked surprised, and I, who kept absorbing unknown energy, began to evolve. Oh my god, the sacred beast has evolved. Quickly check the spiritual power index inside the sacred beast. It's worthy of being a sacred beast, evolving so quickly. The staff nearby are all getting excited. My body kept expanding, especially around my neck, where something like a tumor kept growing, and in the next moment, an extremely delicate head emerged. A tiny, pink snake head, seemed to be longing for something, making continuous hissing sounds. For a moment, under the gaze of countless workers, this snake head suddenly plunged into the green liquid, sucking greedily. Another snake head appeared. After calming down, I found that I had 3 perspectives. Not only that, I also faintly sensed an unknown energy circulating in the newly born snakehead. That must be the talent of the 3rd snakehead. Seeing this, I immediately checked my attribute panel. Race, mutated 3-headed snake. Rank, apprentice level 2. Lifespan, 70 days. Lifespan increases during continuous evolution. And a new talent, the power of ice sealing, is brewing. My gaze froze on the lifespan column. 70 days. This lifespan has increased. Enduring the excitement, I also saw a glimmer of hope and despair. Ben thought that the lifespan was only 30 days. He was all set to open the pendulum and wait for death. But he didn't think that the heavens would not give up. Surprisingly, another window suddenly opened up for him. Evolution. As long as I keep evolving, I'll be able to live forever. As he murmured in his heart, Yuziyu's ice-cold snake pupil also flashed with an inexplicable light. It seemed that for a period of time, he would have to trouble these Sakura people who were living a good little life. The only way Ziyu could continue to evolve was if they devoted themselves to cultivating them. And at this time, in the deepest part of the laboratory, several figures sat around in front of a desk. No. 3 Holy Beast, how is it now? Reporting back to my lord. No. 3 Holy Beast, nowadays it is growing very well. Just a moment ago, it has already ushered in another round of evolution, successfully advancing to apprentice level 2. A figure carefully responded. That's good. Nodding, this figure with a country face and a scar on his face was also satisfied. He was Sasaki Jiro. It was the person in charge of the Saint Beast cultivation program. However, they weren't cultivating a single sacred beast. Until now, they had already cultivated a full 9 of them. They were number 1, number 2, and number 3 respectively. These Saint Beasts would be constantly competing in the next experiments. The winner survives. The loser eliminated. Until finally, only one remains. And that is the most perfect beast. Saint Beast number 3. Speed up the cultivation. The rest of the few little ones can be waiting for a long time. Grinning, Sasaki Jiro did not hide the cruelty that showed on his face. Killing each other. Primal plundering. This was the ultimate evolutionary path of the sacred beasts. Bloody and cruel, but it is the most direct. With this in mind, Sasaki Jiro also commanded. First, take the 3 Saint Beast and bring it to the failure item. The 9th Black Python. The 9th Black Python is only an apprentice level 2. If the Saint Beast can't even kill it, it would not live up to my expectations. Yes, my lord. With a response, the subordinate began to move at the first opportunity. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an afternoon had already passed. At this time, Ziyu, with the help of the experimenters, arrived at the shore of an artificial lake. This small lake was almost tens of meters in size. In the lake, fish flickered. On top of the lake, there were also quite a few lizards, snakes, and even geckos. All of these, presumably, were food prepared for Ziyu. However, at this time, Ziyu's gaze was focused on the depths of the lake. For some reason, he felt a faint crisis. It was as if there was something peering at him. What is this? Ziyu's body subconsciously tightened as his 3 heads lifted in unison and looked into the depths of the lake. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, a huge head actually emerged from the lake water. That was actually a snake as well. No, more accurately, it was a giant python. Its head was a pitch black color. The yellowish pupils of the snake had an indescribable coldness. Just by looking at the shadow underwater, its body was several meters long. Just more than that, at its neck, there was something that looked like a tumor. It looked ugly and hideous. At this time, this black python was looking at Ziyu and spitting out letters. It also seemed to have sensed Ziyu's terror. It was slightly scornful. With a slight condensation of his eyes, Ziyu realized that some information had also appeared before his eyes. Race, mutant black python. Rank, apprentice level 1. Talent, black water, able to spit out ink like black water from its mouth like an octopus. Ability, entanglement, relies on its huge body to entangle enemies and strangle everything. Staring blankly, Ziyu also realized the extraordinary nature of this black python. It was also a mutated beast. Moreover, it seemed to have set its sights on it. It was just that. For some reason, it was slow to strike. And at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that it wasn't that the mutated black python didn't want to make a move. Rather, on Ziyu's body, there was a faint oppression emanating from it. It was an extremely dangerous aura. Therefore, with a swing of his stance, the mutant black python had already disappeared into the water pool and hid itself. Left alone, Ziyu was on the shore, quietly watching. He did not know how long it had been, but he seemed to be certain that the mutant black python would not come out of the lake. And only then did Ziyu hang his heart down. Although he had multiple talents, but after all, he hadn't experienced killing yet, and he couldn't be sure how strong he was. Moreover, more importantly, this body had grown overnight, and Ziyu had not yet completely adapted to it. And now, looking at the mutated black python hiding, Ziyu only began to survey his own body. He had 3 heads, with a perspective of almost 360 degrees and no dead angles, able to perfectly observe today's body. It was a body that was more than a meter long. The black scales were like fish scales wrapped around every corner of the body. 3 heads, different colors. One was the color of pitch black, one was the color of dark green, and the last head that had just been born was white, looked extremely delicate, and was obviously smaller. 3 heads, representing 3 talents. Respectively, they are multiple heads, acid, and the unknown talent that is being nurtured well. Ziyu murmured and also began to study the talents. The talent of multiple heads must be the core, able to make it have multiple heads. It was also unknown how these humans came up with it. The acid talent was currently his strongest talent in terms of killing power. Before, his mouthful of acid was enough to corrode the earth. Now that he had advanced, the acid must be even more terrifying. As for the last talent, it was currently unknown. In other words, all he could currently rely on was his acidic liquid. Hiss, spitting out a snake letter. Ziyu attempted to catalyze the acidic liquid in his mouth. Then, to his surprise, he realized that all three of his heads seemed to be able to spit out acid. This was very good. It meant that he could spray at 360 degrees, without a dead angle. Hiss, with a sudden hiss, a mouthful of dark green liquid was spat out from the mouth of Ziyu's black snake head. This acidic liquid wasn't big, just palm-sized. Plop. Along with the sound of corrosion, the earth, far away, continued to sink. In Ziyu's stunned gaze, a head-sized crater had emerged. Good fellow, the power is so terrifying? This was solid ground. It was all able to take a bite out of a pothole. If this landed on the black python, wouldn't it directly kill him? Seeing this scene, Ziyu's heart was a few points stronger. The next step was to think of a way to just fuck this neighbor to death. In his previous life, as a human, Ziyu had also studied mutated beasts. These guys could rely on devouring and constantly evolve. According to the experts, mutated creatures had the so-called R cells in their bodies. If one was able to continuously kill mutant creatures, and even more so, devour them, then the R cells in the body would continue to increase, thus accelerating one's own evolution. Therefore, Ziyu wanted to evolve quickly. Hunting such mutated creatures was a good choice. Only, he was unlucky. The mutated black python he encountered for the first time was this huge in size. It was not an object to be messed with. Although my strength is at apprentice level 2, it doesn't mean that I can steadily press this transcendent python to death. Just like an apprentice level 1 rat that is even more mutated, it would be difficult to hunt a mutated tiger that is more than 10 times its size. This is the difference in body size. In the pre-mutation stage, the gap in body size is extremely fatal. Thinking about this, Ziyu's eyes couldn't stop flashing. He needed to ponder over the same, how to get this guy killed. However, just at this time, another gurgling sound came from his stomach. Hungry again. Ha! Sighing in his heart, Ziyu swung his body and rushed towards a short distance away. There was a palm-sized gecko. Swish! With a sudden break in the air, Ziyu's body accelerated violently, actually shooting out like an arrow off the string. Fast. Very fast. It exceeded Ziyu's imagination. However, the more this happened, the more excited Ziyu became. This speed, not bad. The corner of his mouth grinned as Ziyu violently pounced towards the gecko. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the black head in the center had already bitten the gecko's tail. The gecko seemed to be struggling, its body constantly shaking, but the next moment, there were two more mouths, biting hard. Immediately after that, prick-la, accompanied by one crunching sound after another. The color of blood dispersed, and Ziyu's three heads had already divided this one lizard. Blood and flesh into the belly. Yet it was more than just the belly. Instead, the blood and flesh, like ice and snow, rapidly melted away. Simply put, Ziyu was not full. He wanted to feed more. However, thankfully, there was the least shortage of food here. With a swing of his body, Ziyu pounced on other prey. As an eater, Ziyu was not picky. Even snakes, he ate them. If it was his previous life, he might still feel disgusted. But now, he was a multi-headed snake. A human was not a human, and a snake was not a snake. It was a monster. As long as he could fill his stomach, what couldn't he eat? However, according to Ziyu's character, if the food was human, he might hesitate. It wasn't that it was physically unacceptable. Rather, it was nausea on a spiritual level. Of course, it was only disgust. If this human was a legendary transcendent, and devouring it would be of great benefit to Ziyu, then Ziyu might not be able to hold on to it either. Regarding this point, Ziyu cognitively recognized it clearly. Since I've been reborn as a monster, I must give up some of the rationality as well as emotions of my previous life. Ziyu was very firm on this point. If this point could not be done, he was afraid of how he would die. He did not even know. The night gradually deepened, and the lights on the shore of this one man-made lake also dimmed. Only the red aura flickered around. That must be the cameras. They were 24 hours, always monitoring. However, just in this dark night, hiss, a mournful scream suddenly resounded along the man-made lake. Looking for the sound, a pitch-black python, its body on the ground, constantly swinging, seemed to be in pain to the extreme, and on its body, moreover, came the nuisance sound. That was acid, corroding its body. It's a big night, and you're actually trying to sneak up on me? Ziyu sneered and opened its mouth once more. Swish! Another ball of acid was spat out, hitting the mutated black python's body. Hiss! Hiss! An even more mournful hissing sound rang out, and unimaginable pain spread even more throughout the body. However, without waiting for the mutant black python to hiss even more, Ziyu was already maneuvering his body and charging towards this mutant black python. After a day of testing, Ziyu was certain of one thing. That was that his body, although short, was extremely refined. By no means was it comparable to an ordinary snake. Just like now, with an acceleration, Ziyu's body violently shot out, ruthlessly slamming into the mutated black python's body. With a boom sound, the extremely large mutant black python couldn't even withstand it, and a large portion of its body flew out. But right at this moment, ka-ching, ka-ching, with a crunching sound after a crunching sound, Ziyu's several snake heads opened their mouths in unison, biting on the mutant black python's body. Don't look at Ziyu's small head, but his teeth were extremely sharp. Moreover, there was also an extremely terrifying acid. This acid was also a type of venom. Zzz. As the acid continued to be injected, the mutant black python's miserable screams became more and more miserable, and even the swinging of its body became more and more violent. However, the struggle was ultimately momentary. Not long after, the mutant black python stopped struggling, and its entire body collapsed to the ground, completely losing its life. And at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that a certain department of the lab was shaking. My god! The No. 3 Holy Beast decapitated the No. 9 Black Python. So fast, I thought it would take days of effort. I didn't think it would be directly resolved in one night. Look guys, the No. 3 Holy Beast multi-headed serpent has already begun to partake in the body of the mutated Black Python. Saying that, the gazes of the many staff members fell on the surveillance screen. In the screen, a multi-headed snake with a small body was constantly tearing into the body of the mutated Black Python. It was clearly a snake, yet it wasn't the swallowing of an unusual snake. Instead, it was like a wild beast, constantly tearing and gnawing. And this, most of the staff could understand. The sacred beast multi-headed snake just looked like a snake, but the essence had already exceeded the species of snakes. It has several extremely powerful mutated beast genes mixed in its body. And this was also the most powerful technology of this laboratory, gene interweaving technology. Being able to extract the genes of powerful creatures and intertwine them within other organisms. Like this mutant black python, the reason why it can spit out black, ink-like liquid is because it is mixed with the squid's genes. Just a pity. This kind of liquid had no killing power. Even if the mutant black python spat out countless black liquids to drown the sacred beast multi-headed serpent before it died, it would not help. A failure is a failure. It's really not ordinary trash. With an exclamation, a staff member looked at the mutant black python without the slightest bit of pity as well as sympathy. To him, failures had no value whatsoever. It was still the sacred beast multi-headed serpent that was formidable. Just born. It was so fierce. The first time it launched an attack on the mutant black python, it was more of a fruitful hunt. Men, go prepare some blood and meat of high-level mutated beasts for the holy beast as a reward. Yes, my lord. With a response, a staff member also rushed to prepare. After killing the mutated black python, Ziyu directly began to gnaw on it. For some reason, he was starving very quickly nowadays. It always felt like he couldn't eat enough. Click, click, one bite after another. In just a moment, a small half of the mutant python was already in his stomach. It was hard to imagine that this small body of his was able to eat so much. However, at this time, Ziyu was stunned to realize that his size seemed to have grown a few more points. Although it was not much, but it was a growth that was visible to the naked eye. Boy, this is only one day. If it's a month, a year, just how big will my size be? Ziyu was curious. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters? Just thinking about it was appalling. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that in this world, there were already true giants. The deep sea, in particular, mutant sea beasts beyond imagination had long since stepped out. Mutant giant whales hundreds of meters large. Thousands of meters of mutant sea pythons. There are also mutant sea turtles that look like islands. These are the real terror. Predators at the top of the food chain. That is, they haven't come out of the sea yet. Otherwise, human beings, I'm afraid it's all dangerous. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this period of time, Ziyu had been at the lakeside. However, it was worth mentioning that he, who had completely devoured the body of the mutated python, had grown in size once again. It had already reached more than 2 meters. Not only that, the talent brought by the third head was also completely awakened. Power of extreme cold, capable of spitting out cold currents that freeze everything. A simple introduction. But it represented Yuziyu's contact with the power of the elements. With an open mouth, coldness erupted. It was just that. Unfortunately, the cold current he was currently spitting out with his open mouth could hardly even freeze the surface of the lake. It merely made the temperature of the air drop a bit. This would definitely be good to use in the summer to relieve the heat. Smiling to himself, Yuziyu also continued to study his body. He discovered an odd thing. That was that there seemed to be an inexplicable energy within his body. He needed to rely on this surge of energy to open his mouth and spit out cold streams, and even spit out acid. This must be the spiritual energy within the bodies of transcendent creatures. Murmuring in his heart, Yuziyu also realized what this was. Spiritual energy. Like the internal energy in martial arts novels. Mysterious and terrifying. It could be used to strengthen the body for a short period of time. Yuziyu attempted to wrap his body with spiritual power. Not only did it drastically increase his body's defense, but it also increased his speed by a small margin. However, this was only one use of spiritual power. The acidic liquid that Yuziyu opened her mouth and spat out, and even the extremely cold streams of chi, also required spiritual energy. Right now, I just have too little spiritual energy. If there is enough spiritual energy in my body, then it will definitely not be difficult for me to open my mouth and spit out. Freezing the lake. Grinning, Yuziyu's face was showing a look of anticipation. Only, just at this time, what Yuziyu did not know was that the laboratory had already prepared a new gift for him. Somewhere deep in the laboratory's office, the number 9 residual mutated black python has already entered the number 3 multi-headed snake's stomach. Next, give him a little challenge. Arrange him in the number 7 turtle snake area and see if he can hunt turtle snakes. Listening quietly, the crowd was shaken. No. 7 tortoise snake. A more mature mutated beast cultivated by their laboratory. The shape was like a giant turtle, but behind it was a giant python, somewhat like the legendary Xuanwu. However, it was extremely ugly and hideous. And this was not scary. What was truly terrifying was that this mutated turtle and snake had stepped into the 4th level of apprenticeship a long time ago. It even had a terrifying talent. Its strength was definitely not something that the mutant black python could compare to. Wait, with the current strength of the multi-headed snake, wouldn't it be a death sentence to put it in the tortoise snake region? Dr. Suzuki of mutationology was stunned and exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it's a death sentence. Sasaki Kojiro, who was seated in the first place, admitted this. Immediately, he looked at the people present. But we have no choice. The Dragon Kingdom has already discovered this one island, and has even sent people to investigate many times. If we don't accelerate our experiments, then what awaits us will be devastating. Speaking here, Sasaki Kojiro also emphasized, the appearance of the sacred beast multi-headed serpent is certainly a pleasant surprise, and if I had enough time, I would have cultivated it. But the problem is, we don't have enough time, not by a long shot. Moreover, you must be clear that this one laboratory of ours has not only cultivated the sacred beast multi-headed serpent, the 7th turtle serpent, the 2nd chimera, and the 1st flying dragon. These are one more terrifying than the other. Listening quietly, the crowd could not help but fall silent. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom had already found out about their experiments. With the Dragon Kingdom's nature, it would never allow it. Simply because, their experiments were not just as simple as using mutated beasts. For individual experiments, they even extracted human genes. And what does that mean? Everyone knows. If it was exposed, what awaited them would be countless people's abuse as well as questions. And even, a devastating blow. So, phew. Exhaling deeply, Dr. Suzuki also understood. That's it then. Accelerate the experiment. If the multi-headed snake, even the turtle snake, can't pass this hurdle, it will lose its value. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but fall silent. And at this time, Yuziyu did not know that the laboratory had given him such a big surprise. An apprentice level 4, and even a mutant turtle snake with a powerful talent. This, thinking about it was all very exciting. Without any hesitation, this was definitely not on the same level as the mutated black python from before. And shortly after this, bang, accompanied by a gunshot, Yuziyu's body fell in response. For this sudden attack, Yuziyu sensed it. More so, he intended to dodge. But after he noticed that it was merely an anesthetic gun, he chose to give up. It was just a tranquilizer gun. No big deal. Moreover, with his current strength, it was impossible to resist the lab. One could only turn a blind eye. Let's see these guys, how they toss and turn. However, he didn't know if it was because his body had mutated again and again. But even though Yuziyu had received an anesthetic shot, his body still had feelings. Even, Yuziyu was able to spit out acid. In other words, If Ziyu wanted to kill the 4 staff members who walked in, then he could easily do so. But he did not do so. Instead, he feigned anesthesia and did not move a muscle, until these few staff members prepared a stretcher and lifted him up. As before, he was sent to a green petri dish. Then, let him absorb this dark green liquid to his heart's content. The body emitted a faint suction. It continuously absorbed this dark green liquid, as visible to the naked eye. The color of Ziyu's scales were all getting darker and darker. Not only that, the spiritual energy within Ziyu's body was slowly growing. In just a moment, Ziyu already felt that his body was saturated. But this was not the end. More energy surged towards Ziyu's body. Only at this time, not knowing whether it was the effect of the anesthetic or too much fatigue from not sleeping all night, Ziyu's head was groggy, until her consciousness was completely blurred. By the time Ziyu woke up from another sleep, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This place was extremely dark. There was not a single ray of light. It looked as if it was outside a laboratory. It was the wilderness. There were tall and thick trees around. However, if one looked carefully into the distance, one would definitely be able to see that the usual glass walls towered over the clouds. It's still the lab, just a different place. Ziyu sensed this, but the next moment, his body tightened. An unimaginable chill surged up from his body, and it spread even further. What is this? Forcing back the throbbing in his heart, Ziyu looked into the depths of the darkness. It was clear that nothing was visible. However, Ziyu felt a breath that made all of them couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. It was cold and oppressive. Without hesitation, and not daring to hesitate, Ziyu maneuvered his body at the first opportunity and pulled towards the distance. He was retreating. The instincts of the creature made him keep retreating. However, it was at this moment that step after step, heavy and oppressive footsteps came from the distance. Raising his eyes, a figure that resembled the size of a wild boar appeared in Ziyu's field of vision. It seemed to be a turtle, a blackened turtle. However, its size was a little too large. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that it was covered in extremely sharp black thorns. In the darkness of the night, it glowed with a gust of ghostly aura. Not only that, behind it, there was also an extremely long tail that slowly swayed. No, that's not a tail. After taking a closer look, Ziyu was shocked to realize that it was not a tail. Instead, it was a thick snake head. Hiss! It spat out snake letters and looked at Ziyu with an extremely grim gaze. Seeing this, Ziyu fell silent. Snakes and turtles intersecting? Good lord, isn't this the legendary Xuanwu? What exactly is this Sakura person doing? Even this kind of thing has been created. Moreover, it seems that this snake turtle is not generally terrifying. That kind of aura is by no means something that an ordinary mutated beast can possess. Only, just at this moment, hiss, suddenly hissing, in the midst of Ziyu stunned to the extreme gaze, the giant python behind the back of this serpentine turtle, suddenly its body continued to extend, and kept pulling out more than 10 meters, and it was even heading straight towards Ziyu's direction. Bang! Accompanied by a roar, the trees in front of this one giant python were shattered and broken into 2 halves. Even Ziyu's snake pupils shrunk as he watched. Only, I wonder if it was. The distance had reached its limit. This giant python circled for a while and pulled back again. At the same time, the giant tortoise that had stopped walking raised its footsteps again and came towards the direction where Ziyu was. Hiss, hiss, constantly spitting out snake letters. Ziyu had already sensed an extremely dangerous aura. This one mutant turtle snake had set its sights on him. It was more than ready to hunt him. Among the wild beasts, there existed the term territory. This one place was the territory of the mutant snake ghost. Now, Ziyu stepped in, naturally startling it. Step after step. The earth seemed to be unable to bear its weight, emitting a dull and extreme rumble. This mutant snake turtle slowly walked towards Ziyu. Seeing this, Ziyu naturally would not sit and wait for death. Without even thinking, he swung his body and already pulled towards the distance. Through observation, Ziyu had already discovered the characteristics of the mutated snake turtle. The snake head behind it, which seemed to be the main means of attack, could be stretched freely. The distance was around 10 meters. The speed was extremely terrifying. Approaching hastily was tantamount to seeking death. Secondly, this mutant snake turtle had a huge tonnage. Just by looking at the commotion set off by walking alone, one could also tell a thing or two. But fortunately, its speed, it doesn't look fast. Pull back and look for an opportunity. In the midst of his thoughts, Ziyu was already far away from this mutated snake turtle. Thankfully this snake turtle seemed to be extremely lazy. After only chasing it for a while, it did not choose to continue. Instead, it stopped in place. It seemed to be resting. This, in turn, gave Ziyu more opportunities to observe. He maneuvered his body and coiled in one spot, quietly observing this creature that was beyond imagination. And right at this moment, what Ziyu did not know was, far away in a surveillance room, several figures were watching the screen. Good fellow, the sacred beast is quite vigilant, actually sensing the terrifying nature of the mutant tortoise snake. This mutant tortoise snake is a level 4 mutant creature. Even ordinary bullets may not be able to tear through its defense. This is indeed a huge test for the holy beast, but fortunately, the mutant tortoise snake moves clumsily. This should be an opportunity for the holy beast. In a succession of murmurs, many gazes were focused on a small multi-headed snake in the middle of the monitor screen. It was 1 or 2 meters long. It was covered in black scales. It had 3 heads, 2 large and 1 small. It looked extremely bizarre. This was a mutated snake cultivated by their lab. The name was multi-headed snake, because it was shaped like the legendary creature of their Sakura Empire, the Orochi. Therefore, it is also called the Holy Beast. It was hoped that, in the future, it would be able to guard the entire Sakura Empire just like the legendary Yagyu. Only, right now, it was still too young. It needed to go through many tests. For all of this, Ziyu did not know. He was currently pondering on how to remove the threat at hand. In terms of strength alone, he was definitely far inferior to this one mutant turtle snake. That terrifying aura, even from a distance, was able to make his body stiffen. But the problem was, it was just a beast. Even if it was mutated again, it could not change the fact that its intelligence was low. He, on the other hand, had human intelligence. In addition, the power he possessed nowadays also far exceeded that of a human. If he wanted to kill this mutated turtle snake, he thought that it would not be difficult. I now have 2 abilities. One is venom spray, extremely corrosive, sprayed at close range, especially to the sensitive parts of the mutant turtle snake. I think it won't be able to carry it. The second ability is extreme cold. I'm able to erupt a morose coldness. Although it's only for a split second, it's still able to affect the enemy's actions. Between the snake heads encircling him, Ziyu was also analyzing his battle power. To be honest, the current him was still very strong. The means was already beginning to show. What remained was the question of how to utilize it. However, there was no rush. Right now, there was a clear gap between him and this mutant turtle snake. Although, he was certain that he could kill this guy. But ultimately, there was a risk. If I fail, then the only path is death. I can't gamble. Ziyu, who had lived a new life, was extremely life-thirsty. Unless, one was forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, it was better not to gamble if you could. Time passed slowly. And in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this period of time, Ziyu had been growing. The inexplicable energy in her body grew steadily. Until now, it was already full. Ziyu estimated that he was about to break through. And it was worth mentioning that the third head he gave birth to was growing extremely fast. Now, it was already about the same size as the remaining 2 snake heads. As this one head continued to grow, the coldness emanating from Ziyu's body was also getting heavier and heavier. If one were to look back, the grass that Ziyu had slipped through, all had frost spreading over it. Hiss, spitting out snake letters, Ziyu violently maneuvered the third head and opened its mouth. At the throat, it was as if a flash of cold light was locked in place. In the next moment, an arm-thick pillar of blue light gushed out. Click, click. Only one crunching sound after another was heard, and a large tree 10 meters away unexpectedly condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into an ice tree. Not bad. Between heartfelt praises, Ziyu was also extremely satisfied with this extreme cold power. In terms of killing power alone, this extreme cold power was definitely inferior to venom. However, it was superior in controlling the field. At a critical time, a mouthful of extreme cold breath could greatly restrict the enemy's movement. At that time, Ziyu's other snake head would then spray venom, and its hit rate would be greatly increased. Thinking about this, Ziyu's several snake heads couldn't help but lift up and hiss, hiss. Between the successive hisses, Ziyu's gaze seemed to have crossed space and landed on the body of a behemoth. It was the mutant turtle snake. It had been staring at Ziyu for several days. It was just a pity that Ziyu had never given him a chance. However, tonight let's wait a little longer. Tonight, we can try to make a breakthrough. If the breakthrough is successful, then my chances of winning will increase drastically. Thinking about this, Ziyu was still quite grateful for this one laboratory. Of course, this was only as gratitude for today's body. Ziyu would not forget the revenge from his previous life. And now, the reason why Ziyu was grateful to this laboratory, it was tantamount to the fact that they were fully cultivating their current body. All sorts of resources were slammed hard towards Ziyu. The nutrient solution from before, not to mention. Now, every night, they also threw Ziyu some blood and flesh that contained rich energy. This was good stuff. Every time he ate, Ziyu felt like he was getting stronger. It wasn't just the energy in his body that was steadily growing. There was even the strength of the body, which was increasing a little bit. And all of this was from the help of the laboratory. Without the laboratory, Ziyu wouldn't have grown so quickly. The night was gradually getting deeper. The energy that was filling up more and more in the body could not be suppressed in the end. Hiss, hiss. In the midst of hissing again and again, Ziyu seemed to have ushered in the third round of evolution. The body was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the neck, there was even a flesh tumor emerging. That must be the fourth head. With the first two evolutions, this evolution, Ziyu was also considered to be familiar. Only, it was unknown what talent this one head would bring to Ziyu. The first talent, which is multiple heads, is able to allow me to have many talents at the same time. The second talent is a virulent poison, extremely corrosive venom. The third talent is extreme cold, capable of powerful field control. Then what about the fourth talent? Ziyu was curious about it. A powerful talent was enough to make a person qualitatively different. Ziyu was certain of this. Hiss, 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 hiss. The more terrifying the hissing became, the more drastic the changes in Ziyu's body became, especially on the surface of his body. It was suspected that there were scales falling off. It lifted up a drenching color of blood. Only, right at this moment, rumble, rumble, dull and loud sounds came from the distance. A depressing aura also came over. That was the mutant turtle snake. He had sensed the change in Ziyu's aura and rushed here at the first opportunity. Merely, it was a pity. It came too late. Hiss. With a fierce cry to the sky, the tumor at Ziyu's neck violently broke open, revealing a pointed head. This head was black. The eyes were tightly closed. It seemed to have not opened yet, but the moment this head was born, countless information was flowing through Ziyu's mind. Talent, size change, able to rely on inexplicable energy to control the size of the body, with the maximum being able to change 2 or 3 times the size of the body, and the minimum being able to shrink to 2 or 3 times the size of the body. Feeling the information in his mind, Ziyu was also stunned. Size change. This one talent. It seemed a bit terrifying. In the wild, the size of the body could determine many things. Some behemoths, just by looking at them from afar, were oppressive. It doesn't make people feel the slightest bit of hostility. He, on the other hand, was not only able to grow bigger, but also shrink. If it was said that getting bigger was to enhance one's power and make oneself more terrifying, then shrinking, it was to be able to protect himself better. It's really a good talent. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was also extremely satisfied with this one talent. Only, just at this time, swish, a sudden break in the air, a black shadow from afar suddenly flashed. It was not known if it was further away. Ziyu was able to clearly see this black shadow. It was a snake head, an ever-extending snake head with a large mouth that opened, revealing sharp fangs that bit fiercely towards Ziyu. And this was clearly the snake head of the mutated turtle snake. It came near Ziyu, and it even struck out at Ziyu. Poof! Coldly snorting in his heart, Ziyu did not hesitate. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, Ziyu's several snakeheads violently probed out and bit at this one incoming snakehead. Ka-ching! As severe pain struck, Ziyu couldn't help but let out a mournful hiss. It was the snakehead of the mutant snake turtle that bit into Ziyu's body. The poisonous fangs instantly penetrated Ziyu's scales. The intense pain caused Ziyu's body to tremble. But the mutant turtle snake wasn't any better, because, at the very same time, both of Ziyu's snakeheads were biting on top of its constantly stretching snake body one after another. Roar! A dull to the extreme hissing, with a touch of wretchedness, far away from the mutated giant tortoise. Its body also trembled slightly, and then it took heavy steps and rushed towards Ziyu. It used its snake body to bind Ziyu, then it created an opportunity for its own turtle body to get closer. At this moment, Ziyu was like being trapped by a rope. He could only watch as the huge thing not far away from him ruthlessly crashed towards him. However, Ziyu had anticipated this situation, even prepared for it. Coldness surges. Suddenly, Ziyu's white snakehead, which hadn't been moving, fiercely probed out, and violently spat out a mouthful of cold streams towards the mutant snake turtle's snake body. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Visible to the naked eye, the mutant snake turtle's snake carapace continued to condense frost as if it had been frozen. And right at this moment, the remaining 2 snakeheads fiercely lashed out. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the mutant snake turtle's snake body, which had condensed into frost, was actually split in 2. Bitten off. bitten off in one bite. After condensing into frost, the mutant snake turtle's snake body was obviously a few points brittle. In one bite, it was easily bitten off. Roar! Roar! A mournful hiss exploded in the forest. Without waiting for the mutant snake turtle to hiss more, a dark shadow from afar pounced towards it. That was Ziyu. It had just completed its evolution, and its body was as big as 3 to 4 meters. It had already transformed into a giant python. But this was not an exaggeration. What was really exaggerated was that as it pounced towards the mutated snake turtle, its body continued to expand. In an instant, it was actually 6 or 7 meters. Huge, yet hideous. This was the best description for Ziyu's body. This talent, it's really good. Between heartfelt sighs, Ziyu was also extremely satisfied with the talent of change of size. The body became larger in a matter of moments. It was better than imagined. He had thought that it would take some time. However, now well, he. Grinning, Ziyu's face was all but revealing a touch of cruelty. A huge body with several hideous snake heads. This was not an ordinary terror. Like right now, the body swung violently, and with a single rap, Ziyu had already trapped the mutant snake turtle. Several snake heads, even more so, rushed towards the mutant snake turtle one after another. Roar! The mutant snake turtle was still resisting. The turtle head violently probed out. Like lightning, it bit towards Ziyu's body, but at that moment, a black shadow flashed away. It was Ziyu's second head. Venom spray. Ziyu, who had long been waiting for the turtle head to probe out, violently opened his mouth and sprayed venom. Zzz. Zzz. Mixed with countless green smoke. Miserable screams to the extreme also resounded in the forest. Ziyu was a human. It was very clear about the fighting style of turtle-like creatures. Their limbs could easily shrink into the turtle shell. The only thing that counted as powerful was the lightning-like turtle head tearing bite. If you don't pay attention, you will be bitten. This mutant snake turtle, although the snake is not a snake, the turtle is not a turtle, but after all, it is mainly a turtle. Its fighting style must be similar. The head of the turtle was the core output. Ziyu had no doubt that if he was bitten by this turtle head, a bloody hole would appear in his body. Therefore, Ziyu had long been on guard. At the critical moment, the highly venomous snakehead took him by surprise and gave him a venom bath. The mutant turtle snake was defeated, although it was a 4th-level creature. But when it met a monster like Ziyu who had multiple talents and even more human intelligence, in the end, it was unbeatable. With just one collision, it was already defeated and let out a miserable scream. Ziyu originally wanted to end him, but naturally, there was some movement on the lab side. Bang! Bang! Sounds that sounded like shots being fired came from the distance. It was the tranquilizer gun again. The bullet missed Ziyu's body, causing Ziyu to jolt. However, it seemed that the anesthetic medicine was not effective enough. Ziyu merely felt her torso go a little numb, but it was still able to maneuver. Not resisting. I don't have the strength to fight humans head-on right now. Moreover, if I don't resist, it will also give the humans the illusion that this bit of anesthetic potency is enough to anesthetize me. Thinking about this, Ziyu also slammed heavily on the ground after letting out a mournful cry. Several heads smashed into the ground in unison. His body was even shrinking. Once again, it returned to a size of 3 or 4 meters. Not long afterward, it seemed to have determined that Ziyu had not moved before a group of figures wearing white lab coats walked out in unison. Good, 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 exclaiming continuously. A doctor looked excited as he said, "It has actually awakened the ability to become bigger. This is an ability that we extracted extremely rare transcendent creatures to obtain. And I didn't think that the holy beast had really fused successfully." Listening quietly, the crowd's eyes flickered. This sacred beast was beyond imagination. It already had a third of the divine might of the mythical Yagyu. Right now, it was just that his main body was too small. When his main body is 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters large, and then unleash this one talent, then the next moment, a tilted python would also cross the sky. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the Saint Beast awakening that talent. That talent? Suddenly, the crowd was stunned. Immediately, their faces changed. That talent. They realized. That talent that the doctor was talking about. This thing, talent, had a grade division. It was categorized into S rank, A rank, B rank, C rank, D rank, E rank, and F rank. Like the holy beast's venom spray, it's a B grade talent. Extremely lethal. Extreme cold mastery, counts as A rank, and the talent of getting bigger, although it's also A rank. But because it is extremely rare, its value is much higher. But that's not the point. The real point is, that talent is a rare S rank. It is also one of the most terrifying talents discovered in this laboratory. So far, not a single creature has succeeded in fusing it. If a saint beast could fuse, then, gulp, swallowing their saliva, the crowd dared not think about it. If the sacred beast really took that talent and fused it successfully, then it would truly live up to the name sacred beast. With a sigh, the gazes of the crowd looking at the sacred beast were also particularly complicated. That talent? Ziyu's heart stirred. He was not completely anesthetized. If he wanted to, he would even be able to decimate the crowd present in an instant. But he didn't. Instead, he lay still. It was just that he hadn't expected that he would hear this intelligence. What talent? Just what talent was it that could cause them to be so moved? Size change. Extreme cold mastery is already so terrifying. But it still didn't shock them too much. But that talent, can it be that it's the legendary S-class talent? In his previous life, Ziyu had mixed well. Therefore, she knew a little bit about some transcendent secrets. It was also clear that there were grades of talent. The S-class talent was the ultimate talent that stood at the apex of creatures. Only exists in the legend. Every S-class talent has incredible power. Extremely terrifying. Any S-class talent that is present in the world is enough to cause the world to shake. And now, these Sakura Islanders seem to have injected the genes of an S-class talent into his body, expecting him to succeed in his awakening. If it really awakens, then I'll be grateful to all of you. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was all a bit expectant. Not long after, Ziyu was taken out of this area, as always, by several humans. Only, this time, they used a cart. Obviously, Ziyu's size grew too fast. These few humans could no longer hold back. And now, lying on the cart, Ziyu's 8 eyes were tightly closed, but she tried to perceive her surroundings. An inexplicable power was constantly surging. That was thought to be spiritual power. It was as if it had become Ziyu's third eye, and was helping Ziyu construct the surroundings in her mind. A three-dimensional, black and white only world gradually appeared in Ziyu's mind. There was even the outline of one humanoid figure after another. Ziyu knew that this was the world he saw with his spiritual power. The range of perception is around 10 meters. However, it can penetrate through walls, as in perspective. Useful when it matters. Ziyu had heard a long time ago that powerful mutant creatures were able to utilize their spiritual power and perceive the world. It didn't occur to him that he, now, would be able to do the same. It was really surprising. This ability, it's worth developing. Grinning, Ziyu also realized that he seemed to have arrived near a huge pool. The snake pupils narrowed slightly. Squinting open a slit, Ziyu saw. A green pool was seen, bubbling with countless water bubbles. This was a nutrient solution. It was capable of restoring the body, and was even more capable of accelerating evolution. It was considered a secret treasure of this laboratory. It's very good. Since it was a nutrient solution, it was a relief. Ziyu also let these guys push themselves into the pool. Boom! The huge body fell into the pool, setting off waves in the sky. Countless energies also continued to pour into Ziyu's body, healing everything about him. It was warm and cozy. It made Ziyu couldn't help but let out a moan. Only at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that the many senior members of the laboratory had already surrounded him and opened another discussion. With a third-level body, defeating a fourth-level mutant turtle serpent, the potential of a saint beast deserves to be recognized. Decisive and swift. Its battle sense, extremely terrifying. It's hard to imagine that it just awakened its talent. This saint beast is indeed worthy of praise. In successive murmurs, numerous figures made affirmations about the saint beast. There's no rush. Let's wait for him to break through the other few trials. Also, take the crystal cores from before and give them to the holy beast. The person who spoke was Sasaki Kojiro. He advocated for reward and punishment. Now that the holy beast had defeated the mutant turtle serpent, it was natural that it needed to be rewarded. However, what is the situation of the mutant turtle snake? My lord, the mutant turtle snake's injuries are extremely serious, and it is estimated that it will take a long period of time to recover. Cure it as much as possible. It's a good experimental body. Its battle power is a whole lot stronger than even an unusual level 4 creature. Yes, my lord. With a response, the leader of the medical squad also led the order. Race, mutant 4-headed snake. Rank, apprentice level 3. Lifespan, 120 days. Because of repeated mutations, the lifespan has been drastically depleted. Talent, multi-headed, able to continuously split its head, which in turn breeds different talents. Acid spit, able to spit out extremely corrosive acid from its mouth. Extreme cold spit, able to spit out a cold stream that freezes everything. Size change, able to rely on inexplicable energy to control the size of the body, with the maximum being able to change the size of the body by 2 or 3 times, and the minimum being able to shrink to 2 or 3 times the size of the body. Lying in the nutrient solution, Ziyu checked the condition of the body. Because of the evolution, its life scale had been extended again. However, Ziyu did not dare to be careless. He knew very well that, the later it got, the harder it was to evolve. He was, right now, evolving so quickly simply because the lab was cultivating it with all its might. That was all. After leaving the lab, he was now, presumably, just a level 1 creature, and at that time, he probably wouldn't survive for more than a month. Moreover, Ziyu was skeptical that the reason why he had awakened so many powerful talents also had something to do with the lab. According to what they said amongst themselves, it was very likely that they had injected powerful genes from other creatures within Ziyu's current body, and every time Ziyu evolved, it was the beginning of fusing their genes. This was thought to be the reason why he was able to awaken a talent with every evolution. The current me needs this one lab. With a soft sigh, Ziyu also absorbed this nutrient solution to his heart's content. He was now somewhat hesitant, really hesitated. He seemed unable to leave the laboratory. In other words, even if he had enough strength, he could not escape this place. Without the lab, he would never be able to have such a fast rate of evolution, and he couldn't evolve quickly. He would reach the end of his lifespan. Every day was like a countdown. It was terrifying. So, thinking about it this way, there's only one thing I can do. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Ziyu thought of a way. That was to turn the other cheek. Not only did he need to have enough strength, but he also needed to take this laboratory for himself. Let them serve themselves unconditionally. Only in this way could Ziyu be considered successful. And this could be far more difficult than escaping this one laboratory. Alas, with a sigh in his heart, Ziyu was yet clear that he had no choice. Freedom was equivalent to death. Captivity was equivalent to rapid evolution. He wanted both freedom and rapid evolution. Then one could only turn against the enemy. Only letting these humans completely succumb to such an alien. How difficult. As a human in his previous life, Ziyu understood this better than anyone else. Don't look at these guys, with a mouthful of holy beasts. If Ziyu threatened them, then what was waiting for Ziyu would inevitably be a thunderous strike. Only, just at this moment, come quickly, come quickly. Suddenly, Ziyu's mind was violently shaken, and an extremely clear, and even more so, extremely good-sounding voice, echoed in his mind. In a trance, Ziyu saw a silhouette, lying in a petri dish. It was a girl, a very good-looking girl. She seemed to have extremely soft and smooth long black hair that fell out like a waterfall. Her eyelashes were long and thin, and her forehead was glossy. A swan-like neck, long and slender. The clear butterfly bone, even more clearly visible. There was also that slender figure, slender jade legs. Only, what was shocking was that behind her, it seemed like there was an extremely slender tail that was long enough to encircle her body several times. No, that wasn't a tail. It was more like a large snake. What is this? Ziyu froze, seemingly returning to her senses, but the image in his mind was enduring. Moreover, more importantly, as if he sensed something, he violently raised his head and looked to the west. The call came from the west. At the same time, on the western side of the island, deep within an extremely mysterious laboratory, a figure slowly opened its eyes. Boom! There was a momentary boom, and the air continuously shook. Click, click. Everything around them seemed to be unable to withstand it, and even more so, they continuously shattered. Even the petri dish had cracks, and at this time, raising his eyes, he was able to see a pair of icy cold to the extreme dark red vertical pupils. Those were not human eyes, yet they appeared on a human. The same class of chi, breath. Between the words, there was a touch of indescribable rawness. It seemed like it had been too long since he had spoken, but the chill in those words was enough to freeze everything. Just do not wait for her to speak more. The surroundings are already alarmed in all directions. Countless figures were even the first to act. Quickly, quickly, inject sedatives. Reinforce the petri dish. Quick, reinforce the petri dish. Damn it, why is she waking up again? Baka. With successive shouts, countless people were anxious. Even when individuals looked at the silhouette deep within the petri dish, they were physically and mentally shaken. She was beautiful. The beauty was not human-like. However, the gazes of everyone looking at her did not dare to raise the slightest bit of blasphemy. Simply because, this was just a monster with a human appearance. Experiment number 2. Codename, Medusa. It is rumored that Medusa is a monster that combines a human and a snake. And this one is also a human-snake combination. The perfect combination of a human and a mutated beast. Extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the lab injecting drugs into her for a long time and constantly suppressing her, she was afraid that she would have destroyed this lab long ago. But even so, she had several rampages. Each time she went berserk, there were countless casualties. And now, she was being sheltered alone on the west side of the island. There were hundreds of people, heavily armed, guarding her day and night. For this Medusa, Ziyu was not clear. However, he detected an unknown presence on the west side. What is that? Humans, or a mutated beast? Ziyu's face was puzzled. It was the first time he had encountered such an existence. It was very bizarre. What was even more terrifying was that so far apart, she was able to sense her presence. This was even more terrifying. However, forget it. Right now, he couldn't worry about this. Such an existence was too bizarre. Moreover, his current strength was clearly not enough. Third level, not even close. Apprentices are divided into levels 1 through 9. Above the 9th level, there is the so-called transcendent, and that is the existence that stands at the apex of creatures. Transcendent creatures are extremely terrifying. It is rumored that every transcendent creature has the strength to easily push a village. Even a team of 100 people fully armed would not be enough in front of a transcendent being. Only, thankfully, transcendent beings were too rare. It wasn't enough to threaten the rule of humanity. What was there, however, was just a matter of time. According to the evolutionary speed of today's beasts, in a short while, the era where transcendents were everywhere would all come, and at that time, that would be the true great terror. The woods were dense and lush, connected into a large area, and from afar, it looked like a large mass of heavy green clouds of smoke that coalesced at the foot of the mountain. This was a corner of the island. Nowadays, Ziyu was perched here. Her body, which was half a meter long, was crouched on the branch of a large tree. It was as if it had merged with the environment. This was Ziyu unleashing his talent, size change. He was not only able to make his body change to several times its size, it was also able to make the body shrink several times. When the body increases in size, the strength and weight will increase exponentially. When the body shrinks, the weight will decrease while the speed will increase exponentially. With a soft laugh, Ziyu suddenly swung his body, and with a swish sound, his body shot out like an arrow off the string. Fast, beyond imagination. In just a few moments, he unexpectedly spanned dozens of meters and arrived at another large tree. This was the speed after shrinking his body. It was estimated to be more than twice as fast as before he had shrunk. This was terrifying. This one talent is equivalent to granting me 3 forms. When fighting, it directly becomes bigger, relying on its terrifying size to crush the enemy. Normally, it's the normal state, building up strength. If you need to retreat or speed, it's shrinking your body. Thinking like this, Ziyu thought of the inexplicable energies in his body. The activation of the talent required these energies, and although he had quite a bit of energy, it was not enough to support the activation of the talent for a long time. According to Ziyu's estimation, he would at most change his form twice during the battle. This was a point that needed to be taken care of. Ziyu didn't want to run out of energy while fighting. This inexplicable energy. I remember the transcendent circle. It seems to be called Fey energy. There are also people who call it spiritual energy, and others call it magic energy. Thinking of this, Ziyu also smiled. This foreign energy was indeed similar to the legendary spiritual power, magic power. It seemed right to call it this way. So, he was going to call this inexplicable energy magic power now. It was more direct, and just at this time, Ziyu also noticed the change in the attribute panel. Magic power, 2200/3700, an extremely strange energy, like internal power, capable of strengthening the body substantially, and even more so, capable of being used as a medium to unleash talents. Seeing this, Ziyu also rose to enlightenment. 3,700 must be the total amount of magic power in his body. 2,200 was the magic power he had left. Now that he was maintaining the becoming small state, he was consuming magic power every moment. Maintaining it for a long period of time, his magic power would inevitably dry up. Therefore, hiss. With a hiss, Ziyu's body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a size of 3 or 4 meters. The pitch-black python body, wrapped around the large tree, one snake head raised, looking around. This dense forest had an extremely dangerous existence. It was much more powerful than that mutant tortoise snake, but unlike the mutant tortoise snake, it was hidden and unseen. Even Ziyu did not discover its existence. However, Ziyu knew very well that this fellow had long set its sights on him. Only, it was waiting for the opportunity to strike. If the opportunity came, what awaited Ziyu would inevitably be a thunderous attack. I have already become the prey well. A grin revealed a touch of moroseness. Ziyu, however, did not care. He was the one with 4 talents. In particular, The appearance of the talent of size change had greatly increased his battle power. If utilized properly, Ziyu even had the certainty to fight with level 4 or even level 5 mutant creatures. With this kind of combat power, coupled with a high level of intelligence, Ziyu had nothing to fear. Moreover, there was one more thing. Since you're waiting for an opportunity, then I'll create one for you. While murmuring in his heart, Ziyu coiled his body in a ball. It seemed to be resting. And right at this moment, deep within the dense forest, swish, swish, with a sudden break in the air, a 1-meter-long, tawny-colored creature shuttled at breakneck speed. It seemed like a lizard, but its speed was ridiculously fast. Looking at it with the naked eye, it merely seemed to be able to see remnants. And, more than that, boom! With a sudden boom, it crashed head-on into a large tree. But the next moment, its entire body unexpectedly merged into the large tree. It was indistinguishable. Only the bark of this large tree could be seen writhing continuously. A lizard face seemed to emerge. This is Experiment 6, Fusion Lizard. Talent, Fusion. Not only was it able to change its skin color and blend into various environments, it was also able to blend into objects, trees, rocks, earth. It was able to fuse and become part of the object. However, probably the magic power required for fusion was, well, too great. With its strength, it could only fuse for a short period of time. But even so, this fusion lizard had become the most bizarre experiment in the lab. And now, Ziyu was the one who came to its territory. Hiss, hiss, spitting out its letters, a tawny lizard burrowed out from the canopy of a large tree. It raised its eyes, looking at the creature not far away. A flash of vigilance flashed in the depths of its eyes. Immediately, it left the place without looking back. Fusion lizard, everything is good, just 2 little guts. With a sigh, the many personnel in the laboratory looked at this scene and were helpless, seeing other creatures and running away, only daring to observe from afar. It's really outrageous. Most of the mutated creatures are extremely aggressive. This one is special. Let's take a look at it first. I reckon the sacred beast will play a cat and mouse game with him. There was a succession of murmurs, and the many figures were all smiling. However, right at this moment, I remember that within the sacred beast's body, it also has a fusion gene, right? Between slight nods, Dr. Suzuki also spoke bluntly. The fusion gene is the key to multiple talents being able to coexist within the Saint Beast. Without this talent, the Saint Beast's body would have disintegrated long ago. Hearing this, that one experimenter also looked stunned. Does this mean that Saint Beasts may also awaken the fusion talent? That's of course. Otherwise, why would we send the Saint Beast to the fusion lizard's area? Isn't it so that he can awaken this talent? Grinning, Dr. Suzuki was also particularly looking forward to it. Genes were divided into dominant and recessive. Nowadays, most of the genes in the Saint Beast's body were recessive. However, if he were to awaken, it would be different. Not only would the genetic power, which would be drastically enhanced, but it would also be able to be transformed into a talent, becoming an extremely terrifying power of the Saint Beast. And the so-called trial. The so-called trial itself has the meaning of guiding the power within the holy beast. In the continuous trial, awakening one after another powerful talent. In turn, it began to truly transform. Ziyu was not too clear about the situation of the fusion lizard. He merely felt a creature peering. However, that feeling of peering flickered away. It's strange, it left, huh? The 4 snake heads of the coiled Ziyu quietly raised and surveyed the surroundings. Yet nothing was found. A snake's eyesight was not considered very good. Even if he had mutated again and again, his eyesight was only a little stronger than that of an ordinary human. However, fortunately, he was able to see things in the extremely dim blackness of the night. This was much better than humans. The difference between night and day was really not that big for the current Ziyu. Moreover, the current Ziyu was trying to perceive the world with his spirit. In the transcendent world, a lot of it could not be seen with the naked eye. The naked eye would deceive itself, but the spirit would not deceive. Therefore, boom, spiritual power, constantly expanding. A whole new world was imprinted into Ziyu's mind. It's still not there. It really left. Ziyu's snake pupil slightly condensed, revealing a look of doubt. What the hell was that fellow? This has been observed for several days. It still didn't come out? Until now, Ziyu had not even seen the shadow of this fellow. It was very strange. Really strange. If question marks could appear on the top of his head, Ziyu estimated that a circle of question marks had appeared on his head. However, forget it, since he wasn't coming out. Then let's cultivate in peace. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, Ziyu opened his mouth, seemingly gulping something. This was cultivation. During this period of time, Ziyu was surprised to find that there seemed to be quite a bit of magic power in the air. Through constant gulping, it was like an ancient great demon, gulping down the essence of the sun and the moon. It was able to effectively increase the magic power in the body. Although the growth is not much, it is better than accumulating over time. Persisting for a long period of time, it's definitely not a big problem for the magic power in my body to grow a few times. Grinning, a humanized smile appeared on Ziyu's snake head, morose and cold. Only, right at this moment, as if sensing something, Ziyu's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Not far away, there came an uninvited guest. Roar, roar, with a low hiss, a large-sized boar slowly came. It had sharp tusks. It looked extremely ferocious, but alas, it was merely an ordinary creature. Even if some of its features had begun to mutate, it had not changed the fact that it was a mortal creature. And now, this boar seemed to have set its sights on it. Roar, roar, hissing repeatedly, this wild boar actually rubbed its hind limbs against the ground. It was suspected that it was going to launch a charge. It really has guts. With a touch of admiration, Ziyu also let out a burst of hissing, as if provoking. The body slowly raised. One by one, the snake heads were sizing up this boar. For snake heads, with different faces, all of them revealed humanized expressions. There was teasing, there was looking down, there was also diffidence, and in the very next moment, boom! Accompanied by the earth shaking, this boar finally charged towards Ziyu. Sharp and slender tusks pierced out fiercely. It was as if it was going to penetrate Ziyu's body. But right at this moment, the magic power in Ziyu's body surged, and her body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a black python that was 6 or 7 meters long had already surfaced in the depths of the woods. Even more terrifying was that Ziyu raised her entire body. It was a full 2 to 3 meters tall. It was like looking down at the boar. Roar, roar. Seemingly with a touch of panic, the wild boar that had initiated the charge kept sharply decreasing its speed. What was even more outrageous was that it seemed to be running away. The behemoth in front of it was not its prey. In the natural world, body size can often determine a lot of things. And this black python that was 6 or 7 meters long, just by looking at it, it gave people an unsettling feeling. Moreover, there was also a sense of oppression from a higher being that came over one's face. That was Ziyu unreservedly releasing his aura. The one who had mutated again and again was no longer a mortal creature. That was a mutated creature that was above the mundane. Still want to run? Ziyu grinned as his white head was the first to open its mouth. The throat locked onto a flash of aura, a cold stream that gushed out. In an instant, the temperature in the air continued to drop, as if a piercing winter wind was coming. Under the gaze of Ziyu, who was all amazed, the boar condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it turned into an ice sculpture. This coldness, it's getting more and more terrifying. With a sigh, Ziyu made another snake head and violently probed out. The neck continued to elongate. It was actually the same as the tail of the mutated snake turtle from before. This was Ziyu's fourth snake head. It represented the talent of size change. And this one head was also able to change in size. It was even able to stretch freely. The distance was almost 10 meters or so. For this one snake head, Ziyu liked it very much. Because, hiss, between the steep hissing, this one snake head expanded violently. In a few moments, it turned into 4 or 5 meters in size. When its mouth opened, it was even more like an abyssal mouth. Then, it bit into the entire boar. One bite. In just one bite, half of the boar's body was swallowed by Ziyu's fourth snake head. This scene, if an outsider were to see it, they would be afraid to believe it. And this, was Ziyu's fourth snake head? Very ferocious. Very violent. Previously, Ziyu had several snake heads that he shared and ate. But now, just this one snake head, swallowed in one bite. Even a larger creature, Ziyu was able to try and swallow it. As for the follow-up, it depended on the venom in Ziyu's body. The extremely corrosive venom was enough to easily melt the food. Therefore, body opened and closed. The venom in his body secreted continuously. In just a short while, Ziyu already felt a sense of fullness coming from his abdomen. This wild boar is enough for me to not need to eat for 2 or 3 days, right? Ziyu smiled and began his daily gulping again. He wanted to become stronger, constantly getting stronger. Only then would he be able to survive in the world for a long time. Slowly raising his eyes, he looked at the column of lifespan. Lifespan, 112 days. That cold to the core number was like a countdown, constantly urging Ziyu forward. I'm racing against life. Between a sigh, Ziyu was also helpless. It was already not easy to relive one life, but it hadn't occurred to me that in this life, the start was so difficult. Every day, it was a countdown. Eating, practicing, and sleeping. This was Yuziyu's 3 points in one line. After stepping into the third level of apprenticeship, Ziyu clearly felt that the speed of cultivation had slowed down a lot. In particular, the growth rate of magic power in his body had slowed down even more. Before, in just a few days, he had accumulated enough magic power to attempt the next realm. But this time, it took him a full half a month to accumulate magic power close to the 4,000 mark. Cultivation. The later it gets, the slower it gets. But my lifespan, it's extremely limited. This, does it mean? Thinking about this, Yuziyu's icy snake pupils were flashing with a touch of humanized helplessness and bitterness. Racing with death. It wasn't a fun thing to do. Especially, that looming countdown was causing Yuziyu's nerves to constantly tense up. Hiss, hiss. Between successive hisses, Yuziyu's 4 snake heads lifted up in unison, surveying the surroundings. He was looking for prey, also looking for that one mutated creature that was hidden in the shadows. Only, until now, Ziyu had not found his shadow. It was as if it didn't exist. But that feeling of peering in the darkness was always there. This fellow, where exactly is he hiding? Yuziyu's gaze was cold. It had been pondering. And at this time, the spiritual power was released. Boom! The entire world seemed to turn into black and white. Everything lost its color. A three-dimensional world was completely presented in Yuziyu's mind. But right at this moment, as if sensing something, Yuziyu's complexion suddenly moved. Here, somewhat stunned, Ziyu was fiercely maneuvering the second venomous snakehead. Boom! With a sudden roar, green venom violently gushed out, hitting a boulder a dozen meters away. Zip! 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 The terrifying venom corroded the boulder, raising gusts of white smoke. Hiss! Vaguely, Ziyu was able to hear a mournful hiss. It's really inside? Ziyu's face was stunned. He had just, merely unintentionally, perceived a creature that seemed to be deep within the stone. But he couldn't believe it. How could a creature exist in the depths of a stone? Only, the scene in front of him overturned Ziyu's perception. This creature was truly hidden deep within the stone. There was some consternation, but more than that, there was surprise. Ziyu spat out her snake letters and maneuvered her body, rushing towards this piece of stone. The distance of more than 10 meters arrived in an instant. But right at this moment, swish, a tawny shadow flickered away. Immediately afterward, in Ziyu's stunned gaze, this tawny shadow violently rooted towards the earth. Wait, is it treating the earth as a swimming pool? Ziyu was stunned. However, in the very next moment, Ziyu froze. This tawny figure really dove headfirst into the earth. It disappeared. Completely disappeared. Even though Ziyu released his spiritual power and kept searching, he found nothing. However, Ziyu still vaguely saw the appearance of this figure. It seemed to be a tawny-colored lizard. It was just slightly larger in size. What kind of ability is this? Ziyu was curious. Hiding deep within the boulders, diving headfirst into the earth again. Could it be that this was the legendary earth escape? Rather, there was that slight possibility. However, this one lizard, it was strange. It surprisingly did not actively attack itself. Obviously, its aura was not weak, at least apprentice level 4, or even 5th level, but it was merely hiding in the shadows and observing. This is really strange. And at this time, the laboratory monitoring area. Hahaha. The holy beast has finally discovered the fusion lizard. Good guy. It took a week to discover it? This is a fusion lizard. If it wasn't for the fact that we installed a locator in his body, we wouldn't have been able to find it. Fortunately, the fusion lizard cannot be integrated into the seawater, can only be integrated into the physical object. There is still a small crack. This is just the beginning. When the fusion lizard steps into the transcendent, it is estimated to be the most top-level hunter. I really don't expect that character of the fusion lizard. That's true. With a succession of murmurs, the many experimenters all laughed. They were previously betting on how long it would take for the sacred beast to discover the fusion lizard. Some said half a month, some said a month. Still others said that it was impossible to discover. After all, with the fusion lizard's timid character, it would be really hard to discover if he wanted to hide. Only, now, the sacred beast had actually discovered the fusion lizard's existence in just a week. It seemed that the senses of a sacred beast were still extremely sharp. Next, it won't be fun. The fusion lizard reckons it's going to hide completely. It's injured, so it's probably scared. Now it's running to the other end of the living area to cower, and its body is still shivering. So exaggerated? Somewhat stunned, many people looked at the surveillance screen. In the screen, a tawny lizard, curled up in a stone cave, licked its tail. The entire body, however, had been trembling. In particular, it also raised its eyes from time to time and looked in the direction of the sacred beast. It was clearly scared to the extreme. What a coward. A doctor cursed angrily, then flung his sleeves and directly turned away. This was Dr. Oki. It was the creator of the fusion lizard. It was just that he hadn't expected that the fusion lizard, which was near perfect in his eyes and had the most top-notch assassination abilities, would have such a timid nature. Rubbish. It was really a waste. It made him lose face in front of his colleagues. In response, the rest of the figures smiled and did not dare to speak. In the laboratory, in addition to Sasaki Kojiro, there were also 3 major doctors. They were Dr. Suzuki, Dr. Oki, and Dr. Yakina. These 3 doctors had a very high status in the laboratory. Each of them led the experiments of a genetic beast. And Dr. Oki's masterpiece is the fusion lizard. It's just that this near-perfect experimental body is somewhat indisputable in character. As weapons of war, their mission is to kill and plunder. But this fusion lizard, alas, with a sigh, Dr. Suzuki on the side was helpless. However, compared to him, not far away, a man who looked 25 or 26 years old, wearing a white shirt with a short black skirt underneath, a very clingy-looking woman, but her eyes narrowed slightly. This was Yakina, one of the laboratory's 3 major doctors. More so, a world-famous top biologist. She had a genius or aristocratic elegance when she raised her hands, coupled with that upright posture and delicate features, and the thin lips that are just the right size. It was truly an iceberg beauty like ice and snow. And now, Xuanai's gaze was falling on the multi-headed snake in the surveillance screen. That is, Ziyu. Is it an illusion? The expression on this little guy's face seems to be a bit much. Just now, it seems to have revealed an expression of disappointment, consternation, or something like that, right? Sipping a cup of coffee, Yukina's face was showing a look of doubt. Mutant creatures, wanting to evolve an intelligence similar to that of humans. It needed time. Even more so, it needed to learn. As of now, there shouldn't be any mutated beasts with a high level of intelligence in the wild. But these, man-made mutant creatures, it was hard to say. They spend time with humans. Most likely, they have been observing the living habits of humans, as well as others. In turn, they were trying to learn, digest and absorb. More than that, individual man-made mutant creatures also had human genes fused in their bodies. Like experiment number 1, Flying Dragon. That little guy, but he has the intelligence of a human 13 or 14 years old. Extremely terrifying. And now, Yakina had actually accidentally discovered that this one multi-headed snake seemed to have a not-so-low intelligence as well. This would be very interesting. Hopefully, this is not an illusion. With a soft laugh, Yakina also intended to take a good look at this one multi-headed snake. At first, she didn't think much of this one multi-headed snake. Weak and deformed. It looked extremely ugly. It was very much not in line with her aesthetic. But as time passed, this multi-headed snake also underwent evolution after evolution, constantly molting its skin, constantly shedding its scales. Until now, this one multi-headed snake had already gained a bit of beauty. The streamlined body, the scales that are black and glowing with ghostly light, obviously is a snake, but it gave people a feeling of harmlessness. It was very odd. Therefore, Xuanai also showed some interest in this multi-headed snake. Ziyu did not know about this. However, he vaguely sensed it. The cameras were clearly positioned in all corners of the dense forest. That is, Ziyu did not want to expose anything. Otherwise, he would definitely destroy all these surveillance cameras at the first time. The feeling of being watched was very bad. It was really bad. But he had no choice. If he directly destroyed these cameras, then the humans would inevitably be alarmed. And in turn, they would monitor themselves in a more secretive way. And even, might start to watch out for him. And this was not what Ziyu wanted to see. Therefore, he could only pretend not to see it. However, even if this was the case, Ziyu also subconsciously avoided these cameras. Even when he slept, he also cowered in some dark corners. And at this time, Ziyu was still considering that one tawny lizard. Creepy guy. Between the sighs in her heart, Ziyu was a touch of color. Not far away, in the boulder that had corroded most of the way, there was actually half of a tawny-colored tail. That tail, as if it had a life, kept bouncing around. What was even more shocking was that this severed tail also had a rich and extremely strong magical power. This, after freezing, Ziyu also realized. No wonder that one of the mutant lizards had let out a mournful and extreme hiss. Now, it seemed that it had been nourished by his venom. What did he say? How could that one mutant lizard possibly react to his sudden outburst? Poof! Laughing coldly in his heart, Ziyu was manipulating a snake head to open its mouth. Then with one bite, he swallowed this broken tail into his stomach. This kind of flesh and blood that contained rich magic power was good stuff. It was able to greatly enhance the magic power in his body. Just at this time, What Ziyu didn't know was that just as he swallowed this half-severed lizard tail, in the deepest part of his body, there was a strange movement. Genes, countless spirals that were like genes lit up with a faint glow. It was as if there was something activating. For this, Ziyu hadn't realized it yet. Right now, it was still difficult for him to perceive things at the gene level, but I don't know if it was an illusion. As he swallowed this half of the lizard's tail, he felt as if his body was burning hot. Snakes, by nature, were cold-blooded animals. The temperature should be very low, and as he mastered the power of extreme cold, his entire body was even colder. It was as if it was frozen. But now, there was a faint burning heat rising. This was very strange. But for this, Ziyu hadn't noticed it yet. Soon, it was night. The feeling of peeping before completely disappeared. That one mutated lizard seemed to have completely lost the news. This caused Ziyu, who had been on guard, to be stunned. However, he thought more that this was the last calm before the storm. He's definitely looking for an opportunity. Ziyu pondered, becoming even more on guard. It was just that. Unfortunately, Ziyu was destined to fight the air this time. He didn't know the fusion lizard's nature. If he knew, I guess the people were all confused. An extremely timid mutant creature? How could this possibly exist? Such a mutated creature would have trouble surviving in the wild. Not to mention, evolving step by step until they reached the apex of creatures. However, this one fusion lizard was truly special. It wasn't a mutated creature that grew up in the wild after all. Rather, it was artificially created. It had undergone an unknown amount of dissections and experiments. The individual that was eventually born. Therefore, it was normal to have some deficiencies in its character. In Ziyu's place, if he had gone through the experiments, he probably wouldn't have been any better. Humans, especially these human experts who researched creatures, their cruelty towards creatures was beyond imagination. All kinds of experiments, all kinds of dissections, hating to completely disintegrate each and every creature. However, shortly after this, with a sudden hiss, Ziyu's entire body shook. An inexplicable power surged up from the deepest part of the body. This is? Somewhat stunned, Ziyu realized that his body had begun to change at an extremely high speed. What was even more terrifying was that there was also a meat bag at the base of his neck, slowly emerging. Evolution. Evolution again. However, it wasn't right. According to Ziyu's estimation, he should still have 2 or 3 more days before he could usher in a new round of evolution. But now, he actually directly ushered in an evolution. It was just that at this time, one shouldn't consider this. Feeling the drastic changes in his body, Ziyu forced his mind to calm down. Then, with a swing of his stance, he came to the dead corner of the surveillance, starting to meet the 4th round of evolution. This time, he would step into the 4th level of apprenticeship. More so, he would awaken the 4th talent. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a small part of the night had already passed. And at this time, deep in the dense forest, hiss, with successive hisses, the pitch-black giant python continuously extended its stance. It was a black python that was 4 or 5 meters long. Between the scales turning out, there seemed to be blood color overflowing. Extremely rapid evolution ultimately had some side effects. Until now, Ziyu was feeling a burning pain in her body, as if the entire body was pulled by 2 horses. But fortunately, as a mutated creature, his recovery ability was also extremely amazing. It was only a moment ago that many of the torn wounds on his body had already healed. Is it my new talent? Suddenly, Ziyu froze. His gaze froze on the talent column on the attribute panel. There, a new talent had been presented. Only, this talent, it seemed to be beyond Ziyu's imagination. Fusion, capable of integrating into various objects and becoming part of them. A simple introduction, but it caused Ziyu's pupils to shrink again and again. This talent, it seemed to be somewhat perverted. That one mutant lizard, it couldn't be this talent, could it? Ziyu's first thought was of that one mutant lizard. It had started out by hiding deep within the boulders, then it plunged headfirst into the earth. Ziyu had initially thought that that fellow knew the legendary earth escape, but now, it seems like that guy is relying on this talent. It was only then that he could come and go freely in the boulders as well as the depths of the earth, right? Good lord, I ate that guy's severed tail and awakened his talent? It's hard to believe that I still have the ability to transform another person's talent and use it for myself? Ziyu was curious about this. If it was true, then there were great possibilities in the future. However, Ziyu preferred the other side of the guess. Both he and the mutant lizard were artificially created mutant creatures. Moreover, they came from the same laboratory. Therefore, it was very likely that they had the same genes, and Ziyu eating that half-tail had only activated this one gene. As for why Ziyu had such a guess, That was naturally because of the attribute panel, which was written in great detail. Although he had quite a few talents, but he didn't have the ability to devour creatures and seize talents. If he did, the attribute panel, it would definitely be written clearly. Pity. With a sigh, Ziyu didn't care much. It was already terrifying for him to master multiple talents, especially now. He had also awakened such a terrifying talent. Fusion. This was, simply, a god-tier talent for escaping and assassinating. If you can't beat them, you can hide and fuse the trees. If you want to sneak attack, you can also hide and fuse the trees. The enemy will not be able to detect it. This talent, it's not generally terrifying. Thinking of this, Ziyu also tried to unleash this talent. Boom! An inexplicable power stirred within his body, and Ziyu merely felt a tremor in his body. Immediately, his body actually sank into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time Ziyu came back to his senses, he had already appeared deep underground. It was roughly 1 or 2 meters. As for his current state, it was odd. Like water, it was distributed in all corners of the land, but it also had a form. He tried to squirm. Between the swing of his body, he literally moved under the ground. It was just that the speed of this movement seemed, as if, there was that little bit of slowness, not daring to say turtle speed, but it wasn't anywhere close. After hiding in the ground, the speed drops drastically? No, it's more than that. Ziyu also felt the magic power in his body, flowing away at great speed. Every second, there were 3 or 4 points of magic power flowing away. His total magic power today was just over 4,000. In other words, he could only last about 100 seconds at most in the depths of the earth. Good lord, this magic power consumption is a bit large. With a sigh in his heart, Ziyu was the one who unleashed his talent once again. Then, it was as if his entire body was squeezed out by the earth. For this new talent, Ziyu felt quite satisfied. With this talent, his degree of weirdness as well as his ability to save his life had been raised by at least 2 great percent. Right now, he was still weak. When he became strong, he would have a deeper level of development for this talent. Ziyu believed that it was very possible for him to transform into the most bizarre serpent. Can you imagine? In a bustling city, red lights, green wine, and traffic, an unimaginable serpent, however, is integrated into the earth, and weaves through the earth at breakneck speeds, or winding around skyscrapers, looking down on the world. With this talent, where in the world can I not go? With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was all looking forward to this day. It was just that it was a pity. The current him was not human. Otherwise with this talent, the things that many men wanted to do, he could also do. Stealth. Infiltrate. No, this is so much more powerful than stealth. Stealth, there's still a trail left behind, and a fear of water and ash. But what about this fusion talent? Afraid of what? It was only that the magic power consumption was that little bit big, and it was a bit difficult to support himself. However, this was his own problem. It wasn't a problem of talent. In terms of talent alone, Ziyu even felt that this talent was even more awesome than his size change. Moreover, this talent seemed to be able to work perfectly with the size change talent. After vanishing into the earth, my speed was drastically reduced. But after my body becomes smaller, my speed increases drastically. This 1 to 2 equals no reduction in my speed. The corner of Ziyu's mouth suddenly lifted up in a humanized arc. It was very smug. It was as if he had stuck a perfect bug. However, right at this moment, as if reacting, Ziyu also raised his eyes and looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, he was still in the dead zone of surveillance. In that case, the human should not know that he had awakened this talent yet. This talent is too important to be exposed. At critical times, it can be used as a life-saving card. Ziyu had already realized the terror of this talent. If he thoroughly mastered this talent, he would be able to easily leave even this one laboratory. Not to mention this area, coming and going as he pleased. No one would be able to stay. It was also that he, right now, still needed the resources of this one laboratory. Otherwise, Ziyu would have to start tinkering with how to leave the lab with the help of this talent. When I grow up completely, then with the help of this talent, I think the entire laboratory will be able to play with the palm of my hand. Thinking of this, Ziyu's mind was floating with images, treating the earth as an ocean, traveling freely. From time to time, it rose up and opened its huge, morose mouth, devouring everything. Spinning around, it once again dug into the earth. Even though the humans had guns, what could they do? Can they find him? Besides, what if we find it? Can you solve it? The Ziyu of that time is not now. It was estimated that if he opened his mouth and spat, hundreds of meters would be enough to freeze. Only, right at this time, Ziyu's complexion was also slightly stunned. In terms of my lifespan, do I really have the day to grow up? With a sigh, Yuziyu's mood returned to a low point. This lifespan was really a sharp thorn hanging in the heart. It made the scalp numb. The body size had grown by a large margin, reaching a huge 4 or 5 meters. Now, if the size change is initiated, Yuziyu's body size is estimated to be as large as 10 meters. The visual impact that would be brought about would be beyond imagination. Not only that, Ziyu had also discovered a very fun use for his new talent. That was that he could take his snake head and integrate it into his own body. Just like now, one snake head after another kept drilling into his main snake head under Ziyu's control. In just a moment, that one 5-headed snake had already disappeared. In its place was a giant python that was pitch black all over. Even its head was pitch black to the extreme. This talent fusion has so much to play with. With a soft laugh, Ziyu was however extremely satisfied. He had originally felt that his image was strangely frightening, and was too embarrassed to go out and meet people. But now, it was different. Relying on this talent, he could completely transform into an ordinary python. At that time, he would then unleash the talent of size change, which would in turn shrink his size. Good fellow, an ordinary small snake was born. Believe it or not, everyone would not have thought that this was a terrifying mutated 5-headed snake. These two talents combined are not normally fun. Between his thoughts, Ziyu also continued to play with this new talent. However, he was careful to monitor it. The occasional playfulness was merely the tail of the snake that was pressed underneath him, blending into the earth. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of a month had already passed. This period of time was unexpectedly calm. That one mutant lizard never came to the door again, as if it had disappeared. The laboratory, apart from the occasional feeding, usually saw no one. Therefore, Ziyu was also happy to be idle. Even, he intentionally or unintentionally crushed some cameras. Who called his body nowadays extremely large? It was justifiable to accidentally crush some cameras. Plus, he often practiced his skills with all sorts of spitting jets. What venomous spurts! What cold stream surges! Then, it was also understandable to accidentally damage some of the cameras high up in the sky, right? So, one way or another, Ziyu had actually cleared out an unmonitored dead zone. The area was not large, just 20 to 30 meters, but it was enough for Ziyu to live. Here, it was considered Ziyu's private area. On the human side, although they had noticed, they did not care. After all, Ziyu was often under surveillance, only occasionally, returning to the nest to rest. They wouldn't be foolish enough to watch Ziyu sleep. However, during this period of time, few people noticed that a silhouette was always staring at the surveillance. From time to time, she even took out a stack of photos and repeatedly scrutinized them. This was Dr. Xuanai. She had her eyes on the multi-headed snake. Even more so, she paid attention to its every move. This little guy, from the first few days, damaged 1 camera a day, to now, damaging 3 or 4 cameras a day. It's really getting arrogant. Yagyu found some clues. It was even more certain of the guessing side within. This little guy had really awakened his intelligence. Moreover, it seemed to be even more shrewd than the flying dragon. Even, it was trying to hide something? This was interesting. The corner of her mouth lifted up in amusement. Yagyu planned to personally meet this multi-headed snake. Come on people, this afternoon, you arrange for someone to accompany me on a walk to the holy beast. Yagyu, who was drinking coffee, suddenly ordered. Yes, Dr. Yagyu, responding in unison. The crowd also led the order. These doctors who stood at the apex of the laboratory had different personalities. Dr. Yagyu was a woman though, and a very beautiful woman at that. But she loved to get up close and personal with experimental subjects. Even, occasionally, she would sleep with the experimental subjects. This could be considered Yukina's eccentric hobby. Of course, according to Yukina's explanation, she simply did it because she wanted to feel everything about the experimental body up close. And now, this one doctor, it seemed like she had taken an interest in the holy beasts. In the twinkling of an eye, it was sunset and dusk. The sound of an anesthetic gun echoed in the forest. Ziyu, who had intended to move her body, sighed in her heart, but she did not choose to dodge this tranquilizer gun. Bang, bang. Several anesthetics hit Ziyu's body. Wisps of numbness surged into the body. The amount of anesthetic seems to have increased a lot, but it's still not enough. Making a simple analysis, Ziyu's body also fell to the ground obediently. Of course, for the sake of realism, he also pretended to let out several mournful hisses. Not long after, it seemed to be certain that Ziyu had not moved. Only then did the sound of dense footsteps come from afar. There were many people. There were more than a dozen people. 7 or 8 of them were heavily armed, carrying guns on their backs. utilizing her spiritual power to perceive this world. Ziyu clearly saw the outline of the guns. The outlines of numerous human figures were also seen. At the head, it seemed to be a woman. The front was convex and the back was shapely. Just looking at the figure alone was evocative. This woman, her status seems to be very high, Ziyu inwardly speculated. Just at this moment, the sound of high-heeled footsteps came closer and closer to Ziyu. You guys should step back first. A very nice voice echoed through the air. Dr. Xuanai, the holy beast is dangerous. A heavily armed figure stepped forward and warned. It's fine. Didn't you guys give him an anesthetic? This anesthetic. I guess it's enough for it to sleep for most of the day. Alright, you guys stand down. Listening quietly, the crowd was stunned. Immediately, looking at each other, the crowd also stepped back about 10 meters, leaving Dr. Xuanai and the holy beast alone. And at this time, as step after step approached this large snake with multiple heads, the arcs that lifted up at the corners of Yukina's mouth became more and more subtle. This multi-headed snake was much more durable than she had imagined. The pitch-black and ethereal scales seemed as if they were made of jade. The 5 snake heads, although they were each different, yet it was not hideous. Instead, there was an indescribable beauty. It was probably because of the long-term contact with mutated beasts. She was still quite fond of this kind of alternative beauty. Slowly raising her hand, she caressed the scales, flooded with a slight coolness. The coolness passed to her fingertips. There was even frost condensation. Xuanai's brows were slightly condensed. Then he raised his feet and circled around Ziyu, seemingly sizing it up. The holy beast is growing fast. The physical condition is also unexpectedly good. There are no signs of incompatible and conflicting talents as imagined. Xuanai recalled Ziyu's fighting stance in the surveillance, and then combined it with the observation in front of her, and made a comment. Although saint beasts were able to awaken multiple talents, however, what was most feared was that the talents would repel each other. Previously, there were quite a few existences similar to saint beasts that had exploded and died. Time passed slowly, and more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Xuanai had been doing various data tests. This woman, is there any end to this? Ziyu was all a bit impatient. He tentatively raised a snake head. The speed at which the snake's head was raised was very slow, really slow. It seemed to be giving these humans time to react. Hiss, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Ziyu's ice-cold eyes were slowly opening. Dr. Xuanai, be careful, quickly retreat. Dr. Xuanai, the anesthesia power has weakened. Not far away, an extremely anxious call was heard. It's fine. Waving her hand, Yukina signaled the crowd not to be nervous, and it was at this time that she raised her eyes and looked towards this one slowly raised snake head. The pitch-black snake head seemed to be the main head of the multi-headed snake. The head was triangular in shape, and the eyes were a pitch-black color, looking cold and making people look at it with fear in their hearts. What an exquisite woman. As his heart sighed, Ziyu also truly saw this sinister shadow. This really was a very exquisite woman. Yes, exquisite. Exquisite features and white skin. It was like a porcelain doll. It was marvelous. It was hard to imagine that such a woman would be the doctor in the mouth of these cherry blossoms. In Ziyu's impression, the so-called doctors, all of them were old, or just as bad as they could be. But this one, more like a big star than a doctor. However, at the very next moment, as if sensing something, Ziyu's snake pupils violently shrunk. This guy, is a transcendent? Stunned in his heart, Ziyu's eyes all fell on the light screen in front of him. Race, mutant human. Rank, apprentice 7th level. Talent, God's hand, capable of triggering the precise movements of the fingers dozens of times, facilitating the creation of all kinds of fine weapons, as well as being able to be used for examining and treating living creatures, and at the same time, being able to nimbly maneuver all kinds of weapons. Stunned, Ziyu was all but silent. Not only animals were able to mutate, even humans, too, were able to mutate. However, such mutated humans were few and far between. It was enough to be called the chosen one. In his previous life, Ziyu had only seen 2 or 3 of them. However, it did not occur to him that he had now seen another one. Moreover, this one was also the doctor of this laboratory. It's also true that this is a laboratory for researching mutated creatures. It's normal to have a few mutated humans. Thinking in this manner, Ziyu's gaze as he looked at this silhouette also changed. He finally understood why this woman did not fear it. Even, it took the initiative to come closer. Can it be feared? This was a terrifying existence at the 7th level of apprentice. It was estimated that one hand could suppress it. How could such an existence be afraid of it? You seem to have sensed something? Suddenly, a laughter like a silver bell echoed in the air as Xuanai wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Ziyu with a smile on her face. Silence, deathly silence. Ziyu pretended not to hear. However, just at this time, Ziyu saw this one woman take out a small knife from her bosom. It seemed like a scalpel. Then, this scalpel was like a butterfly in this woman's hands, dancing and flipping. Fast. It was beyond imagination. It was hard to imagine that a human being could have such flexible fingers. Even, there were residual shadows floating around. If you dare to strike at me, I will dissect you live. With a dash of threat, Yagyu but slowly turned around. Step after step stepped out. Obviously, the sound of the footsteps was very light, but it was like stepping on Ziyu's heart. At some point, his body froze. This is a level 7 mutant creature. Truly terrifying. Level 7. This was considered the strongest mutated creature Ziyu had ever seen. Only, it was not expected that it would be such a petite and big beauty. Fortunately, I was able to see the attribute panel. Otherwise, striking out rashly, death is unlikely, but getting beaten up is a certainty. Thinking about this, Ziyu was violently stunned. Just now, was it an illusion? This woman seems to be talking to him? Yes, speaking to him. It was as if she knew that Ziyu could understand her words. This woman seems a bit scary. Sighing in his heart, Ziyu was once again maneuvering his body and smashing it on the ground. He was pretending, giving people an illusion. He was barely lifting the snake's head against the effects of the anesthetic. And now, it could no longer support itself. It fell to the ground. Listening to the roar coming from behind, Yukina's footsteps were also slightly lurched. This saint beast, there was really something interesting about it. It seemed to have sensed it just now. It had sensed her strength. In the laboratory, there were only 3 people who knew that she was a mutated human. One was Sasaki Kojiro, one was Dr. Oki, the rest of them, they treat her as an ordinary woman, or even a vase. It just had the chance to strike, but it hesitated. It's very likely that it sensed my strength. Or rather, it was too sharp and realized the danger. Thinking about this, Yagyu also made a note of it. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Feeling the effects of the anesthetic in his body, gradually passing, Ziyu braced himself. He was hungry again. A grumbling sound came from his stomach. Go and look for prey. Thinking of this, Ziyu swung his body and disappeared into the darkness of the night. However, Ziyu remembered the woman who appeared during the day from time to time. There are even mutated humans of the 7th level. I also don't know if there are any transcendent level existences in this laboratory. If there is, it would be troublesome. Transcendent creatures. Very scary. Although Ziyu had only heard about it, but combined with his own situation, as well as the mutated beasts that he had seen one by one during this period of time, he was able to imagine how terrifying transcendent creatures were, right? Then presumably, every single one of them was a monster. Perhaps it was because the lifespan was only a short 100 days. Therefore, every day was extremely precious to Ziyu. Apart from the necessary sleeping, Ziyu was more likely to be gulping down spiritual energy, as well as exercising her body. Yes, exercising the body. Manipulating his tail, with a violent swing, his entire body was like an arrow off the string, catapulting out. Fast, unimaginably fast, just like a shadow. It even brought out a sonic boom. This was exercising his tail, polishing his speed in the process. Sure enough, effort placed on any creature is useful. Although he had only been exercising for a small half-month, Ziyu could clearly feel that his speed had improved somewhat. More than that, his venom spray and cold stream spray all had a small increase in power. As for the size change talent, how can I put it? Now, he could become a much larger body, or shrink to a much smaller size. However, Ziyu felt that the biggest improvement was the speed of his change, which had increased a lot. Previously, it would take 5 or 6 seconds for him to grow in size. If he was in a battle, enlarging or reducing his size would give the enemy an opportunity. But now, he only needed 2 or 3 seconds. Although, the time it took to change his size was still very long, but Ziyu saw hope. If I keep polishing this talent, to be able to instantly change body shapes in battle, this could become an incredible card. Can you imagine? In the middle of a battle, suddenly shrinking one's size several times to avoid various attacks. Then in a flash, it enlarges its size to overwhelm others with its power. This shrinking and releasing is enough to play the enemy in the palm of your hand. If the enemy reacted half a beat slower, then Ziyu estimated that he would be able to directly end the battle. Thinking of this, Ziyu also grinned. And at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that deep within the laboratory, there was already a discussion about him. Once again, the growth of the Saint Beast is beyond imagination, not living up to our expectations. Hahaha. As far as the current performance of the Saint Beast is concerned, it is estimated to be able to compare to those monsters. In this case, It seems that we can accelerate our cultivation. I propose to start the super cultivation program. Seconded. Seconded. Responding in succession. Dr. Oki, Dr. Yakina. And the remaining few figures all had expectant faces. The super cultivation program. This was the laboratory. The most important program. It was a super reward for qualified experimental subjects. It was able to drastically increase the cultivation of the experimental subjects in a short period of time. One must know that after most mutated creatures evolved again and again, their lifespan would also increase drastically. And although the lifespan of humans was not short, but they didn't have the heart to spend more than 10 years, or even decades, to cultivate a single mutated beast. Therefore, the super cultivation program was born, utilizing an unimaginable amount of resources, supplemented by various high technologies. It strove to drastically improve the strength of the experimental body in a short period of time. The magnitude of this enhancement depended on the subject's own potential. Like Experiment No. 1 Flying Dragon, in just a few months, it had gone from Apprentice Level 3 to Apprentice Level 8. Like the second subject, Medusa, was even more exaggerated. It had directly rushed to the late stage of Apprentice Grade 9. As for Subject 9, the mutant black python, I'm sorry, it's not even qualified for training. What kind of trash is that? Cultivating it is a waste of the resources of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. However, the sacred beast is different. One was that he had the qualifications. After the previous few tests, it was fully proven that the Saint Beast was extraordinary, as well as having unfathomable potential. It was definitely worth cultivating. Not only that, the appearance of the Saint Beast was very unusual for their Great Cherry Blossom Empire. This was a multi-headed serpent that, it was an existence that had evolved towards the legendary Orochi Orochi. And what is an Orochi Orochi? It's the totem of the Sakura Empire. It's the belief of countless Sakura people. It's similar to the Dragon Kingdom. Only, the Dragon Kingdom's totem is the dragon. If a real dragon were to come out, I believe that many people in the Dragon Kingdom would kneel down and worship it. Similarly, if the Orochi Orochi came out, countless Sakura people would be excited and rejoice. And this was greatly beneficial to their laboratory. It could greatly improve their lab status in the country. It would even help the people above to better control this one kingdom. So, the multi-headed snake, that is, the holy beast, even if the qualification is a little bit poor, they will do their best to cultivate it. Not to mention, the current Saint Beast's performance was beyond their imagination. Then, let's start cultivating the holy beasts with all our might. Sasao Kojiro, who was seated high up in the main seat, spoke. Yes, my lord. Responding in unison, the crowd all had faces of anticipation. And at this time, Ziyu did not know that he was about to usher in the greatest creation in his life. The current him was still trying to polish himself. He was going to be a hard-working snake. His short lifespan was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, urging him to keep moving forward. Only, just this one late night, bang! A sudden gunshot echoed out in the forest. It was the sound of a tranquilizer gun. Again? Ziyu's heart was stunned, but she fell to the ground without showing any emotion. Then, it was left to dozens of people to lift it up. Resisting. It was possible to resist, but there was no need. This laboratory, for the time being, had no intention of harming him. It was also working hard to cultivate him. From a purely physical perspective, Ziyu was still very grateful to them. Of course, it was only from a physical perspective. From the heart. I'm sorry, not to mention this laboratory. Even the Sakura Kingdom. Ziyu had the heart to bury it. Where are they taking me again? Ziyu was puzzled. It was hard to believe that they were going to take him to the territory of a powerful mutated beast again. During this period of time, Ziyu was also able to see the way these humans were cultivated. That was to prepare him with one powerful mutated beast after another. Then, killing each other. Although he didn't know what would happen to the loser. But he was treated very well as my winner. Good food, good drink, all of them were arranged. He was even given all kinds of nutrient solutions to drastically accelerate his evolutionary speed. This is very good. Without the help of the lab, Ziyu wanted to step into the 4th level of apprentice in this short month. It was something that one would not even dare to think about. However, considering the power behind this laboratory, Ziyu was able to understand. Behind this laboratory stood a country that devoted all its efforts to cultivate. Even a pig would be able to reach the heavens. Not to mention, the qualifications of this body of his were already extremely extraordinary. The ancient island of Triss, hanging alone in the ocean. It is as if it has been forgotten by the world. And this island was the island where Ziyu was. It was a volcanic island with 3,000 to 4,000 square kilometers. It was just about half the size of the Dragon Kingdom's prestigious international metropolis. Magic City. And now, Ziyu had already arrived at the center of this island. In here, it was as if it was a huge arsenal. Inside, there was a huge blood pool. It was the size of a soccer field. Only, what was appalling was that the pool water in this pool was actually blood red. It was as if it was cast in blood. There was even a rich bloody odor that was constantly spreading. What is this? Ziyu, who had come here, was shocked. That rich bloody odor stimulated his body. It made his entire body start to become hyperactive. Not only that, Ziyu also clearly felt the rich magical power in the depths of this blood pool. It was as if it had turned into substance. Taking a deep breath, it was as if there was an endless amount of magic power that surged towards the body. Ziyu's entire person froze. What was this laboratory doing? How could it send him to such a place? Also, this blood pool shouldn't be. As his spiritual power continued to spread, Ziyu clearly captured the severed limbs and remains in the depths of the blood pool. Some were like the hooves of wild boars. There were also things that looked like antlers. If he guessed correctly, this should be the blood and flesh of countless mutated beasts, dissolved into blood water. The only way to explain why there is such a strong smell of blood here. Only in this way can explain why there is such a strong magic power here. At this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that this was the biggest secret of this laboratory. This blood pool, named genetic blood pool. Inside, the blood and flesh of various mutated beasts were gathered and fused together with the existing genetic technology of the Sakura Island nation. Such a seemingly simple pool had taken the Sakura Island armed forces half a year's effort. One must know that it was a country's armed forces, although it was only partially dispatched. A mere 3,000 people. But that was ultimately a modern force that was heavily armed. All kinds of rockets, combined with warplanes. The firepower alone is enough to push a small country. But it was such a powerful armed force that needed to spend 3 months to cast this pool of blood. So one could imagine what this pool of blood meant. It was no wonder that the many doctors in the laboratory had a look of flesh pain on their faces when they were planning to cultivate Ziyu. The genetic blood pool. There's only one portion a year. Each portion needs to be used with care and caution. Dr. Oki stood on a hanging platform, staring blankly at the blood-red pool. Ugh. With a sigh, the other doctor also sighed. The evolution of mutated beasts has accelerated quite a bit lately, and with such a pool of blood alone, the number of people sacrificed is 100 or 200 more than before. There is a lot of pressure from above, and it is estimated that the blood pools in the future will become fewer and fewer. Hearing this, Dr. Oki was also helpless. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Every single mouthful of this blood pool was exchanged by their great Cherry Blossom Empire's warriors fighting to the death. The key, in the end, was not used on their clan. Instead, it was used on one mutated beast after another. If this were to be spread out, it was estimated that the people of the Sakura Island Kingdom would not be able to sit still. It's just that, unfortunately, this gene blood pool can't be used on humans. There's no way. The power contained in the gene blood pool is too terrifying for ordinary humans to withstand. Speaking here, Dr. Oki also added, moreover, even if the body can withstand it, the spirit can't. The residual spiritual power of thousands of mutated beasts is enough to drive any rational human insane. Only these mutated beasts can barely withstand. However, it's just barely. As the words fell, Dr. Oki thought of experiment number 1, the flying dragon. It also thought of experiment body number 2, Medusa. These two, both of them were existences that had come out of the genetic blood pool, although their strength had increased drastically. But the side effect was also extremely terrifying. And that side effect is going berserk. It's like going crazy, turning into a killing machine that only knows how to destroy and devastate. The several rampages of experiment number 1 Flying Dragon and experiment number 2 Medusa nearly destroyed this lab. One can imagine how terrifying it is. But this time, it was different from before. They were already prepared. Even if the holy beast, the many-headed serpent, went on a rampage, they believed that they would be able to suppress it. The special calming gun was no joke. With one shot, even a mutated creature at apprentice level 8 or 9 would have to sleep for days. Moreover, not only this special calming gun, but also, thinking like this, Dr. Oki's gaze also fell to the surroundings of the blood pool. There were chains one after another as thick as an adult's calf. These were special alloy chains. It could be electrified. If the experimental body is violent, then the voltage of millions of volts will instantly surge out. Enough to instantly electrocute the experimental body. With so many means, their lab was very confident. It was enough to suppress the experimental body that had gone berserk. For these, Ziyu did not know. Right now, he was lying quietly on the ground. One by one, the humans, who were like mole crickets, were groping up and down on his body. It seemed like they were attaching some kind of chains to his body. If his guess side was good, these guys should be trying to use a crane to send his body to this blood pool. I'm really looking forward to the power of this blood pool. Just feeling it from afar made his blood boil. What would happen if this really entered this blood pool? For this, Ziyu was looking forward to it. I hope. Don't let me down. Between the fall of the words, Ziyu's body was already flying towards the place where the blood pool was with the help of the crane. Rumble. A sudden rumble resounded throughout the entire factory. Accompanying it was the fact that blood-colored waves lifted up from the sky. At this very moment, Ziyu's body came down from above and landed in the pool of blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Successive hisses resounded through the dark night. That hissing was mournful to the extreme. It was like a miserable scream. Ziyu felt as if she had entered a frying pan that was hot. The unimaginable searing heat instantly engulfed Ziyu's body. How could this happen? Ziyu's heart shook, and his body couldn't control it as he let out one mournful scream after another. Even his entire body began to roll and jump in the pool of blood. The strong and powerful tail even slapped the blood pool again and again, raising waves in the sky. This kind of pain is still unimaginable. Ziyu hissed inwardly, and his mouth let out one mournful hiss after another. He understood. This was not a mere severe pain. More than that, it should be the huge amount of magical power surging into the body, making the body unable to withstand it. Therefore, there was a fullness as well as a tearing sensation. The terrifying magic power tore the body apart. Without waiting for it to be completely torn apart, more magic power came and started repairing the body again. The cycle repeated itself. In turn, Ziyu's body moved towards being strong. This, one would think, was greatly beneficial to Ziyu, but even knowing this, Ziyu still couldn't help it. Moreover, he also had to hold back. So many humans were watching from the side. It would be strange if he were to quietly perch in the blood pool, clenching his teeth and not letting out a mournful hiss. Moreover, these humans seemed to have means to check and balance him. Just like now, he was setting off several feet of waves in the genetic blood pool, and the entire blood pool was shaking, as if it had set off a small earthquake. But these humans, however, were unperturbed. In particular, the figure at the head even raised his right hand and made a waving finger. Give the holy beast an electrotherapy package to keep it quiet for a while. Yes, doctor. Responding in unison, the crowd also began to get busy. Immediately afterward, in Ziyu's stunned gaze, the iron cables spread around the blood pool suddenly glowed with wisps of electricity. It can't be? As if thinking of something, Ziyu's several pairs of snake pupils all stared, revealing a look of disbelief. But in the very next moment, ka-ching, ka-ching, terrifying thunderous light erupted from the blood pool. Hiss. Miserable screams to the extreme echoed from the depths of the factory. But to the relief of the crowd, the holy beast multi-headed serpent finally quieted down and stopped struggling. How could it not stop? His body was numb and he could not summon the slightest bit of strength. At this moment, Ziyu only felt as if her body didn't belong to her anymore. Intense pain, numbness all over the body, all sorts of sensations, intertwined in the body. Sure enough, after the electrotherapy, it will be quiet. Dr. Oki looked at Orochi, who had quieted down in the blood pool, and laughed. I believe that not only holy beasts, even you will be quiet after electrotherapy. The corner of Yukina's mouth lifted up in a subtle curve. Teasingly. Forget it then. My old bones can't withstand the torture. Dr. Oki waved his hand, signaling that he couldn't be waved off. Although the voltage of this genetic blood pool would increase according to the strength of the creature, but he was an ordinary person after all. Even if it was the lowest level of voltage, 80% of it would not be able to withstand it. And at this time, as if he thought of something, Dr. Oki also looked at a short distance away. There, countless screens with countless data slid by. What is the situation of the holy beast? Reporting back to Dr. Oki, holy beast-sama. The life condition is good. The magic power in his body is even growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Saying this one staff member also pulled up a data graph for Dr. Oki to view. Not bad, not bad. Sighing continuously, Dr. Oki also praised. Worthy of being a saint beast, the magic power in his body has grown by dozens of points in just a moment. At this rate, he reckons that he will soon be able to step into apprentice level 5, or even apprentice level 6. I hope so. A flash of anticipation also appeared on Yukina's pretty face. She was extremely fond of these successful experimental subjects. They were, each and every one of them, synonymous with powerful. Let's put it this way. If they wanted to, they could completely drop the few existing successful experimental bodies into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably be devastated. And just at that critical moment, the Sakura Island Kingdom, sent people to take in all of these experimental bodies. Those who didn't know would be grateful to their Sakura Island Kingdom. And this, too, counted as a use for these experimental bodies in the future, as killing weapons, descending into the world, and at the same time helping the Sakura Island Kingdom to subdue the people. Of course, what was more important was destruction as well as devastation, destroying everything that existed in the enemy country, to clear all obstacles for the arrival of the Sakura Island Kingdom's army. This is also the reason why Sakura Island has spared no effort in cultivating these experimental subjects. In these experimental body, Cherry Blossom Island country but see the future. It saw the future of Sakura Island Kingdom's reign over the entire world. And at this very moment, Ziyu, who was still lying in the depths of the genetic blood pool, had completely stopped struggling. He allowed his body to absorb all substances. Since he couldn't resist, then he would enjoy it. Even, Ziyu used his remaining strength to accelerate the absorption speed. Doctor, the holy beast's speed of absorbing the genetic blood water seems to have accelerated a bit, a staff member said in surprise. This is a good thing. A good thing. Dr. Oki sighed repeatedly. The more genetic blood water absorbed, the better. It was capable of absorbing all of this genetic potion. If this was really the case, even Dr. Oki would be willing to raise his thumbs and would be willing to call in the strongest. To know, one experimental body flying dragon, but only absorbed 1/3. Even Medusa, whose potential was even more terrifying, had only absorbed about 1/2. But even if this was the case, the fearsomeness of these two experimental bodies far exceeded the imagination of others. As for the sacred beast multi-headed snake, if it were to absorb all of these genetic potions, the future would be unthinkable. Ziyu didn't know about this. He only knew that he was lying quietly, slowly absorbing, until exhaustion swept through his mind. No longer able to hold on, it finally closed its eyes, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. However, at this time, no one noticed that wisps of electric light actually overflowed on Ziyu's body surface. In a trance, Ziyu was transformed into a thunder snake, majestic and extraordinary. In this laboratory, there was an S-class talent. This was a supreme talent that was strong enough to shock the entire world. Until now, the world had only discovered 7 S-class talents. 2 of them are in the Dragon Kingdom, 2 are in the Free Federation. There were also 3 that were in the hands of countries such as Big Hair and Sunset. As for Sakura Island, there were none on the surface. More accurately, they had no ability users with S-class talents on the surface. However, what no one knew was that the Sakura Island country had actually discovered a terrifying S-class talent on a mutated beast. What's more, it utilized gene extraction technology to fuse it into various experimental bodies. For these experimental bodies, could they awaken this one S-class talent? To be honest, the Sakura Island Kingdom were not expecting it, simply because the S-class talent was too terrifying. For the selection of bodies, it was harsh to the extreme. According to probabilistic calculations, even if these experimental subjects had the genes for this S-class talent, the probability of awakening this S-class talent would still be 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million, or even more exaggerated. But right at this moment, in the deepest part of Ziyu's body, in the world that ordinary people couldn't see, countless genes that were so complex that they appeared to be spirals had already begun to glow with uncertain light. There was even an indescribable power that began to surge, and at the same time, on Ziyu's attribute panel, countless words also began to wriggle. Talent absolute adaptation. Pseudo-S the host has a certain degree of adaptability to any external damage, and the adaptability will continue to increase, thus deriving the corresponding resistance. If the talent further evolves to reach the true S rank, the host will have a certain possibility to master the corresponding power. Ziyu had not yet seen this sentence. Now, he had already fallen into a deep slumber. It was as if the protection mechanism had been triggered. However, if Ziyu had seen this talent, he would have been shocked. This was an S-class talent? Although, it was only a pseudo-S grade, but its power was also visible. Surprisingly, it is able to adapt to any external damage. Even more will derive its resistance. At first, may not be able to see anything, but in the long run, it would inevitably breed a monster that was terrifying to the extreme. For example, the current Ziyu's resistance to electricity is definitely growing. Long-term electrotherapy would drastically increase his resistance to electricity. In turn, it would make him no longer fear the power of thunder. But this was only the beginning. There was also the so-called fire resistance, heat resistance, cold resistance, and even resistance to the power of swords. In the words of the game, it is the so-called magic resistance, as well as physical resistance. These two aspects, if they could be continuously strengthened, then Ziyu would be solidly transformed into a monster. Soaking in lava would no longer be a dream. Dropping down from a height of 10,000 meters would not necessarily result in death. At the end of the day, it would be difficult to find a way to kill Ziyu, even in the entire blue planet. This was the so-called pseudo-S-class talent absolute adaptation. Its potential was, well, smacking. It was no wonder that such a talent would make the world shake. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. These 2 months were extremely long for Ziyu. It was as if several years had passed. Every day was torment as well as torture. Obviously, he knew that this was greatly beneficial to him. However, Ziyu still couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. He hated this laboratory. He hated everything here. He even resented the entire Sakura Island nation. Hiss, hiss. The repeated hissing became lower and more terrifying. People were all shuddering. But at some point, Ziyu was stunned to happen that the so-called electrotherapy didn't seem to work on him anymore. He merely felt tingly, but did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, his body felt warm. Not only the electrotherapy, but also the discomfort from the massive influx of magic power into his body was also reduced by a lot. Until now, Ziyu felt that lying in the blood pool was like taking a bath. It was very comfortable. What's going on here? Ziyu was surprised. It wasn't until he raised his eyes and looked at the attribute panel. Only then was he filled with consternation as well as shock. Race, mutant 8-headed snake. Rank, apprentice 7th level. Lifespan, 420 days. Because of the repeated mutations, the lifespan was drastically depleted. Talents. First talent, multiple heads able to continuously split its head, which in turn breeds different talents. Second talent, acid spray able to spit out corrosive acid from its mouth. Third talent, cold surge able to manipulate terrifying coldness, freezing everything. Fourth talent, size change, can enlarge his body several times, and can also shrink freely. Fifth talent, fusion able to fuse his body into any entity, earth, rocks, and even trees, without distinction. Sixth talent, absolute adaptation, can create resistance to any external damage, which in turn derives resistance. Electricity resistance, 22%, able to mitigate lightning attribute damage. Tear resistance, 24%, your body is constantly tearing apart, thus giving rise to these resistances. Your skin is much more resilient, and it is very difficult for ordinary forces to tear through your skin nowadays. Paralysis resistance, 30%, due to the long-term effects of electrotherapy and anesthetics. Your body is incredibly resistant to paralysis. Seventh talent, being birthed. Eighth talent, being birthed. Stunned, Ziyu was frozen. In particular, his gaze was frozen on the sixth talent. What talent was this? So terrifying. Surprisingly, it was able to create resistance to any external damage. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was, he already had more than a dozen resistances. One by one, each resistance had a percentage. The highest resistance, paralysis resistance, was already at 30%. The lower resistance, toxicity resistance and cold resistance, had also reached 7 or 8%. This, no wonder, my resistance to anesthetics, is getting stronger. So, I actually have this kind of talent. Grinning, Ziyu also finally understood the anesthetic that was useful for most experimental subjects. For him, why it was of little use. It turned out that he actually had such a talent. It wasn't the so-called active talent. Rather, it was a passive talent. But it was this passive talent that, in a subtle way, allowed him to evolve towards a monster. A monster in the true sense of the word. Simply because, Ziyu, who also played various online games in his previous life, deeply understood the importance of resistance. In particular, he didn't just have magical resistances, he even had physical resistances. If all kinds of resistances are pulled full, I am definitely the most meaty existence. Ziyu was well aware of this. This is still just a pseudo S-rank talent. I really don't know how terrifying a true S-rank talent would be. Thinking like this, Ziyu's heart, however, had a rough guess side. That is, he realized that his various resistances, the highest seemed to be only 30%. Did this mean that the limit of his resistance was 30%? The only way to further increase the resistance was if this talent morphed into a true S-rank talent. At that time, the resistance limit would be 50%, or 70%, or even more terrifying. Ziyu was not clear about this, but he was clear that the limit of resistance meant the limit of his future growth. If the limit of resistance could reach 70% or even higher in the future, he would transform into the immortal serpent, becoming the most terrifying existence in this world. There is no one. Moreover, the current Ziyu already had an even crazier idea. That was that he must go to the nuclear laboratory in the future, and then, improve his resistance to nuclear radiation. Nuclear weapons were the most terrifying weapons of mankind. If even this weapon was difficult to bury Ziyu, the entire human race would no longer be a threat to Ziyu. Of course, that premise was that Ziyu's body strength continued to improve, until he was able to withstand the high temperatures generated by nuclear explosions. Only then would he be qualified to step out from the nuclear explosion. In addition to the pseudo-S-rank talent of absolute antagonism, Ziyu was also surprised to find that he had already stepped into the 7th level of apprenticeship. No wonder the magic power in his body was so strong, as if it was about to overflow. Not only that, his size had also gained substantial growth. It was more than 10 meters long. Such a long stance, coupled with this one hideous snake head, merely crouching in the depths of the genetic blood pool gave people a chilling feeling. That unrivaled sense of oppression, as well as a sense of suffocation, caused many of the lab staff present to swallow their saliva from time to time. Dr. Oki, the speed of magic power growth within the sacred beast multi-headed serpent has slowed down a lot. More than that, the holy beast multi-headed serpent's aura has also stabilized. Listening to the staff's report, Dr. Oki also nodded. Immediately, he raised his eyes and looked towards the behemoth of the genetic blood pool. For some reason, he had a feeling that his scalp was tingling, especially when he looked at that single snake head. There were strands of coldness surging up from the soles of his feet. Is it an illusion? I feel as if the holy beast is even more terrifying than the flying dragon from before. Dr. Oki sighed. That's for sure. While nodding slightly, Dr. Yagyu explained. The sacred beast's body is a snake, and we humans have a natural fear of snakes. The flying dragon's body is a lizard, and his size isn't huge. Naturally, it can't be compared to the holy beast in front of us. That's true. Dr. Oki agreed with that. However, just at that moment, a sudden hissing sound rang out as if from the depths of the 9 hells. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that rose up to the sky. Stunned, Dr. Oki as well as Dr. Yagyu and the others noticed. Noticing, from afar, the sacred beast multi-headed serpent, one pair of eyes after another, slowly opened. The tawny eyes were glowing with ice. Even gazing from afar, it was all such that one's body couldn't help but stiffen. Doctor, the holy beast, it seems to have awakened. Somewhat stuttering, a staff member warned. I know. The knot in Dr. Oki's throat surged and he gulped, subconsciously taking several steps backwards. Run, must run. An experimental subject awakening from the genetic blood pool has a high probability of going berserk. Dr. Oki reminded the crowd. Then without even hesitating, he directly turned around. Only Dr. Oki. What he didn't know was that what he said also fell on Ziyu's ears. Do snakes have ears? It seems not. Snakes don't have external ear holes, nor do they have a tympanic chamber or a tympanic membrane, but they have a slender ear column bone in the tissue at the back of the head on both sides. This bone carries sound from the outside to the inner ear. Therefore, even without organs such as the external ear canal and eardrum, snakes can still hear sounds from the outside world. Ziyu, on the other hand, heard Dr. Oki's voice. High probability of storming out, huh? Grinning, Ziyu was all excited. It seemed that if he didn't storm out, he was sorry for this lab. After all, a large probability of storming out, to put it another way, was 100% storming out. The other experimental subjects all stormed out. If he didn't storm out, it definitely couldn't be justified. So, hiss, 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 hiss. A sudden hissing sound once again resounded from the depths of this factory. Immediately after that, the magic power within Ziyu's body surged violently. Click, click. Only one crunching sound after another could be heard, and with Ziyu as the center, everything began to condense. It was a terrifying cold current surging, freezing everything. The blood-red pool, in an instant, turned into blood ice. In a short moment, the small half of the genetic blood pool, all of it condensed. But this was only the beginning. Hiss, hiss. In the continuous hissing, a huge body, slowly propped up, a stance of more than 10 meters, slender but not too rounded. The pitch-black scales were dripping with bloodlight, coupled with the extremely cold snake pupils. The mere appearance was causing many staff members to lose their voices. My God, the sacred beast has awakened. Wait, the saint beast shouldn't be about to go on a rampage. Are you kidding me? Run, run, electrotherapy, hurry up and give the holy beast electrotherapy. With successive cries of alarm, one staff member after another subconsciously retreated. But in the depths of the factory, several jobs had already acted. With a fierce slap, they slapped on the red button. Maximum voltage, activate. Between the fall of the words, terrifying blue thunder light followed one chain after another, spreading violently. Click, click. Immediately after, rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering rumble, countless thunderbolts erupted from the depths of the Gene blood pool. Accompanying this was a mutated serpent that was over 10 meters long, all but tilting its head to the sky, letting out a mournful to the extreme hiss. Did it hurt? Perhaps. But more than that, Ziyu was cooperating with this group of humans in their performance. Incidentally, venting out some emotions. Don't you see that in martial arts novels, masters who have achieved greatness and divine power will all let out a long whistle? He also cooperated with the long whistle. Next, kill a few people. I think it won't be too much. Thinking like this, more magic power in Ziyu's body also surged. All die for me. With a violent shout in his heart, one of Ziyu's snake heads lifted up. A flash of blue ethereal light was locked in their throats. Immediately afterward, boom, boom, boom. A full 4 icy blue light pillars with the thickness of a water bucket gushed out from Ziyu's mouth. Wherever it passed, everything froze. Even the staff members who were dozens of meters away and couldn't escape in time were condensed into ice sculptures in an instant. Ah, no. The Saint Beast has gone berserk. Run. Run quickly. Quickly call the security personnel. In an instant, the entire factory was a panicked mess. However, looking closely, one could definitely see countless heavily armed figures rushing in all directions of the factory. This must be the so-called security personnel. They raised their guns, all aimed at Ziyu. Bang, bang, bang. One sound after another. Countless bullets poured towards Ziyu. But the next moment, hiss. Accompanied by a terrifying hiss, green liquid gushed from afar, drowning all these bullets. In just a moment, these bullets disappeared. That was Ziyu's venom. Its astonishing corrosiveness was such that even unusual bullets couldn't carry it, easily melting away. This is my strength. Ziyu was all shocked. His current strength seemed a bit terrifying. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that he hadn't utilized his full strength yet. As of now, he had only utilized 30 to 40% of his strength, right? But even so, it still gave off a feeling that it was difficult to match. However, just this, it wasn't called a rampage. In the depths of his gaze, a different kind of coldness flared up. Ziyu was also determined to make a good fuss. Let these humans know what is called the real Great Terror. The Dark Knight did not see the slightest bit of bright light, but right at this moment, a monstrous roar came from the center of the island. Rumble. A violent explosion swept through the 8 directions. Terrifying flames rose to the sky. There was even circle after circle of shockwaves that spread continuously. Ah, no. Save me. Save me. Oh my god. Is this really a holy beast? Wailing, crying, and exclamations of horror followed one another. The countless humans who fled in haste all looked into the depths of the factory. There, a pitch-black python tens of meters long looked up to the sky. That was Ziyu. He unleashed his talent, size change. From a stance of over 10 meters long, it changed to tens of meters now. This terrifying size, combined with that one hideous head, it caused the crowd from afar to shudder at the sight of it. And now, with his body swinging, Ziyu slowly surged out of the factory. From his perspective, he was able to clearly see the countless humans that were just like the size of a mole cricket, fleeing in all directions. He did not hesitate. Manipulating the second head, he spat out green venom from the sky. He also manipulated the third head and spat out a pillar of blue light. Venom, mixed with cold currents. Wherever they passed, there was a series of miserable screams. Granted, a light touch of the venom was enough to corrode the body and melt white bones. However, the problem was that most of Ziyu's venom was scattered like raindrops. Only 1 drop, 2 drops fell on the human body. This was not enough to be fatal, but it was even more terrifying. Simply because, at this moment, quite a few humans were riddled with holes, letting out mournful and extremely miserable screams. On the other hand, the morose coldness was enough to pierce the bones. For just a moment, it froze people. It was also not enough to be fatal, but it was even more chilling. Ziyu were seeing individual ruthless staff members, directly chopping off frozen right hands. These are all ruthless people. With a sigh, Ziyu was moving his body once more. The extremely large body appeared somewhat clumsy, but wherever it passed, everything was squashed. Even individual humans were directly crushed underneath. Even Ziyu maneuvered its head and fiercely bit into the ground. Immediately after that, with a violent fling, a human had already flown tens of meters away from his mouth, and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. It was estimated that it couldn't die anymore. He didn't want to eat people. It was purely psychologically unacceptable. However, he didn't mind taking a bite out of someone and then flinging them away. In this way, it was able to greatly display his tyranny as well as his madness. Hiss, hiss. In an increasingly terrifying hiss, a pitch-black mutated python rampaged in the depths of the island. Wherever it passed by, the wretchedness continued. There were even countless people scrambling to be the first to flee. And at this time, an office in the laboratory. Several figures were quietly watching the surveillance screen. The saint beast seems to have really gone berserk. Looking at the screen, the abusive and terrifying python. The eyes of all of them narrowed slightly. The tens of meters long stance was like a prehistoric beast. Between the gentle swinging of its body, one building after another collapsed. There were even trees that broke one after another. As for the heavily armed security personnel, they couldn't even get close. This battle power, it's very good. Sasakojiro looked at this scene and stroked his beard, feeling very satisfied. This was still only an apprentice 7th level. If a sacred beast stepped into transcendence, its battle power would increase by more than 10 times at least. And at that time, it was estimated that a holy beast alone could push a small city sideways. Not bad indeed. The other figure also sighed. The rest of the mutated beasts mostly relied on their bodies to fight. At most, they had a powerful talent to support them. But what about the sacred beasts? Multiple talents were at their fingertips. Another venom, another extreme cold. More importantly, his body was extremely large. Such a huge body combined with these talents, the visual impact was not generally exaggerated. In terms of battle power alone, the holy beast was afraid that it was directly after the apprentice level 9 mutant beast. And it was worth mentioning that the battle strength of mutated beasts far exceeded that of humans of the same rank. Humans, their bodies were mostly fragile. Even if they evolved again and again, it would be very difficult to fight with the mutated beasts. And the battle strength of the holy beasts now far exceeds the same level mutant beasts, naturally also far exceeds the same level humans. Just like today's Dr. Xuanai, although she had long since stepped into the 7th level of apprenticeship and was at the same level as Ziyu. It was estimated that she wouldn't be able to hold up in front of Ziyu for even a single glance. This was also the reason why these humans were trying to cultivate mutated beasts. They wanted to cultivate the most powerful mutated beasts, turning them into weapons of war, and thus pushing across this world. What's next? Suddenly, a voice looked over at Sasakojiro. Let the holy beast play a little longer, said Sasakojiro, but added, remember, arrange for manpower to protect Dr. Yakina and Dr. Oki. These two doctors, both of them, were the top echelons of the lab. With rich research experience, there is no room for error. As for the other personnel, no harm done. He won't feel any pain even if they die. Their great cherry blossom empire, a small island with a population of 200 million. It was already a lot. It was fine to reduce it appropriately. However, just at this time, as if he had thought of something, Sasakojiro also reminded, remember to arrange for the flying dragon to, later on, step in and suppress it. Yes, my lord. Responding in unison, a flash of anticipation appeared on everyone's faces. Flying dragon, the #1 experimental body. It was also the most perfect experimental body. Extremely terrifying. It had long since stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship, not to mention, it was even capable of perfect manipulation. It's the ultimate fighting force of their lab. Of course, this is just one. Even more terrifying is Medusa. However, that one is not controlled. Even the lab was clueless. Therefore, it had been allowed to sleep. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most half an hour had already passed. The factory where Ziyu was located had been reduced to rubble. Hundreds of meters in a circle were all capsized. Even the part of the woods not far from the side was leveled to the ground. There were flames left behind by the aftermath of the explosion, and there were earth pits left behind by the erosion of the poison. There were also traces of frost. Of course, what was even more terrifying was still that deep and long trail. That was the trail left behind by Ziyu's crawling. It was sinuous and winding, and at this time, hiss, between hissing up to the sky, mixed with wisps of excitement, even Ziyu was agitated. This was the current him well. It was truly terrifying. Surprisingly, he had battle power. Of course, Ziyu was not too complacent. As a human in his previous life, he deeply understood the horror of humans. That one weapon that was beyond imagination was enough to make him recognize reality. Not to mention humanity's forbidden weapon, nuclear weapons. Some missiles alone, the current him wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand them. But fortunately, he was still growing, especially after stepping into transcendence. He would see a true qualitative change, and at that time, even ordinary missiles would hardly threaten him. The rampage, it was still going on. However, the current Ziyu felt a little tired. The magic power in his body had decreased by most of it. The body was also feeling slightly drained from the long period of strenuous exercise. These guys, just let me destroy it like this? Ziyu was puzzled, and one by one, his head was raised. Looking around, It was worth mentioning that the current Ziyu had 6 heads. Each of them carried the 6 great talents. The first serpent's head, the main head, was as black as ink, presenting a triangular shape, looking extremely gloomy and terrifying. The talent carried was multiple heads. The second snake head was dark green. The talent carried was venom spray. The third snake head was ice blue, with eyes glowing with a gust of coldness. It was bearing cold current surge. The fourth snake head, which was variable in size, was bizarre. The talent that carried it was the change in size. The fifth snake head, which looked ordinary, was earthy yellow in color. The talent carried was fusion. The sixth snake head, on the other hand, was a snake head that had just been birthed, and was the most peculiar. With several colors, even its eyes were mottled. This was the snake head that carried the pseudo-S grade talent, absolute adaptation. As for the seventh snake head, the eighth snake head, they are still being nurtured. The reason? Ziyu could also guess. That's because he has grown too fast in the past 2 months. He hasn't had time to nurture his talent. The so-called talent is carried by the snake head. Therefore, his snake head, too, has not yet been birthed. However, I'm now an apprentice level 7, so after some time, when the gestation of the talent is complete, I'll also be able to gestate 2 snake heads one after the other. And at that time, I will be a veritable Orochi, with 8 snake heads. But this, it seems, is not my limit. Thinking about this, Ziyu also froze. One must know that the current him was only at apprentice level 7. There was also the so-called apprentice level 8 and apprentice level 9. If every time he advanced, he was able to breed a talent and give birth to a snake head, then, it was very likely that he would, at the end, have 10 snake heads. And that would be his full stature. However, in that case, it seemed like he wasn't the legendary Yagyu anymore. It's more like the ancient beast 9 babies? The 9 infants, a monster of water and fire, could breathe water and spit fire. Its cry was like a baby's cry, and it had 9 heads, hence the name 9 infants. As for the specific appearance, it was ominous, but it is characterized as a genus of strange snakes with 9 heads. When Ziyu stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship, or even the 9th level of apprenticeship, it might be more like the 9 infants than the 8 giant snake. Not only the 9 infants, Ziyu might also evolve towards the Shangliu. The Shangliu, too, had 9 snake heads. Each one was ferocious to the extreme. However, no matter if it was like the 9 infants or the Xianglu, it was more comfortable than being like the 8 Qi. These two, however, were the Dragon Kingdom's ancient divine beasts. Regardless of their reputation or strength, they were all stronger than the Orochi. Even, there are rumors that the so-called Yamanano Orochi is only a bloodline of the 9 infants straight overseas. Specifically, do not know. After all, these are all myths and legends. But here's the problem. The totem of the Sakura Islanders was the Yamanano Orochi. They even preferred big snakes with 8 heads. If Ziyu had conceived a 9th snake head, or even a 10th, they were afraid that they would not like it. And this was not good for the current Ziyu, because he needed the Sakura Island Kingdom's devoted cultivation. Fortunately, I have a fusion talent, so when the time comes, it will be good to integrate the 9th snake head into my body. Grinning, Ziyu also quickly thought of a way. Thanks to the fusion talent, this was a talent that could make several of his snakeheads as if they were fused. Moreover, in the gene blood pool, Ziyu had a new development for the talent of fusion. That was after integrating a snake head into his body. This one snake head did not necessarily drill out from the neck. Drilling out from the neck was too conventional. He could completely drill out from the abdomen of the body, or even the tail. What does this mean? The enemy looked at Ziyu, who only had 8 snake heads, and still planned to sneak attack from behind. It even intended to chop off Ziyu's tail, but right at this moment, a morose head violently drilled out from the tail, and even rose up against the wind. The visual impact brought about by this must not be an ordinary exaggeration, right? Fusion talent, it's just too much fun, and bizarre to the extreme. With this talent, I can totally call it creepy snake. Thinking of this, Ziyu was also excited. With his current magic power, he could completely vanish into the depths of the earth. Considering the earth as an ocean, he could swim recklessly. Can you imagine? The open and boundless earth, or the most prosperous city. Suddenly a prehistoric python from the earth violently rushed out. It's like a giant whale leaping up from the sea, without waiting for the enemy to react. This prehistoric python once again merged into the earth. Just as Ziyu was pondering over these, he was unaware that to the south of the island, a place that looked like a prison suddenly slowly opened up. Step after step, the earth shook. Accompanying it was a huge thing slowly stepping out from the suspected prison. It seemed to be a lizard. Only, this one lizard was too huge, more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales. It had a long tail. However, what was most startling was that behind it, there were bat-like wings. This is a flying dragon, the laboratory's #1 experimental body. A terrifying existence that had long since stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship. And now, it walked out. Hiss, hiss, successive hisses. This mutated lizard suddenly raised its eyes and looked in Yuziyu's direction. The ferocious aura that rose up to the sky drew him in. Flying dragon, go finish him off. A doctor pointed in the direction where Ziyu was and commanded. Hiss. The mutant lizard looked down and surveyed the figure, but did not refuse. Instead, it slowly opened the bat-like wings behind it. Boom! Between the shock of its wings, its entire body rose up into the air. And at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to see that on the forehead of this flying dragon, there was actually an iron ring. This was the Imperial Beast Ring, the masterpiece of this one laboratory. It was able to briefly enslave mutated beasts. However, it was extremely harsh. One was that it required a mutated beast that had been cultivated for a long period of time to be able to be enslaved. Secondly, it requires that the mutated beasts cannot have too strong a sense of resistance. This flying dragon is because they have been cultivated for a long time. It is like a pet. There was not a strong sense of hostility towards them. That's why the Imperial Beast Ring was able to control it. However, instead of controlling it, it was more like influence, relying on words, influencing the flying dragons, and thus guiding them to perform certain behaviors. Like right now, under the influence of this human, the flying dragon took the initiative to rush to where Ziyu was. The night grew deeper and deeper. The long period of destruction had made Ziyu all slightly tired. At this moment, Ziyu was all set to coil his body and sleep. But just at this moment, a chill suddenly surged up from the deepest part of his body. This is? Yuziyu's body shook as she subconsciously raised her eyes and looked in a direction. There, far up in the sky, was a black dot. No, that was not a black dot. The 6 pairs of snake pupils, violently condensed. Ziyu saw. A huge lizard was seen, swooping down from the night sky. Lizard? A lizard with wings? Isn't that a Stitch monster? Yuziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This Cherry Blossom Island Kingdom really dared to research anything? A multi-headed snake like him, not to mention, even the suture monster. It was pounded out. To know, if these successful experimental bodies of the current lab were to flow out into the world, then I'm afraid that it would impact the entire world. These years, the speed of evolution of mutant beasts, increasingly accelerated. It was already threatening the survival of human beings. Now, there is also the Sakura Island Kingdom that is working so hard to add to the mutant beasts. Although the ordinary mutated beasts were terrifying, but where was it comparable to these suture monsters? Or even a bizarre existence like Ziyu? Once these suture monsters get out of the island, and then keep reproducing, then in just 10 years, or even decades, the mutated beasts will have an additional extremely terrifying group. With a sigh, Ziyu did not care much. What did it matter to him? He was now a mutated beast, the enemy of mankind. Who would have the heart to think about humans? Compared to this, Ziyu was more concerned about the mutant lizard that was swooping from afar. Boom! The terrifying speed was suspected to have set off a sonic boom. This mutant lizard, with both claws raised, was actually directly grabbing towards Ziyu. It was like an eagle, grasping for prey. With those stern claws, the pupils of Ziyu shrunk again and again as they watched. There was no hesitation, nor did it dare to hesitate. Ziyu violently maneuvered to manipulate the second snake head and opened its mouth. The throat swelling locked onto a flash of aura. Immediately after that, boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a bucket-thick pillar of blue light shot up into the sky, piercing through 100 meters of sky. However, in the next moment, in Ziyu's unexpected gaze, this mutant lizard actually made a deflection of its stance, dodging the icy blue light pillar. So flexible? Ziyu was stunned. However, he did not hesitate. Continuing to maneuver the other snakeheads, he kept spitting intense venom spray. Dark green venom spewed out like rain. Cold streams spat out, icy blue pillars of light, as if they were sharp swords cutting through the sky. Boom! The mutant lizard's wings spread out, dodging the icy blue light pillars again and again. As for the dark green venom, it hadn't even gotten close. It was already being flapped away by the fierce wind that its wings set off. The wild wind that whistled up and, before it even came close, Ziyu was already feeling his skin twitch. This guy's strength, it's not generally terrifying. Looking at the mutant lizard's terrifying speed, and still being so flexible, Ziyu also sensed the terrifying nature of this mutant lizard. However, he was not afraid. the moment he stepped into the 7th level of apprentice. His self-confidence skyrocketed. He believed that even if he couldn't kill this fellow, he could still defend himself. Who asked him to possess the talent of size change and the fusion talent? If he couldn't beat him, he would directly shrink and disappear. This mutated lizard, surely it couldn't do anything to him, right? However, that was the last resort. These humans didn't know that he had the talent of fusion. Much less did they know that besides being able to grow bigger, he could also shrink. In front of these humans, Ziyu reserved too much. Grinning, Ziyu, however, let out one hiss after another with a provocative sound. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, his 6 snake heads were raised one after another, waiting for the distant mutant lizard to swoop in. Boom! There was a sudden roar, and a gale rolled back. A distant black dot, from far and near. It arrived above Ziyu's head in an instant, but it did not stop. Instead, it further increased its speed. Boom! Like a stringless arrow, it shot straight towards Ziyu. Hiss, hiss, hissing continuously, Ziyu maneuvered the snake head, opened its mouth, and bit fiercely towards this swooping mutant lizard. But in the very next moment, this one mutant lizard's speed unexpectedly increased further. Rumble! With a sudden roar, Ziyu only felt that her entire body was like being hit by a high-speed locomotive. Rumble! Rumble! With successive booms, his huge body, which was tens of meters long, was constantly falling back, dragging out tens of meters of traces on the earth. Wherever he passed, the large trees and rocks, all turned into smithereens. Hiss! A mournful hissing sound echoed in the night sky. Ziyu also felt his body's internal organs constantly vibrating. Pain! Unimaginable pain instantly engulfed his body. This guy? Between the vibrations in his heart, Ziyu looked at this mutant lizard, and his gaze was a few points colder. Was he looking for death? How dare he lay such a heavy hand? On the other hand, Dr. Oki, Dr. Yukina and the others who had already arrived at the safe zone, looked at the distant beasts fighting, and were also shocked. The flying dragons have all run out. Ha! It should be the arrangement from above, letting the flying dragons come to suppress the holy beasts. Good lord! The flying dragons directly gave the holy beast a big one. TSK, that's the holy beast. If it was any other human, even an apprentice level 9 human, his body would have been turned into smithereens. With successive exclamations, the crowd's eyes were focused on the sky above. There, the flying dragon spread its wings and hovered. It let out a series of hisses. It seemed extremely pleased with itself. On the other hand, the holy beast was struck by lightning. Its body flew dozens of meters backwards, and it let out one mournful hiss after another. It looked extremely miserable. However, it was also, this was a flying dragon, a terrifying existence that had long since stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship. It was a bit strange that it didn't dry up the Saint Beast with its full-force swooping strike. From the side, it was also evident that the holy beast was not an ordinary terror. At least with this defense, it far surpassed an ordinary apprentice level 7 mutated beast. However, right at this moment, hiss, the flying dragon in the sky hissed once more, and immediately, charged towards the holy beast again. Between the spreading of his wings, he set off a violent wind of the utmost severity. Boom! The wild winds poured down like sharp blades. Seeing this, Ziyu, however, did not hesitate and maneuvered a snakehead, violently opening its mouth and spitting. A terrifying coldness spread. Even the wind pouring down from the sky was frozen in an instant. But this was not the end. Simply because, at this time, one of Ziyu's snakeheads was already storing up its strength. This one snakehead was the snakehead that carried his size change. It was the toughest. However, this was not what was frightening. What was truly terrifying was the talent carried by this snakehead. The size change talent was not only able to make his body freely grow larger or shrink, it was even more capable of making his body stretch freely. It was just like rubber. And now, this one snake-headed Ziyu kept storing up his strength as he gazed at the mutant lizard above the sky with a deadly gaze. Boom! A huge roar echoed in the sky. It was Ziyu's cold stream spit that crashed into the wild winds stirred up by the mutant lizard's wings. A terrifying shockwave swept through the 8 directions. There were even waves of dust spreading in the sky. But right at this moment, swish! With a sudden break in the air, Ziyu's snake had violently catapulted up, like a black shadow, straight into the sky. Without waiting for the mutated lizard to react, a hideous to the extreme snakehead had already bit down hard on its body. Hiss! A mournful hissing sound suddenly rang out. It was the miserable scream of the mutated lizard. Immediately afterward, a terrifying force came down the snake's head. Ziyu yanked fiercely, actually yanking the mutant lizard towards the earth. How dare you hit me? Ziyu roared inwardly, then looking at the mutant lizard that smashed towards the earth, He fiercely maneuvered the remaining few heads and opened his mouth. A full 4 heads, all of which were in their throats, locked in a flash of icy blue ethereal light. Immediately after that, boom, 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 4 pillars of icy blue light, intertwined at one point, ruthlessly struck the mutant lizard's body. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying to the extreme roar. The mutant lizard's body was shaken. Then, under the unbelieving gazes of the rest of the doctors as well as the humans, the mutant lizard actually directly solidified and turned into an ice sculpture. What happened? Good lord, is the holy beast so fierce? Surprisingly, it fucked over the flying dragon. The holy beast's snake head actually extended tens of meters, biting the flying dragon, and then directly hitting it with 4 cold stream spits. So ruthless. With successive exclamations of shock, the crowd froze. The power of the Saint Beast was beyond their imagination. One must know that this was an apprentice level 9 mutant lizard. Moreover, it was still a sky overlord. In theory, shouldn't it have crushed the apprentice level 7 Saint Beast? But right now, how did it go the other way around? However, this didn't seem to be the end. Click, click, one crunching sound after another. The flying dragon that had long been turned into an ice sculpture actually had an additional crack in the ice around its body. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. A terrifying to the extreme magical power rose up to the sky, and the ice wrapped around the sacred beast exploded. Only, not waiting for the mutated lizard to let out a triumphant hiss, several hideous and terrifying snake heads had already surrounded it. That was Ziyu. He maneuvered the 6 snake heads, and from 6 directions, surrounded the mutant lizard. He never expected the cold stream spit to be able to exterminate the mutant lizard. The reason was simple. He was only an apprentice level 7, although the magic power in his body was strong. However, the mutant lizard was at least an apprentice level 8, or even an apprentice level 9, and the magic power in his body was only a little more than that of his. This fellow, relying solely on the magic power in his body, was enough to shatter solid ice. Therefore, after thinking of this, Ziyu maneuvered his body and rushed towards the mutant lizard that had solidified into an ice sculpture at great speed. More so, he surrounded him. 1 person, 6 heads, surrounded him. Stunned, the mutant lizard was frozen. 6 hideous to the extreme snake heads, surrounding him? What kind of situation was this? With his intelligence, he obviously couldn't react. But at this time, there was no need for him to react. Because, Ziyu was already maneuvering the snake heads and opened his mouth. Dare to hit me? Feeling the severe pain that was still rolling around in his internal organs, Ziyu also did not hesitate to manipulate the snake head and began to tear into this mutant lizard. This mutant lizard was extremely huge in size. It was not even comparable to Ziyu's own body. However, Ziyu had the talent of size change, which enlarged its size by several times. Therefore, right now, the mutant lizard all looked slightly petite in front of Ziyu. Hiss, hiss. A mournful hissing sound resounded continuously. The many humans were looking dumbfounded. Looking at their perspective, an exceedingly large snake with 6 snake heads wrapped the flying dragon. Then it continuously tore and bit. Each bite was bringing out showers of blood. The mutated lizard wanted to spread its wings and take off into the air, but what awaited it were 2 snake heads, one on the left and one on the right, biting its bat-like wings. This doesn't seem to be a pressurized fight, does it? My god, the flying dragon won't be directly bitten to death by the holy beast. Gollum. Is the holy beast so terrifying? The flying dragon is the sky overlord. It has an absolute advantage in the sky, but in close combat, it's far inferior to the holy beast. Mom, something's going to happen. Wait. Suddenly, Dr. Oki's eyes stared. He thought of something terrifying. Quick, run. Without hesitation, Dr. Oki ran towards the distance at the first opportunity. At the same time, both hands covered his ears. Not only him, Dr. Yakina also seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed violently. At the first moment, looking towards the battlefield on the top. There, a mournful hissing sound, constantly echoing. Experiment 1 seemed to be in a desperate situation, but vaguely, a terrifying to the extreme magic power seemed like it was about to gush out. Until then, hiss, a sudden shrill whistle rose to the sky. That shrill whistling was like substance, setting off an infinite wave of sound that swept through the 8 directions. Wherever it passed, everything shook. Even the glass of the other buildings on the island shattered. As for the other humans, and even the wild beasts, there was no need to mention that. Both ears were overflowing with the color of blood. That was ultrasound. It was the bottom card of the flying dragon. The flying dragon was the perfect combination of a mutated lizard and a mutated bat. It had the body of a lizard and the wings of a bat. However, more than that, It also had the ultrasonic ability of a bat. Only, after this one ability was mutated again and again, it became the flying dragon's big move. A move that was terrifying to the extreme, ignoring the enemy and us, a wide range of AoE, a terrifying ability that was enough to kill half of the humans in a town in a split second. However, it was also because this ability was too terrifying. Ignore enemy and self. The range is even greater. That's why the lab has repeatedly requested that the flying dragon can't release ultrasonic waves. But it didn't occur to me that the sacred beast had pushed the flying dragon to the brink of extinction. At that moment, the intense pain engulfed the flying dragon's mind and made it lose all its sanity. Hiss. Sharp whistles so piercing that they seemed to tear the soul rushed up to the sky. Ziyu, who was close by, couldn't even react in time before she already felt her body shake violently. A wave of sound that was terrifying to the extreme directly slapped on top of his body. Rumble. His mind was like a thunderous explosion, and Ziyu's entire body was slammed fiercely towards the ground. Consciousness gradually blurred. Ziyu was all confused. What is this? The last thought flashed through his mind, and Ziyu completely collapsed. However, on the other side, the mutant lizard didn't seem to be any better. This one ultrasonic wave seemed to have poured out its magic power, and its entire body was shaking. In particular, Ziyu's tearing just now had severely damaged its body, and even its wings were riddled with holes. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, its entire body also slowly collapsed. Only that last gaze fell on Ziyu, with an extremely humanized fear as well as fear in the depths of its eyes. Too defeated and wounded. This was the end of the deadly battle between Ziyu and Experiment No. 1. However, one must realize that the current Ziyu was only an apprentice level 7, whereas Experiment No. 1 flying dragon had already stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship. There was a gap of 2 levels between the two, but even so, Ziyu had also heavily injured it, so one could imagine how terrifying the current Ziyu was. It's finally over. Staring blankly at the gradually calming battlefield in the distance, Dr. Xuanai's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of shock. Until now, she couldn't believe that this was the battle power of the sacred beast multi-headed serpent. A while ago, it was so weak that I could suppress it with one hand, but now, Yakana couldn't help but sigh a little as she thought about this. I can only say that the flying dragon is too stupid. It is the Sky Overlord, spreading its wings above the 9 heavens, fighting on the ground. It is absolutely vulnerable, but it even chose to fight the holy beast on the ground? Dr. Oki shook his head helplessly, somewhat hating it. But the flying dragon, wasn't it dragged towards the ground by the holy beast? A figure following beside Dr. Oki said in consternation. That was flying dragon giving the opportunity. Dr. Oki let out a cold snort. Immediately, he paused before continuing. You have to know that a sacred beast can spread its wings at 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters. If it spreads its wings at a height of 100 meters, even if the same beast's snake head can be extended, how can it bite it from below? Hearing this, the crowd could not help but be shocked. It seemed to be like this. In the end, it was indeed the flying dragon that gave the opportunity. One must know that in natural society, eagles feed on snakes. Yet even a more terrifying eagle would not strike the attention of a giant python. One slip up and get entangled by the python. The eagle would be wasted if not dead. Now, the flying dragon was relying on its own strength and underestimated the holy beast. As a result, it ended up in such a situation. Hurry up and dispatch a healing team to treat the flying dragon and the sacred beast. Yes, doctor. Hearing the doctor's command, the many staff members began to act. The holy beast and the flying dragon were not like the other experimental subjects. These two were extremely successful experimental subjects. There was no room for any accidents. Therefore, the laboratory attached great importance to them. However, just at this time, Dr. Oki also looked at Dr. Yakina. It's almost time to install the sacred beast sentinel ring, right? No problem. The corner of his mouth lifted up in a subtle arc, and Dr. Yukina's face also grew a little more expectant. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of the day had already passed. At this time, Ziyu finally awoke. He only felt groggy in the head. Shaking his head, one of the snake heads lifted up and then opened his eyes. What was imprinted into his eyes was a huge reservoir, green leafy liquid, still bubbling from time to time. It was thought that this was the same as before, a nutrient fluid that was greatly beneficial to his body. However, what was startling was that as Ziyu's body swung, the sound of chains sliding also rang out. This is? As Ziyu's snake head looked around, it noticed one chain after another, the thickness of an adult's arm, locking its neck. With 6 snake heads, there were 6 iron rings. This is not an ordinary iron lock. It should be some special alloy. Ziyu quickly perceived the point. If it was an ordinary iron lock, with his current strength, a slight surge of magic power would be enough to shatter it. But this chain, it was different. Ziyu had a feeling that he could not shake it. Tentatively, he urged his magic power. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying boom, the chains continued to vibrate, emitting a loud clattering sound. However, what was startling was that the chains were intact. Sure enough, with a sigh in his heart, Ziyu did not care. These humans did not know that he was not only able to change his body to a larger size, but was also able to shrink his body. And this, what did it mean? He would be able to easily escape from this iron ring simply by shrinking his body. Let's do this first. Give these humans the illusion that they really think they can bind me. Snickering in his heart, Ziyu was also glad that he had reservations before. If he had no reservations, these humans might be able to really restrain him. Only, it wasn't just the iron ring. Ziyu's eyes suddenly condensed slightly. He noticed that above each and every snake head, there was an extra ring. This ring took on a silvery white color. It was like a crown. It actually made Ziyu look a little more honorable. However, looking at this ring, Ziyu's heart raised a few ominous premonitions. He remembered that one mutant lizard's forehead, it had a similar ring, right? What is this? Ziyu's heart was puzzled. However, right at this moment, rumble, a loud vibrating sound came from far away, and a huge iron gate slowly rose up. Accompanying it were several figures walking side by side. These few people, Ziyu recognized. It was Dr. Oki, Dr. Yakina, and the others. They were smilingly surveying Ziyu. Among them, Dr. Yakina, a slender woman with long flowing black hair, even stepped forward and smiled. Hello, holy beast. The softly spoken statement, however, seemed to carry some sort of inexplicable power, and actually resounded in the depths of Ziyu's mind. And at this time, Ziyu noticed, the crown-like thing carried on the snake's head was actually flickering slightly, seemingly glowing. These guys are relying on this crown to transmit their voices to my mind? Is it a spiritual sensing device? No. Suddenly, Ziyu seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils all shrank. This was not so much a spirit sensing device. Rather than that, it was a spirit manipulation device. These guys wanted to utilize this crown and manipulate it. Come to think of it, it wasn't a direct manipulation. It was more likely that they were guiding all of its actions. And there's one more thing. That is, after putting on this device, Ziyu clearly felt that this Dr. Xuanai seemed to have become a little bit closer. He couldn't even raise too much hostility. Of course, this was only an instinctive reaction of the body. With his spiritual power, he could completely suppress this instinctive reaction, or even riot, but he did not do so. It would not be half as beneficial to him. The current him still needed this one lab. I see. These guys, who endeavor to cultivate all kinds of mutated beasts, thought that it wasn't for the sake of simply growing the power of the mutated beast clan. More than that, it should be to boost the power of the Sakura Island Kingdom. Therefore, the experimental subjects must be within the scope of control. And this, the manipulation device, is their greatest base? Ziyu quickly figured this out. However, this manipulation device should not have much effect on Ziyu. He could see that this device was more about influencing the actions of the experimental subjects. The experimental subjects, their IQs were not high. At most, they are only childish. For such experimental subjects, they were naturally able to use this manipulation device to influence their actions. But Ziyu was different. In his previous life, he was a human being with a high degree of intelligence. He had long had a complete cognition of his own. He was completely capable of suppressing this influence and thus determining his own course of action. But, forget it, let's wait a little longer. When I step into the 9th level of apprentice, or even transcendent, I'll teach you all to truly be human. Ziyu thought about it and still made such a decision. It was really hard for him to part with the current laboratory. It was because of the laboratory that he had, in a short period of time, stepped into the 7th level of apprenticeship. If this was in the wild, he would have traveled alone. It might need to take a few years, or even decades. By that time, his lifespan would have long since come to an end. So, however, right at this moment, come here. Suddenly, from afar, Dr. Xuanai waved towards Ziyu. The current Dr. Xuanai was wearing a white trench coat, outlining a slender and extremely well-proportioned figure. A head of long black hair slowly fluttered under the blowing of the breeze, and on her forehead, there was also a silver crown that was generally the same as Ziyu's. The silver-colored crown, flickering slightly, her voice seemed to carry an inexplicable power. It actually caused Ziyu to have the illusion that she was a kindred spirit. A kindred spirit? Spiritual influence. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was the one who chose to listen to this one woman's words. Hiss. He let out one hiss after another, manipulating a snake head and slowly raising it. Then it approached towards this one woman. 10 meters. 5 meters. The woman, motionless, she didn't seem to know fear. Instead, her eyes flashed with a strange color. Until, finally, Ziyu's snake head was completely close to her. The distance between the two was only half a meter. Breath mixed with a foul stench slapped against Dr. Xuanai's body. However, she did not reveal a look of disgust. Instead, she slowly raised her right hand, seeming to caress Ziyu. Seeing this, one figure after another not too far away all showed nervousness, especially Dr. Oki, both his fists were clenched. And just at this time, Ziyu also obediently brought this one snake head closer, allowing Dr. Yagyu to caress it gently. As for his other snakeheads, they were raised high, quietly watching this scene, especially the main snake head. Looking at this seemingly cozy picture of a woman and a snake, his eyes actually revealed a sneer. Yes, ridicule. The biggest mistake of these humans was to really treat it as a mutated beast. If Ziyu was a mutated beast, then all of their plans were perfect. But the problem was that Ziyu was a human in her previous life. Moreover, there was an indelible enmity towards them. Therefore, all the spiritual influences and even all kinds of cultivation would not shake Ziyu's firm heart. When you lose the value of your utilization, that's when you declare the end. Between sneers in his heart, Ziyu was seeing the crowd from afar, all of them with a face of excitement and euphoria. It worked. It really worked. I didn't think that the Imperial Beast Ring was so powerful that for the first time, it actually affected the sacred beast. It seems that the sacred beasts don't have much hostility towards us. That's for sure. We are at least the holy beast's food and clothing, and have been taking care of the holy beast. That's true. Quietly listening to the voices of the crowd, Ziyu was also aware of this device. The sacred beast ring? It's similar to what I thought. It's a prop for manipulating mutated beasts, but the limitations must be extremely great. Ziyu was certain about this. If this device, without limitations, was able to manipulate mutated beasts at will, then the Sakura Island Kingdom would have long since become the world's hegemon. One must know that in this world today, mutated beasts were rampant. In particular, individual powerful mutant beasts even had the strength to threaten a small country. Such mutated beasts, if they could be manipulated with the help of the Imperial Beast Ring, then wouldn't the strength of the Sakura Island Kingdom skyrocket? But in fact, these guys were merely using the Imperial Beast Ring to manipulate the experimental subjects they had cultivated. Ziyu guessed side by side that when these guys were cultivating various mutated beasts, they should have done some tampering within them. And these tamperings, coupled with the Imperial Beast Ring, allowed for simple manipulation. Yes, simple manipulation. Complex manipulation. They shouldn't be able to do it. The level of human technology, limited. Even if everything mutated nowadays and the level of technology went in a strange direction, it was impossible to reach this point. Simply because, if it was able to perfectly manipulate mutated beasts, then theoretically, it would also be able to manipulate people. People, too, were a type of mutated creature. If that was the case, then the so-called Sentinel Beast Ring would, I'm afraid, turn the entire world upside down. Not long after, Dr. Oki and the others left. Dr. Yagyu was left alone, standing on the broken bridge of the reservoir, accompanying Ziyu. She seemed to have stayed behind, intending to cultivate a relationship with Ziyu, talking to Ziyu from time to time. Even, she arranged for some food to be fed to Ziyu personally. Regarding these, Ziyu naturally came and went. However, he was only using the sixth snakehead to have some fun with this one woman. As for the rest of the snakeheads, they were more of a spectator, examining all of this from a top-down perspective. Hiss. Suddenly, Ziyu's playfulness grew as he maneuvered the sixth snakehead, spitting out snake letters and approaching Xuanai. What's wrong, sacred beast? Seemingly puzzled, Xuanai opened her mouth and asked. But the next moment, hiss, hiss, between successive hisses, Ziyu was already using her snake's letter, licking her clothes. So itchy, so itchy. Xuanai was like a frightened deer, dodging with a smile. However, Ziyu continued to maneuver the snake's head and move towards the woman. However, at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to see that the clothing on this woman's body had decreased quite a bit. It was only because Ziyu's letter carried a shockingly corrosive nature. A light touch was also enough to corrode most of her clothing. Therefore, not long after, Xuanai was feeling a slight chill. Raising her eyes to look, she already saw that the clothes on her body were riddled with holes. It even revealed, inside, wearing pink color. Grinning, Ziyu felt unexpectedly eye-pleasing. This woman's figure, when it came down to it, was really good. Perhaps it was the relationship between long-term cultivation. Her figure was extremely well-proportioned, especially those exposed legs, straight and round. One could not help but think of them. Although Ziyu was a snake in this life, but he was a human in his previous life. Therefore, in terms of aesthetics, he was biased towards people. This was also the reason why Ziyu felt that this woman, Xuanai, was extremely eye-catching. It was just that, unfortunately, it seemed like he couldn't do anything to this woman. What? No. Perhaps able to do something. Suddenly, Ziyu thought of his talent, size change. He could completely shrink his body to the right size. Then, little by little, he entwined Yukina's delicate body. Using her warm body heat, he warmed his own body. Ziyu estimated that the taste was also very good. Of course, that was just imagination. Ziyu wasn't that crazy yet. And now, looking at the clothes that had been reduced by most of the way, Yukina's focus was on her own body, unharmed, damaging his own clothes without hurting himself halfway. So it seemed that the holy beast had already accepted her existence. Thinking about this, the smile on Yukina's face was also a few points richer. Acceptance is the best place to start. Spend some more time together and cultivate more affection. I'll be able to perfectly manipulate the sacred beast. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of a month had already passed. During this period of time, Ziyu had been lying in this one huge reservoir, recuperating. Before, his injuries were not light. The ultrasonic waves of that one mutated lizard were truly terrifying. It was only because he had thick skin and flesh that he was able to hold on. If it was an ordinary mutated beast, or even a human, he would have been afraid that his organs would have been shattered. Now, Ziyu felt that his injuries had almost recovered. Not only that, the magic power in his body had further grown. Now, it was estimated that purely in terms of cultivation, he might have already stepped into the middle to late stage of apprentice level 7. The speed of this cultivation increase is truly terrifying. With a sigh of relief, Ziyu noticed the distant iron gate rising once more. Accompanying it was a silhouette slowly walking. That was Xuanai. Nowadays, she could be considered half of Ziyu's feeder. Every day, she would come here and feed Ziyu all sorts of mutated beasts. Just like now, she came alone. Behind her, there was a huge cart. On the cart, there was a huge mutated boar that had long been decomposed. Orochi, come, eat. Saying that, Yukina casually grabbed a huge mutated boar leg and threw it towards the sky. Hiss. With a sudden hiss, a snake's head rose up from the bottom, bringing up the roiling lake water, and swallowed the mutant boar leg. In one bite, it was one of Ziyu's snake heads. Again. Seeing this, Xuanai raised her hand again and grabbed a huge mutated boar leg. As always, Ziyu maneuvered the snake head and leapt up. This woman, I guess she's keeping me as a pet. While murmuring in his heart, Ziyu was not too concerned. Here, with food and drink, and the ability to recuperate from his injuries, wasn't it good? And all he needed to do was to appropriately cooperate with this woman. The key was that none of the demands made by this woman were excessive. The hardest request so far was to make Ziyu's snake head lower, and then she stepped on one of Ziyu's snake heads one step at a time. At that time, she seemed like a little girl who was jumping to the extreme. It was hard to hide her excitement, thrilled to the extreme. And at this time, Ziyu also noticed her attribute panel. It's finally been successfully conceived. In the midst of the soft narration, Ziyu saw the column of her attribute panel's talent, with countless words emerging. 7th talent, split, able to briefly split one's own body. Looking at it silently, Ziyu froze. What was the meaning of this? Split? It's hard not to be. While his heart was stunned, Ziyu was the one who noticed another fleshy mass at his neck, growing in size. That was his 7th snake head. 1 talent. 1 snake head. He was now at apprentice level 8, so it was logical that he had 8 snakeheads. But in fact, he only had 6 snakeheads. The 7th snakehead, as well as the 8th snakehead, hadn't had time to gestate due to his strength growing too fast. Now, after recuperating for a while, the 7th talent was finally conceived successfully. Its name, Split. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, Ziyu was excited to the extreme, allowing the meat bag at his neck to grow. At the same time, he also tentatively activated this one talent. Boom! Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged. Immediately afterward, in the stunned gazes of Xuanai as well as Ziyu not far away, the meat bag at his neck suddenly swelled extremely fast. Until, with a plop sound, this one meat bag, actually fell off Yuziyu's body and smashed onto the ground. This is splitting? Yuziyu's face was stunned, but the next moment, he felt as if he had an extra body. Tentatively, he manipulated this extra body. Hiss, hiss, a continuous hissing sound with a touch of childishness. Then, in Dr. Yukina's unbelieving gaze, that one huge bag of flesh actually changed violently. With a poof sound, a petite head poked out from the meat bag. Hiss. Once again, it hissed with a touch of joy of regaining a new life. A 3 to 4 meter long python with a blood-colored body burrowed out of the meat bag. This was the splitting talent, the ability to separate a part of one's body. Ziyu had multiple heads because he had multiple heads. Therefore, he could take his own snake head and separate it out, which in turn birthed a new life. However, this splitting would consume Ziyu's power. The only way Ziyu's power would return was if the separated snake heads returned. But even if this was the case, this one talent was not normally terrifying, because, right now, his power was limited. Ziyu was merely able to split the 7th snake head. But what would happen when he developed this talent to the extreme? In the middle of a battle, this 8-headed serpent of his suddenly split into 8, and from 8 directions, attacked. Just thinking about it was appalling. And now, separated snake head has been transformed into a 3 or 4 meters long, enough to have an adult arm thick small snake. Because it was covered in blood, it looked a bit hideous. But the next moment, manipulating this small snake, violently leapt toward the reservoir. Clattering, 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 clattering. Between the waves splashing up, the blood color on his body was also gone. By the time this one small snake appeared once more, a white snake with a white light all over its body, which looked extremely nice, had appeared in front of Yukina. This, wide-eyed, Yukina was in disbelief. Until now, she was unable to understand how this little snake had appeared. She merely watched as a meaty bag grew out of the holy beast's neck. Then, a small snake just appeared from the bag of flesh. It's hard to believe that this is the child of a holy beast. Before Yukina could think more, she already saw this white snake that crawled up her body. Between the constant winding, her entire body was gradually strangling. However, she didn't feel any danger. This one little snake had no malicious intent towards her. Moreover, she felt a few moments of kindness. This one little snake has a familiar flavor, just like a holy beast. Thinking like this, Yukina was the one who felt a slight difference in her body. The little snake, which had wrapped around her body, was sliding. The skin as well as the skin was constantly rubbing. Even certain peaks were repeatedly squeezed. The 7 snake heads, carrying the gift of splitting, being able to take one's own snake head, split it, and turn it into a new life. Just like now, a large white snake that was 3 to 4 meters long was already coiled not far from the reservoir. Its eyes were like amber, flooded with overflowing colors. It's still a strange feeling. Ziyu maneuvered this body and continuously surveyed the surroundings. Based on her research, Ziyu discovered that this one silver-white petite snake body actually had the power of an apprentice level 6. It was even able to cultivate. Not only that, it could also move away from Ziyu. However, if it was too far away from Ziyu's main body, Ziyu would lose his sense of him. The only way to sense its presence was to sink all the way down in the mind. A very interesting talent. With a sigh, Ziyu also continued to study this one body. This one body had no talent. However, its body was as hard as iron. Ziyu estimated that an unusual bullet would have a hard time tearing through its skin. And at this time, come here, little one. Not far away, Xuanai beckoned towards Ziyu's doppelganger, the white python. Hiss, hiss. Spitting out snake letters, Ziyu also maneuvered his body and rushed towards Xuanai. Xuanai seemed to like Ziyu's doppelganger very much. It had been taking care of it in all kinds of ways, and also allowed the white python to wrap around its body. Xuanai had a very high face value. Now, she had a white python wrapped around her body. She even added a bit more of a bewitching color. However, at this very moment, as if she thought of something, Xuanai also looked towards Ziyu, who was lying quietly in the reservoir, and opened her mouth to ask, "Can I bring this little guy out?" Hiss. A hissing sound came out of his mouth, and Ziyu did not refuse. He just happened to also want to see how far this doppelganger could lead Ziyu. Not long after, Xuanai left with the white python. 100 meters, 200 meters. Ziyu had been able to clearly feel the presence of the white python, and was even able to manipulate it. But after reaching 500 meters, Ziyu's perception of the white python's existence was a little blurred. At the furthest, it can only be 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Ziyu sighed. At this moment, Ziyu completely lost his sense of the white python. 1,000 meters was the limit. However, this distance might increase as Ziyu's strength increased. As for now, What state was the white python in? According to Ziyu's guess side, the white python without Ziyu's control was more like an unusual mutated python. It only knew how to eat and sleep. However, because of Ziyu's relationship, it was a bit close to Xuan'ai. Even that Xuan'ai, being able to use a spiritual sensing device, could briefly manipulate it. This splitting talent, it's worth developing. Maybe, it can become a base card to save one's life. Suddenly, Ziyu thought of the point. In the future, if his main body suffered a serious injury, would he be able to relive in the world with the help of his split body? If he was able to, then this splitting talent could be something that had to be developed properly. After all, this was his second life. As the night gradually deepened, a familiar feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Ziyu fixed his mind, and in the rotation of his mind, he had already arrived atop the body of the white python. This body followed Xuan'ai back. It was not far from Ziyu. Therefore, Ziyu had a sense of it in the first place, and was even more free to manipulate it. However, right at this moment, boom! With a sudden boom, countless images flowed through Ziyu's mind. Those images were actually bits and pieces of the white python and Xuan'ai getting along. This woman, Xuan'ai, had brought the white python back to the lab and placed it in a huge petri dish. Then, some blood was also appropriately extracted, as well as some scales were taken away. Worthy of being a doctor, this doesn't even forget about research. After briefly checking these memories, Ziyu also understood why Xuan'ai had brought out his doppelganger white python. It turned out to be for research. However, it was good. This also allowed Ziyu to have a better understanding of the split white python. I didn't think that the memories of the bilocation would be able to be retained. And even more so, I can view them. In that case, grinning, Ziyu also styled the split talent a new way to play. He could completely split into more doppelgangers in the future and then monitor the 8 directions. If there was a slight movement, he would be able to notice it at first. Even more so, he was prepared. And at this time, deep within the laboratory, several figures had converged. Our several experimental subjects have been cultivated very well nowadays. It's time to see blood, right? Kojiro sat high in the first place, his eyes showing a smile. Seeing blood? What do you mean, my lord? Dr. Oki had a look of doubt on his face. Aren't there still some natives on the island? Kojiro tapped his fingers on the table, but the coldness of his words could not help but be chilling. I feel it can be. I also agree. Seconded. The people responded in succession, but all of them revealed a flash of anticipation. Why were they hidden in the isolated island? Wasn't it to cultivate war machines? Since it was a war machine, how could it not see blood? And luckily, this island, however, had a ready-made experimental site. Then arrange it, give those guys a surprise. Yes. Responding in unison, the crowd also began to move. Late at night, Yakaina, alone, arrived near the reservoir. She woke Ziyu from her slumber. Even more intimately, she touched Ziyu a snakehead. Big snake. Let's go hunting today, okay? Xuan'ai opened her mouth and said, hiss, 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 hiss. Hissing continuously, Ziyu did not refuse. Immediately, Ziyu maneuvered his body and slowly got up. Rumble, rumble. Accompanied by a terrifying rumble, the reservoir shook, and a pitch-black python that was more than 10 meters long had surged out of the reservoir. That was Ziyu. The pitch-black scales were sparkling. Countless water stains that hadn't completely dried. A single hideous and ferocious snake head, raised high up and seemed to be scrutinizing the entire dark night, with that gaze that was indifferent to the extreme. Even Xuan'ai, who was following behind, couldn't help but be chilled. This is the ferocious beast on earth. Between a sigh, Xuan'ai was already pointing the direction towards Ziyu. Follow me. Saying that, Xuan'ai accelerated and was already rushing towards a direction of the island. Seeing this, although Ziyu had doubts in his heart, wondering where this woman was going, but still, with a swing of his body, like a black shadow, he quickly disappeared into the depths of the night. In the corner of the island, there was a village. Not many people, only dozens of households. This is the original inhabitants of the island. They had always been very clear about the arrival of the Sakura Kingdom's men, but they couldn't do anything in the face of the Sakura Island Kingdom's birdshot cannons. They could only pray that the Sakura Island Kingdom would have mercy and let them live. And the Sakura Island nation, although initially had the intention to accept them, but considering that some of the laboratory's research needs living people, also gave up. For the laboratory, these aborigines could be the best materials. Only, this night, hiss, a pitch-black boa constrictor silently arrived near this one village. The stance was clearly huge, but it slid as if it had no life. There was just a deep trail spreading, able to erase everything here. Ha! Xuanai walked to Yuziyu's side, pointed to the small village not far away, and opened her mouth to inquire. After a moment of silence, Yuziyu was also at a loss for what to say. Is this the Sakura Island country? The ruthlessness as well as ferocity that was imprinted in their bones could not be changed. However, there was nothing he could do. Nowadays, he was only an experiment cultivated by Sakura Island. Perhaps, this time's action was also an experiment of Sakura Island Kingdom. Right now, let me get my hands on wiping out a village. Later, it's for me to erase a city in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Between heartfelt sighs, Ziyu was the one who suddenly let out a terrifying hiss. Hiss. That hissing was sharp and ear-piercing, as if it was reminding of something. And this, too, was considered Yuziyu's last act of kindness. He used the terrifying to the extreme hissing to remind these innocent people to hurry up and leave. Only, it seemed that his good intentions were not accepted by the opposite side. What happened? Why is there the hissing of a snake? What did you guys hear? With successive cries of alarm, a dark-skinned figure rushed out from the room. Only, the next moment, hiss, accompanied by a terrifying to the extreme hissing. A pitch-black giant python figure rose against the wind. What was originally a stature of more than 10 meters. In just a few moments, it had already grown to a huge 20 to 30 meters. However, this was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was that this terrifyingly huge python actually had 6 heads. Hiss, 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 hiss. Listening to the unceasing terrifying hissing, the numerous figures were confused, completely dumbfounded. What is this? Oh my god, it's a giant python. A giant python with 6 heads. Damn it, how could there be a ghostly thing with this? What a joke. There were successive cries of shock, mixed with horror as well as fear. Without waiting for them to say anything more, Ziyu had already launched an attack. He violently maneuvered one snake head after another and opened his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. With successive booms, countless green liquids fell from the sky. Ah, no. Miserable to the extreme screams echoed in the dark night. And several humans who couldn't dodge in time were instantly turned into blood and water. That terrifying venom had an unimaginable corrosiveness. With just a moment's contact, these ordinary humans were turned into blood. But this was not the horror. What was truly terrifying was that Ziyu was already like a high-speed locomotive, violently crashing towards the village. Rumble, rumble. The earth shook as if it had set off a small earthquake. Where Ziyu passed, houses collapsed in an instant. Large trees even broke one after another. In front of Yuziyu's extremely large body, everything was small and unreachable. Even before Ziyu could really exert any force, these humans already fell. Worthy of being a mutated beast, it's really terrifying. Simply destroying the ancient world. TSK, this is a holy beast. It's truly breathtaking. With the continuous murmurs, the many figures who saw the scene from afar through aerial photography were all smiling. This was the saint beast they had cultivated. Ferocious and terrifying. In just a few minutes, it had leveled a small village to the ground. If this were to allow the saint beast to grow again, especially if it stepped into transcendence, it was estimated that a city wouldn't be able to stop a saint beast from wreaking havoc. And at this time, the killing continued. Ziyu relied on his terrifying body to sweep everything away. However, right at this moment, stop! A sudden dainty cry rang out in the distance. Looking for the sound, a young girl with dark skin and wearing a beast skin rushed out from the room. This was a very beautiful young girl. Her features were extremely delicate and three-dimensional. It was clearly a black sister, but it was also heart-thumping. But the problem was, the current Ziyu was a mutated great snake. He wouldn't be able to be touched by a woman. So well, hiss. With a fierce hiss, Ziyu opened her mouth. A flash of icy blue light flickered in the throat. That was Ziyu's extreme cold spit. Its terrifying cold current was enough to freeze everything. Since it's a little beauty, it will be turned into an ice sculpture and become an exquisite work of art. With a smile in his heart, the magic power within Ziyu's body was already surging. But just at this moment, please, don't. With successive cries, an inexplicable power actually spread out from the young girl's body. This is Yagyu, who was not far away, was violently startled. Talent. This young girl has actually awakened a talent. A cry of shock escaped her mouth, and Yagyu fiercely accelerated, lunging towards the young girl. Rumble. With a sudden boom, a bucket-thick icy blue light pillar was like a sharp sword, cutting through the dark night. However, Ziyu was the one who noticed that Xuanai did not know when to pounce out, and even saved the young girl. Of course, she was no better. Ziyu's extreme cold-spitting breath was not that easy to dodge. Looking up, the small half of Xuanai's body was frozen. If it wasn't for the spiritual power within her body protecting her body. At this moment, Xuanai was afraid that she would have turned into an ice sculpture. A young girl who suddenly awakened her talent? Yuziyu's eyes narrowed slightly before she looked at the young girl who had been saved by Xuanai. Race, mutant human. Rank, apprentice level 1. Talent, mental manipulation, unimaginable mental power. Able to act on reality, but also able to influence others to a certain extent. Even manipulate others. Silently watching, Ziyu was also slightly stunned. This fellow's talent. It seems to be a bit uncomplicated. Talent. Not to say, not one in a million, but it was also few and far between. Every existence that awakened a talent, whether it was a human or an animal, was worth cherishing. Dr. Yagyu, as a member of the lab, was still a high-ranking person. Naturally, she understood this more than anyone else. I didn't think that any of these aborigines would be able to awaken a talent. Yagyu tightly hugged the young girl in front of her, and her mouth even cursed. Are you looking for death? The young girl still wanted to say something, but the next moment, she only felt a pain in her neck, and her entire body fainted. At this time, Yagyu would not allow the young girl to see anything more. Right now, the young girl would only simply think that it was the mutant python that had destroyed the village and killed her loved ones. It wouldn't yet associate all of this with the lab's arrangements. Moreover, in the young girl's eyes, the current Yagyu was the benefactor who had saved her despite her own life. Thinking about this, the corners of Yukina's mouth were slightly curled. However, right at this moment, Yagyu couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air. Coldness that was enough to freeze everything continued to spread within her body. The holy beast's spitting breath is really terrifying. With a sigh, Yagyu also raised her eyes to look at the terrifying python that was still destroying not far away. It was also that she was prepared in advance. Anyone else would have directly condensed into an ice sculpture, and would have died a death that couldn't be repeated. And at this time, what Xuanai didn't know was that Ziyu was also placing his mind on this one young girl. If it was an ordinary talent, he wouldn't care. But this woman's talent was actually spirit manipulation, influencing others, even manipulating others. Good, good, good. His heart sighed repeatedly, and Ziyu's eyes couldn't stop flickering. It hadn't occurred to me that in this world, there was still such a terrifying talent. The sentinel beast ring that made this laboratory proud was still just an influence. It also required the mutated beasts and humans to cultivate feelings, which in turn made it possible to manipulate the mutated beasts. Yes, merely possible. It couldn't be 100%. But what about this talent? It was even direct manipulation. Although, it might have requirements for a young girl's strength, but it was enough to make people shake. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Ziyu was also considering. Right now, it's impossible for the lab to determine the maiden's talent. According to the existing technology, it requires experiment after experiment to accurately determine the talent of a person or even an animal. That is to say, the laboratory is not yet able to fully discover the value of this young girl. This is an opportunity. I must either take control of this young girl or nip it in the bud before then. Ziyu was very clear that this young girl had deep hostility towards it. After all, Ziyu had destroyed her home and killed her relatives in front of her. Therefore, Ziyu could not let her grow up. Of course, if he had the means to take control of this young girl, that would be the best. After all, this talent, it was terrifying. And this was also the reason why Ziyu did not hesitate to spit out the cold stream even after noticing this young girl awakening her talent. At that time, he had originally had the mindset of decapitating this young girl. Threats like this are bound to be strangled in the cradle. This was a phrase Ziyu liked very much. In today's world, the weak were the strong. He, on the other hand, was a mutated great snake, was an alien in the eyes of humans. That is, the current Sakura Island Kingdom needed it now. If one day, the Sakura Island Kingdom found it difficult to control it, and it might even backfire on itself, then it is believed that the Sakura Island Kingdom, and even the entire human race, would be the first to take action against it. A foreigner is a foreigner after all, and in the human race, there is also a very famous saying, that is, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Ziyu agreed with this phrase. Not long after, Ziyu finally destroyed the village completely. As for the humans, not a single one of them was left behind, and they were all killed. The lab side was very satisfied with this. Moreover, they were even more pleased that they had also discovered a good seedling who had awakened his talent. And now, deep within the laboratory, numerous figures, surrounding the young girl lying on the bed, kept sizing her up. Eventually, Sasao Kojiro snapped. Yagyu, you ended up saving her in front of the holy beast. She must see you as a savior and is grateful to you. You take care of her for a while. Remember not to let her discover the secrets of the lab, much less the existence of the sacred beast. Hearing this, Yagyu also nodded. That's natural. Saying that, Yagyu but paused before asking, what if she discovers the secrets of the laboratory? Then she will be dealt with. Kojiro waved his hand, not really caring. Granted, people who awakened their talents were few and far between, but their great Sakura Empire, at least, had a population of 200 million. Even if the chance of awakening was 1 in 10, 000, 1 in 100, 000, there were no longer a handful of gifted people in their great cherry blossom empire. Of course, most of their awakened talents were E grade, F grade, even grade C, grade D, are relatively few. Talents are categorized into 7 grades. Fedgbas, only talents that were C ranked or above were enough to be taken seriously. Therefore, if this young girl had only awakened an ordinary talent, then she could only say sorry. Ziyu did not know about the laboratory's arrangement. However, if he knew, he was afraid that he would laugh out loud. This laboratory was actually planning to deal with this young girl. Good fellow, the talent that this young girl had awakened was not ordinary and terrifying. According to Ziyu's estimation, the talent that the young girl had awakened was, to say the least, A rank. It might even be the legendary S-class. Specifically, Ziyu did not know. This was because he did not know the human standard for judging talent. But from his perspective, the young girl's talent was terrifying. Once again, it was already early in the morning when they returned to the reservoir. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, Ziyu plunged headfirst into the reservoir. The water in this reservoir was very deep. It was enough to completely accommodate his body. Between the swinging of his body, Ziyu had already started swimming in the depths of the reservoir. He was practicing his wateriness. After all, he was on an island. If there was an accident in the future, he could also dive headfirst into the sea. From then on, the sky was high enough for birds to fly, and the sea was wide enough for fish to leap. However, the prerequisite for this was that he had to solve the problem of longevity. Having stepped into the 7th level of apprenticeship, it's only a year of lifespan. Alas, between a sigh, Ziyu was also extremely helpless. Amari was the name of the young girl. The current her was only 16 years old. She suffered a great calamity. Her family was broken and she was the only one left in the world. I must avenge my family. Definitely. Curled up in the corner of the bed, Amari continuously sobbed. Accompanying this was an inexplicable surge of power, visible to the naked eye. Everything around the young girl vibrated. Cutlery, water cups, everything was vibrating. This was Amari's power, mental manipulation, whose terrifying spirit was enough to interfere with reality. This ninny's talent, it's extraordinary. The smile on the face of Yagyu outside the door was a few points richer as she sensed the terrifying nature of Amari's talent. Such a good seedling was worth cultivating. However, the most important thing right now was to fool this nymphette. If she were to know that everything was arranged by the lab, it would not be good. For these, Ziyu did not know. Right now, he was already sinking his mind in the reservoir and started practicing. Hiss, hiss, under the moonlight, stretching his body as if he was an ancient great demon. He gulped in the moonlight. Inexplicable energy continuously surged into Ziyu's body. It caused a humanized smile to appear on his face. Is it an illusion? Suddenly, Ziyu's face was stunned. He felt that the energy in the air seemed to be much denser. This cultivation in just a little while was actually comparable to the cultivation for most of the day on weekdays. This is a good thing. Although he didn't know why, Ziyu was clear that this was good for him. At this rate, it would only be these 1 or 2 months before he stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship. As for his lifespan, it was a full year now. After stepping into the 8th level of apprentice, his lifespan increased once again. That is to say, for a short period of time, I shouldn't have to worry about my lifespan. Just, with a sudden sigh, Ziyu also thought of something. That is, cultivation. The later it gets, the tougher it must be. It was okay to say now. After all, this was only the apprentice realm. But what if one were to step into transcendent? It was rumored that transcendence was the beginning of cultivation, and transcendent was divided into transcendent first stage, transcendent second stage. The difference between each stage is beyond imagination. Put it this way, the gap between the transcendent second order and the transcendent first order could be quite a bit greater than the apprentice level to the transcendent first order combined. If that was really the case, then Ziyu's cultivation after stepping into transcendent was feared to be calculated in terms of several years or even 10 years. And in that case, his lifespan, which was shorter than that of most transcendent beings, was feared to be hanging by a thread again. Alas, with a sigh, Ziyu was also helpless. The current him couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to cultivate and cultivate again. Of course, he also had to polish his various talents. The poison talent, it was okay to say. It was just spitting venom, terrifying to the extreme, enough to corrode all sorts of creatures as well as matter. As for the cold current surge, it was something that needed to be developed. Opening one's mouth to spit out a pillar of ice blue light was only the most crude use. What Ziyu wanted to do more was to suddenly erupt with a blistering coldness when the enemy approached. Even if it caused the enemy to freeze for a moment or fall into retardation, it was all good, just because, in the battle of the strong, it was the fleeting opportunity that was seized. If the enemy does not give the opportunity, then you can only create your own opportunities. And the talent, Cold Surge, would be able to help him create opportunities well. Fusion, size change, are all worth developing as well. As for the split talent, it can be put on the back burner. The fusion talent could greatly enhance his ability to preserve his life. It was possible to view the earth as a river and sea. More so, he could vanish into any physical object, able to hide his form perfectly. Such a talent, wouldn't it be a waste if it wasn't properly developed? The talent of size change was a real enhancement of one's combat power and ability to escape, enlarging one's body several times, relying on one's huge body to crush everything. That mutant lizard was a real apprentice level 9 creature. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was far inferior to Ziyu in close combat. One reason was certainly because the mutant lizard was a sky overlord that did not specialize in close combat. But another reason was that Ziyu had the talent of size change. Relying on his extremely large figure, he forcefully crushed the mutant lizard. If Ziyu's figure only stayed at more than 10 meters, even if it was a mutant lizard, and he was in a melee battle, his chances of winning were not great. After all, a snake's best skill was entanglement. As for Ziyu's main body, it was only more than 10 meters, so if he wanted to entangle the mutant lizard several times, he couldn't even do it. And shrinking in size, needless to say, this was a divine escape technique, shrinking his size again and again, hiding in the mountains and forests. Even if a human wanted to find him, it would be very difficult. Not to mention that after reducing his size, he was able to greatly increase his speed. Only, unfortunately, Ziyu never had the chance to shrink his body. He regarded this shrinking as his bottom card. It was not wanted to be known to humans. If an accident occurs in the future, I can completely rely on shrinking my body, coupled with this ability of fusion, to be invincible. It doesn't matter if I can't fight, but I'm sure I'll be able to run away easily. Regarding this point, Ziyu was very confident. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the frequency with which Xuan'ai came to the reservoir had significantly decreased. Apparently, she had put her focus on that young girl. After repeated tests in the lab, they were stunned to hit upon the fact that the talent awakened in the young girl Amari was most likely a B rank, or even an A rank talent. Moreover, considering that it was a talent concerning the spirit class, its preciousness, I'm afraid, would have to be raised a notch. It's a pity that the island's instruments are limited and can't perfectly detect Amari's talent. Dr. Oki's voice was somewhat regretful. No matter, after some time, I'll personally bring her back to Sakura Island Kingdom for testing. Yukina's eyes revealed a smile. She also hadn't expected the young girl Amari's talent to be so powerful. It was surprisingly so powerful. It had only been 2 weeks, and Amari was already able to bend a metal spoon that was several meters away with her gaze alone. And what does this mean? What if the metal spoon was replaced with a more fragile neck? A single gaze from Amari might be able to kill someone. This is Amari's terror. And right now, she was only at apprentice level 1. If this ninny sets foot in Transcendence, she's probably an unimaginable monster. With a sigh, a look of anticipation also appeared on Xuan'ai's face. The current Ziyu was hidden in the depths of the reservoir, quietly hibernating. He was waiting for an opportunity. And it was worth mentioning that after 2 weeks of hard work, Ziyu's cultivation had finally reached the peak of apprentice level 7, just half a step away from apprentice level 8. A humanized smile appeared on his face, and Ziyu was especially looking forward to it. Apprentice 8th level was almost a step away. Then apprentice level 9. Was it still far away? Only, just at this time, Ziyu again felt something strange in her body. The 8th snake head is about to grow? Ziyu guessed the reason. Because her strength had increased too quickly at the gene blood pool, the 2 snake heads had been slow to grow out. Now, after a period of recuperation and polishing, these 2 snake heads were also finally conceived one after another. However, compared to the snake heads, Ziyu was more looking forward to the talent carried by the 8th snakehead. Every talent was a surprise. The more powerful the talent, the more fascinating it was. Hopefully, it won't disappoint me. As she murmured in her heart, Ziyu also sunk her mind. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, most half an hour had already passed. And at this time, hiss! A sudden hissing sound resounded from the depths of the reservoir. At Ziyu's neck, another meatball grew. This meatball was hideous and ugly, but in the next moment, with a pfft sound, a bloody snake head had already drilled out from the meatball. This bloody snake head shook its head, shaking off most of the blood color around its body. Immediately, it plunged headfirst into the water, allowing the water of the reservoir to wash away all the bloody colors around his body. It was also at this time that Ziyu's eyes of the rest of the snakeheads narrowed slightly and looked towards this one snakehead that had just been born. 8th snakehead. Talent branding, able to brand the talent of the rest of the creatures, divided into short-term branding and permanent branding. Short-term branding can have the talent of the rest of the creatures for a short period of time, and permanent branding can have the talent of the rest of the creatures forever, but it will consume a talent grid. Currently possessing 1 talent grid. Stunned, Ziyu was frozen. Talent branding? Good lord, that's a bit much of an introduction, but it was easy to understand. Just that, understanding was understanding, but Ziyu's brain, still, couldn't help but go down. Being able to brand another person's talent, so outrageous? Ziyu felt confused. He had thought that the 8th talent would be outrageous, but he hadn't thought that it would be this outrageous. To be able to directly plunder another person's talent? Although it seemed that one could only plunder a talent permanently, but it was still exaggerated enough. Moreover, the point was, right now there just happened to be a talent that Ziyu was extremely in need of plundering. It's really like sending a pillow when sleep comes. I was originally still pondering how to control that young girl, but now it seems that there is no need to control the young girl, just need to brand her talent. Wouldn't that be enough? Ziyu's eyes flashed, and the first thing that came to mind was that young girl. That young girl's talent was very good, but what really attracted Ziyu was those 8 words: influencing others, manipulating others. This was terrifying. If Ziyu could possess this talent, and even more so develop it to the extreme, he would be able to enslave some of the humans. There was no need to enslave too many. Simply enslaving some of the top management of this laboratory, he would be able to become the master of this laboratory, and then, let the entire laboratory, unconditionally serve him. That was the point. Ziyu couldn't leave the lab because of his lifespan. He needed the lab to fully assist him, to evolve, but he didn't want to be subjected to humans. Therefore, he had to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. For this method, Ziyu had been pondering over it, but there was never a clue. But after he saw the young girl's awakened talent, he suddenly surged with an extremely crazy idea. That was enslaving humans. It was difficult to enslave an existence of the same level. It could even backfire. But the problem was that those who stood at the apex of humanity nowadays were not the transcendents amongst humans. Just like this laboratory, it was merely a few ordinary people that stood at the apex. With Ziyu's strength, it would definitely not be difficult to enslave these few ordinary people. Even, Ziyu did not need to enslave. Merely utilizing this talent to influence these few humans, making them take special care of themselves was already enough. So, grinning, Ziyu's eyes couldn't help but flicker. He's going to try out this talent, and the target. Naturally, it was that young girl. As for how to do it? I can only say that Ziyu is going to use her true strength. Hiss. With a sudden hiss, Ziyu's body continued to sink, and in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared into the deepest part of the reservoir. In the deepest part of the reservoir, which could not be seen by the surveillance, Ziyu's body was constantly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk from 10 meters long to 2 or 3 meters. Not only that, but, Ziyu's body swung violently. It was actually like an arrow that had left the strings, slanting straight towards one of the walls of the reservoir. Boom! Suddenly, ripples spread, and Ziyu's entire body was drilled into the wall. At this moment, he borrowed the talent fusion and vanished into the earth. I remember that young girl, in the southeast direction. Here, Ziyu had to thank the split talent, the white python that was created. This fellow, when he was fine, followed Xuanai out for a walk. It made Ziyu extremely familiar with the surroundings. Even, Ziyu knew that young girl's residence. She lived in a single apartment. The room was not big, only 60 or 70 square feet, but for a young girl, it was enough. It was much better than the small 3 villages she had been living in before. And now, Ziyu was in the depths of the earth, and with a swing of her body, she was already heading straight for that one apartment. And at this time, it seemed that she had sensed that her appearance was too hideous. It was inconvenient to move around. Ziyu maneuvered the rest of his head and continuously drilled into his main head. This was also a further use of talent fusion. In just a few moments, a black serpent that was 3 to 4 meters long and had the thickness of a wrist had completely appeared in the depths of the ground. Hiss! Spitting out snake letters, Ziyu approached towards the apartment where the young girl was at breakneck speed. At this time, It was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. The young girl was already asleep. It was the best opportunity to strike. Not long after, in a small apartment, a pitch-black head suddenly drilled out from the wall. It was Ziyu's snake head. It surveyed the surroundings and, looking for that one sinister shadow. Is it really here? Ziyu's gaze towards the bed slightly condensed. There was a young girl wearing a black gossamer nightgown, lying quietly. This was precisely the young girl who had awakened her talent. Amari. Amari was very beautiful. At only 16 years old, she had yet to fully grow up. However, her exquisite features were enough to attract the attention of all men. Even if Ziyu was not too fond of the black race, she had to be praised. However, just at this moment, hiss, snake letters spat out. Ziyu slithered down the wall, slowly approaching towards Amari. Dad! A sudden murmur resounded in the dark night. It also caused Ziyu's stance to slightly lurch. Discovered? Subconsciously tensing his body, a flash of coldness flashed in Ziyu's eyes. But the next moment, Ziyu noticed that the young girl did not open her eyes. She was merely murmuring in her sleep. There were crystals flowing from the depths of her eyes. So it was a dream. While his heart was stunned, Ziyu was quickening his speed. Swish! A black shadow flickered away. When it appeared again, Ziyu had already arrived beside the young girl. As for what to do next, Ziyu already had a plan. His venom not only had amazing corrosiveness, it was also able to paralyze the nerves and cause unconsciousness in a small amount. Although this young girl had awakened her talent, she was only an apprentice. Ziyu only needed to inject a small amount of the toxin into her body to put her into a coma for a period of time. Only, considering that leaving traces on the young girl's body would be discovered. Ziyu also hesitated. In the end, she pulled her gaze to the inner side of the young girl's thighs. This was the more private part of the young girl. Even a young girl would not easily view it. As for the neck, and even other places, Ziyu dared to bite? It was estimated that the next day, it would be noticed by the young girl and even outsiders. So, commiserate yourself. With a sigh in his heart, Ziyu also shrunk his body once again before drilling towards the inner thigh of the young girl. And in the very next moment, slowly, he opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. Put! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the young girl's body was slightly shaken. She frowned tightly, as if she was about to open her eyes, but without waiting for her to completely open them, she already felt her head sink as a heavy feeling crawled all over her body. And at this time, Ziyu also stretched her body in a smooth manner, entangling the young girl. It was like Asian bondage. Ziyu kept tightening his body, until the young girl was completely entangled. Branding unleashed. An inexplicable power surged even as his heart murmured. Boom! With a steep roar, Ziyu's mind was shaken. For some reason, he seemed to have seen something. It seemed like brain nerves, countless cerebral nerves, as if infused with an inexplicable power began to blossom with a strange light. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had already passed. The time taken for the branding was far longer than Ziyu had imagined. No wonder this talent is not an S-grade talent. With this branding speed, if one is unprepared they wouldn't know how many times they have died. Between a soft sigh, Ziyu was also helpless. He seemed to have taken things for granted. He had thought that the branding, at most, would take half an hour. However, right at this moment, boom! A sudden boom. Ziyu's mind was like a thunderbolt exploding, and countless information even surfaced in Ziyu's mind. Talent, spiritual manipulation, able to apply the spirit to reality, and even able to influence and even manipulate some creatures. A simple sentence, but it caused the corners of Ziyu's mouth to curl slightly. It's done. Forcing back the joy in his heart, Ziyu also drew himself up and integrated his body into the ground once more. Before leaving, he didn't even forget to deal with the traces he had left behind. He didn't want people to know that he had been here. Go, hurry back. After disappearing into the depths of the earth, Ziyu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and fiercely accelerated, shooting towards the direction of the reservoir. In just a few minutes, Ziyu had already returned to the reservoir. This was not to say that Ziyu and the young girl Amari were very close. It was simply because between 2 points, a straight line was the shortest. Moreover, after Ziyu's figure had shrunk, even if he merged into the earth, his speed was still incredibly fast. After returning to the reservoir, it was too late to rest. Ziyu was also the first to check up on his talent. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ziyu actually felt that his perception had improved a lot. It was as if the world had become clearer. It's because the talent of spirit manipulation is related to the spirit, right? The only way to awaken this talent is to have a strong spirit. That is to say, branding this talent has drastically increased my spiritual power. Very quickly, Ziyu figured out why. This was a good thing. Although Ziyu did not know much about such a subtle power as spiritual power, but he was also clear about what it meant when spiritual power was increased. To put it simply, the brain's thinking speed would all increase by quite a bit, appearing smarter. However, it was more than that. Ziyu's gaze suddenly condensed slightly. Boom! The originally calm lake suddenly rippled. It was as if there was a large invisible hand stirring the lake. This is spirit acting on reality? In a daze, Ziyu's pupils also shrunk slightly. He felt as if he had underestimated this talent. It was intangible and massless. It was even more defenseless. If this was in a battle, it was estimated that one wouldn't even need to strike. Just a so-called mental shock would be enough to turn the enemy into an idiot. Even if it couldn't turn the enemy into an idiot, it could still cause the enemy's spirit and even body to be shaken. Then, seize this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This talent, it's even more terrifying than I thought. Sighing from the bottom of his heart, Ziyu was also glad that he had seized the opportunity to brand this talent as early as possible. This talent was definitely worth developing properly. In terms of potential alone, it might even be no less than a pseudo S-rank absolute adaptation. Simply because, spiritual power, metaphysical and mysterious. It is most wonderful. Just like now, studying spiritual power, Ziyu had a feeling of being in control of everything. Boom! A steep roar. Ziyu was also surprised to find that his previous means of utilizing his spirit to perceive the world seemed to have ushered in a qualitative change. An extremely clear world, even several times clearer than what the naked eye could see, surged into Ziyu's mind. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, everything within 100 meters was clearly visible to Ziyu. Not only that, it was as if his gaze crossed the walls, the woods, as if seeing through. The maximum range of perception is around 100 meters. Stating softly, Ziyu also intended to test how powerful his spiritual impact, which had erupted at full strength, was. With this in mind, Ziyu concentrated. Exhaling deeply, Ziyu's gaze landed on a large tree on the bank of the reservoir. This large tree was 20 to 30 meters away from Ziyu. It had the thickness of a bucket. It looked to be a 100-year-old tree. Go! With a loud shout in his heart, Ziyu's eyes suddenly had a flash of brilliance shining up. Boom! Only a roar could be heard, and the distant tree shook violently. Visible to the naked eye, a fist-sized crater had surfaced on the surface of the large tree. Ziyu had many talents. Among them, there were quite a few powerful talents as well, but Ziyu did not expect that he would be so attached to a talent that did not belong to him. And that was spirit manipulation. He studied it from day to night, and again, from night to day, only in the middle, resting for a while. However, under Ziyu's efforts, his mastery of the talent of mental manipulation had increased drastically. Even, some tricks were played out. Although spiritual power is intangible and massless, when attacking, it is like a big invisible hand. And I can take this spiritual power and continuously condense it, turning it into a sharp thorn. Its power increases dramatically. And this is spirit-piercing. Grinning, Ziyu suddenly looked towards the sky. There were unknown flying birds spreading their wings. But the next moment, Newt, letting out a mournful and extremely miserable cry. This one flying bird had already fallen to the ground like a kite that had dropped its strings. Upon carefully examining its body, not even the slightest injury could be seen. Simply because the cause of its death was not an external injury. Rather, it came from an attack on the spiritual level. Ziyu's strike of spirit piercing had directly crushed its extremely fragile spirit. And at this time, Ziyu raised her eyes. Ability, spirit piercing, a use for spiritual power, turning it into spikes that penetrate others. Silently looking on, Ziyu's eyes also narrowed slightly. This was a new ability that appeared on the attribute panel. It was a brand new use of talent. Simply put, it was a skill in the game. It was very good. However, for Ziyu, the real key was that the system all recognized this spirit piercing. This was important. One must know that until now, Ziyu's abilities were only 2 or 3. One was the entanglement that most snakes possessed. One was spitting. The real key to this talent of spirit manipulation is that it helped me open the door to the spirit world, allowing me to peer into a new kind of power. Thinking about this, a humanized smile also appeared on Ziyu's face. He was particularly fond of this talent. It was just that. Unfortunately, it wasn't something he had awakened. Rather, he branded it. Nowadays, this talent was still only briefly branded. It could only last for 7 days. To be permanently branded, it would still take some time. In other words, Ziyu still needed to visit the Amory Maiden a few more times. Only then would he be able to permanently brand this talent. And at this time, Amari woke up from her bed as always. For some reason, she hadn't felt like sleeping well in the last few days. In a trance, there were large snakes entwining her body. Is it a dream? Amari's face was puzzled. Immediately, she told Yagyu about it. It's definitely a dream. You just can't forget that one big snake that broke your family. That's why you think about it every day and dream about it every night. Yagyu painfully stroked Amari's hair and comforted her. However, those who were attentive would definitely notice a flash of color on Yukina's face. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that Amari has the flavor of a holy beast on her? Xuanai had been in contact with Ziyu for a long time. She was very familiar with the smell of Ziyu's body. But now, she unexpectedly smelled the flavor of a holy beast on Amari. It was thought to be an illusion. Perhaps it's because I have the smell of a holy beast on me. Yagyu pressed down the foxing in her heart. A holy beast, but he stayed in the reservoir for a long time. Moreover, his body was so big, every move would shake the ground. How could he come to the vicinity of Amari without a sound? And, more importantly, if the holy beast was near Amari, the first thing it should have done was open its mouth and swallowed her. However, to be honest, it had been a day or two since she had visited the holy beast. With that in mind, Yagyu also took the food and headed towards the reservoir after placating Amari. Not long after, Yagyu had already arrived near the reservoir. Holy beast, a soft call echoed in the air. Along with it, the lake water rippled. A huge snake head emerged from the lake water. This was one of Ziyu's snake heads. It glanced at Xuanai before opening its mouth. Got it. Repeatedly stating this, Xuanai also threw the food behind her back towards Ziyu. Seeing this, Ziyu was also not polite. One bite of a mutated boar leg. Only, just at this time, Xuanai's voice, which seemed to be talking to herself, suddenly sounded in the air. Today, that ninny, Amari, actually said that she dreamed at night of a large snake entangling her. Saying that, Yagyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only, what she didn't know was that Ziyu, who heard this sentence, was slightly staring. Still left some traces behind. With a sigh in his heart, Ziyu however understood that he had already done his limit. Even though in his previous life, he was a member of the elite force, his counter-surveillance ability was extremely strong. But nowadays, with the limited conditions, it was impossible for him to handle all traces perfectly. For example, the odor on his body, and the strength of the venom. Too much venom, and it would kill. Not enough venom, again, would create the situation today. That is, Amari would be vaguely aware of it, like she was dreaming. Alas, with a sigh in his heart, Ziyu could only remind himself that he needed to be more cautious and careful next. He was the one who wanted to brand Amari's talent permanently. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had already passed. During these days, Ziyu had been in the dead of night, rushing towards Amari's residence, winding up again and again, only to brand the gifted spirit manipulation permanently. Guess after tonight is over, I'll be able to permanently brand this talent. Grinning, Ziyu was also particularly looking forward to it. Therefore, Ziyu, who was deep underground, fiercely accelerated his speed. However, just as he arrived at Amari's room, he sensed something abnormal. There are outsiders? Ziyu's face was stunned. Immediately, he maneuvered his head and slowly surged out from a corner of the wall. Good lord, he actually saw a woman, shedding her clothes and slowly changing into a nightgown under the hazy moonlight. Good fellow, Yagyu is actually here. Cursing mentally, Ziyu was also furious. This woman, really damned. Surprisingly, she had spoiled his good deed. Originally, he could have been permanently branded this night. But now, this woman, Xuanai, was here, so Ziyu couldn't go for the branding. One must know that Xuanai and Amari were different. This woman, however, was an apprentice level 7 existence. If Ziyu made some noise, she would most likely be able to detect it. She could only give up. However, Ziyu was not in a hurry. I guess it's Amari who asked Xuanai to accompany her. Ziyu thought about it and had a guess. In the past few days, Amari had been talking to Yagyu about dreaming. Yagyu guessed that she had sensed Amari's fear, and that was why she had purposely accompanied her to sleep. There's no harm in waiting a few more days. Thinking about this, Ziyu also swung her body and once again rushed towards the direction of the reservoir. Returning to the reservoir, Ziyu once again began to gulp down the essence of the sun and moon, slowly opening his mouth. Inexplicable energy continuously surged into the body. Boom! Only an inexplicable boom could be heard as all of Ziyu's aura began to grow. About to step into the 8th level of apprentice, right? Ziyu was very clear about his own strength. He had been at the peak of apprentice level 7 for a long time, estimating that the breakthrough would be in the next few days. It could be tonight or tomorrow night. However, the breakthrough, Ziyu is all about the water coming to the surface. Forcing a breakthrough. It could cause irreversible consequences. Besides, Ziyu isn't too far off in the next few days. So, cultivate at ease. Amidst the soft narration, Ziyu also began her usual cultivation. Late at night the next day, Ziyu rushed to Amari's room as usual. But what made him helpless was that Xuan'ai was still sleeping at Amari's place. This damned woman. Ziyu mentally cursed. He could only return to the reservoir and continue his cultivation. However, just at this moment, ka-ching, as if the sound of something shattering, Ziyu's entire body shook. Accompanying this was the fact that his body was like a black hole, radiating an inexplicable suction force. Boom, boom, with one boom after another. Countless energies in the air surged towards Ziyu's body. A breakthrough had been made. Ziyu had successfully stepped into the 8th level of apprentice. Even more, a small meat bag was growing at the neck again. However, this meat packet had clearly not finished gestating yet. It was estimated that it would take a few more days. This is apprentice level 8. The magic power in my body feels like it has grown by a large margin. A humanized smile appeared on Ziyu's face. He had no doubt that his current mouthful of extremely cold spit was enough to freeze tens of meters of earth. The power of a spit was tied to the amount of magic power. The more magic power, the stronger the power of the spit. And more than that, if Ziyu had enough magic power in his body, he would even be able to keep spitting. So far, Ziyu's breath had been the longest, reaching 20 to 30 seconds. Its terrifying coldness filled the sky and earth. Hundreds of meters were dyed white. That was the color of frost permeating the air. Regular people, even if they stepped on it, would condense into ice sculptures. Of course, as a price, the magic power in Ziyu's body was exhausted. Even the throat was vaguely painful. Stepping into the 8th level of apprentice, the magic power growth was only part of it. His body, too, was growing silently. In just one night, Ziyu's body, again, grew by more than 2 meters. Until now, his main body had reached about 12 meters, coupled with those 8 hideous to the extreme snake heads. At a glance, one could not help but feel chilled. Only, at this time, Ziyu was pondering over one thing. That was, after he stepped into the 8th level of apprentice, but he had a full 9 snake heads, plus the 9th head that was being nurtured. In that case, I won't be the 8 serpents in the mouth of the Sakura Island Kingdom. Rather, it's the legendary 9 infants or Hydra. 9 infants and Hydra. Both were legendary 9-headed serpents. Extremely hideous and terrifying. Granted, it was good that Ziyu had evolved towards them, but it was certainly not something that the people of Sakura Island Kingdom were happy to see. Nope. More accurately, it wasn't the people of the laboratory who were willing to see it. They thought that they preferred Orochi. So well, when the time comes, we can only use the fusion talent to integrate a head into the body forever. Or use the split talent to separate the head that carries the split talent. In that case, I would at least look like an Orochi on the outside. Thinking like this, Ziyu was also helpless. He had a few points of understanding about the Sakura Islanders, deeply understanding this nation's terrifying as well as ruthlessness. If he were to let those laboratory people see that he had grown a 9th snakehead, they might arrange for someone to click off a head for him the next day. Instead of letting them click it, it would be better for Ziyu to arrange it. However, right now, the most important thing was to familiarize himself with the surging power within his body. Hiss, hiss, one after another snake head issued a deafening hissing sound, making the already silent dark night a little more noisy. What's going on? What happened? Sacred beasts, what are they doing in the middle of the night? My God! Successive cries of alarm came from all directions. This was a sound that Ziyu couldn't hear before, but after obtaining the talent of spiritual perception and then stepping into the 8th level of apprenticeship, Ziyu was stunned to find that he was able to hear the sounds coming from hundreds of meters away clearly. Didn't think that my voice could even make people vibrate? Grinning, Ziyu's face also revealed a touch of smugness. However, right at this moment, as if he thought of something, Ziyu's eyes suddenly condensed. Since we've made a breakthrough, it's obviously fine to simply give vent to it, right? It just so happens that I can familiarize myself with the power within my body. Between the fall of the words, Ziyu also catalyzed the magic power within her body. Boom! With a sudden boom, his entire body rose against the wind. In just a moment, a pitch-black python that was 30 to 40 meters long and had the thickness of a bucket was already in the depths of the reservoir, revealing some of its stature. It was huge and hideous. The rich magic power seemed to have turned into substance, visible to the naked eye. Wisps of light filled the entire body. That was the outward appearance of magic power. And now, hiss, a sudden hissing sound, several times sharper than the previous one, also completely tore through the darkness of the night. Accompanying it was that one of Ziyu's snake heads violently opened its mouth. Hiss, hiss. Between the successive hisses, a flash of pale blue ethereal light flickered in the depths of the throat. Immediately after that, boom! Only a terrifying roar was heard, and the 100-meter-long icy blue light pillar was like a sharp sword, tearing through the sky and shooting towards the distant earth. Rumble, rumble. The earth was shaking, and a forest was dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many trees, moreover, directly turned into ice trees. But this was not what was frightening. What was truly terrifying was that Ziyu's target was aimed at the patches of houses in the distance. Rumble, rumble. Pieces of houses collapsed, and more houses with frost condensed. After stepping into the 8th level of apprenticeship, Ziyu's destructive power further increased. Baka, what is the holy beast mad about? Are you kidding me? It's a big night. Damn. Really damn. Angry curses and cries of alarm echoed in the dead of night. The crowd was dumbfounded. And right at this moment, deep within the laboratory, ding, strong magic power fluctuation detected. Ding, strong magic power fluctuation detected. In the depths of the laboratory, a succession of prompts also rang out continuously. That was the laboratory's magic power detection instrument. Doctor, it seems like the holy beast has stepped into apprentice level 8? In a daze, the person who spoke was also incredulous. Stepping into apprentice level 8 so quickly? The evolutionary speed of this same beast was also too fast. No wonder. He's tossing and turning so much in the middle of the night? Dr. Oki shook his head helplessly, but the smile on his face intensified a few points. Stepping into the 8th level of apprenticeship was a good thing. A heavenly good thing. In that case, the holy beast was a few points closer to transcendence. Just now, feeling the astonishing hiss that came from far away, Dr. Oki also commanded. Inform Dr. Yagyu to hurry over and pacify the holy beast. Yes, Dr. Oki. With a response, the staff also led the order. Dr. Yagyu was the holy beast's owner. For some time now, she had been cultivating a relationship with the holy beast, coupled with the mental aid control device. It was thought that it wouldn't be difficult for Dr. Yagyu to pacify the holy beast. And at this time, near the reservoir, Ziyu kept stretching her body. Hiss, hiss. With one hiss after another, the magic power within Ziyu's body continuously surged. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. With him as the center, a morose coldness actually erupted. Visible to the naked eye, frost continued to condense, actually covering about 100 meters around. This was Ziyu experimenting, not relying on the extreme cold spit. Using his body alone as the center, he instantly erupted with a morose coldness. So far, it seemed not bad, at least freezing everything within 100 meters. Not enough. Far from enough. This coldness is coming too slowly, and moreover, it's not sufficiently morose. In front of a strong person of the same level, it's not enough. Ziyu had high expectations of himself. He hoped that every one of his abilities would be enough to threaten the same rank. Even if they couldn't threaten, they had to cause them big trouble. Only then would Ziyu be satisfied. Currently, this ability, also known as the so-called skill, Coldness Outburst, Ziyu could only say that the degree of satisfaction was only 70%. It barely reached the passing level. It still needed a long polish. However, right at this moment, an inexplicable connection suddenly came from the distance. It's coming. With a sigh in her heart, Ziyu also knew that Xuanai had come. This woman, not properly sleeping with Amari. Surprisingly, she came to disturb him. Poof. Between a cold grunt, Ziyu was raising one snake head after another. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, his snakehead throat locked onto a flash of icy blue ethereal light as far as it could go. Boom, boom, boom. With a sudden roar, a full 8 icy blue pillars of light fiercely blasted towards the distance. These 8 icy blue pillars of light were like sharp swords, cutting through the dark night. It was also something that made Yagyu, who was far away and driving an off-road vehicle to arrive, stare in disbelief. What? A cry of shock escaped her lips, disbelief written all over her face. From afar, 8 icy blue pillars of light, which seemed to cover the entire night sky, smashed hard in her direction. Although it seemed that her position was not in the exact center. However, the waves of the aftermath alone were enough to threaten her life. This guy, Yagyu cursed, and in the first moment, abandoned the SUV and jumped out. And in the very next moment, rumble, accompanied by a terrifying rumble, the buggy that Yagyu had abandoned actually turned into an ice sculpture and froze in place. Seeing this, Yagyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she jumped fast. If she had jumped slower, at this moment, she was afraid that the coldness would have pierced her bones and turned into an ice sculpture. You bastard! You want to kill me? Xuanai droned. Immediately, her footsteps lifted, and she went straight to the distance. And at this time, sensing that Xuanai had escaped with her life, the corner of Yuziyu's mouth also curled slightly, lifting up a humanized arc. Didn't let me down. If you were to die like this, I would be looking down on you instead. Saying this, Yuziyu was thinking of a very important thing. That was that with Xuanai coming here, wouldn't Amari be alone again? This was an opportunity. A very good opportunity. Especially, now Yuziyu was only one time away from being able to permanently brand Amari's talent, spirit manipulation. Late is late. With this in mind, Yuziyu also unleashed the talent split at the first opportunity. Hiss, hiss. In a succession of hisses, a white python several meters long drilled down from Yuziyu's body. It even silently merged into the depths of the earth. And at this time, if one were to pay attention, they would definitely be able to notice that this white python was very different compared to before. In particular, the current one was actually able to merge into the earth. One must know that this was Yuziyu's fifth talent, fusion, and the white python unexpectedly possessed this talent. Before, the white python I split had nothing but my hardness. But now, the white python I split is able to carry both of my talents. Grinning, Yuziyu also arranged the fusion talent as well as the branding talent for the white python. The fusion talent was able to help the white python sneak into the vicinity of Amari's residence silently. As for the branding talent, it was naturally a direct branding, and it was shortly after this that the hissing of the great snake continued. Even with Yukina's soothing presence, it didn't help. This was natural, simply because the current Yuziyu was stalling the white python for time, and at this time, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Yuziyu had already arrived at Amari's residence. For some reason, she was actually cowering in the corner alone. The body all seemed to be trembling. Is it because my main body has been hissing? Did it scare her? Yuziyu's heart guessed sideways. But in the next moment, the white python Yuziyu was controlling suddenly had its eyes condensed. Hiss. Only hearing a hiss, it surged out of the earth and shot towards Amari. Before Amari could react, a huge force had already come. Click, click. Bones all seemed to be strangled as Yuziyu maneuvered the white python's body to tightly wrap around Amari's body, not giving her the slightest chance to struggle. Twisting, binding, even, in order to prevent Amari from making a sound. Yuziyu's white python's body sealed her mouth. Wide-eyed, Amari couldn't believe it. A white python had actually entangled her body. It was even scrutinizing her with an icy gaze. That gaze, extremely humanized. It made Amari's heart tremble. She wanted to struggle, but her weak strength was of no use in front of Yuziyu's white python body. One could only watch as a cold snakehead approached towards her, slowly opening its mouth. Yuziyu's fangs didn't enter Amari's flesh and blood. Boom! With a steep roar, the branding talent had been unleashed. As before, Yuziyu seemed to see countless nerves blooming in the depths of his brain. They took on a spiral shape, constantly rotating. Accompanying this was an inexplicable power that actually surged up from the deepest part of the white python's body. That power was indescribable and inexplicable. It was mysterious. One could not help but be shaken. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had already passed. Near the reservoir, Yuziyu's main body was already quiet. It shrugged its head, allowing Xuanai to criticize it. But on the other side, Yuziyu's white python body had been completely branded with the young girl Amari's talent. At this moment, he had acquired this spirit department's talent forever. As for the young girl Amari, she had long since fallen into a coma due to the intense pain. What should we do next? Between the flickering of Yuziyu's eyes, the gaze that looked at the young girl Amari had the slightest hint of coldness. Logically speaking, he should kill to silence. However, the death of the young girl would definitely shake the laboratory for a while. Even if the murderer could not be found, the vigilance would be strengthened. Actually, I seem to have a better way. With this in mind, Yuziyu's gaze fell on the attribute panel. There, forever there was one more talent, mental manipulation. Spirit manipulation. The spirit acts on reality, and is even more capable of influencing others, and even manipulating them. And it was worth mentioning that Yuziyu's spirit manipulation and the girl's talent spirit manipulation could be very different. At the very least, the power of the two was vastly different. The reason was simple. Yuziyu had already stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship. This was not only the evolution of the body, the growth of magic power, but also the metamorphosis of the spirit over and over again. It was just that Yuziyu did not have the talent of a similar spirit manipulation before. Therefore, he didn't know how to utilize this majestic spiritual power. But now, with the talent of spirit manipulation, he was completely in control. It also meant that his majestic spiritual power had a use. Moreover, Yuziyu had a guest side. I was a human in my previous life. Even if I was reborn as a snake, My spiritual power should be far beyond my kind. Thinking about this, Yuziyu's eyes could not stop flickering. Spiritual power. What exactly was it? He wasn't sure. It could be the so-called soul power. It could also be something else. But one thing was certain. That was that his spiritual power was definitely not weak. So, Yuziyu manipulated the body of the white python, looked towards Amari. The inexplicable power within his body was already surging. Hopefully, it won't let me down. Between the fall of the words, Yuziyu's icy snake pupils suddenly glowed white. Boom! With a steep boom, not far away, the delicate body of the young girl, Amari, who was lying on the bed, shook violently. Forget about this night. Forget everything. This is just a dream. The murmuring voice, as if murmuring in a dream, resounded in the deepest part of the young girl Amari's mind. Gifted with mental manipulation, able to mentally act on reality. More so, it was able to influence and even manipulate others. Yuziyu was not seeking manipulation now. She was only seeking a simple influence, like hypnosis. This, I'm sure, is not difficult. Moreover, this was also an attempt by Yuziyu. He was hoping to enslave 2 or 3 people. Compared to enslavement, this hypnosis nowadays was really nothing. Not long after, Yuziyu's white python body returned to the vicinity of his main body with the branded talent, spirit manipulation. Hiss. Spitting out snake letters, the white python violently burrowed into Yuziyu's main body. At the same time, Yuziyu's body shook. The world seems to have become clearer, and the range of my senses has also increased quite a bit. More than that, while murmuring, Yuziyu's gaze was condensed not far away. There, it was as if there was an invisible power intertwining. That power, it was transparent. It could not be seen by ordinary people. And this, it was thought to be spiritual power. It is mysterious and mysterious. It can be controlled at will. It could change into various shapes under Yuziyu's control. If I were to say that before, my understanding of spiritual power was still a bit vague. Then, now, I can be quite certain. Spiritual power is a mysterious power above magic power. Between a sigh, Yuziyu was dispatching the white python once more. Hiss. Spitting out its snake letters, the white python transformed into a white shadow that continuously traveled in the depths of the earth. The white python was the split body of one of Yuziyu's heads. Nowadays, it had a mission. That was to monitor the young girl Amari. If she had any abnormalities, then it would kill her in advance. The young girl Amari was an experiment of Yuziyu. She had awakened the talent of spiritual manipulation, and her mental power was a great deal stronger than that of an ordinary person. If Yuziyu was able to influence and even manipulate this young girl over a long period of time, then the several chiefs of this laboratory, including the doctor, would definitely be able to manipulate as well. And at that time, Yuziyu was the owner of the laboratory. Behind this one laboratory is the Sakura Island Kingdom. I can completely use this one laboratory to constantly demand everything from the Sakura Island Kingdom. Make a country that helps me evolve. Of course, I only need to display my strength and shock the world when necessary. For this, Yuziyu plot had it all figured out. When he grew up completely, he would arrange for some powerful mutated creatures to go forward and attack the Sakura Island country. Then, he descended into the world like a savior. Yuziyu believed that the entire Sakura Island country would be grateful to him, even worshipping him as the guardian god. However, all of this was based on the fact that Yuziyu's appearance was generally the same as the legendary Yachi. The Orochi was the totem of the Sakura Island Kingdom. Most of them firmly believed that the Yamanano Orochi would guard them, and this thought was the power of faith and totems. With a smile in his heart, Yuziyu's eyes also couldn't stop flickering. On the second day, the sky was still light. Amari had already woken up from her deep sleep. For some reason, she felt her body's back ache, as if she had been tossed around all night. What on earth happened? Amari rubbed her brow with a headache, but didn't know why. She examined her body in detail and found nothing either. However, at this time, she did not notice that at her back, there were slight red marks. Those were the traces left behind by Yuziyu's white python's body, wrapping around her delicate body. It was not good to dissipate. It seems that she really forgot about last night's events. The white python's body that was hidden in the depths of the living room's ground suddenly grinned. He was satisfied. It seemed that the hypnotizing effect was better than expected. In this regard, Yuziyu also guessed sideways. Although Amari's mental power was quite a bit stronger than the others due to her awakening of the natural spirit manipulation, but after all, she was only 16 years old and had not experienced the world. Moreover, during this period of time, she had gone through a great change and her mental state had been very unstable. Such Amari, to use Ziyu, in the most suitable subject for experimentation, a strong-willed person. I would definitely have difficulty influencing and manipulating them. But a mere 16-year-old girl, humph. Thinking about this, Ziyu was also looking forward to it. Looking forward to the day when this one young girl completely fell. These days, Ziyu already had a lot of understanding of spiritual power. The so-called spiritual manipulation was by no means a gaze that could enslave others. In Ziyu's opinion, mental manipulation is more like hacking in the past life. Through invasion, rewriting and other means, manipulating other people's memories is more core things. Especially, if there is not much difference in strength, it takes more time to influence and even manipulate others. The current Ziyu, although powerful, but in the end, he was an apprentice at the 8th level. He had not yet set foot in Transcendent. Transcendence was the true great terror. It is also the beginning of everything. At that time, Ziyu estimated that an existence that excelled in spiritual power would be able to easily manipulate others. And now, be more patient, be more attentive. I believe that enslaving humans is only a matter of time. Deep within the reservoir, Ziyu raised one snake head after another, emitting one hiss after another. It seemed to be expecting something. Having stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship, Ziyu had done nothing but the necessary precipitation. More than anything, she was studying the talent of spirit manipulation. This talent, it was very interesting. It was also worth studying. However, at this time, Ziyu raised his serpent head and looked towards the meat bag on his neck. This was his 9th head. It also carried his 9th talent. For this talent, Ziyu was still looking forward to it. This talent, it shouldn't disappoint me. Saying this, Ziyu had a few points of confidence. After all, this body of his had been cultivated by the laboratory with everything it had. Most of the talents that he had awakened were mostly related to the laboratory. This was also the reason why the talents he had awakened were more powerful than one another. If one were to say that talents were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, then all of his talents, to say the least, were above the 3rd class. Individually, they were even 1st class talents. Therefore, his 9th talent couldn't be any worse. It was just that. At this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that the lab was also confused about the various talents he had awakened. They had injected the genes of various talents into Ziyu's body. What talent could be awakened depended on God's will. Just like the S-rank talent that the lab had previously attached great importance to absolute adaptation. The lab did not expect Ziyu to be able to awaken it. It was rare for 1 in a million people to awaken this kind of talent. Ziyu, on the other hand, was an existence that was conceived after birth. Wanting to awaken this kind of talent, it was afraid that it would be as difficult as climbing into the sky. But now, Ziyu had not only awakened this S-class talent absolute adaptation, but all the other talents, it seemed, were not bad either. This was somewhat exaggerated. Regarding these, Ziyu did not know. If he knew, he would have thought of the attribute panel first. This golden finger might be more than just an ordinary attribute panel. Perhaps, it was the fact that it had been subtly, even guiding Ziyu to awaken one powerful talent after another. This was the only reason that could explain why Ziyu's awakening of talents had gone so smoothly. As always, it was submerged in the reservoir. Ziyu's entire body was submerged in deep water. For some reason, this period of time, he felt that his water skills were getting better and better. Even, there was a feeling of a dragon returning to the sea. Is it because of the pseudo S-rank talent, absolute adaptation? This talent has allowed me to gradually adapt to the water. In the long run, I'll even be able to completely adapt to the rivers and lakes, and even the sea. As he murmured, Ziyu's eyes couldn't stop flickering. This was a good thing. If in the future, he fell out with the human race, then the sea was the best place for him to return to. The sea had endless secrets. Even if human technology had reached a kind of peak nowadays, the exploration of the sea was only 1%, or even less than 1,000th. Therefore, if Ziyu dives into the sea in the future, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that Ziyu was thoroughly adapted to the sea. The talent is definitely adapted and definitely worth developing properly. In the future, if I have the chance, I'll have to go to the volcano, or the North Pole to take a trip. That way, I'll hopefully be able to soak in lava and swim at the North Pole. Grinning, Ziyu was also well aware of the potential of the pseudo-S-grade talent absolute adaptation. With this talent, he was not far from being the strongest monster in the world. Especially, the further he got, the more terrifying he became, adapting to everything. Even vacuum environments were able to adapt. In turn, he was expected to advance into space, the universe. Just, suddenly raising his eyes and looking at the lifespan on the attribute panel, Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. After stepping into the 8th level, His lifespan had lengthened quite a bit again. Now, it had reached more than 500 days. That is, 1.5 years. This was a good news. Even though this amount of lifespan was far less than that compared to an ordinary human. But Ziyu at least saw hope. If I step into transcendence, my lifespan should be enough to be able to extend it significantly. This was what Ziyu was most looking forward to. Stepping into transcendence. Everything was for the sake of stepping into the transcendent. However, right at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the distance. It was the sound of high heels. The silhouettes had yet to be seen. Ziyu had already guessed the identity of the person coming. Xuanai, the lab's renowned genius doctor. Nowadays, it was even Ziyu's owner, responsible for taking care of Ziyu's food and drink. Today Xuanai, wearing a white trench coat, outlined her slender figure. Underneath, a pair of round and straight legs were revealed. She stood quietly on the shore of the reservoir, out of place with her surroundings, and giving people a feeling of sanctity and inviolability. It had to be said that Yagyu was really beautiful, just like the Dragon Kingdom's elegant ladies. When she raised her hand, she exuded the elegance of an aristocrat, and at this time, she raised her eyes and looked towards the calm reservoir. Holy beast! Calling out softly, Yagyu also continued, "You were in big trouble last night." That voice was extremely clear and cold, seemingly carrying a trifle of blame, but on her face, Yagyu remained calm to the extreme. Hiss, hiss, with successive hisses, one snake head after another emerged from the lake water. Ziyu's ice-cold snake pupils flickered slightly and seemed to be dodging. Alas! With a sigh, Xuanai however raised her right hand, gently caressing one of the snake heads that Ziyu had extended over. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that some people died. Years of education as well as cultivation had caused Xuanai to be extremely taciturn about life. It was just that she was a bit indignant. After all, last night, the holy beast's mouthful of spit had nearly taken half of her life. Your strength, this fellow, is really getting more exaggerated every day. Sighing from the bottom of her heart, Yagyu also noticed the holy beast's body, which seemed to have grown another inch. It seemed that having stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship, his body had ushered in a new round of evolution. Hissing continuously, as if in response, Ziyu also maneuvered the snake's head and rubbed against Xuanai's body affectionately. Her skin, extremely smooth and tender. It was like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Perhaps, this was the benefit of stepping into cultivation. While pondering in his heart, Ziyu also took this opportunity to check up on Xuanai's strength. Apprentice 7th level peak. It wasn't far from apprentice level 8. According to Ziyu's guess, it was estimated that in half a month or so, she would be able to step into apprentice level 8. It's just that, unfortunately, you're a human after all. In front of a mutated beast like me, it's completely inadequate. Snickering in her heart, Ziyu was also extremely certain of the power of the mutated beast. That exceedingly large body, coupled with the raging to the extreme magic power in his body, was enough to crush any human of the same rank. According to Ziyu's guess side, only the geniuses amongst humans were qualified to fight with a mutant beast of the same rank. Yes, qualified. Only qualified. This did not include special mutated beasts like Ziyu. To say something arrogant, even if it was a mutated beast of the same rank, Ziyu would be able to easily crush it. This was how terrifying he was. The current Ziyu was undoubtedly a predator that stood at the top of the food chain. Therefore, even if Xuanai had stepped into the 8th level of apprenticeship, she would not be any threat to Ziyu. In terms of simple communication, Xuanai didn't expect the holy beast to understand much. In her opinion, although the holy beast had intelligence, however, she estimated that it was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. There was intelligence, but it wasn't high enough to expect the holy beast to fully understand what she meant. But even if it was like this, it was enough. After all, the current her was indeed able to appease the holy beast. For the sake of you listening to me last night, I'll give you a reward today. Saying that, Yagyu took out a piece of flesh and blood that had been frozen for an unknown period of time from the cart behind her. Bewildered, Ziyu was frozen. It was not until then that he noticed that today's lunch was slightly different from previous days. In the past, the lunch was all live flesh and blood, extremely fresh, but now the lunch was actually condensed into ice. It was unknown how long it had been frozen in the emergency freezer. This is the blood and flesh of a transcendent creature. To think that back then, we sacrificed a 100-man squad in order to hunt transcendentals. Xuanai murmured, not expecting Ziyu to understand. However, her words, when they fell on Ziyu's ears, caused his body to tremble. The flesh and blood of transcendent creatures? Widening his eyes, Ziyu's gaze towards this flesh and blood blazed for a few moments. Although it hadn't been eaten yet, but he had already detected this preciousness of this blood flesh. Take it. Xuan'ai violently flung the bloody meat in his hand towards the sky. Boom! With a sudden boom, the entire lake's surface shook as a blood bowl like an abyss descended from above. That was Ziyu's fourth head. It was able to change size freely. It was also the head that Ziyu mainly used to eat. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and this piece of flesh and blood had already fallen into Ziyu's pouring snake's mouth. However, at this very moment, an extremely terrifying energy suddenly erupted from Ziyu's mouth. Rumble! The body was violently shaken. Ziyu could clearly feel countless energies surging towards the limbs and bones of his body. Boom! Boom! It was as if a river was gushing out without end. All of the magic power within Ziyu's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in this transcendent creature is too much. Ziyu's heart was shaken. Just this one mouthful was better than several days of his cultivation. If he was able to swallow the blood and flesh of a transcendent creature in one big gulp every day, Ziyu would even have the confidence to step into the 9th level of apprenticeship in just a few months category and then directly impact the transcendent. Looks like you like it a lot. Xuan'ai on the side saw Ziyu's snake head, looking straight at himself. It also understood Ziyu's meaning. Again. Saying that, Yagyu threw another piece. This time, the transcendent flesh and blood that Xuan'ai brought with her was not much. A mere 5 pieces. But it should be enough. It was too much. If one ate too much transcendent mortal blood flesh, one's body might not be able to withstand it. And there was another important point. She wanted to use this transcendent flesh and blood to completely domesticate the sacred beast. If there was a need in the future, she would only need to use the transcendent flesh and blood as bait to command the saint beast. Holy beasts, no matter how terrifying they were still beasts after all. As long as it was a beast, it could be domesticated. This was the rule of thumb of the human race for millions of years. Ziyu was not clear about these thoughts of Xuan'ai. However, if he knew, he guessed that he wouldn't care. After all, these guys, treating him as a pure beast was the biggest mistake. He was the one with human intelligence. And now, he was even more like a great snake hidden in the shadows, silently peering at everything in the lab. The appearance of transcendent flesh and blood was a surprise to Ziyu. Because of the transcendent flesh, Ziyu quickly stabilized his realm. The magic power in her body, even more so, increased drastically. More than that, slowly lifting up one snake head after another. Ziyu's ice-cold eyes looked as far as the neck. There, the 9th snake head was already on the verge of being successfully birthed. This snake head has been gestating for a bit longer than all the other snake heads, Ziyu said with a few moments of uncertainty. For the other snake heads, it seemed like it only took 3 or 4 days to gestate. This snake head, however, had taken a full week and a half. This, while his heart was in doubt, Ziyu was waiting for the birth of this snake head. The night gradually deepened. Ziyu was alone in the depths of the reservoir. However, right at this moment, a sudden hiss, childish and delicate. In Ziyu's surprised gaze, the 9th snake head finally broke through the mass of flesh. This one snake head was a little different from the rest. It was blood red. It was as if it was the color of flesh and blood. Hiss, hiss, one hiss after another. Ziyu could hear the longing of this one snake head. It was longing for food. Without hesitation, Ziyu set her eyes on a corner of the reservoir. There was still quite a bit of spare food. It was what Xuan'ai had left for it. If there was a need, Ziyu could completely eat these to make up for what its body needed. So, hiss, hiss, continuously spitting out snake letters, Ziyu rushed towards a corner of the reservoir. This time, he did not use the 4th snake head that carried the gift of size change to swallow all in one gulp. Instead, he maneuvered the 9th blood-red snake head and began to gnaw on the flesh and blood. Ka-ching, ka-ching. This 9th snake head tore into the flesh and blood to its heart's content, gnawing on it continuously. However, without knowing whether it was an illusion or not, Ziyu unexpectedly felt that the 9th snake head was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is? Ziyu was puzzled. It was also at this moment that looked at the attribute panel. Flesh and blood feeding, able to rely on devouring flesh and blood to greatly increase one's growth rate. And even more so, able to greatly increase one's speed of recovery from injuries. The simple text introduction was a terrifying description of this talent. This is a talent that relies on devouring flesh and blood to grow infinitely. What grows is the size. What's more, it was able to drastically increase one's recovery speed. In other words, as long as there was enough flesh and blood, Ziyu would be able to recover even if the snake's head was broken. Of course, this was only Ziyu's guess side. Specifically, he was not sure. However, it was clear that this talent was extraordinary. Not bad, better than I thought. Grinning, Ziyu was also extremely satisfied with this talent. With this talent, recovering from his injuries would not be a problem. As for size growth, Ziyu was looking forward to it. Right now, he was more than 10 meters long. Relying on this talent, to what extent could he grow in size? 20 meters, 30 meters, or even 100 meters? If that was the case, the terrifying body alone would be enough to push everything across, right? The night passed quickly. Ziyu had been maneuvering the night snake head and eating. It's really exaggerated. In one night's time, my body has actually grown by as much as half a meter. Ziyu showed surprise on his face. He felt that this ninth talent was a few points more terrifying than he had imagined. In just one night, it had grown by half a meter. If this was 10 days and half a month, wouldn't it be able to grow more than 10 meters or even more? Grinning, Ziyu also decided to leave the matter of feeding to the night snakehead in the future. However, it was worth mentioning, the current Ziyu had 9 snake heads. Therefore, he had purposely integrated a snake head into his body. In this way, from the outside, he was generally the same as the legendary 8 serpents. At least, they all had 8 snake heads. Hiss, hiss. Between successive hisses, Ziyu was extremely hideous. A terrifying aura, even more so, filled the air. At this moment, everything around was quiet. Even the mutated lizard that was far away, perched deep in a forest. One experiment flying dragon. Its body trembled. It felt that fellow's aura again. Icy cold and ferocious. Even it was extremely scornful. Only, it wasn't just Lab 1 flying dragon. In the depths of a certain mysterious to the extreme basement of the laboratory, in a petri dish that carried green liquid, a sinister shadow suddenly shuddered. This one sinister shadow was beautiful. The beauty did not resemble a human being. And now, she slowly opened her eyes. The dark red vertical pupils were chilling just by looking at them. It's gotten stronger. As this silhouette murmured, her gaze was looking towards the southeast. In a trance, her gaze crossed time and even space, landing on an extremely hideous 8-headed serpent. This was Medusa, the legendary number 2 experimental body. Extremely mysterious and terrifying. Even the number 1 experimental body, flying dragon, was not enough to look at in front of her. And now, she seemed to be extremely interested in Ziyu, merely sensing the aura. It was all awakening. However, right at this moment, hurry up and inject her with a tranquilizer. Damn it, this fellow, how did he awaken again? With successive cries of alarm, Medusa's body shook. An extremely thick needle was stabbed towards her torso. Poof! Between a cold grunt, Medusa was not resisting. Instead, she continued to choose to fall asleep. She was building up her strength, waiting for a suitable opportunity, and at that time, she would let these tiny humans know what was called truly great terror. Ziyu was not clear about Medusa's situation. He didn't even know that the laboratory had the existence of Medusa. He was merely venting the terrifying power within his body. Hiss! That terrifying hissing seemed to tear through the clouds. It made the entire island tremble. And right at this moment, Ziyu's body swung. Swish! He actually went straight to the edge of the island. What happened to the holy beast? Look guys, the sacred beast walked out of the reservoir. What? Successive cries of shock shook the countless figures monitoring Ziyu's movements. More so, they contacted the higher-ups at the first opportunity. For all of this, Ziyu was not clear. He merely wanted to see the sea. He was thinking about the future. Compared to the land, and even the sky, Ziyu felt that the sea was where he belonged. Moreover, the sea was mysterious to the extreme. With endless creatures, it was an extremely suitable place for development. In the sea, I can devour everything to my heart's content. Moreover, I've heard that there are quite a few mutated sea beasts in the depths of the sea. If I can hunt these mutated sea beasts, my strength growth rate will also increase. Near the reservoir, there were towering walls. As if it was a city wall, it blocked Ziyu's path. However, in the very next moment, rumble, accompanied by a terrifying roar, the city wall exploded, and a hideous serpent with 8 heads gradually emerged into the dusty sky. Holy beast, what's it going to do? How did it leave the reservoir? Damn, the holy beast is out of control too? Unlike, it's more like the saint beast got tired of staying and wanted to go somewhere else for a break. With successive arguments, the crowd's eyes flickered. However, right at this time, what no one knew was that at the edge of the island, in an offshore sea, squeak squeak, squeak squeak, with continuous hissing, there was actually a huge creature with a body length of more than 10 meters that quietly surged. It seemed like a crab, only, it was too huge. The hideous and terrifying pincers were even like life-threatening scissors, causing people to shudder at the sight. And at this time, this one huge black crab violently used its huge foot to lightly tap the sea surface. Boom! With a sudden boom, a mass of seawater rose into the air, and in an instant, it transformed into a sharp ice. The moment this ice cream formed, it immediately erupted into a loud air-breaking sound and shot towards the sky. Newt. Only a miserable cry could be heard as a flying bird, which was several circles larger than an ordinary seagull, smashed down like a kite with a broken string. This was a mutated sea creature. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary mutated marine creature. However, just as this one mutated crab, using ice cream, attacked the flying bird in the sky, Ziyu, who was originally crashing through the wall, suddenly lurched. This is? Ziyu raised his eyes fiercely and looked towards the southwestern part of the island. He sensed an unknown magical aura. Moreover, this aura was extremely tyrannical and ferocious. Is it other experimental subjects? Ziyu pondered in his mind, but he violently turned his head and rushed towards the direction where the aura came from. He wanted to hunt these mutated creatures. Only then could he evolve faster. And at the same time, deep in the laboratory, the magic monitoring room, ding, huge magic power fluctuation detected offshore. Ding, huge magic power fluctuation detected offshore. A succession of prompts resounded across the party. It also caused the countless staff members in the laboratory to be shaken. What? Huge magic power fluctuation? Can't it be that it's a mutated sea beast invasion? Good lord, mutated sea beasts are already rampant to this extent? Damn it. Immediately notify the defense team and prepare to meet the enemy. Just as the crowd was discussing back and forth, a voice suddenly interrupted the crowd. That holy beast, it seems to be rushing towards the direction of the huge magic power fluctuation. The moment these words came out, the crowd fell into silence. More so, they couldn't help but look at each other. Can it be that it was the holy beast that sensed the huge magic power fluctuation and that's why it left the reservoir? Hearing this, the gazes of individual staff members could not stop flickering. I've heard that every mutated beast has its own territory. I guess the sacred beast has taken this island as its own territory. Now that the mutant sea beast is attacking, he is naturally the first to sit up and take notice. Ziyu was unaware of the many staff members' discussions. The current him was merely interested in that one unknown experimental body. Rumble, rumble. The sun of the earth shook, and Ziyu's huge figure was dragging out a huge trail on the island. However, what made Ziyu feel stunned was that the humans did not stop him. Instead, they allowed him to rush towards the direction from which the huge magic power fluctuation came from. Sure enough, this is the experiment prepared for me. Grinning, Ziyu fiercely accelerated his speed. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the island. Into his eyes, there was a sandy beach with a deep color. Not far from the beach was an extremely calm sea, but vaguely, Ziyu noticed a huge silhouette flickering at the end of the sea level. Surprisingly, it's there? While her heart was stunned, Ziyu raised one snake head after another. Boom, boom. A glint of icy blue light locked in his throat, and a full 5 pillars of light tore through the sky towards the end of the sea. Rumble, rumble. The sea shook violently, and 100 meters in a radius condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Accompanying it was an extremely furious hissing sound. That hiss was tyrannical and terrifying. Immediately afterward, Ziyu had already seen the sea set off a burst of ripples. There were even waves that continued to roll up, charging straight towards the shore. Seeing this, Ziyu's eyes slightly condensed. Race, mutant crab. Rank, apprentice 9. Talent, ice mastery. It is able to manipulate extreme cold and condense frost. Ability, pincers of death, huge pincers. Extremely sharp, capable of cutting most things short. Hard as iron, its shell is as hard as steel. Defense is extremely terrifying. Stunned, Ziyu was also stunned. This fellow's talent was surprisingly similar to one of his talents. Extreme cold surge, both being ice attribute talents. However, right at this moment, looking at the huge crab that was raging and attacking towards him, the corner of Ziyu's mouth also grinned, revealing a humanized cruelty. So what if I'm at the 9th level of apprentice? With 8 talents, I'm still not afraid of you? With a smile in his heart, Ziyu also charged towards the mutated crab. My goodness, holy beasts are really welcoming foreign enemies? Good lord, an apprentice level 8 fighting an apprentice level 9? This is a saint beast, a very perfect experiment. The battle power really isn't a wimp. That's true. With successive arguments, the crowd borrowed the aerial camera and clearly saw the image near the offshore. The huge crab and the huge mutated python were about to collide, but in the very next moment, the mutant python with 8 heads suddenly rose in size against the wind. In a matter of moments, it grew to 30 to 40 meters in size. Creatures that were similar in size. At this moment, there was an absolute gap in size. In terms of magic power alone, Ziyu was definitely no match for an apprentice level 9 mutant crab. However, in Ziyu's opinion, At this stage of the apprentice realm, it was the size that could determine everything. Just like even the most terrifying tiger or leopard, it would be difficult to hunt elephants alone. And now, Ziyu's size was a full 30 to 40 meters. Hiss, hiss, one snake head after another let out a provocative hiss. On the other hand, the huge crab that was charging towards Ziyu at breakneck speed was slightly stunned. It seemed to be startled by Ziyu's suddenly crazy size. The eyes that were erected high even had a humanized look of confusion flashing through them. How could it not be confused? The hideous python that was originally the same size as it suddenly increased in size by several times. The thick body, the hideous head, all of them shocked the mutant crab. But more frightening than that, what was even more terrifying was Ziyu's onslaught. Hiss, hiss, hissing continuously, Ziyu's aura looked extremely terrifying. One by one, he raised his snake head high. Immediately, he violently maneuvered a snake head to bite towards the mutated crab. Without a doubt, Ziyu's bite was definitely able to bite off a large chunk of the mutated crab's flesh. But just at this moment, a flash of severity flashed. Ziyu's snake head slightly deviated, narrowly avoiding that flash of severity. Looking closely, it was the huge pincers of the mutant crab. Knowing the horror of the mutant crab's pincers, Ziyu naturally wouldn't give it a chance. And here, thanks must be given to the talent of spirit manipulation. It allowed Ziyu's mental power to grow substantially, allowing him to easily perceive everything around him. In turn, he could accurately dodge the mutant crab's fatal strike. But this was not the end. The mutant crab violently tapped the water surface with its foot, and a mass of seawater rose into the air, and in an instant, it turned into ice, seemingly shooting towards Ziyu. Seeing this, Ziyu's snake pupils condensed. Several snake heads violently opened their mouths. A flash of green light was locked in their throats at the same time. A full 6 snake heads, spitting venom, gushed towards the mutated crab. It still took time for the ice cream to coalesce, but Ziyu's venom spewing did not need time. Boom, boom, with one boom after another. Several clusters of venom had already hit the mutant crab's body. Immediately afterward, white smoke rose. Zzz, zzz. The successive crunching sounds were actually Ziyu's venom corroding the shell of the mutant crab at a terrifying speed. The shell of the mutant crab was very hard. To say the least, it was invulnerable to knives and spears. However, in front of Ziyu's terrifying venom, it was a bit inadequate. Squeak squeak, the mutant crab violently let out a mournful hiss, and even the cohesive ice cream dispersed. Take your life while you're sick. Ziyu adhered to this fundamental principle, and snakehead after snakehead had already viciously bitten into the mutant crab's pincers. Yes, the pincers. The mutant crab's greatest threat to Ziyu was the pincers. Therefore, Ziyu had to restrict its pincers in the first place. Click, click, with one crunch after another. All 4 of Ziyu's snakeheads bit down hard on the mutant crab's pincers. From afar, the lab's personnel could not help but perk up when they saw the scene. Well, worthy of being a sacred beast, it's really smart. The first time they exchanged blows, they detected the terrifying nature of the mutant crab's pincers. TSK, a holy beast's combat talent is very high. More than that, haven't you guys realized a terrifying thing? What? The holy beast is only at apprentice level 8, but it's actually pressing the apprentice level 9 mutant crab to fight? The crowd was shaken by the continuous chatter. They had thought that a sacred beast would be powerful, but hadn't thought that a saint beast would be this powerful. However, right at this moment, Ziyu, who had already restrained the 2 huge pincers of the mutant crab, also revealed a scowl. The pincers are restrained. What other means do you have? Grinning, Ziyu habitually wrapped his body towards the mutant crab. One of his abilities was death entanglement. It was able to rely on the terrifying entanglement to quickly finish off the enemy. Moreover, its body nowadays far exceeded that of the mutant crab. According to Ziyu's conjecture, one of his death entanglements would probably be able to directly end the battle. Thinking about this, Ziyu also tightened his body decisively. Click, click. The huge body continued to tighten under Ziyu's force. Strong as the mutant crab was, it let out a mournful hiss. Even its shell seemed as if it could not withstand Ziyu's massive force and began to crumble a little. Just at this moment, a heart palpitation suddenly surfaced in Ziyu's heart. Not good. His heart secretly said that it was not good. Ziyu also pulled away at the first moment, and in the very next moment, rumble, accompanied by a terrifyingly extreme rumble, with the mutant crab as the center. A terrifyingly extreme coldness spread. It was the magic power within the mutant crab's body that erupted with a roar. It actually turned an instant and froze 100 meters of sea surface. Ziyu even froze part of his tail because he didn't have time to completely withdraw. It's really terrifying. Seeing this scene, Ziyu's snake pupils narrowed slightly. The biggest difference between him and this mutated crab was not size or physical strength. It could even be said that in this aspect, he had the advantage. The real gap between the two of them lay in the magic power within their bodies. If I had run slower, I'm afraid. With a sigh, the magic power within Ziyu's body also converged at his tail. Boom! Only a roar was heard as the ice that had frozen Ziyu's tail violently exploded. However, at this time, Ziyu also noticed the weakening of the mutant crab's aura. Obviously, such an outburst of coldness had also consumed him greatly. Since that was the case, between cold grunts in his heart, Ziyu once again charged towards the mutant crab. Time slowly passed, and more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. In the shocked gazes of countless people in the laboratory, a battle of giant beasts was finally nearing its end. Blood stained the surface of the sea. Ziyu was injured after all. One of his snake heads was unfortunately caught in the pincers of the mutated crab. Even though Ziyu broke free at the first opportunity, a bone-deep, 2 to 3 meter long wound also surfaced. But compared to him, the mutant crab's end was definitely more miserable. Most of its shell was corroded by Ziyu's venom. The pincers, too, were deeply bitten off by Ziyu. And now, hiss, letting out a heaven-shattering hiss, Ziyu's snakehead after snakehead had already disappeared into the mutant crab's body, gnawing on it continuously. It was just shocking that the mutant crab's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even so, it didn't die at the first moment. Is this the life force of a mutated creature? It doesn't even die like this. Ziyu, whose snakehead had drilled into the mutant crab's body and was constantly gnawing on it, was also shaken. However, it was worth mentioning that, in the constant gnawing, Ziyu's injuries that were 3 to 4 meters long and deep enough to be seen on the bone were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was Ziyu's ninth talent, being able to rely on devouring flesh and blood to greatly increase his size, and even more so, being able to greatly accelerate his recovery speed. With this talent, Ziyu's vitality would only be more tenacious than the mutated crab. And at this time, sensing that the mutant crab had not completely died, Ziyu, who had drilled into the mutant crab's body, was also maneuvering snakehead after snakehead, condensing magic power. A glint of icy blue light was locked in his throat. Boom, boom. Several columns of ice blue light erupted from all corners of the mutant crab's body, gushing out and completely penetrating all of its body. After decapitating the mutated crab, Ziyu began to frantically eat. Ka-chow, ka-chow. In the constant chewing, Ziyu could clearly feel the magic power in his body growing. This was the benefit of the mutated creature's blood and flesh. It was able to grow the magic power in the body while nourishing the body. If one were to consume the blood and flesh of mutated creatures for a long period of time, Ziyu's strength growth would inevitably accelerate further. This vast ocean, there should be the least shortage of mutant creatures, right? Ziyu suddenly raised his snakehead and looked towards the azure sea. The sea had countless creatures. Even if the probability of mutation was relatively low, mutated creatures were not few in number. So, with a grin at the corner of his mouth, Ziyu also had a bold idea rising in his heart. That is, next, hunting in the sea. Not long after eating, Ziyu rushed towards the direction of the island. Although he could move around in the sea for a long time, but so far, the land was his home. Moreover, more importantly, the people from the lab were staring. If he were to suddenly disappear into the sea, these people from the lab were afraid that they would all jump up and down. The holy beast, it seems to have returned. Well, the holy beast actually didn't escape. Sacred beasts are ultimately beings on land. They can't be active in the sea for a long time, right? That's true. With successive murmurs, the crowd was all smiling. Sacred beasts that didn't leave as they imagined was naturally the best. If it had left, then sorry, they would only be able to activate the last resort left inside the Saint Beast. Regarding this, Ziyu did not know yet. At this time, he had already returned to the island. More so, he was rushing towards the direction of the reservoir. The reservoir, that place, Ziyu loved it. Quiet and cozy, it was considered a good residence. Returning to the vicinity of the reservoir, Ziyu chose a corner and coiled his body. Then, rest began. He was now counted as eating up. It was expected that he would not need to eat for several days. However, this was not what Ziyu wanted. He didn't have that much time to digest. For Ziyu, time was most precious. Therefore, at this time, Ziyu urged the magic power in his body to continuously accelerate the digestion of the food. And just as Ziyu was digesting the food, he wasn't idle either. Hiss, spitting out its snake letters. A large white-scaled snake was already burrowing away into the distance. This was Ziyu's seventh, the head that carried the split talent. the white-scaled great snake that was transformed. Nowadays, part of Ziyu's mind fell on the white-scaled serpent just to familiarize himself with this island. Although he had come to this island for several months, however, Ziyu was still somewhat unfamiliar with this island. There was a need to familiarize herself with it for a moment or two. For some reason, I always feel that there is something over there. In the midst of softly speaking, Ziyu, who was controlling the white-scaled serpent, looked towards a direction of the island. Just by looking, Ziyu felt his heart palpitate. Today's Ziyu was not weak. To be able to make his heart palpitate, one could imagine what this meant. Over there? What exactly is there? Spitting out snake letters, Ziyu maneuvered the white-scaled serpent and violently drilled into the ground. Currently, this doppelganger that he had transformed from his split head was able to carry 2 talents. Ziyu currently had a fusion talent assigned to him. The other, on the other hand, was the size change talent. With these 2 talents, the white-scaled serpent thought that he would be able to come and go freely in the island. Swish! Ziyu's white-scaled great serpent was like a stringed arrow in the ground, constantly charging. Every now and then, he even emerged a small half of his head from a corner of the ground to check out the surroundings. When he was sure that there was no one, the white-scaled snake would even directly drill out of the ground, like an ordinary snake, and roam around. On this island, there is no shortage of snakes. More accurately, there is no lack of various animals. What lizards, snakes, rats, there are also some large animals that exist. Think about it. Without these animals, where would the lab get the materials to do the experiments? It's hard not to air or sea transport them all. The demand for manpower and material resources was too great. However, just at this time, Ziyu felt that the sensation with the white-scaled serpent was somewhat blurred. Is the distance too far? Although the spiritual power continued to increase, allowing the range of sensation between Ziyu and the white-scaled great serpent to continue to rise. But right now, the distance was still too far. Therefore, cutting off the connection, Ziyu also let the white-scaled great snake explore freely. Anyway, in the end, everything that the white-scaled great snake saw would be brought to Ziyu. As for whether the white-scaled great snake would encounter danger, there was no need to worry about that. The white-scaled great serpent, even if he died, would have little effect on Ziyu. He could completely rely on devouring blood and flesh to grow this one head back. It was just that it would take some time, and shortly after this, what Ziyu didn't know was that the white-scaled great serpent had silently arrived at a mysterious place. More accurately, it was the underground laboratory. After the white-scaled great serpent disappeared into the earth, it realized that this piece of the underground was actually empty. Hiss! Spitting out his snake letters, the white-scaled great serpent's face all but revealed a humanized look of doubt. Immediately, he also fiercely rooted towards the lowest level. It only had instincts though. However, Ziyu had left it with a task. That was, to find the source of the heart palpitations. Now, the white-scaled great snake clearly felt that the place where the source of the heart palpitations came from was in the deepest part of the earth. Therefore, the white-scaled great serpent did not hesitate for half a second. However, it was not long after this that white-scaled great serpent had already saw countless figures heavily armed. Not only that, the white-scaled great serpent also saw an extremely huge petri dish. In the depths of that petri dish, there were countless conduits. Looking closely, these conduits were even connected to a silhouette. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of the day had already passed. And right at this moment, hiss, spitting out its snake letters, a petite white-scaled snake suddenly drilled out of the grass and came to Ziyu's side. It's back. In a daze, Ziyu also maneuvered the white-scaled snake and merged into his body. And in this one split second, boom! With a sudden boom, Ziyu's entire mind shook. Countless images flashed in his mind, and right in the middle of these thousands of images, Ziyu ended up focusing on a pair of eyes. Those were not human eyes. It was a pair of dark red vertical pupils. With just one glance, Ziyu's heart and soul shook. What is this? In a daze, a chill rose throughout Ziyu's entire body. An indescribable palpitation completely engulfed him. Just a pair of eyes alone caused his heart and soul to tremble. Such a monster. Did it really exist? What exactly is this? Transcendent level existence? Stunned, Ziyu couldn't help but fall into silence. Transcendent, an existence above the mundane. Although, Ziyu didn't know just how terrifying transcendent beings were, but based on his current strength, he could also associate it with one or two. At a mere apprentice level 8, he had the destructive power to push a village sideways. Although this had a lot to do with the fact that he had 9 talents. But one thing was certain. That was that the current him, in front of a transcendent being, was certainly far from enough. So that's why. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Ziyu also did not expect a transcendent creature to appear here. No, she's not necessarily a transcendent being yet, but come to think of it, if he is not a transcendent, he is also an existence infinitely close to a transcendent creature. Thinking like this, Ziyu also memorized this sinister shadow, deeply in his mind. However, it was worth mentioning here that the white-scaled serpent did not have the specific appearance of this silhouette in its memory. It only had a vague outline, knowing that it was a woman. This was exaggerated. The white-scaled great serpent, when he saw that one sinister shadow, was completely attracted by the eyes of this one sinister shadow. As for the other parts, it didn't even see them. While his mind was spinning, Ziyu pressed down the doubts in his heart. Yakina, that woman must have known of her existence. Moreover, seeing as she was in a petri dish, it's hard to believe that that fellow is also an experiment? For this, Ziyu was not too sure. The night was gradually getting deeper. Ziyu did not continue to investigate that one figure. Instead, he took advantage of the hazy night and went to the residence of the young girl, Amari. These past few days, this woman, Xuanai, seemed to have things to deal with and was actually not in this area. Nor did she accompany Amari to live with her. This gave Ziyu the opportunity. The dark night, Ziyu arrived at a single apartment. Hiss, hiss, spitting out snake letters, a massive shadow emerged under the hazy moonlight. Ziyu raised her body high and looked down. There was a young girl with extremely delicate features, lying quietly. Wake up, Amari. A hazy voice suddenly resounded in the depths of Amari's mind. This voice was low to the extreme, yet it seemed to go straight to the soul. Boom! With a sudden jolt, the young girl Amari slowly opened her eyes. What was imprinted into her eyes was a black python that was several meters long. He was like a monarch, looking down at himself from high above. However, Amari didn't feel half afraid. Instead, she had a kind of indescribable affinity. And this was simply because Ziyu had given Amari psychological hints time and time again. This talent of mental manipulation is still terrifying. Grinning, Ziyu also noticed that deep within Amari's eyes, there was a hazy reflection. That reflection seemed like a large snake with multiple heads. Just the reflection. It was blurry. It could not be seen clearly. This reflection is like the brand that I left in the depths of Amari's mind. The clearer the branding is, it means, the higher my control over Amari is. Speaking of this, Ziyu was also somewhat expectant, looking forward to the day when the branding was completely clear. And at that time, this one human maiden would completely fall into his servitude. And at that moment, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Ziyu's figure continued to shrink. The dark and slender body climbed onto the young girl's body at some point. Between the fangs exposed, it pierced the young girl's skin. Prickla! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the young girl's delicate body was shaken. Remember, Amari, I am your master. Remember, Amari, I am your master. Repeated murmurs continued to ring in Amari's ears. That voice was like a magic spell. It caused the eyes of the young girl, Amari, to become more and more mesmerized. Not long after, Ziyu left. In a few days, we'll be able to see if I can completely enslave Amari. Amari was an attempt by Ziyu. If Amari was completely enslaved, then it meant that Ziyu's idea was feasible. In other words, Ziyu could start implementing his plan. As for what plan? Naturally, it was to take control of this laboratory. Humans were group animals. They had one characteristic, that is the pyramid model. Whether it's a company, a country, or something else, they all exist in the form of a pyramid. The few control the many, and Ziyu only needed to enslave a few people, or even enslave individuals, to be able to control the majority. To put it simply, Ziyu only needed to enslave several core figures of the laboratory. He was able to influence the overall direction of the laboratory. At that time, the laboratory would become a tool to serve Ziyu. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu also returned to the reservoir. And right at this time, Ziyu thought of a very important thing. It seems like I'm able to communicate with others through my spiritual power, right? As Ziyu murmured, a look of uncertainty also appeared on his face. He was also uncertain, because he hadn't really communicated with humans. As for Amari, one could only say special. They both had the talent of mental manipulation. This could be a reason why they were able to communicate with each other. Therefore, Ziyu still needed to try to see if she could use her spiritual power to communicate with humans. With this in mind, Ziyu, who was originally planning to return to the reservoir, made a sharp U-turn. Not long after, he arrived near the gate. At this gate, there were 4 figures that looked like security. They were wearing black military uniforms. With guns in hand, they stood quietly, and Ziyu was lying deep in the earth because he was lying deep in the earth. Therefore, a few of them, the security, did not discover Yuziyu's existence, and now, exhaling deeply, Ziyu began to extend his spiritual power, continuously, until it arrived in front of a certain security. Good. A hazy voice suddenly resounded in the heart of this one security. Who is it? The violent bellowing echoed in the darkness of the night. It also caused Ziyu, who was hidden deep underground, to grin at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, they were able to hear my mental voice transmission, and it looks like only one person was able to hear it. Wait, isn't this the legendary voice transmission? In martial arts novels, there is a means. It's called transmitting sound into secrets. It's said that by borrowing huge internal power, the sound was condensed into a line and transmitted into the ears of a person far away. Now, Yuziyu's spiritual sound transmission and sound transmission into the secret were very similar. Only, one was relying on esoteric spiritual power, the other relied on internal power. What's wrong? What happened? A succession of inquiries rang out in the dark night. The rest of the security all gathered around. Didn't you guys hear the sound? Kamita's face was stunned. He had really heard a voice just now, and this sound, it was extremely clear. But looking at his teammates' stunned expressions, Kamita was also silent for a moment. Immediately, he straightened up and said, "It should be that I heard it wrong." Saying that, Kamito also shook his head and self-consoled. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night." "Did you really hear it wrong?" That hazy voice resounded once again. However, it caused Kamito, his entire body to be confused. He dared to be sure, even certain. He definitely did not hear it wrong. There really was a voice. But at this time, looking around at the calm appearance of each of his teammates, he was even more confused. It seemed like they still hadn't heard it. How is it possible? In a daze, Kamito's gaze also looked around, constantly searching for the direction the sound came from. Where exactly? Kamito said with a stunned face. "You can take a few steps forward. I'm not far from you." Ziyu once again borrowed his spiritual power and spoke. It wasn't that he wanted to tell this security where he was. He was merely trying to confirm one thing. That was, whether or not these humans could understand his words. If this security really listened to him and took a few steps towards the front, then it would prove that he was able to understand. And at this very moment, step, taking several steps in succession, Kamito took the first step towards the front. He's really able to understand? Strongly enduring the consternation in his heart, Ziyu again borrowed his spiritual power and transmitted his voice. You looked to the left. Between the fall of the words, Kamito also fiercely looked to the left. Well, he was really able to understand. I can really communicate with humans by using my spiritual power. No, it might be more than just humans. Thinking about this, Ziyu also couldn't help but marvel at the subtlety of spiritual power. Shortly afterward, Ziyu left. He did not continue to tease that security. In case he was discovered, it would not be good. Being able to use spiritual energy to communicate with humans is a heavenly good thing. However, it also means that humans are likely to know that I have intelligence. This is something that must be taken care of. Ziyu understood that he could not open his mouth easily. A mutated python that could communicate normally with humans. Just thinking about it was chilling. One must know that the reason why humans were able to stand at the top of the food chain, isn't it because of their superior intelligence? But Ziyu, as a mutated snake, was able to communicate normally with humans. Doesn't that mean that he has a wisdom that is not inferior to human beings? Moreover, there is another point that is even more terrifying. That is, as a mutated serpent, he had also stolen the knowledge that humans had accumulated for countless years. This was impossible to accept in the eyes of humans. At least, it was impossible to accept it when Ziyu thought about it from a human's perspective. If the humans know that I have wisdom that is no less than theirs, then the end that awaits me is bound to be very miserable. Simply because, this counted as one of the few bottom lines for humans. Even, Ziyu felt that not many people in the lab were willing to accept this. They could accept that Ziyu was extremely powerful. One could also accept that Ziyu occasionally went beyond control. But hardly, Ziyu had an intelligence equal to theirs. Forget it, don't think about this. Just try not to interact with humans in the future. Clarifying this point, Ziyu also headed straight for the reservoir. And at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that far away, there was a ship that was rushing towards this island. The flag of the Cherry Blossom Island country was constantly fluttering with the sea breeze. Countless figures stood quietly above the deck, and right at the very front of the deck, an upright figure looked indifferently at the sea. This was a young man who looked to be 25 or 26 years old. His name was Akasaka, Sakura Island Kingdom, a renowned major general. As for why he was able to become a major general at this age, that was naturally because he was a transcendent, or mutant. As one of the first existences to awaken his talent and start mutating, he had already stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship for most of the year. In terms of personal strength alone, even if he looked at all of humanity, he was considered first class. As for transcendent, sorry, but on the surface, Sakura Island doesn't have any so-called transcendent powerhouses. It's not just Sakura Island. Even the Dragon Kingdom, the Free Federation, and the manhwaedit and other big countries don't have any transcendent level existences on the surface. But in reality, according to Sakura Island's information, the Dragon Country had already had several transcendent level existences. However, each and every one of these transcendent level existences were hidden very deeply. In another year or two, I should be able to impact transcendent. And at that time, Akasaka's eyes showed anticipation. Transcendent. Transcending the mundane. Just thinking about it was exciting. That kind of existence could no longer be called human. Rather, it was an existence far above humans. However, right now, he needed to rush to Sakura Island, the island where the first laboratory was located. This laboratory had been researching war weapons. He needed to go and see the results of their research. I hope your research will not disappoint me. Grinning, Akasaka's face also revealed a look of moroseness. And at that moment, deep within the laboratory, the many top executives of the laboratory had already converged. Among them, Yagyu was also included. In the past few days, it was because she knew that Akasaka was about to arrive that she was busy. Akasaka, in the Sakura Island country, his status was extremely extraordinary. It was not only because of his own strength, which was extremely powerful. He even represented one of the 3 strongest clans in the Sakura Island Kingdom. That Akasaka fellow, he's troublesome. Dr. Oki looked like he had a bit of a headache. It's fine. He's also here to see the results of our experiments. When the time comes, we'll just arrange for him to have the one lab flying dragon or a holy beast. I believe that fellow will be satisfied. On the side, a figure spoke. I'm just afraid that he'll be too satisfied, Yagyu said helplessly. How? This one figure was somewhat stunned. If that fellow likes something, he will get it at all costs. You say, if he has his eyes on a flying dragon or a holy beast. What then? Saying that, Yagyu also looked at the silver ring on her hand. This was the device that controlled the holy beasts. Nowadays, she was considered to be half the master of the holy beast. Moreover, she was also responsible for the cultivation of the holy beast. To a certain extent, she considered the holy beast as her half-child. Naturally, she didn't want to give it up to someone else. Akasaka, coming soon. The impact on the laboratory was great. Until now, the entire laboratory had begun preparations. Simply because, Akasaka didn't just represent him alone. More so, it represented the Akasaka clan behind him. And the entire Sakura Island nation. So, on this day, on the pier of the island, the top management of the laboratory gathered here. The security guards were even lined up in 2 rows long ago. Standing quietly. Boom. With a loud boom, a wooden plank fell down, connecting the battleship as well as the pier. We meet Rear Admiral Akasaka. We meet Rear Admiral Akasaka. Neatly harmonized voices resounded throughout the pier. Aha. While nodding slightly, this upright youth also looked at the several people at the head of the group. In particular, Sasaki Kojiro. Although, this one was merely an ordinary person. But in terms of rank alone, it was even higher than even him. Therefore, Major General Akasaka greets you, Kojiro-sama. On behalf of the Akasaka clan, long time no see. Sasaki Kojiro had a smile on his lips. Let's go. You've come a long way. I'll take you to rest first. No, Kojiro-sama. I'm more interested in seeing the results you've achieved over this period of time than resting. Speaking of this, Akasaka also spoke bluntly. From your reports, it seems that all the experiments are progressing very well, and the Emperor is very fond of it, so he specially instructed me to come and observe it for a while. Well, Sasaki Kojiro was not surprised. He was also familiar with Akasaka. He knew that this guy was a hothead. Then let's go. I'll take you to see the experimental subjects. Saying that, Sasaki Kojiro also ordered people and led the way in front. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, most half an hour had already passed. And at this time, deep in a forest, rumble, accompanied by a terrifying to the extreme roar, a huge object flew out backwards like a meteor and ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the woods. That was the mutant turtle snake. It was one of the laboratory's experiments. However, the current one was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away by a youth's kick. Are you kidding me? This is really a power possessed by a human. My god, the hell? This is a transcendent? In a daze, the many figures in the laboratory all looked at Akasaka with disbelief. At this moment, Akasaka's body was filled with golden light. Even her hair seemed to have been rendered into a golden color. From afar, it looked like a teenage heavenly god. Is this the experimental subject that you have spent so much resources to cultivate? Akasaka's voice was the same as always, but if you listened carefully, you would definitely be able to detect a slight chill in this voice. He was disappointed. Really disappointed. An experiment like this was not even a stray soldier. Major General Akasaka. A figure stepped out and seemed to want to explain, but before he could say anything, a pair of gazes that were cold to the extreme already looked at him. At that moment, it was as if he had stopped breathing. His entire body, all of it, went limp, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Only, it wasn't just him. The rest of the doctor, and even Sasaki Kojiro did not look too good. The current Akasaka gave off too much of an oppressive feeling. He had already reached the 9th level of apprenticeship. His strength, moreover, was enough to be called top 3 in the Sakura Island Kingdom. This kind of Akasaka, the slightest bit of power he gave off seemed to freeze the air. However, right at that moment, tap, a step was raised. Yagyu slowly stepped out from the crowd. The long black hair was like a waterfall, a cold face that had an indescribable coldness. Akasaka's eyes couldn't help but shift over. He did not even notice that there was such a woman in the laboratory. Moreover, this woman seems to have some familiarity. Without waiting for Akasaka to think about it, Yagyu already opened her mouth and said, "This one experimental subject, a failed experimental subject, is naturally waste. I wonder if Major General Akasaka, would you be willing to take a walk with me?" Hearing Yukina's words, Akasaka raised an eyebrow. "Is it possible that you guys have prepared a surprise for me?" "Surprise? I can't say." As the words fell, Yagyu turned the silver ring in her hand. Boom! Suddenly, a spiritual fluctuation that was invisible to normal people surged towards the direction of the reservoir. And at that moment, Ziyu, who was still resting, suddenly felt an inexplicable will. "Storm out, holy beast, tell this fellow what it means to be a great terror." Those were Yukina's thoughts. She was using her spirit manipulation device to call out to Ziyu. "So amusing that it's making me storm straight away?" Ziyu was greatly amused. God have mercy. He really only wanted to be a peaceful mutated great snake. But these humans were not too peaceful. Surprisingly, they gave him such an order. "Well, sorry about that." Grinning, Ziyu finally did not hide his breath. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, and extremely terrifying to the extreme magic power, gushed out. The magic power. It was not terrifying to talk about. However, that aura was such that it was as if heaven and earth had changed color. At this moment, the sky all seemed to dim. Hiss, 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 hiss. With successive hisses, a black python that was 30 to 40 meters long rose up into the sky. And right at that moment, Akasaka, who was talking to Yagyu and the others, suddenly changed his face. A terrifying aura came from the west. What? Akasaka's face was stunned as he subconsciously looked up to the west. What was imprinted into his eyes was one giant python after another, rising up into the sky. There were 8 giant pythons, intertwining with each other. It was as if they were going to tear apart the entire sky. This is... what? In a daze, Akasaka was confused. 8 unimaginably huge pythons, rising up into the sky? What international joke? But right at this moment, the many people in the lab saw this scene, and instead of being shocked, they were overjoyed. There were even individuals who exclaimed, "The holy beast has awakened. Ha ha ha, I knew it, the holy beast is coming out. This time, Major General Akasaka, surely he can be satisfied." Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Akasaka froze even more. Holy beast? He had heard of it. It was rumored that the lab had cultivated a strange snake with multiple snake heads. However, that monstrous snake, according to the report, seemed to be only a few meters, right? But what the hell is this guy? That's 8 snake heads rising up to the sky. One, more terrifying than the other. They intertwined with each other, constantly twisting. Hiss, hiss. The continuous hissing is even more like the harsh whistling from the 9 hells. However, this wasn't the scary part. What was truly terrifying was, the 8 serpent heads that had risen to the sky from afar looked in this direction at the same time. Their icy cold eyes had a flash of tyranny. Hiss, hiss. In one hissing sound after another, one snakehead after another had a flash of aura locked in its throat. Those were spitting breaths. A full 8 spitting breaths were about to cut through the sky and rush in this direction. Stunned, Yagyu was confused. Sasaki Kojiro, Dr. Oki and the others were also confused. They had seen the horror of the holy beast's spitting breath. That spitting breath after spitting breath was enough to tear apart the sky and shatter the earth. Now, with 8 spitting breaths converging, wouldn't it be? What is the holy beast mad about? I don't know. My God. Run! Mom yo! Run! Run! It's killing people! With successive cries of alarm, even Sasao Kojiro, who couldn't strain his calm face, withdrew towards the back at the first opportunity. As for Yukaina, she subconsciously looked at the silver bracelet. Just now, looking at Akasaka's overbearing behavior, she had a crazy thought. That was to let the holy beasts go on the rampage, and let Akasaka see the terror of the holy beasts. And now it seemed, the holy beast shouldn't really have sensed my thoughts, right? Yukina's face all changed again and again. There was consternation. There was worry. More than that, there was confusion. However, the first order of business was to retreat. The holy beast's spit was no joke, and at this time, looking at the 8 heads that were hideous to the extreme from afar, opening their mouths, Akasaka's heart also rose with a strong to extreme sense of crisis. This guy, before he could finish his sentence, boom, 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 with one boom after another, 8 pillars of light tore through the sky and rushed in his direction. Looking at these 8 terrifying pillars of light, Akasaka's pupils shrunk again and again. Each pillar of light was as thick as a bucket, and they were emitting extremely terrifying magic power fluctuations. A column of magical light? Akasaka's face changed drastically as he recognized the light pillars. However, just as he was planning to dodge, he noticed that around him, there were quite a few warriors following him. These were his brothers. Together with him, they had been born and died. The crowd in the laboratory had all seen the terror of the Saint Beast, so they naturally knew to retreat and hide. But these warriors, they had first seen the Holy Beast. How could they know the terror of the Holy Beast? Therefore, none of them retreated. Now, staring blankly at the 8 pillars of light cutting through the sky, they were all dumbfounded in unison. Seeing this, Akasaka's steps, which were originally retreating, once again landed on the ground. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Akasaka slowly raised his right hand. Magic bomb! Along with a bellowing cry, countless golden rays of light condensed in his palm. From afar, it looked like a small sun. That was the magic power within Akasaka's body. Between the countless amounts of magic power that continuously converged, a huge golden sun also appeared in his palm. Immediately after that, Akasaka flung his right hand fiercely, and smashed the golden sun in his hand, towards the place where the 8 pillars of light converged. Rumble! Only a terrifying to the extreme roar was heard, and the entire sky was shaken. The terrifying storm, moreover, swept hundreds of meters. Countless trees bent over and were even uprooted. There were even countless debris flying about. Oh my god! Akasaka blocked the holy beast's spit? Is this guy really human? Hell no! This is a monster, isn't it? Is this the #1 powerhouse of our Sakura Empire? With successive exclamations, the crowd in the lab was shocked. Not only them, even Yukaina couldn't help but look shocked. As a transcendent, she was also a transcendent. She was the one who could better understand the terrifying nature of Akasaka's strike. However, at this time, Akasaka's state was clearly not as good as expected. Her breathing was slightly rapid. His hair was also messy to the extreme, although he was an apprentice level 9. But converging such a huge amount of magic power in haste was not good for him either, especially the meridians, which were vaguely feeling tingling. But this was not the end. This holy beast, it's a bit unexpected. Akasaka's eyes were slightly condensed, and the gaze that looked towards the faraway 8-headed serpent had a touch more blazing. Immediately, he knotted his foot on the ground. Boom! Only a roar could be heard, and his entire person shot off towards the distance like a cannonball. This was apprentice level 9. One step, more than 10 meters. Its speed was beyond imagination. And at this time, Ziyu was also astonished. It didn't occur to me that there are still such powerful humans. Ziyu's previous spit was naturally not directed at the top level of the laboratory. He was the one who wanted to subjugate this laboratory. Naturally, he wouldn't hurt these executives. His target was merely this one human who was emanating terrifying magic power fluctuations. Merely, he did not expect this fellow to be so terrifying. Surprisingly, he was able to resist his spitting breath. However, he was only an apprentice level 8, and in terms of magic power alone, he really wasn't considered strong. And now, eyes slightly glazed over. Race, mutant human. Rank, apprentice 9th level. Talent, sharpness, has an extremely strong affinity for metallic. So the magic power are all with a metallic sharpness. Sharp and stern, much more powerful than the usual sternness. Ability, magic into sword, able to converge magic into a sword. Golden aura burst, gathering the magic power on the body. It bursts out in a flash, extremely dazzling and bright, stabbing everything. Magic sword rain turns magic power into countless golden swords, spurting out like rain. Taking a deep look, Ziyu also had a face of admiration. Not only was this fellow's cultivation ridiculously high, even his development of talent was good. Surprisingly, he had created 3 abilities of his own. This is a true genius among humans. I also don't know if he can rank at the top of the Sakura Island Kingdom. In the midst of his mind's thoughts, Ziyu also noticed a figure shrouded in golden light, rushing towards him at breakneck speed. "Give me the chop!" During a bellowing cry, far away, Akasaka clenched his hands. Boom! Only a roar could be heard, and a golden giant sword silhouette that was more than 10 meters long actually coalesced between his hands. This must be his magic power into a sword. It's just that this cohesive sword is a bit big, right? If his opponent was also a human, just by looking at this giant sword shadow, it was estimated that he would lose the courage to fight. But, unfortunately, his opponent was Ziyu. It was a terrifying experimental body with 9 talents, even more perverted than him. Hiss! With a sudden hiss, one of Ziyu's snake heads violently opened up, spitting out countless green venom towards the charging Akasaka. At the same time, Ziyu's remaining several snake heads, while intertwining with each other, also rushed towards this tiny figure, one after another. Poof! With a cold snort, Akasaka danced the giant sword silhouette in his hand with both of his hands, stirring up a raging wind in the sky, which actually blew away the countless venomous liquids that had surged in. However, this was not the end. He even raised the huge sword in his hand once again, and viciously chopped towards the first incoming snakehead. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, as if gold and iron were clashing. The 2 figures shook at the same time. Ziyu only felt that a snakehead violently trembled, as if it had been dizzily smashed hard on the head by a large slab. As for Akasaka, his face also changed slightly. He only felt as if he had chopped into an impenetrable object, and both of his arms were slightly numb. But the problem was, Akasaka was only one person. Ziyu, on the other hand, was a full 8 snake heads. What could one snake head, dizzy, do? Hiss! A sudden hissing sound came from Akasaka's right side, subconsciously raising his eyes. Printed into Akasaka's eyes was, as if a huge black shadow like a small mountain. Damn! Akasaka subconsciously raised the huge sword in his hand to fend off this huge snakehead. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, Akasaka's entire body was shaken, and he couldn't help but fly out backwards, breaking several trees one after another. However, right at this time, Ziyu clearly sensed that for such a tiny human being, enlarging their size was not a good thing. The movement was a bit stiff. Moreover, these humans were too small to attack well. So, hiss, hiss, with successive hisses, Ziyu's size, too, returned to its normal size. It transformed into an 8-headed python that was 15 or 16 meters long. Because of the awakening of his new talent, flesh and blood devouring, Ziyu's size had grown rapidly in the past few days. It grew once again. Until now, it was already 15 or 16 meters. This normal size alone was not considered small. However, at this time, looking at Ziyu, whose size was constantly shrinking, Akasaka was also slightly stunned. Obviously, he had not thought that Ziyu could still shrink in size, but this did not affect it. Even more, he felt that it was a good thing. It really is a beast, to go so far as to shrink in size in front of me. Isn't this giving up your own greatest advantage? Akasaka sneered. With a flip of his right hand, the shadow of a huge golden sword that was 3 to 4 meters long, it was violently pulled out. Swish! Only a cracking sound was heard as a golden sword shadow cut through the air and chopped towards Ziyu. But the next moment, Ziyu's body swung, actually avoiding this chopping attack. Moreover, more than that, Ziyu counted several snakeheads and fiercely bit towards Chiban. Click, click, one after another. They all just bit into the air. It had to be said that in existence at the 9th level of apprentice, even if they were human, their reaction speed was far beyond normal human imagination. Bang, 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 bang. Successive collisions stirred in the air. It was Ziyu's snakeheads that were constantly colliding with the golden giant sword, emitting the sound of gold and iron resonating together. Ziyu's snakeheads were very hard. However, Ziyu did not expect such hardness to be able to carry this human's chopping strikes over and over again. This is the innate advantage of a mutated beast. Between his heart's admiration, Ziyu also noticed that one of his talents had quietly surged. That was the 6th talent, absolute adaptation. This was a pseudo S-rank talent, capable of adapting to all factors unfavorable to itself, including the so-called chopping attack. Ziyu was able to clearly feel that under this one guy's chopping strikes over and over again, his snake's head was getting harder and harder. Ding! Your resistance to decapitation. Enhanced. Ding! Your resistance to decapitation. Strengthened. With all the clarity rising in his heart, Ziyu couldn't help but have a humanized smile on his face. it was really not bad. Getting stronger in battle. I guess that's how it is. Just, right at this moment, the huge sword in Akasaka's hand violently changed. It was bright and dazzling. The rich magic power was as if it had materialized. This strike, it cannot be resisted. Thinking this, Ziyu also fiercely urged the magic power in his body. Boom! Along with that, a dark glow filled one of his snakeheads. That was magic power that belonged uniquely to him. Akasaka would utilize the magic power within his body. And even more so, he developed various abilities. Ziyu was naturally not bad either. Magic power covering one's body is like putting an illusory armor on oneself, able to drastically increase one's hardness, and even more so, able to turn defense into attack. Grinning, Ziyu also maneuvered this one snakehead and violently slammed it towards the sword that Akasaka chopped out. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang, the entire forest was shaken, and the black as well as golden aura even seemed as if it was going to split the small half of the forest in two. However, in the very next moment, with a wow sound, a figure was flying out backwards, breaking several trees one after another. That was Akasaka. Under Ziyu's power storage strike, he finally failed to carry it and flew out backwards. You're strong, but it's not enough. Ziyu raised one snake head after another, like a monarch, looking down on this one mole. Those who couldn't defeat him were all mole crickets. Even if this one fellow was that little bit stronger, he was still a mole cricket. And now, it was time to end it. One by one, the faces of the snakeheads were showing a cruel color, and Ziyu was planning to get serious. Yes, serious. He hadn't been serious. After all, he had 9 talents. So far, only 1 or 2 talents had been utilized. Hopefully, you won't die too quickly. As he murmured in his heart, the magic power within Ziyu's body continued to build up, and right at this moment, Akasaka, who had climbed up from the ground, fiercely accelerated and rushed towards Ziyu. Fast, it was beyond imagination. Looking from afar, one could only see a residual shadow coming. Die for me, Akasaka roared. His eyes all had a flash of ferocity. How high-minded and proud he was. Now, to be sent flying by a beast? Even if this beast looked like the legendary Orochi, it was difficult for him to suppress the rage in his body. But at the very next moment, looking at the rushing Akasaka, Ziyu laughed. Really laughed. Charging in so recklessly, really looking for death. Between heartily snickering, Ziyu's magic power that had long been stored up exploded. Coldness explosion. With a sudden roar, a terrifyingly extreme coldness erupted in an instant with Ziyu as the center. Cold. Unimaginably cold. Instantly engulfing Akasaka. Even more terrifyingly, it was as if Akasaka's body had solidified. Although, it was only frozen for a split second, but at that very moment, several hideous snakeheads were already coming towards him. Click, click, with one crunching sound after another. 2 of Ziyu's snake heads bit into each of Akasaka's arms. The remaining 2 heads, moreover, bit into his legs. Then, his entire body, which was in a big shape, was lifted in mid-air. This was a capture method that Ziyu liked very much. The killing power was not strong, but extremely insulting. Moreover, right now, Ziyu only needed to gently exert force to be able to easily tear apart his limbs. Even, it was possible to do a 5-horse split with one's own strength. Ah, damn it, are you kidding me? Let go of me, let go of me. As the magic power continued to erupt and the piercing golden light flashed again and again, Akasaka struggled as hard as he could. But there was an indescribable fear as well as dread on his face. Akasaka was also afraid of death. Especially, he was young and in a high position. He had a bright future ahead of him. So, save me, you bastards. A hiss mixed with magic power resounded through half of the woods. It was also a shock to countless people. Yakaina, Sasao and the others were even the first to rush in that direction. In just a few moments, they had already saw an 8-headed python that was more than 10 meters long, lifting a person high into the air. My god, as strong as Lord Akasaka is unable to defeat a holy beast? Aren't you talking out of your ass? Why is a holy beast called a holy beast? That's right, it's a holy beast. We cultivated it. Aya, what about Akasaka-sama? Shouldn't. There was a succession of murmurs, and the crowd was worried. Sasao was even the first, pulling his gaze towards Yakaina. Yakaina, command the holy beast to put Akasaka down. Yes. With a response, Yakaina took a step out. The silver ring in her hand shook continuously. An inexplicable power was already surging out. That was spiritual power. Yakaina was instructing Ziyu to put down Akasaka. Put it down? Grinning, Ziyu's face was showing a touch of playfulness. How could one easily put down a prey that had come to hand? Moreover, this guy was so powerful at such a young age? He might be a great enemy of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Since that was the case, ka-ching! A sudden crunching sound rang out in the air. Along with it, a miserable scream erupted to the extreme. It was Akasaka's miserable scream. In the horrified gazes of countless people, Ziyu bit off Akasaka's right leg. Then, with a vicious fling, with a loud boom, Akasaka's entire figure flew into the distance like a kite with broken strings, biting off the leg. This was the decision Ziyu made after deep thought. After killing it, Ziyu estimated that there would be a lot of trouble. The current Ziyu didn't want to set himself on fire, but if he didn't kill him, Ziyu also felt pity. Therefore, he punished him in a small way, biting off his leg. A transcendent level existence. Losing a leg is the same as losing half your life. As for why he didn't bite off his hand, that was naturally because Ziyu didn't want to have the next Yangguat to come out. He had heard of one-armed strongmen, but had never seen a one-legged strongman. Grinning, Ziyu also took a deep look at the human who repeatedly let out miserable screams from afar before choosing to leave without looking back. My leg! My leg! Ah! The mournful screams echoed continuously. It also caused the crowd's gazes to focus once again. My god! Lord Akasaka's leg seems to be broken. Good lord! The holy beast hit really hard. I feel okay. With the brutality of the holy beast, not directly biting to death is already very polite. That's right. Thinking about it, it seems to be the same. Soon after, the people from the lab carried Akasaka onto a stretcher and sent it to the medical care room. This time, Akasaka has nothing to say, right? Dr. Oki spoke quietly. He doesn't have anything to say. Right now, he probably wants to kill the holy beast. Sorry, he can't beat the holy beast. Yagyu grunted coldly, then thought for a moment and spoke again. His leg, can it be saved? According to our medical level, it should be able to be saved. Dr. Oki was a little bit sure about this. Their medical technology, when viewed from all over the world, was considered to be in the forefront. Naturally, there was not much of a problem in trying to save a person's leg. This was also the reason why Dr. Oki was not too concerned. However, right at this moment, Dr. Oki's phone suddenly rang. What's up? On Akasaka's side, is there anything going on? Dr. Oki was curious. These guys, shouldn't they be urgently treating Akasaka? Why are they calling him? Doctor, the holy beast seems to have injected Akasaka's right leg with a strong poison. The blood and flesh are completely necrotic. There's no way to renew it. Silence, complete silence. Even Yagyu was confused. Good lord, so ruthless? One bite wasn't enough. It was also injected with intense poison. Now, it's going to be difficult. Dr. Oki couldn't stand it anymore. The holy beast was even more ruthless than he had imagined. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Akasaka's life was saved, but he had lost a leg forever. Nowadays, he stayed alone in the medical room, lying quietly, his eyes all out of focus. He had long since lost the vigor he had before he came here. However, because of him, the lab's fame had completely blown up. It even sensationalized the small half of Sakura Island country, simply because someone had captured the image of Ziyu's several snakeheads, biting Akasaka. In the picture, Ziyu's 4 snakeheads were biting on each of Akasaka's limbs, lifting him up high. Ziyu's several snakeheads, on the other hand, were raised up high and looking down like a king. And now, this one picture had appeared in the hands of the Sakura Island Kingdom, this generation's emperor. I didn't think that those guys really cultivated the Yagyu Orochi. Looks like it's still strong. The heavenly emperor was a teenager who was as beautiful as a young girl. His delicate features made it difficult to recognize men and women for a time. Congratulations to the heavenly emperor. Congratulations to the heavenly emperor. My Sakura Empire is finally happy to add a guardian god. Ha. Yeah, I heard that Akasaka is not even his match. TSK, this is indeed remarkable. With consecutive congratulations, the ministers in the court were all smiling. For them, over at the laboratory, being able to cultivate this kind of experimental body was indeed a surprise. However, among them, the face of an old man was as gloomy as water. He was Akasaka's father. My son. Between heartfelt murmurs, the old man's fists were clenched. The information he received was not good. That son, who made him extremely proud, seemed to have suffered an extremely serious injury. Regarding these, Ziyu did not know. The current him was gnawing on transcendent flesh and blood. Perhaps it was the reward for defeating Akasaka. Ziyu's food was exceptionally good these days. From time to time, he had the blood and flesh of transcendent level creatures. Although it was all frozen and extremely unfresh, but it was better than the huge amount of energy it contained. Ka-ching, one bite after another. Ziyu only felt that the magic power in his body was constantly growing. Even the size of his body seemed to be growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, with transcendent flesh and blood, my strength grows extremely fast. Ziyu could clearly feel countless energies surging towards his limbs and bones, silky and wispy. However, it was extremely hot. Even Ziyu could not help but let out one hiss after another. It was a hiss of excitement, mixed with some excitement. It was the joy of further growth in one's strength. At this rate, I'll soon be stepping into the 9th level of apprentice, right? Eyes flickering slightly, Ziyu was all a bit expectant. 9th level, the last realm of the apprentice realm. It was also the most important realm. According to Ziyu's understanding, he needed to prepare as much as possible in this realm. Only then would he be able to better impact the transcendent. So before that is, before stepping into transcendence, he had to control the entire laboratory as much as possible. No one can stop me. If there is, erase it in advance. Without hiding the icy coldness on his face, Ziyu also showed killing intent in his eyes. The night was gradually getting deeper. As usual, Ziyu came to the room where Amari was. However, it was different from before. This one young girl with black skin had actually waited long ago. She knelt on the bed with her hands on her knees. Greetings, master. Amari's gaze fell on the huge shadow that gradually rose in the room. It was a huge serpentine shadow. There was only one head. 8 heads were Ziyu's symbol. As a precaution, Ziyu had incorporated all the remaining heads into the main head. Now, there was only one head left. Between slight nods, Ziyu looked at the extremely respectful Amari and also revealed a look of satisfaction. Amari was now an apprentice level 2 existence. Moreover, it still had the talent of the spirit department. But even so, she had become Ziyu's slave. Thinking like this, it must not be difficult for Ziyu to manipulate the rest of the people. However, before that, Ziyu's figure continued to shrink, until it was around 3 or 4 meters. And at this time, Ziyu crawled towards the bathroom. Wash my body for me. Yes, master. With a response, Amari got up, removed some of her clothes, and walked towards the bathroom. Ziyu had stayed in the reservoir for a long time and ate blood and flesh raw. On his body, there was a fishy odor that was difficult to handle. Although Ziyu did not care about these flavors, but not having it was better than having it. Moreover, there was such a beautiful young girl serving. Since you are a slave, you must have the consciousness of a slave. Between the sneers in his heart, Ziyu was unaware of when he had wrapped himself around the young girl's slender body. I don't know whether it was the human body that was too beautiful, or Amari, too tempting, like a green apple, the smell of sweetness. Even Ziyu couldn't help but want to rub against her more. Soft and tender, so uncomfortable. Not long after, Ziyu left Amari's room. Immediately, he cocked his head, thinking about the residence of the lab boss, Sasao Kojiro. For a moment, as if he had thought of something, Ziyu violently drilled towards the ground. It occurred to him that Sasao Kojiro seemed to live in one of the tallest buildings on the island. That one tall building was extremely heavily guarded. Sasao Kojiro, because of his high status, seemed to have a separate floor. This was not something Ziyu had inquired about. It was Amari who told Ziyu. Under Ziyu's orders, he had focused on inquiring about the residences, personalities and preferences of the lab's bigwigs for some time. According to what Amari said, the supreme ruler of the lab is Sasao Kojiro. Next, there are the 3 great doctors. These 4 people, so to speak, determined the direction of the entire laboratory. With her eyes slightly glued, Ziyu was all smiles. 4 people determined the direction of the laboratory. In other words, he only needed to enslave Kojiro, then it would be able to control the entire lab. Yakaina, however, was close to him. She would definitely think about him. The remaining 2 doctors, I'm sure they wouldn't question Sasori Kojiro either. In this way, grinning, Ziyu's face was filled with a few more looks of anticipation. Not long after, Ziyu arrived under a tall building. This building had almost 7 or 8 floors. The guards were indeed as strict as the legends, especially when he saw the heavily armed figures. Ziyu's eyes were slightly condensed. These figures were different from most of the security guards he had seen. They were obviously much stouter. Individuals even had organs that did not belong to humans, and even their appearance. For example, there was a figure that actually had the arms of a gorilla. Another figure had a thick, snake-like tail on his back. Reformed people, Ziyu realized at first. Good. Worthy of being a laboratory of the Sakura Island Kingdom. Surprisingly, even humans are within the scope of transformation. How should I put it? Ziyu could only sigh at the evil of humanity. However, at this time, with a swing of his body, Ziyu had already merged into the earth and rushed towards the tall building. It had to be said that this tall building was much more severe than he had imagined. He was evading into the walls, the ceiling. Therefore, it was difficult to be discovered. However, in the walls and ceiling, he saw countless infrared rays. There were also various laser devices in operation. Ziyu had no doubt that if he were to break in through the front door, these lasers alone would be able to tear his body apart. What a blessing, having the gift of fusion. With a sigh, Ziyu was recklessly traveling through the tall buildings, searching for his target. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already passed. Ziyu searched layer after layer, but until now, he had not found it. There are still the last 2 floors. Narrowing her eyes, Ziyu accelerated in one, and shortly after that, Ziyu finally saw the figure he wanted to find. At this time, he was wearing a bathrobe and was dealing with documents on his desk. Next to him stood a woman who was dressed very colorfully. It looked like it should be his female secretary. This woman, her face value is good. Ziyu did not hide her praise for this woman's face value. Immediately, he silently cowered in a corner and waited, waiting for this woman to leave. Only, the facts proved that Ziyu had overthought it. After handling the documents, Sasao Kojiro actually picked up the woman directly with both hands and walked towards the bed. Good guy. Forcibly resisting the urge to spit, Ziyu was also considering, should he watch an island living spring palace? But a moment later, he still suppressed the idea. Compared to a live spring palace, he was more interested in enslaving Sasuke Kojiro. So, as Sasao Kojiro turned off the lights, Ziyu was already rushing towards the bed silently. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye most of the night passed. On the large bed that was more than 2 meters long, a figure was lying quietly. It was Sasaki Kojiro. His eyes were white and his body was shivering, as if he had encountered something fearful. As for his female secretary, she had long been lying on the floor. Looking closely, this woman's face was all black and blue in color. It was obvious that severe poison was stalking her. This was Ziyu's special venom. It was not very corrosive, but it was capable of causing unconsciousness. After 2 mouthfuls, the man and the woman both collapsed directly. The rest of the time was Ziyu using her spirit to manipulate this talent bit by bit to enslave Sasao Kojiro. One could only say that tonight went well. Until now, Ziyu was already feeling that Sasaki Kojiro had enslaved most of him. I don't know if he's very afraid of death after being in a high position for a long time, or what. Obviously able to feel that his mental resistance is not strong. Better enslaved than Amari. Today is August 1st, a day worth celebrating. Simply because, just today, Ziyu finally succeeded in enslaving Sasaki Kojiro. Subordinate, meet master. In the large room, a middle-aged man knelt on one knee and looked at the hideous giant snake in front of him. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, there was an indescribable blaze. Kojiro, right? A hazy voice resounded from the depths of Kojiro's mind, but it caused Sasuke Kojiro's gaze to blaze even more. Yes, master. With a response, Kojiro also continued. I wonder, master, what are your orders? After a moment of contemplation, Ziyu also spoke bluntly. Next, put the laboratory's center of gravity onto me. Make sure to have the laboratory's resources tilted towards me. Yes, master. With a response, Kojiro also understood what was going on, and both of his eyes were flooded with a touch of appraisal. And at that moment, Kojiro wanted to say something else, but when he raised his eyes, that one hideous giant snake had already disappeared into the room. Enslaving Kojiro had taken Ziyu a full week. More accurately, it was 5 days. The last 2 days, Ziyu was there to confirm whether or not the enslavement was successful. Based on the repeated tests, Ziyu was finally certain that he had indeed enslaved Kojiro. Even a single word was enough to make Kojiro commit harakiri. This made Ziyu very satisfied. Of course, more importantly, this meant that Ziyu's plan was starting to kick in. The entire laboratory will become my paradise. Returning to the reservoir, Ziyu was filled with anticipation. Only, shortly after this, the lab also held a meeting at the first opportunity. Next, our focus is on cultivating Saint Beasts. Kojiro sat high at the head of the table and looked at the crowd. There was a flush of silence as Dr. Oki, Dr. Yakaina, and the others froze. At the middle of the night, a meeting was called just for this? That, Kojiro-sama, can you be a bit more clear in your meaning? Dr. Oki took a step out and asked, isn't it clear enough? Next, all of the lab's resources will be directed towards the sacred beast, said Sasao Kojiro, who was also excited. The holy beast defeated the flying dragon and defeated Akasaka. It has already proven everything with its strength, and we cannot fail the holy beast. This one meeting lasted a full 2 hours. Under Sasao Kojiro's strong request, all resources had to be tilted towards the holy beast. Granted, this caused strong opposition from individual doctors, but under Sasako-jiro's gaze that was full of threats, and Yukina's gaze that carried a hint of warning, they finally gave up their opposition. Only, Sasako-jiro's uncharacteristic behavior still made many people a bit puzzled. Maybe it's the pressure from above? It should be. The top might have commanded something. Alas, this boss position is not a good one. How can it be? Akasaka, who's lying in the hospital room right now, is putting a lot of pressure on our lab. Indeed, after a series of discussions, the crowd dispersed one after another, leaving Sasao Kojiro alone. He stood quietly in his office. Master, I will not let you down. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there was actually the reflection of a nine-headed serpent, hissing up to the sky. The nine-headed serpent was Yuziyu's true form. If Yuziyu wanted to control others, he needed to brand his true body into the depths of their spirit. This was one of the few drawbacks of Yuziyu's enslavement. If someone were to pay attention to Sasao Kojiro's eyes, they would definitely notice a thing or two. However, so far, it shouldn't be noticed. After all, Yuziyu had merely enslaved only 2 people. The next day, before dawn, cart after cart of food was already arriving towards Yuziyu's reservoir. Many of them were transcendent flesh and blood. Good fellow, the benefits of enslaving Kojiro have come so quickly. Looking at this cart after cart of food, Yuziyu was confused, especially since most of this was still the blood and flesh of transcendent creatures. One must know that transcendent flesh and blood could be extremely precious. To say that it was worth 10,000 gold was not an exaggeration. But now, cart after cart was being shipped. This, a bit extravagant, but I like it. Grinning, Yuziyu did not hide the joy on his face. Immediately, the hiss. In a succession of hisses, his body continued to expand. For the current Yuziyu, even if there was more food, he had the hope of finishing it. It was just that it would take some time to digest. Moreover, these seemed to be more than just food. Yuziyu had seen quite a few nutrient liquid-like contraptions. It must be greatly beneficial to his body. Grinning, Yuziyu had some expectations for what was to come. And just in the afternoon, Sasao Kojiro personally arrived at the reservoir. He dismissed the people who were following him. And then, in a whirlwind, one person came to the edge of the reservoir. Obviously, nothing was said. Yet there was a voice that rang in Yuziyu's ears. Master, may I ask what you need? Can there be any means to steadily increase strength without side effects? Yes. With a response, Sasao Kojiro also continued. In our laboratory, there is a means called electrotherapy. It can rely on lightning to stimulate various acupoints in the body, greatly increasing the speed of magic power absorption. Coupled with that, the magic power pool we prepared. The master's magic power can realize a substantial increase in a short period of time. Listening quietly, Yuziyu also smiled. Then go prepare it. Yes, master. With a response, Kojiro also rushed back at the first opportunity. He was going to go prepare. Just then, as if he had thought of something, Yuziyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you still have humanoid experimental subjects here?" Humanoid experimental subjects? Master is talking about Medusa? Medusa? Raising an eyebrow, Yuziyu also showed a curious expression. The perfect combination of man and beast. It's impossible to tell if it's a man or a beast, but it's the most perfect experimental body in our lab. Just, saying this, Kojiro stopped in his tracks. Just what? Yuziyu was even more curious. It's just that she's too strong. So strong that our lab can't even suppress her. Moreover, she is several times more vicious and brutal than her master. If she were to step out, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Hearing this, Yuziyu was also silent. Is it so exaggerated? However, recalling that flash of dark red vertical pupil, Yuziyu's mind was also endowed. For some reason, he had a feeling that the power of that fellow might be beyond imagination. After enslaving Kojiro, Yuziyu could be said to be pulling full weight in all aspects. In particular, the large supply of transcendent flesh and blood allowed Yuziyu's strength to steadily increase. Until now, he had finally stepped into the 9th level of apprentice. This is the 9th level of apprentice. It's really terrifying. With a sigh, Yuziyu surged the magic power in his body. Boom! Visible to the naked eye, Yuziyu's entire body was emitting a hazy black ethereal light. This was the radiance of magic power. After stepping into the 9th level of apprentice, the magic power in Yuziyu's body was extremely abundant. It was as if it was overflowing. With a slight surge of magic power, terrifying magic power would gush out. Then, arming one's body using the massive magic power would be like this. This is magic power arming, right? Grinning, Yuziyu also noticed how terrifying he was at this moment. The current him was like being clad in the hardest armor. It was almost impossible for an ordinary bullet to tear through his defense. Even ordinary cannonballs would be hard to tear through his armor. However, it was a pity. His magic power was ultimately limited and could not be supported for a long time. According to Ziyu's estimation, his magic armament could only support him for at most half an hour. That is, during the majority of the half hour, he was almost invulnerable and swept through everything. Combined with the talent of changing size, he would be able to transform into a city-destroying beast and easily push across a third or fourth tier city. And this was his current terror. And at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to find that around the reservoir, one generator after another had long been prepared. There were even countless thick chains hanging down. This is electrotherapy. Can stimulate the flesh at the same time, enhance the magic absorption. It was a type of strengthening that belonged uniquely to the laboratory. I remember the electrotherapy from before was very good. Ziyu had a deep impression of the genetic blood pool. There, he had his greatest metamorphosis. Not to mention crossing several levels one after another. The strength of his flesh had even increased drastically. It didn't occur to him that he could now have electrotherapy again. With electrotherapy, the strength of my body, again, is going to increase. Stating softly, Ziyu also looked towards the staff not far away. Seemingly confirming something, the staff member finally dialed the valve. Boom! With a sudden roar, countless fine currents spurted out. Click, click. Hearing only one crunching sound after another, Ziyu's entire body shook. That was electric current. Countless amounts of electric currents were constantly surging along the iron chain. I don't know if it's because my resistance to electricity has increased, or if it's because my strength has increased. The strength of this electric current, it's far from enough. Helpless in his heart, Ziyu also transmitted his voice to Sasuke Kojiro. Understood, master. With a response, Sasori Kojiro also began to adjust the current. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, most of a month had already passed. During this period of time, Ziyu had finally stabilized her own realm. The strength of his flesh was even slightly increased due to the electric current. Not only that, his 10th head, too, had truly grown out. Hiss, hiss, with one hiss after another, a 10-headed serpent roared up to the sky. That was Ziyu's true body. With a full 10 heads, entangled with each other, there was something indescribably hideous as well as terrifying. However, at this time, Ziyu's eyes were slightly condensed, and the many heads were looking towards the 10th snake head. This one snake head, because it had just been conceived, was on the small side, but the talent he carried was very interesting. It was a magic power type talent. The name, Ring of Magic Power. Ring of Magic can condense a black magic aperture around it, and while storing its own magic power, it enhances the ability to absorb and transform it. Simply put, it was a talent that drastically increased magic power. Each magic aperture was able to increase the magic power in Ziyu's body by half. If Ziyu was able to condense 9 magic apertures, the magic power in her body would be able to multiply several times over. It was even more exaggerated. Below transcendent mortal, the physical body is valued more, and the strength of the physical body determines everything. But above transcendent, it's more of a game of magic power. The more vast the magic power is, the more terrifying its outburst of power will be. Grinning, Ziyu had also recognized this point long ago. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Under transcendent, he mostly evaluated physical combat. The so-called magic spitting was only occasional. But what if he stepped into transcendent? At that time, with an aura locked around his throat, his terrifying spit was feared to really be able to slice through the sky as well as the earth. However, this had high requirements for Ziyu's total amount of magic power. This ring of magic power, it looks very good. And, more importantly, catalyzing the magic power within his body. With a loud boom, Ziyu's entire body shook. It was visible to the naked eye that a black aperture had surfaced behind a huge 10-headed python. This aperture was extremely large, as if it enveloped his entire body. This aperture is like the wheel of light behind an angel, only it's even more illusory. However, it's handsome to the extreme. Grinning, Ziyu also stated the most awesome thing about this talent. That was handsome, a simple word that said it all. As for handsome, what was the point? One must know that he was now the sacred beast of the Sakura Island Kingdom. It was the explicitly divine beast that protected the country. In the next step, in order to win the trust of the people of the Sakura Island Kingdom, he would definitely need to play God. That is, to reveal a divine miracle, right? And at that time, it was time for this one ring of magic power to make an appearance. Ziyu directly activated this talent, and one after another bright and dark aperture appeared behind him. It made his entire body look evil and majestic. Its compulsion was, to say the least, drawn out. I've found the right way to open this talent. Grinning, Ziyu was also very fond of this talent. Just then, as if sensing something, Ziyu also collected her own magic power. Someone had come. Moreover, it was still an acquaintance. Step, one step after another. A woman with an extremely tall figure and a very sinister dress slowly came. This was Dr. Yakina. She arrived near the reservoir and looked around, seemingly searching for Ziyu's figure. Holy beast, where are you? Xuanai opened her mouth and asked. Hiss. With successive hisses, a snake head slowly emerged from the reservoir. It was Ziyu. He was curious about this woman. How did she suddenly arrive? Sacred beast, do you still remember the Akasaka you seriously injured earlier? It's that very strong human. He recently installed the prosthetic limb of a mutated beast, and his battle power has increased by a large margin. So I guess he's coming to kill you again. Listening quietly, Ziyu's eyes also narrowed slightly. Mutated beast's prosthetic limb? Was it referring to the kind of transformed human he had seen before? A human body, but with some of the limbs of a mutated beast? Good fellow. He could really accept such a human-less, ghost-less posture? This laboratory had no name. However, for the sake of convenience, Sasao and the others were calling it the first laboratory. Don't look at this laboratory, located on a remote island. But what it actually represented was the highest human technology. It was no exaggeration to say that Dr. Oki and Dr. Yakina alone were the authoritative representatives of genetics and biology. Looking around the world, they were also one of the most awesome people in their respective fields. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that a country was willing to support them unconditionally behind the scenes. And that was the first laboratory. Among them, the biological modified human was one of their most proud masterpieces. Until now, this technology of theirs was already perfect. They could grant humans some of the limbs of mutated beasts, greatly increasing the human's combat power while at the same time being able to renew a second life for the disabled. However, their purpose was not to save. It was more for the purpose of creating powerful modified warriors. It was just that Ziyu hadn't expected that fellow Akasaka to be able to accept the appearance of himself as inhuman and ghostly. Kind of interesting. Ziyu smiled, her gaze unable to stop flickering. And at this time, in the deepest part of the island's underground, a room, tap, along with the vibration of the earth, a figure had slowly risen. That was Akasaka. It was still upright to the core. However, what was noteworthy was his right leg. It didn't seem to be a human's right leg. Instead, it looked like part of an animal's limb. Lord Akasaka, this right leg of yours, we specially traveled to Australia and took it from a transcendent mutant kangaroo. It has extremely terrifying power. Listening to his subordinate's explanation, Akasaka grinned and lashed out. Rumble. Only a loud sound was heard, and as if the earth couldn't withstand its power, it continued to crumble, revealing a ground that looked like a spider's web. This is the transcendent right leg. How terrifying. Akasaka tightened his fists, feeling the unprecedented power that filled his body. At this moment, he had the feeling of being able to kick the crap out of everything. Where is that 8-headed snake? I'm going to get him killed. Akasaka showed his teeth and had an indescribably crazy look on his face. One by one, the staff members could not help but look at each other. Immediately, after biting their teeth, a figure stepped out and said, Akasaka-sama, I think you should adapt for a while. The battle power of the holy beast cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the last time it fought you, it most likely did not use its true strength. What? Didn't use its true strength? Akasaka's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Are you kidding me? That guy, an apprentice level 8, defeated him, an apprentice level 9, and he didn't even use his true strength? Just then, the figure added, I heard that the holy beast seems to have stepped into apprentice level 9. Hearing this, Akasaka was completely silent. Apprentice level 8 could bite off one of his legs? This apprentice level 9. What more? Baka. You wait for me. Letting out a vicious sentence, Akasaka also limped towards the depths of the laboratory. He still needed to get used to this brand new right leg. And at this time, Ziyu didn't know what was on Akasaka's mind. The current him, eyed Yukina's departure. For some reason, it felt as if Yakina had sensed something. This woman, unexpectedly smart. Eyes slightly condensed, Ziyu spat out her snake letters, and a humanized look of indifference appeared on the face of one snake head after another. This woman, if she really sensed something, then find a chance to get killed. Ziyu would not allow any accidents. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Ziyu swung her body towards the direction of the sea. In this regard, none of the lab staff interfered. They even took the initiative to open the door of the laboratory. The sacred beast is going hunting again. Ha! Sacred beasts really like the sea. TSK, there's always something going on at night. One after another, countless staff members watched a black python that was 20 meters long disappear into the depths of the sea. And shortly after this, a shallow sea. Hiss, hiss, accompanied by a terrifying hiss. A giant python's body rose against the wind. The body, which was originally close to more than 20 meters, continued to expand. 30 meters, 40 meters. In just a moment, a 60 to 70 meter pitch-black python had already appeared in the depths of the sea. That was Ziyu. Hiss, 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 hiss. One hiss after another. One hideous snake head after another, continuously drilled out from its neck. In just a few moments, a 10-headed giant python was already hissing up to the sky in the sea. Terrifying magical power surged continuously. His entire body seemed to emanate a hazy black ghostly light. However, this was not terrifying. What was truly terrifying was that behind him, an extremely huge black aperture appeared. It was illusory and hazy. Yet, it made this prehistoric python look as if it had gone from reality to myth. This is the posture of my complete body. Between a sigh, Ziyu surged towards the deeper ocean. The seawater in all directions squeezed his body, although it had a slight stinging pain. However, Ziyu was exceptionally fond of it, because just at this time, countless messages, too, surfaced in Ziyu's mind. Ding, you are resisting the sea pressure. The strength of your body has increased. Ding, you are resisting the sea pressure. Your body's strength has increased. A simple message, but Ziyu's talent absolute adaptation was unleashed. It was able to adapt to all environments that were unfavorable to it. In the sea, the most terrifying thing was not the mutated sea beasts. Rather, it was the countless absent sea pressure. It constantly squeezed the body, making it seem as if the body was unable to breathe. Humans, precisely because of this, had difficulty truly entering the deepest part of the sea. Right now, Ziyu was using the sea pressure to continuously polish his body. This was considered a way for him to cultivate. Moreover, he did not know whether it was an illusion or not. As he kept swimming in the sea, Ziyu's body was even more slender and rounded. If anything, before, his body still had some bloat and ugliness. Then now, there was a kind of streamlined beauty. Of course, Ziyu felt that it could also be that he had grown apart. However, right at this moment, it was as if he had discovered something, and suddenly his eyes stared. Hiss, hiss. With a succession of hisses, he violently rushed towards the distance. There was a huge object that slowly surged. It seemed like a giant whale. It was just that it was much larger than a normal giant whale. It was more than 50 meters. Is it a mutated giant whale? It exudes fluctuations of magic power. Grinning, Ziyu was the one who maneuvered his body and fiercely pounced towards this mutant giant whale. Woo-woo! A mournful and deep hissing sound echoed continuously in the depths of the sea. Accompanying it was the color of blood that dyed the sea red. It was a huge mutated giant whale bleeding. Apprentice level 7. It wasn't weak. Especially, it was still a giant whale. The whale was one of the most massive creatures in Blue Star. Even if it was only a preliminary mutation, it was still hopelessly powerful. Put it this way, if this mutated giant whale appeared on land, ordinary apprentice level 8, level 9 mutated beasts wouldn't dare to find trouble with him. That huge size gave it an unimaginable sense of oppression. But now, it was like a toy in front of a large snake with 10 heads. Woo, woo. Hissing more and more mournfully, the mutant giant whale continuously struggled. Its huge body stirred the seawater, but what awaited it was a bloody mouth. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and one of Ziyu's snakeheads had already bitten down hard on its body, tearing off a large chunk of flesh and blood. However, this was only the beginning. More of Ziyu's heads bit towards it. In just a moment, there was already not a single intact place on the mutant giant whale's body. Even its breath was gradually weakening. Until, it's time to end it. Grinning, Ziyu's several heads violently drilled into the body of the mutant giant whale. Then, rumble. Only a terrifyingly loud bang could be heard as pitch-black magical power erupted, blowing apart the body of the mutant giant whale. That was Ziyu's magic spit. Right now, he was fond of manipulating the head and drilling into the enemy's body to deliver a fatal blow. Close-range blasting was the most deadly. The current me, I estimate that I'm more than a notch stronger than an unusual apprentice level 9. As for whether or not it can be compared to a transcendent, it's hard to say. Ziyu was not too sure about this, because he hadn't seen a true transcendent creature. However, Ziyu knew one piece of data. That is, most of the creatures under transcendent were under 10,000 in magic power, unless one had a talent for magic power or was of a special race. Otherwise, most of the mutated beasts at apprentice level 9 had a magic power of around 9,000. As for transcendent creatures, even a transcendent first-order creature would have a magic power of between 10,000 and 100,000. In terms of magic power alone, it was a tenfold difference, and that's not even counting the purity of the magic power. Perhaps one strand of magic power from a transcendent creature was better than several strands, or even 10 strands, from an ordinary creature. In this way, it could also be imagined how great the difference between the two was in terms of magic power. My biggest reliance right now is size. If the transcendent creatures were humans, I might be able to rely on my huge size. In a battle? Of course, it's just hopeful. Thinking about this, Ziyu but suppressed the thought. He would never cross the level to fight. Even if he had this ability, he would not do it. The reason was simple. He treasured his life. Fighting at a higher level sounded cool, but the risk was too great. In case he accidentally flipped over, then wouldn't Ziyu's efforts for so long be wasted? So, Ziyu, who spat out his snake letters and filled his stomach, also rushed towards the land. He didn't like staying in the sea for a long time. It wasn't that he couldn't. Rather, it was unaccustomed. When, in the future, humans notice my existence and initiate an attack on me, I will still choose to return to the sea. To me, the sea is probably the safest place. Thinking about this, Ziyu was landing. Time always passed silently. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this period of time, Ziyu's strength grew steadily. Until now, it had already reached the late stage of apprentice level 9. It was as if the magic power in his body was saturated, with a feeling of overflowing. Not only that, his normal body size had grown to around 25 meters. This was an extremely astonishing body size. The gentle swinging of his body alone was enough to flatten trees and even rocks. However, this was not the frightening part. What was truly terrifying was that with his efforts, the hardness of his body had also reached a certain limit. Now, this guy Akasaka's full force strike merely caused his body to feel pain, yet it did not tear through his defense. This was terrifying. It was also something that made Akasaka completely despair. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Akasaka cried out in shock, and then he clenched his fists once again. Die for me! Accompanied by a roar, brilliant light erupted from his fist. Then, boom! With another boom, Ziyu's body shook violently. A bucket-sized crater had surfaced on Ziyu's torso, but even then, Ziyu's scales did not shatter. It was only that the body part was dented for the most part, and this was Ziyu's current body hardness. It was suffocating. Ziyu estimated that based on his body alone, he was enough to fight with an apprentice level 7 or 8 existence. No, this is never possible. Akasaka couldn't believe it. His body was uncontrollably backing up. He had been recuperating for a month, confidently coming over to fight with the 8-headed snake. But unexpectedly, this result was ushered in. He had built up his strength and his vicious punch had failed to penetrate the 8-headed serpent's defense. What did this mean? Akasaka knew better than anyone. The 8-headed snake was stronger than before. Moreover, it was more than a notch stronger. And here, Ziyu had to thank the talent absolute adaptation. After the repeated stimulation of electrotherapy as well as the sea's pressure, Ziyu's body, while being strengthened, also had a certain amount of resistance to power. According to Ziyu's estimation, only that kind of guy who was born with divine strength could easily shake Ziyu's body. As for Akasaka, sorry, he wasn't qualified. And at this time, looking at Akasaka whose face was filled with disbelief, Ziyu grinned. Hiss. Accompanied by an earth-shaking hiss, Akasaka's body trembled. Raising his eyes to look, a terrifyingly huge serpent with a black magical light emanating from its body, and with 2 black circles of light hidden behind it, was actually emanating an unimaginable might. That was Ziyu's true body. The magic power in his body continued to grow as he grew again and again. Moreover, he even condensed 2 apertures behind his back. The apertures were rings of magic power, capable of storing one's own magic power. In terms of magic power alone, he now had almost 17,800 magic power. Compared to before, it was more than twice as strong. Such magic power, combined with Ziyu's already terrifying body, this allowed Ziyu's battle power to reach an unimaginable level as well. Not long ago, the Chisaka who was still able to fight with him was now no different from an ordinary ant in his eyes. Is this the best you can do? You've made me look forward to it for nothing. Between heartily snickering, Ziyu also let out a long whistle once again. Hiss. The terrifying hissing, mixed with the outburst of magic power, was actually like thunderstorms rising from the ground. With Ziyu as the center, a terrifying shockwave was set off. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and in the unbelieving gazes of many laboratory personnel, Akasaka was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away by Ziyu's long whistle. How is this possible? My gosh, how could it be so terrifying? A saint beast is already this powerful? Are you kidding? With successive exclamations of shock, the crowd was in disbelief. Even Akasaka was having trouble accepting it. He slowly climbed up from the ground, and his bloodstained face was filled with stunned, puzzled, and even puzzled. Only, just then, spitting out snake letters, a huge head had already arrived in front of Akasaka. A thick, fishy odor came to the face. An indescribable chill enveloped Akasaka. At this moment, cold sweat could not stop flowing down from his forehead. Akasaka panicked. Even more so, he was afraid. A feeling called death had completely wrapped him up, allowing such a terrifying mutated serpent to get close to him. Just by thinking about it, one would know what it meant. Holy beast, don't! A sudden voice rang out from not far away. Looking for the sound, it was actually Yagyu walking slowly. She opened her arms, seemingly stopping Ziyu from making further movements. Looking at Xuanai's arrival, Ziyu also spat out her snake letters, shook her head, and slowly turned around. It was also at this moment that, plop, in front of the stunned gazes of the crowd, Akasaka sat down on his butt without any image, but not a single person dared to laugh at him, because he was Akasaka, a strong man who stood at the top of the human race. Even Akasaka-sama can't stand up to the might of a holy beast? I'll be honest, I admire Lord Akasaka. If I were in front of a holy beast, I'd probably die of fear. I might be too. With successive murmurs, the crowd looked at the departing prehistoric python and were also horrified. As for Akasaka, Ziyu didn't care too much. He had originally wanted to erase this unstable factor. However, he inquired about Sasao Kojiro's thoughts. According to him, the forces behind Akasaka should not be underestimated. If something happened to Akasaka on the island, it might draw fire. Therefore, for the sake of stability, Ziyu also tolerated Akasaka to continue living on this island. However, on this very day, Master, we detected the concentration of magic power in the air, growing steadily. It is estimated that in a short while, the first round of magic tides may come. Hearing this, Ziyu was also startled violently. Magic tides? He was somewhat stunned, and more than anything, he was puzzled. And at this time, as if he had sensed Ziyu's doubts, Sasao Kojiro also explained, the discharge of nuclear wastewater seems to have opened the door to evolution. This is an era where life is frantically evolving. However, based on the research of many of our experts, we found that a long time ago, life had seen an explosive evolution of species, and that time, we call it the Cambrian period. To put it more directly, we could have had one glorious era after another a long, long time ago. It's just that with the passage of time, all of these eras have fallen, and we've also ushered in the so-called Age of the End. Listening quietly, Ziyu also came to a realization. According to Sasao Kojiro, the myths and legends and cultivation of immortality of the past could all be real. It was just that, with the passage of time, the spiritual or magical power was dissipating. That one bright era also disappeared. However, the so-called spiritual power or magic power was like the tides, which rose and fell. The Age of the End times was when the tides kept falling until they reached their lowest point. And nowadays, the magic tide is just rising. And according to the experts, the first magical tide is, most likely, coming. As for what is the first round of magic tides? In the simplest terms, it's the magic power in the air, which will see an explosive growth. Countless creatures, all of them, will undergo an unprecedented great evolution. And at that time, that's when the real big terror will occur. Especially for humans. Nowadays, the probability of a mutated creature appearing is almost 1 in 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands. But if the first round of magic tides is ushered in, then the probability of a mutated creature appearing could be 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 1,000. The probability of its mutation will increase drastically. Sasao Kojiro explained with a grave expression on his face. So that's how it is. Grinning, Ziyu was not worried. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. He knew what the arrival of the first round of magic tides meant. Chaos. Unprecedented pandemonium, right? Even the dominant position of humans would be shaken. Nowadays, all countries were trying their best to suppress the news of mutated creatures. But if the first tidal wave of magic power is ushered in, then it will no longer be possible to suppress the news of mutant creatures. Chaos would come to all countries. Not only that, but that one mutated beast would be a constant threat to the safety of humanity. And wasn't this the so-called chaotic world? A chaotic world is good. Only in a chaotic world do we need guardians. And, more importantly, only in a chaotic world will humans not keep focusing their eyes on me. Ziyu didn't want to be focused on by humans too much. It was not good. One could even say dangerous. And at that moment, Ziyu opened her mouth to inquire. Then do you know when the first round of magic tides will come? I don't know. Shaking his head, Sakura also said bluntly. It's just that, recently, the concentration of magic factor in the air has been increasing extremely rapidly, and according to expert speculation, it's estimated that it'll be in the next month or two, and at that time, I still asked Master to make preparations. Hearing this, Ziyu was also stunned. Be prepared? Aha! Between slight nods, Sakura also continued. Magic tides are very beneficial to mutant creatures, and can even accelerate the evolution of mutant creatures, so if Master grasps the opportunity, he may be able to advance even further. Well, the corner of his mouth grinned. Ziyu also smiled. The current him was even more looking forward to it. Only, before that, he needed to push himself to the limit in all aspects as soon as possible. My cultivation level, which is late apprentice level 9, is only half a step away from the peak. Although magic power is extremely abundant, I can still use the ring of magic to accumulate as much magic power as possible. As for the physical body, I should still have a lot of room for improvement. As he murmured, Ziyu also clarified his next direction, a three-pronged approach, striving to adjust his state to perfection before the first round of magic tides arrived. And at that time, he thought that he could also attempt to impact the transcendent realm. The dark night was like a deep painting. The dark sky was sprinkled with countless twinkling stars, and there seemed to be a mysterious power stirring in the darkness. And at this time, Ziyu was coiled alone near the reservoir. One by one, between the heads of the snakes, raised, seemed to be gulping down the essence of the sun and moon. As far as the naked eye could see, wisps of magic power, transformed into pillars of light, continuously surged towards Ziyu's body. However, at this very moment, rumble, a corner of the island suddenly set off a huge explosion. Dust flew and wind and waves rose. The entire island seemed as if a small earthquake had been ushered in, trembling continuously. What happened? Wait, this direction is? My God, it can't be? Medusa has awakened? What? How is this possible? There were successive exclamations of shock, and countless people were shaken. Even Dr. Yakina, Sakura and the others' faces changed drastically. Medusa, the legendary experimental body, also known as a forbidden experimental subject, simply because her existence was a taboo. She was the combination of a human and a beast, a product of a taboo experiment. Such an existence was not tolerated by the world. However, now, she didn't just appear, it was even more powerful beyond imagination. If the appearance of the holy beast was a surprise to the entire laboratory, then the birth of Medusa could be said to be a heavenly surprise for the entire lab. However, considering Medusa's powerful strength, the laboratory could not bear to abandon it. Therefore, until now, Medusa was sealed in the deepest part of the lab. However, now, she woke up. Tap, tap, deep within a ruin, a jade foot was revealed from amongst the flying dust. This jade foot exuded a warm luster under the moonlight, as tantalizing as fine jade. Every detail seemed so well proportioned and elegant, as if it was a carefully carved work of art. Ka-ching! But just as this jade foot landed on the stone slab, it was as if the stone slab could not withstand her strength, and it actually continued to crumble. Not only that, an indescribable aura continued to spread. It was suffocating and cold. One by one, the security couldn't help but retreat. Gulp! Individual security even couldn't help but swallow their saliva, forcing themselves to avert their gazes, simply because, at this time, a slender humanoid silhouette was already completely revealed amidst the flying dust. This was a woman, a very beautiful woman. A thin veil covered a body as delicate as white jade, the long black hair, like a waterfall fly away. But the most important thing is the pair of dark red pupils. This vertical pupil seemed to have a strange magic, attracting all eyes. However, in the very next moment, a miserable scream rang out in the night sky. Along with it, a security body actually solidified a little bit, turning into a cold sculpture. Petrifying eye. Any existence attracted by Medusa's gaze has a certain possibility of being petrified. This was Medusa's talent. It was so terrifying that it was suffocating. It was hard to imagine that the people of the laboratory had created such a monster. Even the many doctors in the lab were in disbelief. What was the difference between this and the mythical Medusa? Or rather, wasn't this just the Medusa that came out of the myths and legends? That Medusa, too, had the power to petrify everything. And now, this artificial product even had a similar talent. This was no longer a similarity in name. It was even more of a similarity in terms of God and even essence. And at that moment, tap, another foot stepped out, and Medusa slowly raised her eyes and looked around. Wherever her eyes passed, each and every security retreated in panic. The mournful screams of the previous security guard when he was petrified seemed to still be echoing in his ears. They didn't dare to provoke this god of murder. Boring. Is it possible that you and the others don't even have the courage to look at my concubine? Her voice was like silk, smooth and textured, gently lingering in the air, making it irresistible. It was also what made many of the security jolted. Just now, did Medusa speak? Between looking at each other, many security were in disbelief. Not every security guard had seen Medusa before. A year had passed since Medusa's last appearance. Several batches of security guards had also changed. Therefore, quite a few people were feeling extremely shocked at the Medusa that spoke. Did Medusa speak? Is this really a mutated creature? If we ignore the huge snake tail behind her, I really doubt that she is a princess. This really is a natural beauty. After all was said and done, many people retreated even faster. Simply because, right at this moment, Medusa gently raised her fingertips. Boom! Dark red light converged at the fingertip. Immediately afterward, with a swish sound, a basketball-sized dark red ball of light violently cut through the night sky and smashed towards the crowd. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang. 100 meters in a radius were shaken. Looking up, a huge crater several meters deep had emerged. Not only that, there were countless broken limbs. A strike. With just one casual strike, Medusa had taken away more than a dozen human lives. Humans, still really fragile. Medusa's voice resounded once again, but it did not contain any semblance of emotion. It was more of an indescribable indifference. And at this time, she raised her fingertips again. A terrifying magical power also erupted as the dark red light converged. What happened? In a somewhat stunned voice, Ziyu, who was still gulping down moonlight near the reservoir, also raised her eyes to look at the corner of the island. A terrifying to the extreme magic power fluctuation came from this direction of the island. This magic fluctuation was extremely bizarre. Unlike in evil, it was even more indescribably chilling. Even as strong as Ziyu felt a slight chill. It's her who has awakened. In a daze, Ziyu also realized. It should be Medusa awakening. He had asked Sasao Kojiro about Medusa before. That was the laboratory's first experimental body. Even the current Ziyu was not necessarily able to compete with her. She was mysterious and terrifying. Even the birth seemed to be a mystery. However, it was such an existence that was unimaginably powerful. And at this time, it seemed to have sensed something. Far away suddenly a hissing sound rang out. Hiss, hiss. That hissing was soft and charming to the extreme. But it was indeed the hissing of a snake. And Ziyu even heard the meaning of this hissing. She was calling out to Ziyu to go forward. Kind of interesting. Grinning, Ziyu also swung his body and rushed towards this direction of the island. And at the very same time, the absolutely beautiful woman who was yawning and looked a trifle lethargic also had the corners of her mouth slightly curved, lifting up a subtle arc. Here it comes, Medusa. That was the name given to her by the tiny human. She had a name of her own. The name Sasha. In her vague and short memories, she seemed to be a 17-year-old girl named Sasha. It was only because, after having a serious illness, she eventually collapsed. Then, because of some reasons, she came to this one laboratory. More so, she was lying on a cold operating table. By the time she woke up once again, she had already become a humanoid. Snake-like appearance, a humanoid figure, dark red vertical pupils. Behind her back, there was a dark red snake tail. This is the monster in the eyes of the world. Sasha. It was difficult to accept such a posture. She couldn't accept it either. Instinctively, it was rejecting it. But on the other side, there was a vague voice that kept telling her, "You are Medusa. It's the queen of 10,000 serpents. You are Medusa, the queen of 10,000 serpents." The voice was hoarse and chilling, a stark contrast to Sasha, like the two sides of her, beastly as well as human. All along, Sasha had felt that she was special, unique, was alone. But it wasn't until one day that she felt a kindred spirit, just like her, with the flavor of a human, yet also had the smell of snake. Kindred. Between murmurs, Medusa stuck out her tongue, like a snake, and licked her lips. It seemed extremely joyful. However, right at this moment, rumble, rumble, the woods far away all began to vibrate violently. Vaguely, Medusa saw. A hideous serpent with 8 heads was seen rushing towards this direction. It really is the same kind. Seemingly confirming something, Medusa's eyes were glowing. A dark red light came out through her body. At the same time, Medusa slowly raised her palm. Boom! Wisps after wisps of dark red magic power continued to linger and rotate in the center of her palm, until it transformed into a several-meter large ball of dark red magic power. Boom! Only hearing a roar, this huge ball of dark red magic power had already crossed hundreds of meters of night sky, smashing towards the big snake. But at the very next moment, The faraway great snake also opened its mouth, and the icy blue column of light fiercely struck the dark red magic powerball. Rumble! With a loud bang, the woods shook. In the gazes of countless people who were horrified to the extreme, a huge storm rose up in a 100-meter radius. There were even countless trees uprooted. That was the magic power of Ziyu and Medusa. Just one strike. It had a terror that far exceeded that of an ordinary apprentice level 9. This fellow's strength. In a daze, each of Ziyu's snake heads lifted up. Their gazes were even focused on the woman far above the ruins in the first place. She was extremely petite. This kind of petiteness was relative to his huge body. In terms of humans alone, she was definitely considered tall. However, even with such a petite body, it was the first time that Ziyu's snake pupils were impressed. Race, mutant snake man, a product of the combination of human and snake. Rank, half-step transcendent. Talent, petrifying eyes, dark red vertical pupils. Capable of petrifying everything. Ability, magic sphere, gathering dark red magic power, turning it into a terrifying ball of energy that bombards everything. Whip of thorns, dark red magical power that transforms into a long whip of dark red thorns. Medusa's gaze, eyes stare at everything, petrifying everything. Untouchable body. Mere touch may petrify. Stunned, Ziyu was frozen. With this kind of strength, is it still only a half-step transcendent? Then how terrifying would a true transcendent be? While his heart was stunned, Ziyu noticed the silhouette, transforming into a dark red stream of light, rushing towards Ziyu. In just a moment, Ziyu's body was given a lurch. And at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to see that on the branches of a large tree that was dozens of meters tall, a silhouette was already standing against the wind. That was Medusa. She stood quietly on the branches of the tree, seemingly enjoying the night breeze. Concubine, named Sasha. Medusa's vermilion lips gently opened, and her voice, as smooth and textured as silk, echoed in Ziyu's ears. Just like the rumors, it can spit out human words. Ziyu murmured in his heart, but did not respond. He did not want people to know that she could understand human speech. Even more so, he didn't want to communicate with this kind of guy who didn't know the depths of the world. You can't speak? Medusa seemed extremely curious, but the next moment, her words changed and she continued. Also, although you have a human flavor, you are ultimately a snake. My concubine reckons that you merely have the intelligence of a human. Saying this, Medusa's face was showing a touch of regret. It seemed to be very sorry. It was so hard to meet a true kindred spirit, and yet, they couldn't communicate. When really, it was regrettable to the extreme. However, it had to be said that the growth speed of this one-of-a-kind was somewhat fast. Just how long ago? Its aura was already no weaker than hers. However, right at this moment, Medusa suddenly felt a darkness above her head. When she raised her eyes to look, it was actually a hideous snake head, biting fiercely towards her. That was Ziyu's snake head. In order not to make Medusa suspicious, he launched his attack without hesitation. Tap! With a light tap of her jade foot, Medusa's entire body rose up into the air, leaping 20 to 30 meters in a single bound. At the same time, Medusa also let out a cold snort, seemingly extremely dissatisfied. Her right hand was flung in the direction where Ziyu was. Swish! Only a sound of breaking air was heard, and a long, dark red whip that was more than a dozen meters long was already pulled out suddenly. That was Medusa's whip of thorns. It was dark red magic power that compiled the long whip. Splat! With a violent and loud sound, this one long dark red whip fiercely smacked Ziyu's body. The next moment, hiss, hiss. A mournful hissing sound was already resounding in the night sky. Even Ziyu hadn't expected that a casual swipe from Medusa would hurt so much. It wasn't just physical pain. There was more of a pain that went deep into the bone marrow. It was as if there were countless barbs, like they were stabbing at the body. Good fellow, if this were to be drawn on a person's body, wouldn't it be a single strike that would directly take most of his life? Ziyu was still extremely confident in his defense, but even he was screaming in pain. What about other creatures? Especially those humans whose bodies were far inferior to his? No wonder every single human is afraid of her. It's not possible that they've all been whipped by her, right? Ziyu thought oddly in his heart. But at this time, he also noticed Medusa raising her long whip high once again. Still coming? While his heart was stunned, Ziyu was the first to unleash his talent. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. His body, which was more than 20 meters long, rose against the wind. In just a few moments, a behemoth that was 60 to 70 meters long had appeared in front of Medusa. It was like a skyscraper rising from the ground. Even when Medusa looked at this scene, she couldn't help but show a touch of stunned color between her beautiful eyes. Good. Big. In a daze, Medusa's vermilion lips spat out these two words. Yes, so big. Big beyond imagination. it slowly propped up its body, and its snake pupils, which were as huge as copper bells, landed on Medusa. Hiss! With a sudden hiss, there was actually a storm that was visible to the naked eye. That was the sound wave set off by Ziyu's hissing. The waves reached hundreds of meters away. It shook countless trees. Even Medusa's standing branches were unsteady and made an unbearable sound. A moment later, with a click sound, the branch broke, but at that moment, Medusa's stance took advantage of the situation. She lightly clicked between her feet, stepping on the roiling branches and debris, and rushed towards Ziyu as if she were soaring into the clouds. The long whip in her hand was even raised high. The battle continued. There was a giant python hissing in the sky, and there were also terrifying explosions that kept ringing out. The battle between the holy beast and Medusa was beyond human imagination. They even thought for a moment that there were transcendent creatures fighting. They could understand how terrifying Medusa was. After all, this was a terrifying existence that had shaken the entire island many times. But what about the sacred beast? A while ago, it was still just a small dot. But now, it was like a skyscraper. Every move seemed to overturn everything. Just like now, the sacred beast violently flung his extremely thick tail. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying breaking sound, the sky all seemed to darken. And in the very next moment, rumble! The earth let out a mournful roar, and a huge crack that was 20 to 30 meters long had surfaced above the earth. It was just a pity. Ziyu's tail did not hit Medusa. This woman, her speed was extremely terrifying. With a light click between her feet, as if she was a shocking ghost, she dodged this fatal blow from Ziyu. Sure enough, a body that is too large is not suitable for a battle between two people. Sighing in his heart, Ziyu also recognized this. Fighting with humans, especially when fighting humans of the same level, it was best to be a little more petite in size, simply because, if the body was too large, then the human would be like a flea that was extremely flexible, scurrying around. And this one, Medusa, was just like that. She kept dodging, prancing around. Every now and then, she even offered a dark red whip and viciously lashed at Ziyu's body. However, although her whip was painful, it still didn't completely tear Ziyu's defense. Only, in order to hide her strength, Ziyu also let out a mournful cry again and again. This woman's strength is too powerful compared to an unusual apprentice level 9. Once again, Ziyu sighed, but he realized that this woman's movements gradually slowed down. Even, her breathing was shortened. Tired? No. More accurately, it's the current her that can't move for a long time. Medusa was terrifying. The entire laboratory had a hard time with her. So, in order to suppress her existence, the lab did something to her body. Poof! Between cold grunts in her heart, Ziyu was the one who noticed Medusa's sudden sluggishness. Chance! The ice-cold snake pupil fiercely condensed. Ziyu maneuvered the sixth snake head and broke through the air. Swish! With the sudden breakthrough, Medusa only felt her body tighten. When she looked up, it was one of Ziyu's snake heads that kept lengthening, wrapping her body around and around. Medusa's face was stunned. She did not expect Ziyu to catch such a good timing. And at this time, Medusa even felt a terrifying force that surged in. Click, click, one crunching sound after another. The bones seemed to be breaking. Even as powerful as Medusa couldn't help but reveal a look of pain. But just at this moment, not good. Suddenly, Ziyu's face changed drastically as he perceived an inexplicable force, following Medusa's body, continuously surging towards him, and under the influence of this surge of power, his body was actually losing consciousness little by little. It's the power of petrification. Medusa's body should never be touched. Ziyu realized something at the first moment and violently loosened Medusa's body. And at that moment, raising her eyes, Ziyu also noticed the sixth head, already mostly petrified, cold, and lifeless, as if it was a dead thing. But fortunately, the magic power in the body was still surging. This magic power, it seemed to be able to suppress the power of petrification. This woman, is really a rose with thorns? Can't be touched halfway. Between heart's eyes, Ziyu was hearing Medusa's laughter that was like a silver bell. You are still the first being who dares to touch concubine's body. Covering her mouth, she looked like an ancient lady. However, if one looked carefully, one would definitely be able to realize that Medusa was extraordinarily far away from Ziyu this time. Obviously, she was also a bit scared of Ziyu. That terrifying power, it really wasn't just words. If she didn't have a petrified body, Medusa's body would have been broken in half. Ziyu was afraid of Medusa's petrifying power, and Medusa seemed to be afraid of Ziyu's power as well, although the two were still exchanging blows. But compared to before, the sound was already too much smaller. Even Ziyu's size had shrunk to a normal size. With a stance of just over 20 meters, He was in the woods, constantly weaving in and out. It set off waves of dust in the sky. On the other hand, Medusa, was like a red elf, constantly dancing in the woods. However, shortly after this, as if yawning, Medusa suddenly stretched her waist, revealing those tantalizing to the extreme curves. Concubine is tired. I'm going back to rest. Between the fall of the words, Medusa's jade foot pointed, and her already terrifying speed skyrocketed once again, quickly disappearing in front of Ziyu's eyes. Stunned, Ziyu did not choose to chase after her. He sensed Medusa's weakness. Apparently, the tampering the humans had done to her body was still useful. This woman's strength is beyond my expectations. And, a very important point. As he murmured, Ziyu's eyes also flashed. That was that this Medusa looked very much in line with his aesthetic. He was a human after all, and still had a human aesthetic. Therefore, for a woman with an angelic face like Medusa, she was still extremely appreciated. But his current race was a snake. Definitely couldn't do anything with a human woman. But this woman was different. She was the combined product of a human and a snake, with the appearance of a human and the tail of a snake. And how did snakes mate? Although Ziyu had never seen it with his own eyes, but he had heard of it. It seemed to be mating using the snake's tail to tightly entwine. In other words, Medusa with a dark red snake tail and Ziyu had the possibility of mating. Of course, this was just Ziyu thinking about it. This was not the time for him to think about women and mating. To him, Medusa was more like a suitable choice. If he was really asked to choose between a human woman and a female snake, Ziyu guessed that he would have refused. Then, choosing the product of the human-snake union, Medusa. So, this woman, it's better to stay. In case one day, I really need to reproduce offspring, Medusa can be reluctantly accepted. Laughing, Ziyu was the first to catalyze the magic power in his body, surging towards the sixth snake head. Boom! The pitch-black magic power continued to converge, causing his entire snake head to erupt with a deep light. Ziyu was expelling the petrifying power within his body. This petrifying power was extremely tricky and difficult to deal with. If he didn't expel it in time through his magic power, it might really cause him to lose his sixth snake head. And this was another reason why Ziyu was unwilling to chase after Medusa. Not long after, Ziyu rushed towards the direction of the reservoir. As for the battlefield, there were humans who would clean it up. It had nothing to do with him. The people in the lab, I guess they will be grateful to me, right? Suddenly, Ziyu thought of this. Medusa was terrifying. If he hadn't made a timely move, Medusa might have set off some big mess. So, and at this time, just as Ziyu thought, worthy of being a sacred beast, it actually forced the Medusa to retreat. It's fortunate that the sacred beast stepped in, otherwise we'd be in big trouble again. It's really outrageous. Medusa even awakened again. Fortunately, with the holy beast making a move and consuming Medusa's few magical powers, now she's probably going to sleep again. Indeed, the holy beast must be thanked. In successive murmurs, the many experimenters all looked in the direction of the reservoir, their eyes showing gratitude. They knew Medusa well, knowing that this experimental body, every once in a while, would come out and make a big mess, depleting the magic power in her body. Before, there was no existence that could fight Medusa, so, the only ones who were injured could be the staff of their lab. But now, it was different. The holy beast's strength seemed to be no less than Medusa's. Moreover, the sacred beast was willing to step in and suppress Medusa. This allowed Medusa's magic power to be consumed in time. It greatly reduced the laboratory's losses. In this regard, most of them felt a touch of gratitude towards the holy beast. Even the staff member who had always disliked Ziyu was rarely showing a smile on his face. Only, at this time, these two guys, so scary, limping, Akasaka walked out from a corner, his face full of disbelief. He thought he was very strong. It was already considered the human limit. Even if he looked at all countries, he was still the topmost existence. But now, seeing the holy beast made in the lab as well as Medusa, he finally knew what was called truly great terror. Again, they were apprentice level 9. Their destructive power even caught up to the individual transcendent creatures he had seen. What monsters! Deadly clenching his fists, Akasaka was resigned. He wanted to become stronger than these two monsters. However, at this time, not only Akasaka, even Dr. Yakaina, Dr. Oki, and the others not far away all had complex faces. The growth of the holy beast is beyond my expectations. Dr. Oki spoke in a serious tone. Indeed, I also didn't expect the sacred beast to grow so fast. But, it's a good thing to think about. Yakaina responded. It should count. Dr. Oki nodded and then added in a whirlwind. One good thing about the holy beasts is that they are obedient, unlike Medusa, who can't be manipulated at all. Speaking of this, Dr. Oki was also furious. In the beginning, it really shouldn't have taken a human girl and directly experimented on her. This certainly gave Medusa intelligence and cognition that was no less than that of a human, but it also made Medusa completely lose control. Wanting to tame Medusa like a pet was almost impossible. She wasn't stupid. It was even smarter than most humans. Perhaps, with a single movement, she would be able to tell what the humans were playing at. So, Medusa, uncontrollable. If it wasn't for Medusa's power, they would have already disposed of her. After all, an uncontrollable experiment is too dangerous. The next day, at the beginning of the sunrise, Sasakojiro was already alone near the reservoir. He, standing quietly, had his hands behind his back, as if he was admiring the sparkling light of the reservoir. Master, Medusa has already fallen into slumber again. May I ask, is there anything that needs to be done to Medusa? How dare she hurt Master? Sasakojiro's voice was all a little more icy. To him, harming his master was tantamount to taking death with a grain of salt. And now, Medusa had once again fallen into slumber. It just so happened to be the best opportunity to strike. Don't! Ziyu was the first to stop it. I like Medusa very much. It's better to keep her. Okay, Master. With a response, Sasakojiro also obeyed Ziyu's command. However, at this time, Sasori Kojiro also reminded, Master, the Medusa that fought you yesterday was not in her full strength, because we tampered with her body. The magic power in her body is 10 to 1. It is estimated that she only had 30 to 40% of her full strength yesterday. Hearing this, Ziyu was also jolted. Good fellow, only 30 to 40% of her strength was able to injure him. Then wouldn't a full-bloom Medusa be able to fight him hard and even defeat him? This, however, this Medusa is a half-step transcendent, already ready to impact the transcendent realm, and I'm only at the late apprentice level 9. There is still some distance to half-step transcendent. If I am able to step into half-step transcendent, I'm afraid that my strength will still skyrocket by a large margin. Half-step transcendent. This was a very subtle realm. It was in the middle of the 9th level of apprenticeship as well as the transcendent realm. At this realm, it was already possible to impact transcendent at any time. Just like Medusa. Yesterday, it was possible to attempt to impact transcendence. However, because the humans had tampered with her body, she hadn't been able to recover her full strength. And at this time, if she rashly impacted transcendent, she was afraid that there was an 80% to 90% probability that she would fail. If you want to impact transcendent, you must be prepared for everything. And before that, I must work even harder to take full control of the laboratory as much as possible. I can't be like Medusa and be subject to others. Medusa, was his forewarning. If he was unable to take control of the laboratory, then it was very likely that he would be the next Medusa, and humans would silently tamper with his body, thus hindering his evolution and preventing him from growing. Medusa's appearance was an accident. Her strength, as well as her flavor, were all memorable to Ziyu. However, this also strengthened Ziyu's determination to control the island, because he did not want to become the next Medusa, didn't want to be subjected to others. There are only 3 modes of getting along with humans. One is to be enemies and oppose each other. One is for humans to tame me and drive me. In the end, it is me being antagonistic and enslaving the humans. Thinking about this, Ziyu's eyes also flashed. He did not want to be an enemy of humans, nor did he want to be enslaved by humans. Then there was only the third option, enslaving humans. The next step is to continue practicing. Speaking of this, Ziyu was also the first to commit to cultivation. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. This period of time was exceptionally long for Ziyu, because, for the first time, he had stayed in a realm for such a long time. When he thought about it, he had either broken through in a few days and entered the next realm. It was the greater part of a month. But now, he had stayed at apprentice level 9 for 2 to 3 months. This was exaggerated. Granted, Ziyu could understand that the more advanced the cultivation, the tougher it became. But his lifespan, after all, did not allow him to stay in one realm for too long. I won't become the first mutated beast to die of old age in this era. Between a sigh, Ziyu was surveying his current body. Today, his body was more than 30 meters long. His entire body was covered in scales that were as black as ink. There was a flow of magic power on the scales, and they glowed with a bright and uncertain ghostly light. 10 snake heads, each showing hideous. However, because of their different talents, they had different colors. The third snake head, which carried the cold current, was ice blue. The 9th snake head that carries the devouring of flesh and blood is a dark red that favors flesh and blood. The 10 heads were of different colors, yet they appeared rather demonic and even odd. But fortunately, Ziyu could make use of magical power to wrap his body and thus change the color of the snake heads. Like right now. Boom! The magic power in his body continued to surge, and Ziyu's entire body began to glow with a bright and uncertain ethereal light. Coupled with that, circle after circle of magical aura behind him, it made him look as if he was a god or a devil, terrifying to the extreme. Hiss, hiss. The continuous hissing sounded as if it came from the 9 specters. Even the staff who were used to Ziyu's hissing couldn't help but sweat. How does the holy beast feel more and more terrifying? This hissing? I'm getting chills just listening to it. It's really outrageous. What kind of monster is our lab cultivating? With the continuous murmurs, some of the security guards on watch could not help but look at each other. Regarding their arguments, Ziyu was not clear. The current him was still studying himself. Not only has the body grown by a large margin, even the cultivation level is stabilized at the peak of apprentice level 9. It's time to prepare to impact transcendence. Stating softly, Ziyu's eyes flickered slightly as if she was looking forward to it. Merely, while Ziyu was studying all this, he was unaware that around the world, shocking changes had already been set off. Ka-ching, ka-ching. One sound after another. Somewhere in the deepest corner of the blue star, space seemed to be tearing apart, revealing one pitch-black crack after another. And right in the depths of that crack, surprisingly, there was a 9-colored radiance spreading. This 9-colored light, extremely pure. It even contained an astonishing amount of energy. Boom! With a steep roar, this 9-colored radiance had begun to spread towards the sky, towards the earth. Even more so, it spread towards the ocean. And at this time, if there were laboratory personnel here, they would definitely be unable to resist exclaiming in shock, because this is the most pure magic power. The extremely dense magic power seemed to have turned into substance. Even a single drop of it was enough to cause mortals to metamorphose. But now, such dense magic power was actually spreading. It wasn't just this one corner. There were cracks surfacing in all corners of the blue star. Dragon Kingdom, Heavenly Palace, deep within a large mountain. Boom! There was a steep roar, and a 9-colored radiance shot up into the sky. For a moment, the entire mountain seemed to have turned into the color of 9 colors. Roar! 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 Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Continuous hissing. Countless animals all seemed to sense something. One after another, they rushed towards this 9-colored mountain. And just as they rushed there, their bodies began to undergo a shocking change. Ow! A gray wolf's body continued to grow, and even its fur began to grow like crazy. With a single jump, it actually jumped up several meters high, and darted towards the mountain, flying away. And on the other side, hiss, hiss, the body of a white python also rose against the wind. In a flash, it was already 7 or 8 meters long. It, spitting out snake letters, and with a swing of its body, had turned into a white line, heading straight for the 9-colored mountain. However, not only the countless animals, even some of the humans, also detected the strange change in the deep mountain. What happened? Why are the animals rioting? Reporting back to my lord, it's probably the magic tide. This seemed to be the people in the know, and their faces were all indescribably serious. Magic tide? Stunned, this one figure in military uniform's face also changed drastically. As a high-ranking member of the Dragon Kingdom, he was naturally clear on what the magic tidal wave was. It was an orgy of life. It was the source of evolution. Its appearance was also a sign that countless lives were about to start mutating. Not good. This one figure in a military uniform violently realized something and commanded at the first opportunity. Quickly, send people to suppress it. Never give these animals the chance to mutate. Only, right at this moment, a staff member was already running in a panic. General Liu, in the center of our city, cracks have been found, and even more 9-colored light is pouring out. Quite a few people seem to be unable to withstand it and have exploded. Today, people are already panicking. Not only that, the cats and dogs that are captive in our city are also running towards the cracks like crazy, and their bodies have also started to mutate. Hearing this, General Liu's entire body was confused. What? Cracks appeared in the city? Moreover, some of the humans and pets had also started to mutate, and at the same time, Australia. Roar, 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 roar. Countless hissing roars resounded through the small half of the continent. 9 colors of light were spreading. One by one, the kangaroos began to mutate. There were kangaroos whose bodies grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were kangaroos whose bodies kept growing. More kangaroos. Their claws and teeth became sharp. Of course, there were quite a few kangaroos that seemed to be unable to withstand the 9-colored light. and their entire bodies were continuously rising until the next moment, when they turned into the color of blood in the sky. Broken limbs and wreckage were all over the place. The sudden tidal wave of magic power began to sweep across the entire blue star. It was also a feast for the countless creatures of the blue planet. This was the feast of evolution. The land, however, was just the beginning. What was truly terrifying was the ocean. Sea after sea of the ocean began to glow with a 9-colored light. The deep-sea beasts that had existed for an unknown number of years were all emitting long, terrifying whistles. The extreme northern deep sea. Boom! The 9-colored radiance was already filling the air. And just then, roar, roar, with successive hisses, a creature tens of meters long, as if it was a killer whale, violently rushed out of the sea. In an instant, a pair of sharp and extremely hideous fangs were revealed. Although the fangs were tender, it was as if they were going to tear apart the entire heaven and earth. Together with this mutated creature, the huge size was extremely large. It actually gave off an inexplicable ferocious might. Roar! With another hiss, an aura was locked in its throat. Immediately afterward, the 100-meter pillar of light tore through the sea, obliterating an unknown number of creatures in a moment. Blood dyed the sea red. But this was only the beginning. Only because, at this time, if one looked closely, one could definitely see countless colors of blood surging towards this mutated creature. A more violent, more terrifying aura was also spreading out, and at the same time, the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. Whoa, 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 a mournful and deep hissing sound resounded continuously. Looking for the sound, he was able to see a mutated giant turtle of unknown size slowly emerge. This mutant giant tortoise was too large. A few of them were as large as 100 meters. What was even more terrifying was that his entire body was glowing with a 9-colored light, and his aura, too, climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mutation. Another mutation. Moreover, this mutated giant tortoise didn't seem to be an ordinary mutation. That terrifying aura, as if it had materialized, rose up into the sky. It darkened the sky. And this is the so-called magic tide. It was the carnival of life. It was the feast of evolution. Any creature that seized this opportunity would see an evolution beyond imagination. However, not only these creatures, even humans, even Ziyu, who was far away in the depths of the sea, on top of a lonely island, violently sensed something. What is this? In the darkness of the night, Ziyu violently opened her snake pupil and looked into the distance. There, at some point, there was a 9-colored light rising. It was as if it was the end of the ocean. But it was this 9-colored light that made Ziyu's blood seem to boil. The entire body, moreover, emitted an indescribable longing. In a trance, there was something that was calling out to Ziyu. Could this be the magic tide? Stunned, Ziyu was the one who did not hesitate, swinging her body at the first opportunity, rushing towards the place where the 9-colored light was rising. Instinct would not lie. He had an extremely strong feeling that being close to this 9-colored radiance would greatly benefit him. So, hiss, hiss, continuously spitting out snake letters, Ziyu rushed into the sea without hesitation. Clatter, clatter. The seawater splashed in all directions, and each and every staff member of the island was dumbfounded as they looked at Ziyu's back as she surged into the sea. What is the holy beast mad about on a big night? I don't know, but have you sensed that there seems to be something wrong this night? How so? My blood seems to be boiling. I wonder why. Numerous staff members murmured, but they weren't the only ones. The top management of the lab had already converged at the first opportunity. Dr. Oki, Dr. Yakaina, and Akasaka, as well as Sasakojiro sat around. According to the news that has come in so far, it seems that a tidal wave of magic power has appeared. All over the world, cracks have appeared, and there is a 9-colored radiance overflowing from the cracks. This 9-colored radiance is greatly beneficial to living creatures, and can greatly accelerate the evolution of living creatures. Dr. Oki said with a serious face. So, a new era is coming? Sasakojiro's voice was much lower. Yes, a new era. An era that belongs to the transcendence. But the problem now is that while this tide of magic is greatly beneficial to humans, it's even more obvious that it's beneficial to plants and animals. Until now, plants and animals all over the world have begun to mutate like crazy. It's even started to attack humans, as one voice narrated after another. Sasakojiro was also aware that things were in big trouble. The appearance of the magic tide was indeed within their expectations, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. It came so swiftly. What was even more terrifying was that the wave was so wide. Surprisingly, it swept across the globe overnight. And what did this mean? Phew. Exhaling deeply, Sasakojiro had spoken once more. Just moments ago, Australia sent out an urgent plea for help, calling on all countries to help. Mutant beasts are attacking them, and 3 of their cities have already fallen. Hearing this, everyone was confused. Even Akasaka couldn't sit still. How is this possible? Australia isn't strong enough, is it? Australia, which has never been fully developed by humans, has countless kangaroos and rabbits, and now most of them are mutated and extremely aggressive. Australia, really may not be able to stand up to it. Sasakojiro analyzed. Unlike other continents, Australia wasn't really considered to belong entirely to humans. This one continent, the land was vast and sparsely populated. The number of animals far exceeded humans. Now, the widespread mutation. It also means that all humans in Australia are enemies. So, it's understandable that they're asking for help from every human country. Luckily, our Sakura country is an island country. Not many animals, just surrounded by the sea on all sides. Nowadays, the mutated sea beasts can't land yet, making it difficult to threaten us. On the side, Dr. Oki spoke with a touch of celebration. That's true. Nodding, the crowd agreed. Just then, as if thinking of something, a staff member suddenly reminded. That lord, the holy beast seems to have rushed towards the sea. It should have seen the 9-colored light rising at the end of the sea. That thing is greatly beneficial to it. It's understandable that it rushed there. Sasakojiro was the first to explain. As Ziyu's slave, he naturally had to speak for Ziyu. I guess it's like that. Between Dr. Schwen I slight nod. His eyes also flickered. 9-colored radiance. Well, honestly, she wanted to rush there. It's just that the conditions don't allow it. In the current situation, the entire sea was unsettled. Yagyu guessed that countless sea creatures had already rushed towards the place where the 9-colored radiance was spreading. And indeed, it was. Hiss, hiss. Terrifying hissing sounds resounded from the depths of the sea. Ziyu had already unleashed his size change talent, growing his size to nearly 100 meters. His huge body, in the middle of the sea, swam at great speed. From afar, it looked like a true dragon entering the sea, with an indescribable terror. However, at this time, Ziyu was extremely shocked, simply because, as far as the eye could see, there were countless sea creatures, all kinds of fish, all kinds of crabs, sea snakes, were rushing towards the place where the 9-colored light was spreading. The color of blood had somehow dyed the sea red. That was countless sea animals fighting and plundering each other. Even Ziyu noticed that there were sea creatures that had begun to mutate. Hiss. With another hiss, Ziyu opened her mouth. The huge snake head, as if it was an abyss, bit towards the fish. Ka-ching. In an instant, countless fish entered Ziyu's mouth. Many of these fish had already mutated, and their bodies were emitting a 9-colored glow. And now, with one bite, Ziyu only felt his body shake. The magic power in the body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, even the countless cells of the body seemed to have absorbed infinite energy and began to divide and evolve. This, stunned, Ziyu was all agitated. Immediately, his magic power surged, and he fiercely accelerated towards the source of the 9-colored radiance. Along the way, there were countless schools of fish. However, Ziyu noticed that quite a few of the fish seemed to have trouble withstanding the energy within the 9-colored radiance, and they burst into flames, turning into a sky of blood and water. However, more schools of fish were glowing with the 9-colored light. When you see these schools of fish with a 9-colored glow, don't hesitate. Directly a mouthful of belly. Absolutely comfortable to the extreme. Because, this 9-colored power, the fish could not fully digest it in time. Ziyu devoured them in one bite, which was equivalent to plundering all the 9-colored power that they had absorbed. However, right at this moment, Newt, a sudden shrill whistle attracted Ziyu's attention. Looking for the sound, a fish that looked like a sword shuttled through the group of fish at great speed. This was the swordfish. The body length was more than 10 meters. A sharp sword grew in front of its mouth. It was sturdy and sharp. Boom! Between the extremely fast weaving, it seemed to part the sea, terrifying to the extreme. With a slight gaze in his eyes, Ziyu had already read the information of this mutant swordfish. Race, mutant swordfish. Rank, apprentice 8th level. Talent, sharp sword burst, the sharp sword of the mouth. Evolving towards a true divine weapon. Sharper, sharper, capable of tearing everything apart. Ability, extreme speed burst, extreme speed that cuts through everything. Sharp sword shot, able to shoot sharp swords out violently. Takes a long time to recover. Taking a deep look, Ziyu was also amazed. It had not occurred to him that he had encountered an extremely extraordinary swordfish. This swordfish was not like other fish. They were extremely ferocious in nature. Coupled with the sharp swords in their mouths, their attacks were also drawn out. It can be said that they are considered top predators in the sea. Now, it's mutated again and again. In terms of size alone, it was more than double the size of an ordinary swordfish. Not bad. With a soft sigh of praise, Ziyu was manipulating a snake head that kept elongating. Boom! With a sudden roar, the mutant swordfish seemed to have sensed the danger, and terrifying blue magic power gushed out. The sharp sword in its mouth even erupted with a blue light. At that moment, an extreme sharpness also erupted. It was just a pity. In the next moment, the mutant swordfish already felt a darkness above its head. Raising its eyes to look, a giant mouth of the abyss was already enveloping it. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Ziyu had already swallowed him in one bite. The current Ziyu was too large. Moreover, he could also manipulate the snake head to become bigger. Therefore, he directly swallowed this mutated swordfish in one bite. However, this was not the end. Prick-la! Prick-la! One crunching sound after another. Ziyu was already feeling a sharp pain coming from this one mouth. That was the mutated swordfish that was constantly penetrating Ziyu's mouth. If it wasn't protected by magic power, Ziyu's snake head was afraid that it would be directly penetrated by a sword. Poof! Between cold grunts in his heart, the venom within Ziyu's mouth began to gush out. Zzz, zzz. In just a moment, the sound of corroded flesh and blood was already coming out. Accompanying it were mournful and extremely miserable screams that continued to ring out. And shortly after this, Ziyu violently opened her mouth and spat out a sharp sword. My venom, it can't even be dissolved? Ziyu's face was stunned. He did not expect this sharp sword to be so hard. In human terms, this was probably an unrivaled divine weapon. It was a bit interesting. Thinking about this, Ziyu also maneuvered the fifth snake head to bite down on this sword. Then, through his fusion talent, he briefly integrated the sword into his body. He thought of a fun thing. That was to manipulate the rapier at critical moments in fight. For example, opening his mouth, a rapier suddenly shot out. This would be a daze for any enemy, right? Moreover, this also fits the image of the legendary Yamada Orochi. According to legend, the Yamanano Orochi is able to spit out sharp swords, and his sharp sword was the legendary one-day bushcloud sword, one of the three divine weapons of the Sakura Island Kingdom. In order to make the Sakura Island Kingdom believe, for the time being, that I am the legendary Yamanuki Orochi, I have gone through a lot of trouble. Ziyu shook his head helplessly, lamenting that he had put in so much effort. In this way, in the future, if he, in the future, overthrew the Sakura Island Kingdom, I think they wouldn't have any complaints. It should be. With a cold look on his face, Ziyu continued to rush towards the source of the nine-colored light. Within a short time, he had already arrived at the source of the nine-colored radiance. 100 meters away from him, there was a pitch-black crack. Countless seawater surged towards the crack. Along with it, wisps of nine-colored light overflowed. The nine-colored light seemed to have turned into substance. It actually condensed drop after drop. But these liquids, in the twinkling of an eye, merged into the seawater, dyeing the seawater into 9 colors. Treasure. Definitely a treasure. When Ziyu saw these 9-colored liquids, his eyes slightly condensed at the first moment. However, he did not approach hastily, because, just within 100 meters of this crack, there were already no living creatures. Any marine creatures that came close to it all had their bodies shattered and turned into a sky of blood mist. The magic power is too dense. It's hard for ordinary sea creatures to withstand it. Even I may not be able to withstand it. Saying that, Ziyu still maneuvered his body and slowly approached. In the end, he stopped at about 50 meters of the crack. This was considered his limit. Any closer, a stabbing pain would come from his body. The dense magical power that kept coming, as if it was going to burst his body. Hiss, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Ziyu also knew that this was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity to make a breakthrough. He was going to take advantage of this tidal wave of magical power to step into transcendence. Thinking about this, Ziyu also looked up to the sky. However, his body was constantly shrinking. From the size of a skyscraper, it shrunk little by little, until it turned into a few meters long. And at this time, Ziyu hovered his body and silently began to absorb this 9-colored radiance. Boom! With a steep roar, Ziyu's body violently shook. Accompanying this was the fact that the surface of his body began to glow with 9-colored light. From afar, the Ziyu of this moment was divine and terrifying. However, this wasn't what was terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the ring of magic power behind Ziyu. It was actually continuously condensing. The ring of magic power was his 10th talent, capable of condensing a halo of magic power behind his back, storing magic power as well as compressing it and so on. Previously, Ziyu had spent months of effort before condensing 3 auras. But now, one aura after another kept coalescing. And this also meant that the magic power within Ziyu's body was growing at a terrifying speed. Hiss, A low and deep hissing sound resounded from the depths of the sea. The bodies of countless sea creatures were shaken. An unimaginable chill filled their bodies. However, this was only the beginning. Hissing, hissing. The hissing became more and more terrifying, and by now, it was as if it was resounding from the depths of the soul, causing the souls of the marine creatures to start trembling. That was Ziyu's hissing. At this time, he had finally ushered in the greatest metamorphosis he had ever seen. That was true evolution. From mundane to transcendent. From unusual carbon-based life, evolving into the unknown. The magic power in his body grew like mad. Ziyu's body, too, glowed with a 9-colored light. Not only that, a sound like thunder resounded within Ziyu's body. That seemed to be what humans called sinews and bones resounding together. And what did this mean? It meant that Ziyu, from the outside to the inside, had undergone an all-round transformation. And at this time, if one was able to see the inside of Ziyu's body, one would definitely be able to discover that his bones were somehow glowing with a 9-colored light. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound could be heard, as if something had shattered, and Ziyu's entire body was shaken. And in the very next moment, boom! Ziyu's repeatedly shrinking body rose against the wind. It actually returned to its original size. The body, which was more than 30 meters long, continued to extend. The pitch-black scales were flowing with a ghostly light. A snake head, even more hideous and terrifying. But this was not the end. Hiss! With a long, steep whistle, Ziyu's entire body erupted with a terrifying suction force. Boom! Between the steep roars, countless 9-colored lights were all surging towards his body. From afar, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a 9-colored vortex. The true evolution. It had come. Time slowly passed, and this sea area had already begun to quiet down. Even the countless sea creatures around them were quiet. A depressing and terrifying aura spread around. It caused all of these sea creatures to feel suffocated. Squeak! Squeak! A huge crab that came from nowhere suddenly surfaced. This was a mutated crab. It was more than 10 meters large. The body took on a greenish-white color. A terrifying aura was emanating from its body. And at this moment, this huge mutant crab seemed to have noticed something. Its gaze lifted up and looked not far away. There was actually a huge 9-colored vortex that slowly rotated. Squeak! Squeak! Continuously hissing, this one giant crab seemed to be very curious. Immediately, it approached towards this 9-colored vortex. Only, just at this moment, a boom sounded loudly, and a huge snake head violently drilled out from the 9-colored vortex. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and this one mutant crab couldn't even react in time, and had already disappeared into the waters. One must know that this was a 9th-level mutant crab. In terms of strength alone, it wasn't considered bad. But now, its figure unexpectedly flickered away, disappearing forever into the vast ocean. This, and at the very same time, click, click, one crunching sound after another, as if chewing on something, emanated from the 9-colored vortex. That was Ziyu snakehead after snakehead partaking of this one mutated crab. The flavor was very good, crunchy, but it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Hunger was coming from his body. It was urging Ziyu, I want more. In her heart, Ziyu's snake pupils, which had been closed for an unknown period of time, finally opened once again. Boom! A flash of 9-colored light passed by. Pair after pair of vertical pupils that did not resemble snakes also emerged silently. Those were 10 pairs of eyes. The colors were different. However, they were all ice cold, as if looking at ants with the same indifference as indifference. It made people shiver. And at the same time, the 9-colored vortex that had been rotating for an unknown amount of time slowly dissipated, revealing an extremely large figure. That was Ziyu's body. It was 35 meters long. In terms of size alone, Ziyu didn't seem to have grown. Even, his body had lost a circle of weight. No, that wasn't skinny. It was more like a lot tighter. The streamlined lines had an indescribable beauty. The pitch-black scales flowed with an even deeper ethereal light than before. Moreover, what was even more startling was that at the neck of one snakehead after another, there was one black halo after another that was as if it was solidified, constantly flickering. That was the ring of magic power. Only, nowadays the ring of magic power, no longer illusory, but also appeared in the neck. It was like a necklace that was worn. And this was Ziyu's posture today. It was his transcendent posture. Yes, the current Ziyu had actually stepped into the transcendent in one fell swoop. The strength had undergone a drastic change. If one said that in the past, he gave off the impression of being powerful. Then now, the feeling Ziyu gave off was unspeakably terrifying. A mere gaze was enough to make one unable to move. Is this transcendent? More accurately, it's transcendent mortal first stage. To be honest, Ziyu was a bit confused. He himself hadn't thought that he had stepped into Transcendent in one fell swoop. Even the realm of half-step Transcendent was directly crossed over. This was quite exaggerated. Even Ziyu doubted that he was dreaming. But the surging magic power within his body was telling him that he was not dreaming. The magic power that was like materialization seemed to be overflowing from his body. Looking closely, strand after strand of black magic power was actually lingering around him, making him, who already looked terrifying to the extreme, take on an extra touch of mysterious color. Hiss! Spitting out snake letters, Ziyu suddenly locked a touch of ethereal light in one of the snakehead's throat. At the same time, the black aperture at the neck of this one snakehead glowed with a pitch-black light. Rumble! Only a loud bang was heard, and a pitch-black light pillar with the thickness of several buckets, as if it was a laser, tore apart the sea. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying wind and waves brought up by that spitting breath even lifted the waves more than 10 meters high. Spitting breath! Just a single spit of breath tore through the sea, causing the sea to reveal a huge crack that would be difficult to heal for a long time. This stone-cold strike, not to mention the surrounding sea creatures. Even Ziyu was silenced when she saw it. If this was in the city, with this spitting breath of his, I'm afraid that there would be a lot of deaths and injuries. A street, even several streets would crumble. The wind and waves would reach hundreds of meters away. This is a transcendental creature. No, ordinary transcendent beings are definitely not this terrifying. Ziyu quickly realized this. Although ordinary transcendent creatures were powerful, but at best, they had the battle power to fight with a human's heavily armed squad of 100 people. But his battle power was definitely more than that. Other than that, just the magic power in his body today had reached as much as 50,000. What kind of concept is this? The magic power within the body of an ordinary transcendent being was only in the range of 10,000 to 100,000, and a total of 50,000 magic power meant that it was around the mid-transcendent stage. But what about him? Only just stepped into the transcendental magic power has 50,000. This was really a bit exaggerated. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. Talent was the root of a mutated creature's power. Many mutant creatures were far more powerful than their counterparts because of their strong talent. Ziyu, on the other hand, had the 10th talent, the Ring of Magic, which was capable of storing magic power. It meant that Ziyu's magic power was definitely far beyond that of creatures of the same rank. In this way, it was no surprise that Ziyu, who had stepped into transcendence, had a total amount of magic power that was a few notches higher than ordinary transcendent creatures. Although my current total amount of magic power is indeed a bit exaggerated, but thinking that it was brought about by talent, it's not surprising. Keep in mind that most mutated creatures have only one, if any, talent. It can be said that every talent is extremely precious. It's normal for me to have magic power that far exceeds that of my peers because of one talent. Thinking about this, Ziyu was grinning. It's just that I seem to have more than one talent. The current Ziyu had already recognized the terrifying nature of multiple talents. It granted him a strength that far surpassed that of creatures of the same rank. This was especially true after stepping into transcendence. The Ring of Magic, which allowed him to multiply his magic power several times over his peers. The size change, able to multiply his size and push him across everything. The Cold Current Surge, allowing him to control extreme cold, allowing him to freeze the sea. These talents placed on any transcendent creature would make them extremely difficult to deal with. But now, the 10 major talents were gathered in his body of a single snake. Poof! Between cold smiles in his heart, Ziyu also looked at his attribute panel. Race, mutant 10-headed python. Lifespan, 10 years, because of stepping into transcendence. The lifespan was drastically extended. Rank, early transcendent first stage. Talents. First talent, multiple heads, enables it to grow head after head, carrying different talents. Second talent, venom spray, able to spit out deadly venom from its mouth. The venom has different effects due to its concentration. Third talent, cold surge, manipulates extreme cold and can freeze the sea. Fourth talent, size change, able to both multiply and shrink his body. Fifth talent, fusion, able to blend his body into any physical object. Sixth talent, absolute adaptation, the ability to adapt to all unfavorable factors, increasing resistance in all directions. Seventh talent, split, able to split his head and transform into a giant python. Eighth talent, branding, can permanently brand a talent, or brand it briefly. Permanent branding talent, mental manipulation, able to mentally affect reality, influencing and even manipulating others. Ninth talent, flesh and blood devouring, can rely on devouring flesh and blood to grow in size, and can greatly increase his recovery ability. 10th talent, magic aura, able to gather magic aura, store magic power, and compress magic power. Ability, extraordinary might, terrifying might, as if materialized, just a gaze can shock the mundane. Terrifying might outbreak. but also able to reach the reality. Wisps of magic as if the lightning intertwined between heaven and earth. Magic spit gathering one's own magic power. A terrifying column of magic power erupts. The power of the spit depends on the amount of magic power. Magic armor, magic power surges all over his body, as if an armor protects his body, dramatically increasing his defense, but also able to turn defense into attack. Spiritual piercing, condense spiritual energy into a fine needle, penetrating the enemy's spirit in a flash. Formlessness is the most terrifying. Mayfly technique can integrate with the earth and even plants, moving to any place at high speed. Spiritual perception, spreading one's spiritual power, making everything around them like a three-dimensional picture floating in one's mind. Stunned, Ziyu was frozen. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end. His talent, as well as the number of abilities, was beyond imagination. Talents were okay to understand. He had 10 talents. Because of the branding talent, he could even be said to have 11 talents. Therefore, he had many talents. But abilities. Each talent can develop one or even several abilities. Like the spirit manipulation talent, I developed the ability of spirit piercing, and also spirit perception. With the fusion talent, I also developed the Mayfly technique. With this in mind, Ziyu also understood the focus for the future. That was to endeavor to study the various talents, then develop one ability after another that suited him. Only in this way could his battle power be further increased. However, it was worth mentioning that Ziyu's focus was not on talents and abilities. Rather, it was the lifespan. 10 years. Between murmurs, Ziyu's hanging heart was half put down. Granted, this lifespan was still a long way off compared to most humans, but for him, it was still acceptable. To know, at the very beginning, his lifespan was only a month. Nowadays, it had more than doubled dozens of times. That is to say, as long as I evolve fast enough, death won't be able to catch up with me. Heaving a smile, Ziyu was also quite satisfied. Originally, the short lifespan was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his heart. Nowadays, one could only say that Ziyu could rest easy for a while. At least, for the last few years, there was no need to worry about dying of old age. As for why recent years, naturally, it was because, after 7 or 8 years, Ziyu's bodily functions might fail, and at that time, wanting to impact a higher realm was clearly impossible. It may seem like a 10-year lifespan, but considering the body's failure, in reality, the time left for me is estimated to be just 7 or 8 years. Shaking his head helplessly, Ziyu also felt a burst of hunger coming from his body. The sudden step into transcendence had caused him to lose too much and consume too much energy. Now, he was in dire need of replenishment. It was good that this was the ocean. Spiritual perception spread in a flash. Boom! There was a violent surge in his brain, and all the sights of the hundreds of meters of nearby seas surged into Ziyu's mind. Endless schools of fish wandered about, densely packed. Many of the fish were also glowing with a 9-colored light. That, in Ziyu's opinion, was the light of evolution. They were absorbing the 9-colored glow and beginning an evolution that belonged to them. Evolution. It's really strange. With a sigh, Ziyu also noticed that the same fish now had different forms. There were fish whose bodies were several times larger. There were fish that had grown several tails. There were also fish that were hideous to the extreme. And this is the real evolution. The direction. It's not fixed. It's hard to tell the good from the bad. But now, grinning, Ziyu also knew that they would all become his food. Hiss. A sudden hissing sound, as if coming from the 9 hells, violently exploded in the sea. The vast ocean was originally calm. There was just a 9-colored halo of light that surged. However, right at this moment, rumble, the entire ocean seemed to explode as tens of meters high waves rose up into the sky. And at that moment, looking out into the sea, one was able to see an extremely large black shadow that rose up into the sky. That was Ziyu. From the bottom up, he actually flew more than 10 meters high, bringing up a sky full of waves. One by one, the snake heads opened their mouths like giant mouths of the abyss. One bite swallowed an unknown number of fish. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The sound of chewing resounded continuously. Ziyu was feeling like he had eaten at least tons of food with this bite. It was quite exaggerated. However, looking at the current Ziyu's size, it was understandable. With a body of 70 to 80 meters, it was even more terrifying than a blue whale. Moreover, he also had 10 snake heads. Now, when they opened their mouths, the seawater they swallowed alone was more than 10 tons in weight. However, this is not enough. Far from enough. Ziyu still felt famished. I still need more. Grinning, Ziyu plunged headfirst into the sea again. At this moment, he transformed into a predator at the top of the food chain, wantonly plundering everything. And just as he continued to eat, Ziyu's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was his talent, devouring flesh and blood in action, being able to rely on devouring blood and flesh to grow his size. Now after stepping into transcendence, this one talent seemed to be even more exaggerated. His body was actually growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. And just as Ziyu was eating, he was unaware that the island far away was experiencing a strange change. Roar, 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 roar. Hissing roars resounded from all corners of the island. This was an isolated island. It already had quite a few wild animals. Then, in order to facilitate the experiments, the Sakura Island Kingdom had transported many more animals from all over the world. These animals reproduced, generation after generation. The number multiplied. Until now, the animals on this island are no less. And now, a faint 9-colored light spreads across the island like the morning sun. This 9-colored light rises from the earth. Although it is extremely thin, it was far less dense than the 9-colored light of the Ziyu had found. But it was, after all, a 9-colored glow. It was the condensation of extremely pure magic power. Therefore, roar. With a sudden hiss, a seemingly ordinary boar continued to surge in size. The body kept cracking due to the extreme growth. Flesh and blood flared out and was drenched in blood. It looked hideous and terrifying. However, it did not explode and die. Instead, it looked like it was holding on hard. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was its breath, which was also growing like mad. Roar, roar, roar. With one hiss after another, this mutated boar actually charged towards the living area of the laboratory. And this was just the beginning. Simply because these ordinary animal mutations were not enough to make the lab scornful. What really made the lab unable to sit still were those experimental bodies. Roar, roar, hiss, hiss. Low hissing roars, as well as ethereal hissing, resounded continuously in the gazes of many laboratory staff who were horrified to the extreme. The size of the experimental body mutant turtle snake also began to grow. Even more terrifyingly, its eyes flushed red. An aura of tyranny to the extreme violently erupted. Boom! A terrifying aura impacted the surrounding woods. Gusts of wind and waves continuously resounded. This mutant turtle snake violently opened its mouth. Boom! A bucket-thick column of water ran through the woods, turning many trees into smithereens. And right at the same time, hiss, hiss, spitting out a message, a red-colored lizard, in a corner of the island, flashed away. That was the fusion lizard. However, compared to before, its body was obviously much larger. Moreover, a flash of humanized emotions flashed across his eyes as they flickered. Immediately, its gaze actually landed on a staff member. There was no hesitation. Swish! Only a cracking sound was heard, and this one staff member's body was shaken. Immediately afterward, blood spurted out. Looking up, half of this one staff member's head was gone. The fusion lizard had actually taken the initiative to attack a human? How could this be possible? Wasn't it the most timid? And yet, now, the island rioted. A complete riot. Under the influence of the 9-colored light, ordinary animals began to mutate in all sorts of strange ways. And those experimental subjects also had an unprecedented evolution. As to why one was mutating and the other evolving, naturally, it is because there is a difference between benign and non-benign mutations. Benign mutation is the so-called evolution in a good direction. As for non-benign mutation, it is to accelerate one's own speed of death, just like a lot of animals. Because it was difficult to withstand the magic power contained in the 9-colored radiance, they all exploded and died. And here it's worth mentioning that above the island, most of the experimental bodies that can still stay are after a big wave. Dare not say, each and every one of them is a top talent, but most of them have awakened a good talent, belonging to benign mutation. In other words, they've all found their correct evolutionary path. So, awakening a decent talent is a good start. And ordinary animals, especially animals that began to mutate under the stimulation of the 9-colored radiance, the awakened talents weren't always good. For example, an individual animal with a huge meatball growing out of its body. That meatball kept growing and, in the end, it actually swallowed the individual animal completely. This meatball is also a talent. But because the awakening was too extreme, so much so that it was difficult for this one animal to manage. What is this? With a sudden cry of alarm, a security's face changed violently. On his body, a bone spur had unexpectedly grown. It extended a little bit from the fingertips, and at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to notice that a hazy 9-colored light began to emanate all around him. He had also begun to mutate. You're awakening your talent? With a somewhat stunned voice, the other security also stared wide-eyed, and a touch of envy even appeared on his face. Awakening talent? This was a proper heaven's pride. It was the existence of a step to heaven. But, why? Xian Yuan would suddenly awaken his talent? This one security guard was a bit puzzled, and more than that, he was stunned. But in the very next moment, a mournful scream violently exploded in the deep night. In the unbelieving gaze of this one security guard, bone spurs grew one after another on Xian Yuan's body, one after another, until his entire body was covered in bone spurs. It looked like a hedgehog from afar. No, no. Xian Yuan continuously let out mournful screams, and even raised his hand towards the security next to him for help. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out in the dark night. This security guard was finally unable to resist and fired. Xian Yuan's appearance at this time was just too hideous and terrifying. Moreover, more importantly, he looked too much in pain. Therefore, this one security decisively shot and ended his suffering. This was only the tip of the island. Bang, 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 da-da-day, da-da-day. Gunshots continued, resounding completely in the darkness of the night. Quick, block these mutated beasts. Damn it, how come they've all mutated? It's not just the beasts that have mutated. Even quite a few humans have started to mutate. What's going on? It's probably because of this 9-colored radiance. There were successive cries of alarm, and one by one, the security was actively fighting back, and at the same time, the many doctors also hid deep inside their laboratories. Their laboratory, constructed extremely sturdy, even these mutated beasts would have a hard time breaching it. And now, Dr. Oki, Dr. Yagyu and the others gathered in one place. What to do? Dr. Oki opened his mouth and inquired. These mutated beasts must be suppressed as soon as possible. If this continues, everything on our island will be destroyed. How to suppress them? Listening to Dr. Yukina's narration, Dr. Oki continued to open his mouth and asked. There was a flush of silence, and many people's gazes were directed towards a corner of the laboratory. There, a figure leaned against the wall. That was Akasaka. He was an existence that had stepped into the 9th level of apprenticeship. The battle power was extremely powerful. If he made a move, there was still a few hopes. Only, at this time, as if he had noticed the gazes of the crowd, Akasaka also shrugged his shoulders and stated, ordinary mutated beasts are fine. I can kill them with the lift of my hand, but those experimental subjects you guys created, they're not to be messed with. Especially, as if thinking of something, Akasaka's face was showing a look of gravity. The holy beast and Medusa well. Also, if they were to riot, the blow to the entire laboratory would undoubtedly be devastating. Dr. Yagyu sighed, also realizing the key. These ordinary animals, even if they mutated, would only be at level 3 or 4, but the sacred beasts, as well as Medusa and the others, were different. They had long been at the top of the food chain. Their combat power is extremely terrifying. If they were to evolve again and riot, then, and just as the crowd thought of this, rumble, a sudden boom resounded from the depths of the island. It was as if the entire island had set off a small earthquake, constantly shaking. My God, what is this? What's happening? Are you kidding me? Wait, this is? Through the surveillance screen, the crowd saw, deep in the depths of the island, a dark red pillar of light rose up into the sky. This pillar of light reached 7 or 8 meters in diameter. It was as if it was going to tear through the clouds, and right in the middle of the pillar of light, one could vaguely see a hazy silhouette slowly walking. Step. One step followed another, but it was as if it stepped on the hearts of countless people, causing them all to be unable to breathe. That was Medusa. She had awakened once again. Moreover, this time she awakened. It seemed to be different from before. That terrifying aura was chilling. The boundless wind and waves were even spreading with her as the center. Looking closely, wisps of dark red airflow surged in all directions. She made a breakthrough? In a daze, Yukina's face also changed drastically. What? How is this possible? Wait, how could Medusa break through? With successive exclamations of shock, the many doctors also realized that something bad had happened. The Medusa from before was already terrifying to the extreme. And now, Medusa had taken a step further and stepped into the transcendent. How terrifying would that be? Moreover, what was even more crucial was, before, Medusa, because of their means of suppression, her battle power was 1 in 10. But now, Medusa didn't seem to be suppressed. And right at this moment, seemingly sensing something, the Medusa in the picture suddenly raised her eyes. Boom! The icy cold to the extreme gaze, as if through the surveillance, landed on the bodies of the many doctors. At the same time, click, click, one crunching sound after another. The numerous monitors actually seemed to be unable to withstand her gaze and blew up one after another. Human, class, Medusa actually had an indescribably icy color between one word and another. It's time to end this. Between the fall of the words, there was a loud boom, and an even more terrifying aura rose up to the sky. Dust filled the sky and flew up. There were even countless trees that began to stir. Time slowly passed, and the entire island seemed to be transformed into an inferno on Earth. Countless houses collapsed. There were even one experimental site after another, leveled to the ground. Looking up, there were countless mutated beasts that were wreaking havoc. There were huge mutant boars, charging recklessly, trampling everything. There were huge mutant turtle snakes, spitting out columns of water and drowning everything. There was also mutant lizard after mutant lizard, passing by in a flash. However, this was not the terror. What was truly terrifying was the center of the island. There was a red silhouette, taking one step at a time, walking towards the depths of the island. That was Medusa. Stop, Medusa! With a roar, a security with an assault rifle threatened. Poof! A laugh like a silver bell echoed in the air. Immediately afterward, a wisp of bloodline flashed away, and in the next moment, with a stabbing sound, this security guard was actually split in two from head to toe, and countless colors of blood even gushed out. To death. This one security did not see how Medusa shot, and this is the existence of transcendent level. They have long been above the mundane. Even a fully armed squad of 100 people would not necessarily be able to deal with them. What's more, Medusa was different from ordinary transcendent beings. Although ordinary transcendental creatures were terrifying, but after all, they were beasts. But what about Medusa? It was the combination of a human and a monster. It has monster-like strength, and even more so, it combines the intelligence of a human. Such an existence, stepping into the transcendent, was absolutely beyond imagination. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot exploded in the dark night. It wasn't an ordinary gunshot. Rather, it was the sound of a large sniper, hidden in the darkness. A human sniper, finally shot at Medusa. Only, just then, the sniper hidden in the darkness froze. Not only him, even the rest of the security froze, seeking their gazes. A bullet had stopped 2 meters away from Medusa. It was as if everything was frozen. More like time stood still. The only thing that lingered on the bullet was the strands of dark red magic. Special bullets. They do pose a threat to me. Speaking softly, Medusa raised her slender hand and clamped the bullet. Only, this is not enough. As the words fell, the bullet turned into powder in the gazes of countless people who did not dare to believe. It dissipated into the air, crushing a bullet with his bare hands. No, not crushed. Rather, it was crushed into powder. Just by looking at this scene, the crowd couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This slender jade hand actually had this kind of power? What kind of joke is this? Do not dare to believe. Unbelievable. However, right at this moment, tap, between the fall of the jade foot, terrifying dark red magic power erupted like waves. Boom! With a steep roar, one after another security and even some mutated beasts flew out backwards. Among them, many of them even spat up blood in large mouths. How is this possible? What kind of strength is this? One kick. Just one kick. Are you kidding? My God. But without waiting for more exclamations of shock from the crowd, Medusa's second kick had already landed. Boom! The earth shook, and the waves of earth even surged, drowning the many figures forever. This was transcendent, a transcendent that stood at the top of the human world, with just a jade foot pointing at the ground. 100 meters in every direction was shaken. This is your underground base, right? Medusa's eyes looked towards the earth not far away. It seemed to be empty. However, she was able to clearly perceive that countless lives were underground. That was the underground base built by humans. The top levels of one laboratory after another had all converged here. And now, she lightly raised her jade hand. Boom! With a steep roar, a dark red whip tens of meters long, like a spirit snake, danced in midair. That was the ability developed by Medusa Whip of Thorns. Swish! Only hearing an overwhelming air-breaking sound, the dark red whip lashed towards the earth, and in an instant, the earth shook, revealing a huge crack that was tens of meters long. But this was only the beginning. Swish! 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 Time and time again, this one place seemed to have set off a small earthquake, constantly shaking. Even more terrifying was the depths of the earth. The experimental base constructed by humans was constantly trembling. The lights even began to flicker frequently. This Medusa, damn it, she wants to bury us? Let's go out and fight her. Damn! This asshole! If I had known, I should have dealt with her. With a succession of angry curses, many figures' faces changed drastically. More than a few, however, had a look of despair on their faces. This was definitely not a power that humans could resist. At the very least, it was not something that they, humans, could resist. In other words, they were, next, destined to be waiting for death. Only, at this time, what no one noticed was that deep within the laboratory, there were two figures that looked as normal. That was the lab's boss, Sasao Kojiro, and the genius girl who had awakened her talent not long ago, Amari. They were Ziyu's slaves. The moment Ziyu stepped into transcendence, they were the first to sense it. Therefore, they knew very well that there was no need to worry even if the lab set off a big commotion, because he would suppress everything. Master. Between murmurs, Amari actually had a 10-headed snake shadow in the depths of her eyes, crying out to the sky, and at that moment, Ziyu, who was still massacring in the waters, was suddenly stunned. Boom! There was a steep roar, and a picture unexpectedly flashed in his mind. It was the island. 9-colored light filled the area, and mutated beasts rampaged. There was even a red phantom that swept across everything. Something happened to the island. While murmuring, Ziyu was the first to turn around and rush towards the island. This island was very important. It was considered his home base. Especially, he had also enslaved Sasao Kojiro, indirectly mastering the island's laboratory. What does this mean? It means that countless top human experts will serve him unconditionally. What's more, there was the Sakura Island Kingdom behind him as his backing. Although Ziyu did not like the Sakura Island Kingdom, but Ziyu had to admit that he needed it. Only in this way could he grow faster. Only in this way could he impact the higher realms without any distractions. So, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Ziyu's speed continued to increase, like a stringless arrow rushing towards the island. That terrifying speed stirred up the seawater by several meters, even a dozen meters high. From afar, it looked as if a tsunami was rolling backward. It was extremely terrifying. At the moment he stepped into Transcendent, Ziyu not only had his magic power skyrocketed dramatically, even his body's 4 dimensions skyrocketed. In terms of speed alone, he was at least several times as fast as before. Now, when he exploded with all his might, it was estimated that he was able to pull off a sonic boom. One could imagine how terrifying the speed of the current Ziyu was. The tiny island was ravaged by giant beasts. Magic power stirred. Hisses and screams were heard one after another. The entire island seemed to have been turned into a hell on earth, especially in the center of the island. Countless creatures fell one after another as the dark red magic power spread. Still not coming out? The corner of Medusa's mouth slightly curved, lifting a subtle arc, visible to the naked eye. The long, dark red whip in her hand continued to twist and intertwine. In just a few moments, a dark red lance that was more than 10 meters long was already floating in the air. If it was said that the dark red whip could easily tear through the earth, then this magic cohesion dark red lance would be able to easily penetrate the earth. At that time, the underground laboratories that humans had repeatedly reinforced would also be riddled with holes under this dark red spear. So, with his right hand raised, the dark red spear erupted with a brilliant light. A terrifying might that was so extreme also erupted, visible to the naked eye. Wisps of dark red magic power spread from the tip of the dark red spear. It caused the air to set off dark red ripples. That was the vision of magic power overflowing. Too much terrifying magic power, converging at one point, so much so, that a lot of magic power was overflowing. Boom! Before the lance fell, the entire earth began to tremble, and quite a few people who were in the underground laboratory were in a cold sweat. It's over. It's really over. If this lance falls, the entire laboratory won't be able to hold out, right? Is this a transcendent being? So terrifying. Damn it, we still have a lot of heavy weapons, but they're all in the armory, so it's hard to call them up. Is it hard to believe that we're going to end up like this? Sound after sound. Many people were showing despair, but just then, Sasao Kojiro as well as Amari suddenly shook. It's coming. Shouting in unison, they all sensed it, sensed the arrival of the master. And just then, above the island, it's time to end it. Raising her right hand high, the dark red lance was about to fall. But at this moment, Medusa's figure suddenly shook. This is? Before she could exclaim more. Hiss, 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 hiss. One hiss after another, as if coming from the 9 specters. It made the entire island quiet. The mutant boar that was charging straight ahead stopped its body. The mutant lizards that were constantly scurrying about violently slumped to the ground, shivering. Even Medusa froze. That terrifying hissing sounded as if it was resounding in the depths of the soul. What was even more chilling was that an unimaginable ferocious might had spread out. That was the ferocious might of a predator at the top of the food chain. It was an astonishing might that was cold to the extreme, as if it froze everything. Not only that, there is also a rich to the point that it seems to make people sick to their stomachs. The smell of blood is already spreading throughout the island. The smell of blood rises up to the sky. In silence, it spoke of the arrival of a world-shattering beast. The rich bloody odor continued to spread. Not to mention the individual humans. Even the numerous mutated beasts were feeling suffocated. How many creatures on land could be killed, even if they were killed again? But what about Ziyu? Nowadays, he could be considered a deep-sea overlord. In the deep sea, he had slaughtered countless living beings. In terms of the killings just now, in terms of numbers alone, it was at least hundreds of thousands. This is very exaggerated. According to humans, killing one is a sin, killing 10,000 is a male, and killing 1,000,000 is a male among males. Such a killing was enough to put the countless mutated beasts on the continent to shame. And now, Ziyu returned with a monstrous fury. Hiss! Only an earth-shaking hiss was heard. A huge creature slowly rose from the depths of the sea. That was Ziyu. He unleashed his talent, size change. The size kept increasing. Like a skyscraper, it rose from the ground. In just a moment, it covered a small half of the sky. The huge shadow, moreover, shrouded the small half of the island. Hiss, 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 one after another. The snake heads continued to stretch and elongate, breaking through the clouds. The ice-cold eyes were even more like gods and goddesses, looking down on all living beings, indifferent to the extreme. Woo, woo, ow, ow. Many of the mutated beasts were so scared that their legs went weak and paralyzed on the ground. Even the humans, one by one, looked at this huge beast with disbelief. This is a sacred beast? In a daze, a human couldn't help but lose his voice. The pitch-black scales were glowing with an ethereal light. There was a pitch-black aperture at the neck of one of the snakeheads, constantly shining. Coupled with that extremely large body, the oppression that it brought to people made it difficult to breathe. This was no longer a mutated beast. Rather, it was an existence that surpassed mutated beasts. It's called transcendent. It was a transcendent creature in the true sense of the word. And at this time, Ziyu looked at the various parts of the island indifferently with one snake head after another. Ow, ow. Suddenly, a sound attracted Ziyu's attention. A mutated boar several times the size of a domestic pig was still charging. It trampled on everything with reckless abandon. Mutated beasts, humans, and even others, charging across the board, without a care in the world. It's a madman. It doesn't know fear, not to mention fear. Probably, the sudden mutation has fried his brain. But, seek death. With a violent shout in his heart, Ziyu, with a snake's head, violently rushed down the clouds and charged towards the island. Boom! The extremely fast breakthrough seemed to tear through the air. Immediately afterward, under the gazes of countless people who were horrified to the core, the earth shook. Rumble. Only a loud bang was heard as the snake's head slammed hard into the ground, like a missile smashing into the ground, and the waves of earth were lifted up several meters high, waiting for this huge snake head. When it lifted up again, printed into the crowd's eyes is difficult to extreme scene. A huge pit, more than 10 meters deep, had already surfaced on the ground. As for the mutated boar, it had long disappeared. Only a splash of blood remained, staining the earth red. Ka-chow, constantly chewing, mixed with bones. The huge mutant boar that had reached a size of 4 or 5 meters was actually devoured by Ziyu in one bite. This, gulp, swallowing his saliva. A human was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Such a creature, did it really exist in the world? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if it killed him. Squeak, squeak squeak, continuous hissing. In a corner of the island, a red-colored lizard cowered in the ground. That was the fusion lizard. Now, after absorbing the 9-colored radiance, it was already an apprentice level 8. But now, feeling Ziyu's terrifying aura, it was afraid, and its entire body couldn't stop trembling. It was hard to imagine that this was the terrifying experimental body that it had just madly slaughtered. However, it was not only it, the mutated turtle snake that had failed miserably at Ziyu's hands before. Even more so, it didn't hesitate to drill into a lake, not daring to venture out. Before, it was almost bitten to death by Ziyu. The fear of Ziyu was already engraved deep in its soul. Quiet. The entire island was quiet. Whether it was the mutated beasts or the humans, they all kept quiet with an extremely tacit agreement. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge object in the sky. That was Ziyu. His 8 snake heads danced in the sky. From time to time, he drilled into the clouds. From time to time, he surged towards the earth. One pair of icy pupils after another, indifferently scrutinizing everything. They were emotionless. At this moment, Ziyu was like an unnameable god, intimidating the entire island. However, right at this moment, swish, a sudden break in the air, a dark red meteor, cut through the sky and shot towards Ziyu a snakehead. It wasn't a meteor. Instead, it was a dark red lance. The dark red lance that Medusa had intended to run through the earth had finally reversed its direction and shot towards Ziyu. You're looking for death, Medusa. Between cold grunts in his heart, Ziyu's third snakehead violently opened its mouth. This was the snakehead that carried Ziyu's cold current surge talent. It appeared white in color. Hiss! A flash of white aura was locked in the throat. Immediately afterward, boom! The white pillar of light, several meters in diameter, rushed towards the dark red meteor. Ka-ching, ka-ching. One sound followed another, and in the horrified gazes of countless people, everything froze. The dark red lance, frozen in the sky. But this was not the end. The white pillar of light, still going forward, as if it was going to freeze everything, rushed straight towards the tiny figure above the earth. That was Medusa. This guy. Stunned, Medusa couldn't help but be surprised. With this mouthful of spit alone, she had already sensed Ziyu's terror. This fellow, the magic power in his body, was afraid that it had reached an unimaginable level. Thinking like this, Medusa was pointing her toes on the ground, and her entire body was rising up in the air. It was like a stunning dance, absolutely beautiful posture, so that many humans cannot help but lose their concentration. Especially when she was dancing, there were also strands of dark red magic, like a ribbon lingering. It was even more mysterious as well as extraordinary. But right at this moment, swish, once again, a break in the air, violently rang out. In Medusa's stunned gaze, a white stream of light attacked with extreme speed. Only when one looked closely could one realize that it was not a white stream of light. Instead, it was a white snake. It was extremely fast, so fast that Medusa could only react in haste. Boom! A steep roar, but it was Medusa raising her hand and the white python colliding. Terrifying wind and waves surged. The two bodies simultaneously shook and fell towards the earth. Only then did Medusa realize the terror of this white python. Its body was as hard as iron. Even when she slapped out her palm, it didn't hurt it in the slightest. What is this? Medusa was puzzled. However, in the next moment, she noticed that on the neck of this white python, there was a black aperture just like Ziyu. It was like a necklace, glittering. And this, it was Ziyu who had passed the splitting talent, splitting a snakehead. It directly transformed into a white python. It launched an attack towards Medusa. Just one split head had a battle power at the transcendent level. This was Ziyu's terror. And it was worth mentioning that after stepping into the transcendent, Ziyu's splitting talent was no longer limited to one head. The current him could split two heads. As of now, hiss, hiss, a large, ice blue snake whistled out as it spat out its letters. That was the third snakehead that carried Ziyu's chilling surge. Ice blue body, ice blue eyes. There was also that morose to the extreme coldness. Wherever it passed, everything froze. Boom! With a sudden boom, a terrifying coldness erupted, and 100 meters in a radius actually continued to condense until it was full of frost. As for Medusa, she was the first to feel the terrifying coldness erode. This coldness could not hurt her, but it greatly affected her movements, and the moment her body solidified, the white python was already whistling out and biting towards her. Humph! The current you can only play with my two doppelgangers? Ziyu's one serpent head weaved through the clouds, quietly watching the scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a humanized smile. He felt that he had underestimated himself. Medusa wasn't weak, one could even say powerful, yet such a powerful her couldn't even help his two doppelgangers. This, however, it was understandable when one thought about it. Ziyu had long seen through everything about Medusa, knowing her talents as well as her abilities. As the saying goes, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is worth 100 battles. A Medusa that had no secrets could not be considered terrifying in front of Ziyu. Moreover, the two doppelgangers that Ziyu sent out were very targeted. One, with an extremely hard body and strong magic power. One manipulated extreme cold and was responsible for controlling the field. Just like now, the ice python wandered around Medusa, surging with terrifyingly extreme coldness at all times. The white python took the initiative and relied on its powerful physical body to maneuver around Medusa. However, considering Medusa's petrification ability, the white python also unleashed its magic armament. The rich magic power wrapped around the entire body. It was like being clad in armor. Only in this way could it collide with Medusa again and again. Time slowly passed, and several minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble, rumble, one rumble after another. The earth shook, and the wind and waves rolled back. Three figures collided between the trees at great speed. Those were Medusa as well as Ziyu's doppelgangers, the white python and the ice python, who, exhaling deeply, Medusa's face also revealed a touch of gravity. This fellow, just how terrifying is he? Medusa was puzzled. With just two doppelgangers, he had such battle power. Was this really an existence that had just stepped into the transcendent first order? Medusa was somewhat incredulous. Immediately, she raised her eyes and looked up to the sky. There, one serpent head after another, wandering above the clouds, looking down on the earth. This was his true body, but up until now, his true body had never really struck. However, right at this moment, a sudden hissing sound, sharp and ear-piercing, caused Medusa to be shaken. That was Ziyu's sudden outburst of spiritual attack, spiritual piercing. What? Medusa's face changed drastically, but without waiting for her to react more, a terrifying and extreme coldness had already hit her. Boom! It was a thick and extremely large icy blue light pillar. It was raging. In the twinkling of an eye, it engulfed Medusa. Cold. Extreme cold, as if it eroded her soul. Even more terrifying, a white python at some point, wrapped around her body, circle after circle, not giving her the slightest chance to struggle. Do I still have to make a move to end the battle quickly? High above the sky, Ziyu sighed. He still made a move. Above the 9 heavens, a terrifying hiss was emitted. That hiss contained an extremely powerful spiritual power. With just one hiss, even Medusa, who was also a transcendent, was shocked for a moment. And in that one breath, the ice python as well as the white python launched their attacks one after another. Until now, Medusa's entire body was wrapped by the white python. Circle after circle. It was like Asian bondage, making Medusa unable to move. Damn big snake! Medusa cursed angrily. The magic power of her body was constantly gushing out. The dark red magic power, as if it had materialized, was silky and wispy, as if it was one small snake after another. Along with it, a terrifying power erupted from Medusa's body. However, right at this moment, ring of magic, between murmurs in his heart, Ziyu also maneuvered the black aura around the white python's neck and flew towards Medusa's body. And in the very next moment, a black aperture had already surfaced above Medusa's slender jade neck. This was Ziyu's ring of magic power. It had the power to store magic power and compress it. However, right after he stepped into transcendence, this ring of magic power also had a new power. And that was to absorb magic power. Just like now, Medusa, who was about to burst out with monstrous magic power, intending to shock away the white python, suddenly felt the magic power in her body drain away like a tidal wave. That was the magic aura constantly absorbing the magic power in her body. How is this possible? Beautiful eyes wide, Medusa was confused. The more it erupted, the faster the magic power in her body flowed away. However, this Medusa's reaction was also quick, and in the next moment, she had already stopped erupting. Still really smart. Smiling, Ziyu also took a deep look at the Medusa that had stopped struggling. This one was already taken. Let him take it. Then, next, hiss. With one hiss after another, Ziyu's size continued to shrink, until it transformed into a normal 35 meters or so. The riots on the island seemed to have stopped. Good lord, the sacred beast seems to have suppressed all of it. Wait, it seems like the sacred beast has stepped into transcendence as well. What? Look guys, even Medusa was taken down by him. My goodness. One exclamation after another. Countless people were shaken. And at that moment, let's go out. Kojiro, who was still deep in the ground, suddenly got up and said, my lord, if we go out now, I'm afraid it's dangerous, right? It's fine. Holy beast, my lord has already suppressed everything, Kojiro said with a smile on his face. He originally wanted to remove the word my lord, so that others wouldn't be suspicious, but after thinking about it, he added it anyway. Sacred Beast Lord, this time, stepped in and suppressed everything, saving everyone to the rescue. Kojiro believed that they would all be grateful to Lord Holy Beast. If they are not grateful, then I'm sorry. Kojiro can only say sorry to him personally. Kojiro-sama, aren't you afraid that the Holy Beast will be hostile to us as well? If he's like Medusa, then, Dr. Oki spoke up somewhat nervously. If that's the case, do you think we can stop it? Kojiro asked rhetorically. There was a flush of silence, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other. The truth seemed to be so. With the terrifying strength that the sacred beasts were displaying nowadays, not to mention them, even some small human countries might not be able to stop it, right? The riot on the island had finally subsided. However, on this very day, the pattern of the island also changed drastically, simply because countless mutated beasts headed towards the southern part of the island. As for the humans, they stayed in the north. They were repairing houses and treating the injured. In the future, the island, let's rule north and south. The south, it's the mutated beasts' territory. It's also my territory. Grinning, Ziyu was also pleased. He, silently, had already become the king of the island, ruling over the entire island. Under his intimidation, each and every mutated beast was extremely obedient and rushed towards the south. And those that don't listen? Naturally, it was self-evident. Until now, some of Ziyu's snake heads were still being chewed on. Click, click, mixed with the sound of bones breaking. It was chilling. However, at this time, Ziyu's gaze focused more on a short distance away. There, a white python was wrapped around a silhouette. This silhouette was very beautiful. Fair skin, exquisite features. There was also that pair of unforgettable dark red vertical pupils. However, what was most concerning was the thick snake tail behind her. The snake tail was 3 to 4 meters long. It dragged on the ground. It looked bizarre and terrifying. This was Medusa. Having stepped into transcendence last night, she was suppressed by Ziyu before she had a chance to settle down. You have wisdom? Medusa's charming voice echoed in the air, and her pair of beautiful eyes were even staring at Ziyu in death. If it was said that before, she still thought that Ziyu was just a mutated serpent with strong battle power. Then now, she would have to change her opinion, calming the riots on the island, and even commanding countless mutated beasts to march towards the southern part of the island. All of this was all indicative of one terrifying fact. That was that this mutated serpent had an extremely high level of intelligence. Moreover, it seemed like he had also reached certain conditions with the humans in the north. There was no response. There was just indifference as always. The current Ziyu also had a bit of a headache. What should be done with Medusa? Killing? Definitely impossible. This Medusa was not a threat to him and was extremely rare. Perhaps, it was the object he would turn his tail to in the future. Therefore, it cannot be killed. But keep it. It seems to be a bit troublesome. Surely, it couldn't be tied up like this all the time. Is it possible that I need to open my mouth and communicate with her? Thinking of this, Ziyu also hesitated. He didn't want people to know that he had a high level of intelligence. This counted as one of his cards. However now, you should be able to communicate with your concubine, right? What? Looking down on your concubine? Medusa repeatedly opened her mouth, and her words were several points colder. Looking closely, wisps of dark red magic power were coming out through her body. Clearly, this woman was somewhat angry. What do you want to say to me? Suddenly, a voice resounded in Medusa's mind. This voice, cool and low and soft, with a lazy hoarseness, but made Medusa have a momentary trance. He spoke. He really spoke. Eyes wide. Medusa's face was all a flash of indescribable surprise as well as excitement. You really are just like my concubine, with a wisdom no less than that of a human. There was a moment of silence before Ziyu once again mentally transmitted her voice. So what? Then why don't you let go of concubine? Don't. Concubine won't make a move against you. Quickly let go of concubine. Don't. You stupid snake. Ziyu acted extremely firm. Loosening up. That was impossible. Medusa was not like the others. This was a terrifying existence with transcendent level battle power. Although he was not a big threat to Ziyu, but Ziyu hadn't figured out how to pin down this woman? Why are you teaming up with a human? To deal with concubines? Medusa's words changed and she opened her mouth to ask. There was no joining forces. Ziyu said frankly. Stupid snake. You remember that humans are the most deceitful. Speaking here, Medusa was all agitated. You fellow, you absolutely cannot believe in the flowery words of humans. After a moment of silence, Ziyu also looked deeply at Medusa. She really knew a lot about humans. Indeed, humans could not be trusted half-heartedly. This point, Ziyu also extremely agreed with. Therefore, he never trusted humans. The only ones he trusted were his slaves. However, listening to Medusa's repeated reminders and the kindness between her words, Ziyu's guard was finally lowered by a few points. Don't cause trouble for me. Saying that, Ziyu also maneuvered the white python and left Medusa's body. Only, it had to be said that Medusa's body was really soft and smooth. It caused Ziyu to be a little reluctant to part with it. Poof! A continuous cold snort seemed to express dissatisfaction, but Medusa did not choose to make a move. Instead, she quietly laid down in the corner. She had consumed greatly before and needed to recover. Moreover, she had just stepped into transcendence and also needed to settle down for a moment or two. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this period of time, Medusa had finally recovered for the most part. However, she did not make a move. Instead, she stared closely at Ziyu. It seemed to be sizing up and scrutinizing. Concubine, it's because I have some of the memories of humans that I know everything about humans. What about you? Why do you have such wisdom? Between the thoughts in her mind, Medusa was also puzzled. Just then, Ziyu's voice suddenly sounded in Medusa's mind. What do you want to know? After thinking about it, Ziyu finally decided to have a good chat with this one woman. During this period of time, he did not simply rest. Instead, he was thinking about what to do with Medusa. To kill. Naturally, he did not want to kill. But keeping it hanging out like this was also not a solution. After thinking about it again and again, Ziyu still felt that it was necessary to talk to this woman. Perhaps, the two of them shared a common language. Moreover, more importantly, Ziyu did not want to communicate with humans. Humans and him, after all, were two completely different races. If it's not my kind, their hearts must be different. This was the maxim of humans. If he let the humans know that he had a high level of intelligence, it would be very dangerous. But Ziyu couldn't remain silent. So, it was not bad to find a creature that could talk. And right now, Medusa was a good choice. Both of them were alien. According to Medusa, they were kindred spirits. Why don't you kill those humans? They're doing all sorts of experiments on us. Over and over again, Medusa asked without hesitation. They have value. I still need them, Ziyu confessed. Moreover, I need them to help me evolve. I see. Listening to Ziyu's words, Medusa finally understood. This fellow was not wanting to live in peace with humans, merely wanted to utilize these humans. I wonder how he convinced these humans. No, maybe it wasn't convincing. Suddenly, Medusa thought of the scent she had sensed earlier. There were individual humans that actually had this guy's scent on them. What did that mean? Between the flashes of her beautiful eyes, Medusa also vaguely realized something. This fellow shouldn't be. What exactly do you want? I want to form a force that belongs to mutated beasts. This was the last conversation between Ziyu and Medusa. Then, Medusa went to gather powerful mutated beasts under Ziyu's command. According to Ziyu, Medusa owed him a life. Therefore, Medusa needed to follow his orders. In response, Medusa's face changed again and again. But in the end, she did not refuse. 3 years. Raising 3 fingers, Medusa said forcefully. Ziyu froze. 3 years. Good fellow. He had originally planned that a few months would be fine. But he didn't expect Medusa to ask for 3 years. Since this was the case, Ziyu could not let Medusa down. Good. 3 years then. Grinning, Ziyu's mind also floated some juvenile images. In these 3 years, how to make use of this woman. How about letting her warm up her body? However, just at this time, Ziyu looked at the departing Medusa, and a flash of anticipation also surfaced in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't lied to Medusa. He did want to form a power. Only, this power did not belong to the mutated beasts. Instead, it belonged to him. Individual power, after all, was small. Even as powerful as he was, in front of the country, he was extremely small. Humans, nowadays, had too many weapons that could threaten him, especially the forbidden weapon of mankind, the nuclear weapon. That thing was enough to completely bury Ziyu. Therefore, Ziyu must seek a way to better preserve himself. After thinking about it, Ziyu finally thought of forming a force. He alone was not enough to make humans fearful. But behind him, what about the thousands of mutated beasts? If the humans dared to make a move against him, they would have to consider the thousands of mutated beasts. And that wasn't even the terror. What was truly terrifying was that this would most likely evolve into a war between races and races. And such a consequence, not even humans would be willing to bear. So, let's form a force that is uniquely his. The key is that this one island has ready-made resources. Because of mankind's repeated experiments, coupled with this tidal wave of magic, countless powerful mutated beasts came out. Among them, many of them made Ziyu's eyes light up. For example, the red-colored lizard from before. Another example was the mutated turtle snake. And, if I can subdue all of them, then the beginnings of a power would be complete. And just as Ziyu was pondering over the formation of a power, on the human side, they also started to get busy. Reporting back to my lord. This night, we lost thousands of people to death and injury, and even 1/3 of the buildings were reduced to rubble. Listening to his subordinate's report, Sasakojiro's face was complicated. This loss, it was really big. To know, their entire island, there were only tens of thousands of people. Now it was. However, the master must be thanked here. If it wasn't for his timely return, the losses would have been doubled. I'm afraid, it was even possible that the entire army would have been wiped out. With this in mind, Sasakojiro also continued, the transcendent flesh and blood I'm going to have you prepare. How is it prepared? Sir, the last batch of transcendent flesh is already loaded on the car, and will be sent to the holy beast side later. The last batch. In a daze, Sasakojiro's face also changed slightly. He hadn't expected the transcendent flesh and blood to be consumed so quickly. It seemed that it was time to request new supplies from the Sakura Island Kingdom. Just then, Sasakojiro looked over at Akasaka, who was sitting in the corner. This one, who had come here, was here to examine their experiments. If he was satisfied, then Sasakojiro believed that the next application would go extremely smoothly, but if he was not satisfied, then it was hard to say. Major General Akasaka, I wonder, what do you think of our experiments here? Sasakojiro opened his mouth and inquired. Experiments well. After a moment of silence, Akasaka looked towards his right leg. Even more so, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the figure that was as huge as a skyscraper. Your experiment. It was successful. Beyond my imagination, Akasaka said from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he added, I will personally write a letter to the Emperor-sama to report on the situation here. Many thanks, Major General Akasaka. Sasakojiro stood up excitedly. This was good. With Akasaka's letter, the resources of the Sakura Island Kingdom would inevitably be tilted drastically in their favor, and at that time, he could help his master evolve better. Ziyu was not too clear about the situation on Sasakojiro's side. The current him was scrutinizing one figure after another not far away. There were a full 4 figures. They were of different sizes, but all of them were curled up in front of Ziyu, and their bodies all seemed to be trembling. There was a red-colored lizard that was cowering in the corner. It looked as if it couldn't wait to burrow into the ground. There was a giant black turtle with a tail that was surprisingly a snake's head. However, this mutated turtle snake, too, hated to shrink its head into the turtle shell. There was also a rabbit. This rabbit didn't look big. However, its eyes were red, like rubies. As for the last, it was Medusa. She lethargically leaned against a large tree, with an appearance of being unapproachable. And these were the 4 strongest mutated beasts on the island. No, Medusa is not considered a mutated beast. She was in existence above the mutated beasts. 1 apprentice level 8, 2 apprentice level 7s. In a daze, Ziyu's gaze also fell on the red lizard and other mutated beasts. The red-colored lizard and the mutant turtle snake were alright. They could be considered acquaintances, having seen them before, but this one snow-white rabbit was a first sight. It was hard to imagine that this one harmless snow-white rabbit was a terrifying mutated creature at the 7th level of apprentice. If I remember correctly, this one, too, seems to be an experiment cultivated by the lab. However, because of some circumstances, it hasn't met with me. After thinking about it, Ziyu also thought of some information about this one mutated rabbit. It should be experiment no. For bouncing rabbit. It was rumored that its bouncing ability was extremely amazing. In a single leap, it was more than 10 meters high. One can also imagine how terrifying the power contained in its feet is. Put it this way, a mutated beast of the same level may not be able to withstand its legs. This is the bouncing rabbit. However, this guy, it seems that because of the experiment, his body had some problems. Then it has been kept in a petri dish. But it didn't expect that with this magic tide. Not only did its strength skyrocket, even its body seemed to have recovered. It's true that the ones that stand at the top of the food chain still have to be these experimental bodies. Come to think of it, that's true. These experimental bodies are all works of art that humans have polished over and over again. Whether it's talent or not, they are all considered to be full of existence. They don't stand at the apex. Who else can stand at the apex? With a soft laugh, Ziyu also showed anticipation on her face. If all 3 of these fellows were to step into the transcendent realm, if all 3 of them were to reach transcendent, their battle power would not be underestimated. At least compared to ordinary mutated beasts, it would be a great deal stronger. Mutant beasts, especially the powerful mutated beasts, all of them had a low level of intelligence. You know, before the transcendent era was ushered in, a lot of animals, they have not a low level of intelligence. For example, a dog. Its intelligence level could be comparable to that of a human child around 3 years old. Dogs could solve all sorts of problems through observation and learning, and demonstrated a fairly high level of social skills and emotional intelligence. Some studies have even shown that dogs can understand human intentions and commands by observing their gaze and gestures, an ability similar to a child's language development. Another example is gorillas. They have one of the highest IQs of any primate species, with high cognitive and social intelligence. They can use tools, such as using sticks to catch food, rocks to crack nuts, and so on. And right after the transcendent era was ushered in, these animals went through repeated mutations, and their intelligence increased even more dramatically. Just like the bouncing rabbit, the fusion lizard, and the mutant tortoise snake in front of Ziyu. In terms of intelligence alone, they are afraid that they are no less than the 11 or 12-year-old teenagers in the human race, or even higher. But there is one thing, they didn't go through systematic learning. Not to mention the precipitation of human knowledge. Why are humans scary? It's because human knowledge is passed down from generation to generation. One generation of knowledge is not enough to reign supreme, but the accumulation of thousands of years, constantly pushing forward. pushes everything that humans have to an unimaginable point. And this is not something that a mutated beast can catch up with in just a few years. But what if these mutated beasts were to take the initiative to learn human knowledge and culture? Then, the thing that humans were most worried about would happen. However, these were not what Ziyu should be worried about. The current him quietly looked at these mutated beasts. Perhaps because of their long-term contact with humans as experiments, these three guys had learned quite a few things about humans, especially the fusion lizard. A humanized fear, as well as fear, showed on its face. Squeak, squeak, with successive hisses. The fusion lizard's body couldn't stop trembling. He was an apprentice level 8. Among the three mutated beasts, the strength was the most powerful. But the stronger he was, the more he could feel Ziyu's terror. That terrifying magical power oppressed every single one of his nerves. It made his body tense up. Bean-sized beads of sweat, even more so, continuously flowed down. He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare. Not long ago, the image of that one powerful mutated beast, being swallowed by Ziyu in one gulp, was still fresh in his mind. He had no doubt that if he dared to escape, then the next moment, what was waiting for him would inevitably be a bloody mouth. I won't kill you all. Suddenly, a hazy voice resounded in the hearts of the three mutated beasts. Although this voice was hazy, but for some reason, all three of their mutated beasts seemed to understand it. In particular, the fusion lizard had overflowing colors in the depths of its eyes, as if it was extremely surprised. Not only will I not kill you, I will even take good care of you. In the future, as long as you guys follow me, you will eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Ziyu spoke quietly. Immediately, after thinking about it, Ziyu also clearly said, also, remember, call me boss. Between the fall of his words, Ziyu also didn't care if these few mutated beasts could hear him or not. So he turned around and didn't enter the depths of the reservoir. He also needed to sink in. Having only just stepped into transcendence, he had fought great battles one after another. Even he felt a little tired. However, just at this time, the roar of an off-road vehicle came from the distance. Another food delivery. Ha! Raising his eyes, Ziyu saw a single human busy unloading the goods. Scarlet flesh and blood, piece after piece. Even when it was frozen into ice, there was a rich surge of magic power. This was transcendent flesh. It was considered extremely precious food. On the island, only Ziyu had this treatment and was able to eat it often. However, now, swish, a sudden break in the air. A white pike cut through the air. It was a snake head that Ziyu had split. It rushed out at breakneck speed, charging towards the pile of food. Immediately, in the stunned gazes of each and every human, this white python's stance curled, and this pile of flesh and blood unexpectedly disappeared. Yes, disappeared. And this was precisely Ziyu's talent, fusion. In a flash, thousands of blood and flesh were integrated into the body. It was like storage. At this moment, even the white python felt that its body was much heavier. Sure enough, every talent is worth developing. With a sigh, Ziyu was also smiling. Talent fusion originally, it allowed Ziyu to blend into various entities and subsequently hide his figure. But he, on the other hand, took a different path and fused these transcendent flesh and blood into his body. In this way, he was able to borrow his body to store things. And it was worth mentioning that Ziyu relied on his talent for size change, and his maximum body size was able to reach as large as 70 to 80 meters. How many things could be stored in such a large body size? It was unimaginable and unthinkable. Moreover, disregarding the talent size change, his normal body was also 35 meters in size. It was also capable of storing quite a few things, right? Who can imagine that the talent fusion, after developing it again and again, would be able to store things? Relying on the body to store things. I am truly a genius. Ziyu smiled triumphantly, extremely satisfied. In terms of talent development, he still had a commendable side. And now, the white python returned to the vicinity of the reservoir with many transcendent flesh and blood. However, Ziyu did not swallow all of these transcendent mortal blood and flesh as usual. Instead, he looked towards the fusion lizard, bouncing rabbit, which was cowering in a corner not far away. Without hesitation, Ziyu maneuvered the white python and swung his body. Boom! Many transcendent flesh and blood surged out from his body like a tidal wave, then landed in front of the many mutated beasts. You guys eat. Borrowing a mental voice transmission, Ziyu commanded. He said, following him, these mutated beasts would inevitably eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. And this was just the beginning. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed. During this period of time, Ziyu did not care about the fusion lizards and other mutated beasts. However, Ziyu noticed that the bouncing rabbit seemed to be very bold. In just a moment, it ignored Ziyu, who was not far away, and picked up the transcendent flesh and blood and began to nibble on it. This fellow, his guts are mostly bigger than a fusion lizard. With a sigh, Ziyu also noticed the bouncing rabbit that had eaten the transcendent blood flesh and suddenly got up. Squeak! Squeak! A sharp hiss came out of its mouth. Immediately afterward, its legs bent. Boom! The earth sank, revealing cracks that looked like spider webs, and in the very next moment, rumble was heard, and his entire body was like a cannonball that shot up into the sky. This eruption, with his eyes slightly frozen, Ziyu froze. A leap of tens of meters. Good fellow, this seemingly harmless little rabbit. Its explosive power was too astonishing. Could it be that, as rumor had it, it was really capable of stomping to death mutant creatures of the same rank with a single stomp? Bouncing bunny, try to see if you can kick the boulder not far away. Listening to Ziyu's words, a snow-white rabbit with ruby eyes looked towards a short distance away. There was a 4 to 5 meter high boulder. It looked like a city wall. Squeak! Squeak! A succession of hisses seemed to be in response. Immediately afterward, in Ziyu's expectant gaze, the bouncing rabbit's legs bent, and then its entire body violently catapulted out. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire boulder exploded, turning into a sky full of broken pieces. One strike. With just one strike, the kick exploded the boulder that was like a small mountain. With such kicking power, even Ziyu's eyes were slightly condensed. Not bad, not bad. Continuously praising, Ziyu looked at bouncing rabbit with an extra touch of satisfaction as well. This satisfaction was more than just strength. It was even more so because the bouncing rabbit, surprisingly, really listened to him. What did this mean? Right now Ziyu was only asking it to kick the boulder, but the next moment, Ziyu could also tell it to kill or slaughter mutated beasts. Ziyu believed that the bouncing rabbit would still do so. Being able to understand human language is a good start. Thinking like this, Ziyu also felt that the name bouncing rabbit was not too good, not domineering enough. How about changing it? Flicking rabbit. Seems good. One flight to heaven. Saying that, Ziyu also looked at Medusa, who was not far away, and opened her mouth to ask, what do you say if I give the bouncing rabbit a different name, the sky charging rabbit? May. With a response, Medusa didn't care. These, in her opinion, were merely mutated beasts. Although they had some strength, they were not yet in her eyes. You are still really high-strung. With a light laugh, Ziyu also realized that Medusa seemed to be uninterested in anything else, even the so-called humans. She was unwilling to look at them squarely. However, this was good. Ziyu liked women with a high and cold demeanor. As the saying goes, high and cold produces goddesses. This Medusa, with her high and cold character, combined with that stunningly beautiful figure, a proper goddess. Only, behind the back of that a slender crimson snake tail, slightly hideous. It was estimated that a person who saw it would be scared and fearful. Shaking her head helplessly, Ziyu also looked at the red-colored lizard in the corner. This fellow, indeed, was too timid. Until now, it was cowering in the corner. However, Ziyu heard from Sasakojiro that this fellow was the most ferocious during the previous riot. Either his skull was shattered, or he was disemboweled. It's hard to believe that what goes around comes around. The more timid he is, the crazier he is. After thinking about it, Ziyu also spoke. Come here. Hiss, hiss. Between the continuous hissing, the red-colored lizard not far away, its body was trembling, as if it was extremely afraid. However, looking at Ziyu's ice-cold vertical pupil, it still slowly lifted its feet and crawled over. Very afraid of me? Ziyu smiled and spoke, but what responded to him was the usual hissing. Timidly, one could not help but feel heartbroken. I said that as long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. Saying this, Ziyu also said softly, Go hunt a mutated beast for me and bring it to me. Squeak, squeak. A hiss escaped from his mouth, but the fusion lizard seemed to understand Ziyu's words. There was no hesitation. He violently turned his head and shot off towards the distance. Obviously, this fellow hated to be as far away from Ziyu as possible. A timid fellow like this, just try to make as much of it as possible. Anyway, it doesn't dare to disobey me. Smiling, Ziyu was also extremely optimistic about the future of the fusion lizard. He also had the talent of fusion. Therefore, he was well aware of the awesomeness of this talent. Being able to vanish like the legends, it was even more capable of hiding its form in every sense. Its weirdness was beyond imagination. If the fusion lizard could learn to collect its breath and hide its life fluctuations in the future, then it would definitely be able to transform into the strongest assassin. Of course, the reason why the fusion lizard here might be able to transform into the strongest, That was definitely because it didn't calculate Ziyu. Ziyu's path was different from his. The fusion lizard was only relying on a fusion talent. But what about Ziyu? 10 great talents, each different, yet each one was more terrifying than the other. Moreover, more importantly, the fusion lizard that carries the fusion talent is a reference point for Ziyu. Its development of the fusion talent could allow Ziyu to learn from it. Therefore, Ziyu hoped that he would go as far as possible. Only in this way would Ziyu be smoother and smoother on this path of developing the fusion talent. In the future, I can try to find 9 guys with similar talents as me, and then cultivate them well. No, it seems like I don't need to search. Suddenly, Ziyu seemed to have thought of something, and a look of playfulness appeared on his face. He, himself, was a product of experimentation. Then there was still a need to be unusual? Directly letting the laboratory cultivate some experimental subjects. Wouldn't that be enough? One possessed the gift of extreme cold. One has the talent for size change. Let each of them have a talent similar to Ziyu's. Then, see how they develop their talents. I think that this would be very helpful for Ziyu's talent development in the future. However, this should be a plan for a very distant future. It was a step that Ziyu boldly attempted when he was unable to advance. As for now, well, he didn't need this yet. Right now, what I need more than anything else is to settle down, as well as accumulate more magic power. As he murmured in his heart, Ziyu also began his daily cultivation. Boom! With a steep roar, the entire reservoir shook. Visible to the naked eye, countless streams of water swirled as if they had transformed into a huge whirlpool, and the vortex kept expanding until it enveloped half of the reservoir. This was Ziyu practicing. After stepping into transcendence, the movement of his cultivation was also more than several times greater. A simple gulp of magic power would ripple tens of meters away. However, not long after this, poof, a soft hum resounded in the air. Along with it, a red silhouette flashed away. That was Medusa. She sensed some movement and began to act at the first moment. Only, in the very next moment, bang! Accompanied by the sound of a collision that sounded like gold and iron, Medusa's delicate body was shaken. You want to protect her? Medusa gazed at the white python that suddenly surfaced not far away, her eyes showing coldness. This is the medium through which I connect with humans, relying on mental voice transmission. Ziyu briefly explained the situation to Medusa. I see. Pursing the corners of her lips, Medusa also slowly turned around. And at this time, if she looked behind the white python, she was able to realize that a young girl with short shawl hair had her chest rising and falling one by one. This was Yagyu. It hadn't occurred to me that after the island riot, she had suddenly arrived here. This woman, why did she suddenly come here? With some headaches, Ziyu was more than happy. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, what was waiting for Xuanai would inevitably be the separation of corpses. Medusa had no good feelings towards humans, especially humans who suddenly intruded into the world. It was even less favorable. Even this one human is still considered half of her acquaintance. Medusa knew Yagyu, because some of Medusa's experiments before, it was Yagyu who was in charge of them. Therefore, Medusa's impression of Yagyu could be considered profound. However, recognizing was recognizing, but it didn't mean that Medusa had a favorable impression of Yagyu. After all, she was an alien, an existence between mutated beasts and humans. An existence like her was destined to be alone, turning her back on both mutated beasts and humans. However, this was before. At some point, Medusa met a kindred spirit, an 8-headed figure with a hideous snake body. Yet, like her, it had a human aura. It was as if it was the perfect combination of a human and a mutated serpent. And this was the kind that Medusa had always wanted to meet. It was also because Ziyu was a kindred spirit that Medusa did not strike. Otherwise, even if Ziyu was even more powerful, Medusa would not mind if the fish died. Ziyu was not too clear about this point. He thought more that it was his overwhelming strength that caused Medusa to lower her noble head. And now, one snake head after another rose from the reservoir. That huge snake head was like a small mountain. The cold vertical pupils are filled with unspeakable coldness. Between the quiet gaze, even Yukina's body and mind couldn't help but tremble. However, in the next moment, forcing back the fear in her heart, Yagyu also opened her mouth. Holy beast, are you completely able to understand my words? Yagyu emphasized on the word completely. These past few days, Yagyu had finally sensed that something was wrong. That was that the wisdom displayed by the holy beast was too extraordinary. With his own strength, he suppressed the mutated beasts of the entire island. What's more, it drove many mutated beasts to the southern part of the island. This was not an act that a beast could do. Then considering the humanization that the saint beast had previously exuded from time to time, Yagyu couldn't help but have an extremely bold and terrifying guess rise in her heart. That was that at some point, the holy beast already had a higher intelligence. Even, he had long been the same as Medusa, having an intelligence that was completely no less than humans, and even surpassed them. After a long period of silence, Ziyu also gazed at Xuan'ai. This woman, has she also sensed something? As expected, an existence like him, no matter how hard he tries to hide it, will still reveal something extraordinary. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu did not intend to respond positively to Xuan'ai. Medusa was fine. After all, it was the same as him, counting as a mutated beast. But what about Xuan'ai? She was a human after all. Humans were not trustworthy. This point, Ziyu was convinced. Therefore, after a long time of staring at each other, both of them were silent. In this regard, Xuan'ai had already predicted this. Sacred beasts were ultimately unable to spit out human words. Even if it had a not-so-low intelligence, what could it do? However, this time, I really thank you. If it wasn't for you, Yagyu still expressed her gratitude. Then, as if muttering again, she continued, this time, it's not just our island. The entire world is changing drastically. It is estimated that a new era is about to be ushered in. Hearing this, Ziyu was also slightly stunned. A new era? What era? He didn't know. However, if the rest of the places, something like the islands had also happened, then the estimation was really a terrifying era. In the rest of the places, there were no powerful mutated beasts like Ziyu to suppress everything. Granted, the military strength of all the human countries were not weak, but the strength of the mutated beasts could not be underestimated. The two will inevitably erupt into a violent conflict. Bloodshed is inevitable. Either the mutant beasts will slaughter the humans, or the humans will kill all the mutant beasts. As for a brief peaceful coexistence like the islands, sorry, never. Ugh. With a sudden sigh, Yagyu also continued, I've heard that the humans over in Australasia are miserable and have asked for help countless times. Australasia. Ziyu raised her eyebrows and also reacted at first. Ausland. The land was vast and sparsely populated, with countless wild beasts, not to mention the kangaroo clan that had long been enough to form a nation. The number of hares alone was beyond imagination. So, right now, perhaps, the humans of Australasia can still resist, but when the day comes that we run out of ammunition, then, with a sigh in his heart, Ziyu also silently mourned for the humans of Australasia for 3 seconds. The people of Ausland were destined for tragedy. However, this could not be helped. They were already living in the land of beasts. Moreover, their strength was far inferior to the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Free Federation and so on. As for the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Free Federation, and the Great Hare located in the Northern Hemisphere, these 3 countries were counted as the 3 strongest countries of mankind. Not only are their military strengths extremely developed, they even have the forbidden weapon of mankind, nuclear weapons. The terror of their strength is beyond imagination. As of now, even if the first magic tide was set off, it was estimated that it would be difficult to shake these 3 countries. And just at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that a certain human city in Australasia was already flowing with blood. Ow, 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 ow. With one hiss after another, countless adult tall and extremely strong figures bounced recklessly in the city. Those were kangaroos. However, these were not ordinary kangaroos. Their bodies were even stronger. Their muscles were like small mountains. But this was not the frightening thing. What was truly frightening was the 3 figures standing at the apex of the city building. They seemed to be mutated kangaroos. However, they were of different sizes. One, with a height of 3 to 4 meters, looked extremely strong. Just by looking at it, it made people shiver. One, the body type was quite petite, like a female. And the last kangaroo, body type and ordinary kangaroo difference. But what was shocking was that he was walking upright, a long tail, slowly swaying behind him. On his cold to the core face, there was a shrewdness that did not belong to a beast. Human, human. A hoarse voice rang out in the air, but it was enough to make any human being tremble with fear. A mutated kangaroo that spoke human language? How could this be possible? However, this was a terrifying fact, simply because this kangaroo's talent was seizing. He was able to rely on gnawing on the bodies of creatures and seize everything from them. And just this short while ago, he gnawed on humans, took part of the humans' knowledge, and even more so, learned the humans' culture. So, kill them. The humanoid kangaroo suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a corner of the city. There, the gunfire continued. Apparently, there were still quite a few humans trying their best to resist. Ow. With a hiss, the extremely large and strong-looking kangaroo standing beside this one humanoid kangaroo slowly raised its right hand. At the tip of his finger, there were countless magical powers converging. It was like a black hole, and at the very next moment, a black sphere with a diameter of several meters cut through the sky of the city, towards a corner of the city, smashing hard, rumble, between the steep roar, terrifying magical power erupted, and there were countless winds and waves that rolled back. At that moment, the gunfire came to an abrupt end. Everything seemed to have returned to the initial silence. Mick, this was the name the humanoid kangaroo had given himself. In the human memories he had seized, every human had a name, and he, too, should have one. Except, humans. What a great race, Mick muttered, but his expression was extremely complicated. He looked over at the mutated kangaroos that were rampaging through the city one by one. Most of them were mutated. Either their bodies were extremely strong or their sharp claws were extremely sharp. In terms of strength alone, each and every one of them was hanging on to the humans. But, it's like a 3 or 5-year-old child, empty of strength, but not knowing how to think. With a sigh, Mick slowly raised his feet. Behind him, Big, as well as second sister, followed him silently. Granted, as well as second sister, had stepped into transcendence not long ago, and their intelligence had increased substantially. However, they were like a young and ignorant child in front of Mick. There was only the so-called power. As for the rest, it was more of Mick's hands-on teaching. Therefore, in the eyes of Day as well as the second sister, Mick was like a god, omniscient and omnipotent. I will lead the kangaroo clan. To rise, his eyes flickered slightly, and his terrifying magic power continued to gush out. At this moment, Mick was like a king, looking down on the entire city. Ziyu was not aware of Mick's existence. However, he was very clear that the entire world was ushering in a great change. Countless powerful mutated beasts would come out. Humans were powerful though, but the individual mutated beasts were not to be messed with, especially those mutated beasts that took the initiative to learn human knowledge and culture. They already had terrifying power. If they drew on tens of thousands of years of human culture, then their terrifying fear was going to rise by several notches. However, there was one thing that Ziyu firmly believed. That was, even if the mutated beasts take the initiative to learn about human knowledge and culture, if they want to completely absorb it, they will need a long period of time. This time, could be several years, or even decades. And, humans won't give them such a chance either. With a soft laugh, Ziyu raised one of the snake heads and looked out to the sea. In a trance, his gaze crossed space and looked at one powerful mutated beast after another. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a small half-month had passed. The tidal wave of magic power, in the end, gradually subsided. However, during this period of time, the worldview of countless ordinary people completely collapsed. Have you guys heard? A young man next door has flames coming out of his body. Became a fireman. What are you talking about? A domestic pig in our village has grown several times its size. That's not an exaggeration. The village next door to us was reduced to rubble overnight. I also heard. In a small village in the Dragon Kingdom, countless people were talking. Confused. They were completely confused. A man on fire? A domestic pig getting bigger? What is all this? Isn't this the ordinary world they know? However, it was not just one village after another, but all the major cities also underwent drastic changes one after another. Countless pets have mutated. There were even riots in the zoos. Gunfire, cannon fire, one after another. There were even armies coming out one after another. Only, more terrifying than this, were those figures that flashed away. They leaped several meters away. An acceleration, just like an instant. What are those people? Ordinary people don't know, but the executives of the major cities knew extremely well. Those were transcendents. Transcendents affiliated with the state. They all came out just to suppress the riots. However, this meant that the transcendents could not be hidden after all. And on this very day, all the major television stations in the Dragon Kingdom started the same live broadcast. One figure after another came out one after another. They were all not very old, but each and every one of them, they all dared not look directly at them. For some reason, just looking at them, they all felt their hearts palpitating. Even their breathing began to shorten. We come from the Spiritual Power Bureau. We are transcendents. The youth at the head of the group said aloud. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of countless people. Immediately afterward, in the gazes of countless people who did not dare to believe, this one youth slowly raised his right hand. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a ball of pale yellow energy actually converged in the center of his palm. Wind and waves surged. Robes flew. An extremely terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Transcendent. This was transcendent. However, it wasn't just him. The rest of the transcendents all stepped out one after another. To the people in front of the live broadcast, they displayed terrifying power. And this was the plan of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the news of the Transcendence can't be hidden anymore, let's not be full of it. Announce the Transcendence to the people of the country. This can both stabilize the hearts of the people and guide them correctly. And just as the Dragon Kingdom announced the news of the Transcendence, the Sakura Island Kingdom was not idle either. Lord Emperor, the Dragon Kingdom's side is already on the move. It's even collecting a large number of Transcendents. I reckon that they will most likely form a Transcendent army. Listening quietly, the top brass of the Sakura Island Kingdom were silent. An army of Transcendents is unrealistic. However, I've heard that they, the Dragon Kingdom, have long since formed the Spiritual Power Bureau, which is equivalent to the Transcendent World's Police Department. This time, it's very likely that they will expand the size of the Spiritual Power Bureau, and then vigorously develop the Transcendence. Right? An old man stepped out, his face complex. It had to be said that the Dragon Kingdom had made the right decision this time. It was worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse that was able to call the shots of the Free Federation and Great Hair nowadays. This decisiveness was admirable. What about us? Suddenly, a figure spoke up and asked. Poof. Between a cold laugh, that one old man also continued to speak. The news of the Transcendence definitely can't be hidden anymore. Moreover, now that the people's hearts are in turmoil, we must stabilize them as soon as possible. So, with that, this one old man clasped his fists and looked towards the Heavenly Emperor, who was seated high in the first place. Lord Emperor, I request that the news of the Transcendence be announced. May. With a response, the teenage Heavenly Emperor also agreed. However, just then, as if he had thought of something, this one old man also continued. I heard that the experiments in the first laboratory went extremely well, and it even cultivated the legendary sacred beast, the Orochi. I think this is a great opportunity. Listening quietly, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other. The legendary holy beast, the Yagyu Orochi? Good lord, this lab really dares to say that? Is this something that a human could cultivate? They wouldn't just cultivate a mutated serpent with 8 heads and call it Yamanuki Orochi, right? The reason why the Yamanano Orochi is the sacred beast of Sakura Island, it wasn't because it had 8 snake heads. Rather, it was because it had an unimaginable power. Those guys are really getting bold, casually cultivating a mutated great snake. And they dare to call it an Orochi. Humph. It's fine to fool the general public. It's hard to think of fooling us. I heard that Major General Akasaka went away a long time ago, and there's no news today. Why don't we take this opportunity to have them get the so-called holy beasts over and display them? It's a good idea. Between the successive discussions, many people were displaying looks of anticipation. In the hazy darkness of the night, a large mutated snake perched in the lake. This was Ziyu. Around the lake, there were several other figures. They were Medusa, the punching rabbit, and the mutant turtle snake. These powerful mutated beasts all converged around Ziyu. One was for better bonding. The second was naturally because only Ziyu could restrain them. If they were allowed to move around freely, they would probably cause a lot of trouble for the humans. These humans are all considered my private property. To be more accurate, the entire island is mine. So, I'm going to guard it properly. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, Ziyu also continued to study his talent. After stepping into Transcendence, all of his talents had more or less changed. Like fusion, he could now borrow his body to store things. The Ring of Magic, too, could absorb magic and thus suppress others. However, it wasn't just these 2 talents. The rest of the talents also had new changes. However, these changes needed Ziyu to study and figure out. Even more so, they needed to be discovered. And it was worth mentioning that in these few days, the punching rabbit and Ziyu got along well. The seemingly harmless rabbit had already come to Ziyu's side to eat like no one else. Occasionally, it would even be extremely bold and jump onto Ziyu's body. Ziyu did not care much about this kind of offense. As for the mutant turtle snake, and the fusion lizard, let's not talk about it. When they saw Ziyu, their bodies didn't tremble, which was already considered good. It will still take some time to get used to it. Between a sigh, Ziyu raised his eyes fiercely. He detected movement coming from the distance. Someone is coming again. Medusa's voice rang out at the right time. She had appeared on the tree branch at an unknown time. The current Medusa was wearing a long red dress, revealing a pair of long, slender and extremely rounded legs. If it wasn't for a red snake tail slowly swaying behind her, I'm afraid that countless men wouldn't be able to hold on to it. However, Ziyu guessed that even with a snake's tail behind her back, there would still be quite a few men who would still have their hearts set on Medusa. An exotic beauty like Medusa was rare, especially Medusa's face value, at least have more than 90 points. It was more stunning than many big stars. Your hostility towards humans really hasn't diminished by half. If I wasn't here, would you have slaughtered all the humans on the island? Listening to Ziyu's jab, The corner of Medusa's mouth curled slightly, disliking a subtle arc. Possibly, more than just humans, yo. Between the fall of the words, Medusa also gave a meaningful glance at the mutant turtle and snake, the rushing rabbit and other mutant beasts. Roar, roar, with consecutive low roars, the mutant tortoise and snake, the sky-rushing rabbit and the other mutant beasts all subconsciously retreated a few steps back. The same transcendent Ziyu shocked them more because of her strength. But what about Medusa? That was actual killing intent. If it wasn't for Ziyu's shelter, they would have guessed that the grass in their graves would have been 2 meters high. And at this time, Master, from afar, a voice had already come. It was the voice of Sasori Kojiro. He was alone and had come here. What's wrong? Ziyu asked curiously. Sasa Kojiro, however, rarely came here. As the boss of the lab, his affairs were not normally busy. Especially these days, the lab still had to be rebuilt. The list on his shoulders was even heavier. It's like this, Master, said Sasa Kojiro, who also explained the situation. Just a moment ago, a message came from the Sakura Island Kingdom, hoping that Master would travel to the Sakura Island Kingdom to show off. Let the countless populace see how terrifying their protectorate divine beast is. Listening quietly, Ziyu's eyebrows were also raised. Going to the Cherry Blossom Island Kingdom and showing off? This was afraid that it was more than just exhibiting in the Sakura Island Kingdom, right? According to the speed at which information spreads in the human race nowadays, it was estimated that the next day, he would be on the headlines of various human countries. On the third day, it would be known all over the world. This was too high profile. Only, at this time, as if he could see Ziyu's hesitation, Sasao Kojiro continued. The reason why the Sakura Island Kingdom intends to let the master go and show his face. A big reason is because they want to see the results of our laboratory over the years. If the master's appearance is able to satisfy them, then the Sakura Island Kingdom will presumably tilt its resources towards the laboratory significantly next. Moreover, more importantly, the Dragon Kingdom has already announced the existence of the Transcendent to the public. It even threatened, a new era has arrived. This has greatly stimulated the island nation's top brass. As one voice narrated after another, Sasao Kojiro's face was also extremely complicated. Even he did not expect the Dragon Kingdom to do this. According to the Dragon Kingdom's nature, it should have tried its best to conceal the existence of transcendence. Unless, either the Dragon Kingdom really can't suppress the news, either that or the Dragon Kingdom has become a great power. Sasao Kojiro's eyes kept flickering, already having a guess side. And at this time, listening to Sasuke Kojiro's words, Ziyu's eyes also slightly condensed. The Dragon Kingdom had unexpectedly announced the news of the Transcendence. It even announced, a new era has arrived. It really doesn't quite fit the Dragon Kingdom's nature. However, the island nation, Ziyu was also aware that the Island Kingdom would suddenly arrange for him to step out. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Island Kingdom, nowadays, they seem to be getting along well, but in reality, they were fighting openly and secretly, have been fighting each other. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is so high profile, the Island Kingdom naturally can't sit still. Moreover, the island nation now wants nothing more than to press the Dragon Nation, right? The Dragon Country has sent out one transcendent after another, shocking the nation. Then the island nation, harnessing legendary transcendent beings. Naturally, it's able to press Dragon Country, especially this one transcendent creature, or me, as he murmured. Ziyu was also extremely confident in himself. He was not an ordinary transcendent being. If anything, transcendent beings had a grade. Just like novels, movies and television, they were divided into ordinary mutated beasts, elite mutated beasts, spirit beasts and divine beasts. Then Ziyu was now a proper divine beast, even if he was only at the first stage of transcendent. But that aura, that battle power, it was all enough to shock humans. This really needs to be considered. If I step out, the island nation will definitely be able to utilize me to shock the world, especially to shock the Dragon Kingdom. And I will also be able to use this to obtain more resources from the Sakura Island Kingdom. But the problem is, that's the Dragon Kingdom. Between a sigh, Ziyu's face also revealed a complex color. In his previous life, he was from the Dragon Kingdom. More so, he was a member of the Dragon Kingdom's hidden army. It was considered a regular army origin. There was an extremely deep emotion for the Dragon Country. He had even said, born as a flower grower, died as a flower grower ghost. And now, the test came. For the sake of resources, to help the island nation pretend to be a bully and overpower the Dragon Nation, or to continue to keep a low profile. Ziyu was hesitant. However, he looked at Sasao Kojiro, who was standing in place, and still commanded at the first opportunity. You're busy with your affairs, so it's better for you to go back first. Allow me to think about it for 2 days. Yes, master. Between a response, Sasakojiro also led the order. Just then, as if he had thought of something, Ziyu also continued to command. You ask Amari to come over. I will have Amari contact you if I need anything. Amari was Ziyu's first slave. She had even awakened the powerful talent spirit manipulation. Nowadays, she was already an apprentice level 4. In terms of strength alone, it was very average. However, she could serve as a medium for Ziyu to connect with the laboratory. After all, there were many things that Ziyu could not conveniently command Sasakojiro directly. And Amari could be different. Amari has the gift of mental manipulation. Externally, she can say that she developed the ability of telepathy, and then was able to sense the heart of the holy beast, and in turn, understand some of the holy beast's meanings. In this way, Amari can become my spokesperson. Grinning, Ziyu also had a very good arrangement for Amari. In the Western Church, most of the gods had so-called spokespersons, called holy sons and daughters, and now, Amari could also exist as a holy maiden-like. It was just that the holy sons and daughters of the Western Vatican were the medium through which the gods and humans were connected. But what about Amari? She became the medium for Ziyu to connect with humans. After noon, the sky has changed its shape and appearance. From the noon of the moment gladly warm and blissful full of China's daylight, into the twilight of the late afternoon daylight, both gradually diffuse the night. The dawn of the burning light of the bright has been gradually fade gradually melt, followed by a cool sunset twilight atmosphere. At this time, Ziyu lazily lying on the shore, enjoying the sunset, snakehead after snakehead, like the roots of a large tree, coiled and intertwined. The body is even coiled into a small mountain. However, if you look closely, you will be able to see a rather tall, slender human woman carrying a bucket of water, using a prepared towel, wiping Ziyu's body. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting Ziyu's body. And this was clearly Amari, a young black girl. Her skin, although dark, but the features were extremely delicate, as if they were a miracle of the creator. Large eyes that were like black gems, perhaps because she had awakened a talent related to the spirit. Her eyes were extremely bright and gleaming. There seemed to be an essence of light overflowing. There was also a straight nose, and thick and extremely sexy lips. It was hard for people to forget after one look. However, more than these, what was even more concerning was her current attire. Her dress was cool to the extreme. A mere bath towel, wrapped narrowly around her body, revealed most of her spring light. Here, this was a forbidden area for humans. Without Ziyu's permission, even Sasakojiro wouldn't dare to step in. As for Yakina, she is a woman. I don't think Amari would mind. So, here, it was fine to wear something cooler. Of course, what was more important was that she was busy bathing her master right now. It's really comfortable to have someone rubbing your body. Even Ziyu couldn't help but indulge in tenderness at this point, quietly enjoying Amari's rubbing. Amari, be more powerful. You can't hurt me. Okay, master. With a response, Amari also increased her strength, because he had been soaking in water for a long time. Ziyu wasn't dirty. However, the crevices of the scales eventually had some dirt. With all this dirt, it was definitely a good thing for someone to clean it up. And, Ziyu realized that it was quite comfortable to have someone rubbing her body, especially since the person who wiped it was still a great beauty. Grinning, Ziyu also lent a mental voice transmission and said, "How far have you developed this talent of mental manipulation?" Because of branding Amari's talent, therefore, Ziyu permanently possessed this talent spirit manipulation. However, Ziyu did not make any effort to develop the talent spirit manipulation. Only the two skills of spirit transmission as well as spirit piercing were developed. He had too many talents. Moreover, his time was limited. There was no room for him to invest too much energy and time in one talent. So, he was concerned about Amari's development of the talents. Then, to see what could be learned from it. Back to master. I can already lift hundreds of pounds with the help of my spiritual power. Saying that, Amari looked towards the lake not far away. An inexplicable power surged as her eyes flickered slightly. Immediately afterward, the surface of the water set off ripples. Clatter, clatter. The water flowed backwards from the bottom up, until a huge mass of water was suspended in midair. This was not water manipulation. It was more like, there was a pair of large invisible hands that lifted the water mass. Not bad. With a soft sigh of praise, Ziyu was also satisfied. Amari was only an apprentice level 4. To be able to lift something that weighs hundreds of pounds with her mental strength alone is pretty good. With this kind of strength, it was estimated that at the same rank, there wasn't a single one that could fight. As for why, the reason is quite simple. This is a spiritual talent. Extremely bizarre. Other than existences like Ziyu, who had a similar talent. or extremely strong spiritual power. Who could perceive spiritual power? The rest of the creatures couldn't even see it. And what did this mean? If Amari wanted to attack a certain creature, there was a high chance that it wouldn't even be able to detect it. To put it more bluntly, when fighting Amari, the enemy probably wouldn't even know how they died. A single thought would be enough to end the enemy completely. Unfortunately, spiritual power in the lower ranks was pretty invincible. But after cultivation was up, it was instead not so terrifying, because, when Ziyu attempted to launch a spiritual attack on Medusa, she was able to notice it clearly, and even more so, she was able to dodge it. Stepping into transcendence, it should be more than just a physical metamorphosis and a surge in magic power, but also a qualitative change in spiritual power. Although I don't dare to say that I can directly touch the realm of spirit, but at least it will be able to cope with and even resist all kinds of spiritual attacks. This was Ziyu's guess side. Specifically, Ziyu had yet to discuss it with Medusa. The current Medusa, and his relationship, was not considered too good. Therefore, Ziyu had not discussed cultivation issues with her. However, Ziyu believed, soon, he would have a deep exchange with Medusa on cultivation. On the path of transcendence, I have become a pioneer, an extremely rare transcendent being. But the path is ultimately not something one can walk alone. There needs to be constant communication, discussion, in order to better move forward. With a light laugh, Ziyu also had a few moments of anticipation, looking forward to the in-depth communication with Medusa. From the outside to the inside, from the outside to the inside, deeper in every aspect. Between the flashes of his eyes, Ziyu also continued to ask about some of the things in Amari's cultivation. Of course, he didn't keep taking advantage of Amari. After thinking about it, Ziyu also gave Amari some guidance on her cultivation. This counted as payment. You need to work on accumulating magic power now. And your manipulation of spiritual power is too rough and brutal. You can try micromanipulation. Use 1 point of mental power to do what 3 points of mental power can do. And in this way, your strength will also see a substantial increase. Right. Although spiritual power is intangible, but we can condense it into fine needles, greatly enhancing the penetration of spiritual power. The talent of spirit manipulation was very powerful. In Ziyu's opinion, it was at least A+. However, considering the spiritual power, there wasn't much of a threat to existences with extremely strong wills as well as strong spiritual power itself. Therefore, it was difficult to define this talent as S rank. For example, Amari, no matter how terrifying her strength was, she would still have a headache when she met Ziyu, because Ziyu had the same talent as her. Under the influence of the talent of spiritual manipulation, Ziyu's spiritual power grew steadily and was considered powerful. Therefore, he was able to easily detect and defend against Amari's attacks. More than that, it was because Amari only had one talent, spirit manipulation. Once this talent lost its effect, then Amari's strength decayed by less than 70%. But what about Ziyu? She still had the rest of her talents to support her. And even more so, she had an extremely powerful body. This talent of spirit manipulation, in the end, is still too one-dimensional. Although extremely powerful, it is ultimately too extreme. Between a sigh, Ziyu was spreading her spiritual power. Boom! With a steep roar, a three-dimensional world surfaced in the depths of Ziyu's mind. Looking closely, it was actually hundreds of meters with Ziyu at the center. Everything was imprinted into Ziyu's mind. The blowing of the wind, the swaying of branches and leaves. At this moment, Ziyu was like a god, controlling everything around him. The wind blows and the grass moves. All of them can be sensed. Not bad at all. With a light laugh, Ziyu also intended to use spiritual perception as the main direction of spiritual development. Perception. It was very important. As for spiritual attacks, to be honest, for low-level cultivators and even mutated beasts, it was a big killer. But for the same rank or even more powerful existences, it was a bit too much. So, however, shortly after this, Medusa, what do you think? Should I go to Sakura Island Kingdom? Go to Sakura Island Kingdom? Raising an eyebrow, Medusa also looked puzzled. Go there for what? Do you know the origin of this laboratory? Ziyu smiled, and also spoke to Medusa about this laboratory. Even more so, he talked about the Sakura Island country behind the lab. So that's how it is. Medusa's eyes flashed in thought. She hadn't thought that behind this one laboratory stood a huge human kingdom. However, at this very moment, as if she had thought of something, Medusa's eyes also slightly condensed as she looked towards Ziyu. How did you know? Regarding this point, Medusa was very curious. She was transformed because she was a human maiden herself, therefore, possessed some of the memories of a human maiden. Knowing the knowledge of human beings, Even more so. She understood this world. But what about you, Ziyu? He should just be a mutated snake, right? But why did he seem to know more? With a light laugh, Ziyu had also prepared his words long ago. You should know that I have multiple talents. One of my talents is a spiritual talent. I took control of the island because I enslaved the highest leader of this island. At the same time, I also acquired quite a bit of human knowledge because of this supreme leader. Listening quietly, Medusa's face also revealed a look of realization. So it was like that. However, why did she still feel strange? A mutated serpent, even if it had acquired human knowledge, it couldn't be this intelligent, right? That habit engraved in one's bones. I guess it's not easy to change. Moreover, for some reason, Medusa always felt that Ziyu had a human flavor. He should still have great reservations about me. Medusa sighed in her heart, but she did not say much. According to humans, everyone had their own secrets. One shouldn't get to the bottom of it. Besides, she herself also had secrets. It's just that right now, concubine feels that you can take a walk. Medusa suddenly spoke. Aren't you keen on human resources? This is a good opportunity. Indeed. Nodding, Ziyu agreed. However, there was one thing that he didn't say to Medusa. That was that deep down, the threshold he was really bad at stepping over was actually the Dragon Kingdom. The island nation. Hoping to use it to press the Dragon Nation. This was something Ziyu could not accept. However, after thinking about it, Ziyu also had a good idea. The island nation. What it wants to see should be my strength. I only need to prove my strength. That's all. But that doesn't mean I must listen to the island nation. Thinking about this, Ziyu also grinned. It seemed like he could take this opportunity to indulge in a bit of recklessness. Let the entire world recognize its terror. However, he also needed to properly expose one or two weaknesses. For example, not listening to the island nation so much. That way, the Dragon Kingdom as well as the Free Federation wouldn't have too many scruples against him. The night was gradually getting deeper. Ziyu instructed Amari and rushed to the depths of the laboratory. There, Sasao had long been waiting. According to the master's intention, he can rush to the island. Good. Listening to Amari's words, Sasao also had a look of anticipation on his face. He naturally knew clearly what Ziyu was going to the island country for this time. Let the world see what kind of power master has. Thinking like this, Sasako also started making arrangements. The time, let's set it for 3 days later. At that time, dispatch a warship towards the island. As for the master, it will be arranged on the deck. As long as the master doesn't activate the talent of size change, the warship should be enough to carry his body. Besides, the master could also dive into the sea. If he didn't need the warship to lead the way, he was afraid that the master could rush to the island with a single snake. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. And on this very day, at the harbor of the island, countless figures, already fully loaded and ready to go. Among them, the leading figures were Akasaka and Yagyu. Akasaka was wearing a military uniform. He looked extremely handsome, if it wasn't for his right leg, which was a bit odd. I'm afraid that he is a completely beautiful man. As for Yagyu, she was wearing a white shirt and a short black skirt, revealing her long white legs. Instead of being a doctor, rather, it was more like a beautiful college student. In particular, she faced the sea breeze and lifted a strand of green silk, adding a bit more flavor. Holy beast, isn't it coming yet? Amari has already gone to pick up the holy beast. I think it will be soon. Speaking of this, a complex color also appeared on Xuanai's face. How could she not expect Amari to get involved with the holy beast? In theory, the holy beast had killed both of Amari's parents. Amari should hate him to the bone. However, Sasako gave Yagyu a good explanation for this. Amari has further developed for her talent, and is already able to sense some of the thoughts of the mutated beasts. She is even able to use her talent to communicate with the sacred beasts. As for why she doesn't hate the sacred beasts, according to Amari, she seems to have forgotten what happened that night. Forgetting what happened that night because of the great excitement. That excuse was pretty good. At least Yagyu reluctantly accepted it. Hiss, hiss, spitting out snake letters, a pitch-black python that was more than 30 meters long, drilled out from the woods. This was Ziyu. The pitch-black scales had ethereal flashes, one snake head after another, with different colors. But that cold vertical pupil was something that made everyone not dare to look directly at it. Even an existence as powerful as Akasaka lowered his head. And at this time, the crowd also noticed the young girl walking in front of the holy beast. She was wearing a long black dress. With her skin, it complemented her. The delicate features made people wonder if this was the creator's favoritism. The corner of her mouth curled slightly, lifting up a subtle arc. Amari also spoke. Gentlemen, please also move aside. The holy beast is about to board the ship. Between the fall of the words, Amory raised a step and was already leading the way in front. Step, step, one step after another. This person and snake actually walked to the very front of the battleship's deck. There was an extremely empty area. It was purposely reserved by many humans for the sacred beasts. I heard that this young girl is able to communicate with saint beasts. It seems like, with her talent, she is able to sense some of the thoughts of the saint beasts. Good fellow. No wonder the holy beasts keep following her. Not only that, she seems to be teaching the saint beast. Do you see that the saint beast is a lot smarter than before? It has been looking around like a child poking around. So it is. With a succession of murmurs, the crowd all looked at the man and the snake with complicated faces. However, most people were more grateful than fearful. Although the saint beast had a hideous appearance, it had indeed saved them. Previously, if the sacred beast hadn't stepped in and suppressed the island riot, they were afraid that they would all be buried here. As for the intelligence that the saint beast was displaying nowadays, according to Sasao Kojiro's as well as Amari's explanation, it was that the holy beast already had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It could simply think. However, more than that, it needed human guidance. And the choice of this one person was Amari. In other words, Amari could manipulate the holy beasts without the aid of a sensing device. This was terrifying. After all, saint beasts had extremely terrifying battle power. But now, it was actually being grasped by an outsider. However, for some reason, Lord Sasakojiro extremely trusted Amari. He even ordered Akasaka as well as Yakaina to assist him. It's a good thing that Amari is just a child, only 17 or 18 years old, and listens to me very well. Yakaina suddenly smiled. In this way, the holy beasts were still under her control. After Ziyu arrived at the battleship, the humans also began their preparations, moving supplies, organizing the goods, organized and unorganized. And it is worth mentioning here that Ziyu left Medusa on the island. She even instructed her to take care of the many mutated beasts. Can't let them disturb the humans. If there was a need, Medusa could even look for Sasao Kojiro in the first place. Medusa had no opinion on this. However, asking her to look for a human and ask for help, that would definitely be impossible. Human. Humph. Medusa sneered repeatedly, not hiding the sneer on her face. Weak and despicable. How could she ask for help from such an existence? Moreover, she didn't need help. She firmly believed that absolute strength could suppress everything. Boom. A steep roar. But it was Medusa sitting on her knees, a hazy dark red glow erupting around her. That was the glow of magic power. Terrifying magic power. Constantly converging and intertwining. It turned into a dark red vortex, until it enveloped Medusa's entire body. Medusa was practicing. She was extremely obsessed with strength. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that her strength over this period of time had ushered in an explosive period. Almost. It was growing every day. Ziyu had seen more than once that wherever Medusa passed, the earth condensed and even the trees slowly petrified. And just as Medusa was working hard to cultivate, Ziyu was not idle either. He had only just arrived on the deck, and after briefly acclimatizing himself to the environment, he perched himself on the top of the deck. Hiss, hiss. Between successive hisses, his entire body began to glow with a black ethereal light. From afar, it looked like a black hole. Countless amounts of magic power surged towards his body. Looking closely, the black aperture at the neck of each of his snakeheads even glowed with an uncertain light. That was the ring of gifted magic power. It could help Ziyu store magic power and compress it. Moreover, after Ziyu stepped into transcendence, Ziyu even developed a new ability of this talent. That was to absorb magic power. Not only was it absorbing the magic power within a creature's body to form a suppression effect, it was even more capable of absorbing the magic power in the air. To put it simply, Ziyu's speed of accumulation of magic power increased by more than several times. Boom! Amidst the increasingly terrifying roar, a black storm was blowing up with Ziyu as the center. What's going on? What a huge wind! Wait, what is that? My god! A holy beast is practicing? With one cry of alarm after another, the numerous humans were confused. They saw that countless goods were constantly shaking. Some goods that weren't heavy were even flying towards the holy beast. However, just when these goods were about to hit the holy beast, there was a crunching sound of click, and these goods actually crumbled and decomposed in an instant, until they turned into powder and disappeared. It was as if countless blades had slashed through, completely tearing them apart. This was the sound of Ziyu's cultivation. The gathering of magical power alone was able to form a storm, and around him, there were even countless pitch-black magical forces intertwined. These magic forces, constantly rotating, were like blades, capable of tearing apart anything that came close to Ziyu. I feel like this could be a direction to develop. If the speed at which my magic power rotates is even faster, then I think it would be a great threat to the same rank. Between us sigh, an image also surfaced in Ziyu's mind. In the picture, a hazy black ghostly light was emanating all around him. That black ghostly light was the convergence of countless magical powers. They rotated at extreme speeds, tearing apart everything that came close to Ziyu. And that was his absolute defense. In the name of absolute defense against everything, abilities needed to be developed, especially a suitable yet powerful ability. It required Ziyu to invest countless efforts. Nowadays was not like novels, as well as movies and television, with all sorts of legacies as well as martial arts secrets. Even human cultivators needed to constantly push the boundaries. However, this was good news for Ziyu. As a mutated great snake, it would have been impossible for me to have a legacy as well as martial arts secret techniques. Everything needs to be figured out by myself. As for humans, although they can continue to accumulate and thus realize the inheritance from generation to generation, but right now, it's the beginning of transcendence. Humans and I can be said to be at the same starting line. Thinking about this, Ziyu also smiled. For him nowadays, the biggest threat was not the thousand strange mutated beasts. Rather, it was the humans who had long been standing majestically at the top of the blue star for countless years. The sea was vast and boundless. The battleship floating on the sea surface was like a flatboat, bumping forward in the rough sea. Seagulls spread their wings and fly high, their joyful chirps breaking the tranquility of the sea breeze. In the distance, the white waves glittered under the sunlight, like countless pearls scattered on the blue carpet. Yet at this very moment, roar! With a sudden hiss, an extremely large-sized beast, from the depths of the sea, rushed up to the sky. The sky was filled with waves that rolled backward into the sky. It was like a majestic rain. What is that? A mutated shark? Is this shark so big in size? My God! Quick! Prepare to fire. Damn it! Is this still the same sea as before? With one cry of alarm after another, countless humans on the battleship were confused. What did they see? A huge shark over 10 meters long? This. Not only that, there were also blue dolphins that spat out huge columns of water. And sea lions that hissed loudly enough to shake the air. The animals are the same as before, but their terror is unrecognizable from before. Each and every one of them exuded a terrifying commission. Even Akasaka's face changed. The minimum are all apprentice level 7 well. In a daze, Akasaka, who was clad in a naval cloak, saw a huge shark from afar that seemed to be staring at them. Roar! In an inexplicable hiss, the sea seemed to be torn apart, bringing up skyward waves. This one mutated shark rushed straight towards them. No one would doubt the terrifying impact of this mutant shark. Our battleship, it won't directly sink, right? Gulp. I'm a bit panicked. I'm scared too. Looking at the raging giant shark, everyone was confused. However, Akasaka was the first to react. Fire! With a sudden roar, the huge gun ports around the battleship were slightly raised. Boom! 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 With one boom after another, the sea exploded and countless water splashes flew up. But this mutant shark was too fast. Too fast. It actually dodged most of the cannon fire. What was even more terrifying was that the individual shells that landed on him didn't even injure it. It merely caused its body to shake. Looking closely, it seemed as if there was still a modest crater. Injured, indeed, but not fatal. Moreover, it was even more as if the cannonball had angered it. Boom! In an increasingly terrifying roar, the waves were all rushing up into the sky, and the entire mutant shark was rushing towards the battleship like a sharp sword. In a trance, the crowd saw the miserable image of the battleship being torn apart. Damn it! Akasaka's face changed drastically and he raised his feet violently. He was ready to strike. If he didn't strike again, the battleship was afraid that it would be heavily damaged. And at that time, what awaited them would be true despair. In this vast ocean, without a battleship, they could only wait for death. Only, just at the moment when Akasaka was ready to strike, a white pike suddenly flashed away. Looking up, it was actually a white python, snow-white scales with a crystalline body. It was only more than 10 meters long. However, it was shooting out from the deck and rushing towards the mutated shark. Rumble! The sea shook with a steep roar. The white python and the huge shark collided together fiercely. And even more so, a roiling blood mist erupted. However, all of that blood mist seemed to be from the huge shark. Roar! A mournful and extremely miserable scream resounded in the sea. And right at this moment, an even more numbing scene appeared. The white python was actually from head to tail, directly penetrating the body of the huge shark. Stabbing, stabbing, blood gushed out, dyeing the sea red, and the life breath of the huge shark gradually dissipated. One strike, just one strike. This raging mutant shark completely ended its life. What is this? White python, wait, this can't be a holy beast striking. How terrifying. Look guys, the holy beast seems to be missing a snake head. Looking for the sound, the crowd all realized that the coiled holy beast was missing a snake head at some point. So it seemed that it was indeed the holy beast that had struck out. Only, this strike was too terrifying. Seconds, directly killing the mutated shark in seconds. The sea is so dangerous now. Ziyu was somewhat stunned. Spiritual power spread. He sensed countless magical auras. It was one mutated sea creature after another. There were countless of them. They dived into all parts of the sea. From time to time, they surged out of the sea. It seems that it will be difficult for humans to cross the sea by boat in the future. Ziyu realized this at first. The sea, as it was already home to countless sea creatures. Now the magic tides were sweeping the world. Countless sea creatures were also beginning to mutate. Individuals were even unimaginably powerful. Without any hesitation, the danger of the sea had already increased geometrically. The sea has already become a forbidden area for humans. In a sudden sigh, Ziyu also looked towards the sky. In fact, not only the sea, the sky. It was estimated that it was going to become a forbidden area for humans as well. Those mutated flying birds, they were not to be messed with. In the past, a sparrow colliding with an airplane would cause the airplane to disintegrate. And now, countless mutant flying birds galloped through the nine skies. In the beginning, they didn't have the strength to shake the airplane. Or rather, all their shaking was taking their lives to shake it. But now, it's different. A mouthful of magic spit was enough to shatter a fighter plane. A single cut was enough to tear it apart. The so-called airplane, in the eyes of those mutated flying birds, must be extremely fragile. In that case, the sky could naturally become a no-go area for humans as well. The ocean, and the sky. Ziyu's face was complicated. In just one night, mankind had lost control of the oceans and the skies. Even more than that, the deep mountains and old forests on land. It was estimated that it would be difficult for humans to set foot in them as well. And this is the age of transcendence. Humanity's dominance is finally on the rocks. If there is a new race rising, then humans are afraid that it will be even more difficult. However, Ziyu had heard that something very terrifying seemed to have happened in Australasia. A wave of beasts has risen, and cities have fallen. There are even countless mutated kangaroos, wreaking havoc. This is the news Sasakojiro told him. It said that a beast wave has already started in Australasia, and millions of humans have fallen into the food of mutated beasts. This is horrible. Since the beginning of human records, there has never been such a terrible thing. Millions of humans were wiped out overnight. In the past, although there were massacres in human wars, how many were there? A few 100,000 tops. But now, the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom alone, which Ziyu knew, had a population of 20 million. If such a large city fell overnight, it would be a horrible blow to the entire human race. It wouldn't be 100, 000, 200, 000 people. Rather, it would be a full 20 million people. However, it couldn't possibly happen. Could it? Aolu is Aolu. The land there was vast and sparsely populated. But rather, the human countries in Australasia were not considered strong. But the Dragon Kingdom was different. This 1,000-year-old country had unimaginable depth. Just when Ziyu was still a human, the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have already formed a transcendent power and touched the mystery of transcendence. Now that I think about it, the Dragon Kingdom would be even more terrifying. The terror of the sea was beyond imagination. Even Akasaka couldn't top it. Again and again, countless mutated sea beasts, constantly attacking the warships. After only one day of sailing, they had encountered more than 10 attacks. It was because of the holy beasts. If there were no saint beasts, they wouldn't dare to think about it. This sea, how could it be like this? It's completely different from the past days. This level of menace is astonishing. Damn it, the sea creatures in this sea have all mutated? With successive murmurs, numerous figures were looking at each other in dismay. Only, just at this moment, boom! A terrifying boom resounded from the end of the ocean. As he raised his eyes to look, the waves rolled backward in the sky, one after another, continuously rolling towards the battleship. This mutated sea beast, there are indeed a bit too many of them. With a sigh, Ziyu, who was still practicing cultivation, finally slowly got up. He was hungry. His stomach grumbled. Although, the laboratory had prepared a lot of food for him, but those foods, where could they compare to fresh food? So, hiss, 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 hiss. One hissing sound after another resounded throughout the entire sea, and Ziyu's body swung violently, actually rushing towards the sea. Immediately after, in the gazes of countless humans who were horrified to the extreme, Ziyu's body rose against the wind, and in the middle of the sea, it transformed into a huge thing. That was Ziyu. He unleashed his talent. Size change. His body size was extremely inflated. It was nearly 100 meters in size. An unimaginable body. And as it continued to stretch, even more terrifying magical power surged. Rumble, rumble, successive roars. The sea shook, and individual waves were lifted tens of meters high. The huge warship, in this choppy sea, was really like a flatboat that could capsize at any moment. But this was not the scary part. What was really scary was that the blood gradually dyed the sea red. The rich smell of blood even filled the nostrils of countless humans. Gulp, swallowing their saliva. One by one, the humans were staring at this scene in disbelief. What did they see? A massacre. An unimaginable massacre. This was the merciless slaughter of the weak by transcendent creatures. It was more of an orgy of blood. However, very few people knew that this was only one of Ziyu's feedings. The current Ziyu had a huge appetite. Moreover, he was also a mutated big snake. A snake that understands everything. With one feeding, one could go for days, or even weeks without having to eat. However, very few people knew that a python could eat once and not have to eat for up to 18 months. What kind of concept is this? A full year of not having to eat. Although this was an exaggeration, but it was indeed a fact. And Ziyu was considered a type of python, right? Coupled with repeated mutations, the degree of hunger resistance was even more terrifying. He estimated that he could also go several years without eating. However, that would be painful. Moreover, Ziyu did not lack the ability to hunt for food. And now, eat like crazy and then cultivate properly. Thinking like this, the magic power around Ziyu's body surged even more. It was not known how long it took before Ziyu's killing finally subsided. Lifting his eyes to look around the battleship, a faint blood color spread over thousands of meters. It was hard to imagine just how much Ziyu had slaughtered. And at this time, looking at Ziyu's stomach, one could notice that it had grown several times larger. It must be absorbed as soon as possible. Saying this, Ziyu also unleashed the talent Devour Flesh and Blood. The talent Devouring Flesh and Blood had a terrifying potential. It was able to rely on eating and continuously increase its size, and it was even able to drastically increase its self-healing ability. Currently, there seemed to be no limit. What kind of concept is this? It meant that as Ziyu kept on devouring, his body size might reach 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters. That kind of size. Just thinking about it was desperate. It was estimated that the countless cannonballs that fell were just like raindrops hitting it. Continue sailing. Yes, Lord Akasaka. Responding in unison, the crowd also chose to sail on the wind once again. However, here, the crowd was extremely grateful to the holy beast, because the sacred beast had not only helped them clean up the many mutated sea beasts, it had even brought back to them the corpses of many mutated sea beasts. It was corpses that were extremely large. It was even more precious. Bringing them back, they would be able to sell them for a few million, or even tens of millions. And, more than that, these mutated sea beasts were extremely beneficial to cultivators. Just like now, Amari, Xuanai, and other women had nonchalantly come to the mutant sea beast's carcass, and then took out knives and started cutting. The fresher the mutant sea beast meat is, the more magic power it contains. Therefore, I suggest eating it raw. Listening to Ziyu's mental voice transmission, Amari was slightly stunned. Immediately, she directly used her knife and fork and sent the mutated sea beast meat towards her mouth. Yagyu froze at the side. It wasn't because of the way Amari ate it. Rather, it was because it was extremely unattractive to eat it raw like that. It was hard for her, as a lady, to accept this. As for eating it raw, as an island nation that lived by the sea, what they were best at, the Sakura Island nation, was all kinds of raw food. It's just that most of that raw food is delicate and elegant. Using utensils, they cut raw meat into pieces, or sliced into pieces, and then, in an extremely elegant manner, the meal is eaten. Yagyu is already an apprentice level 8. Suddenly, Ziyu noticed Yukina's cultivation level. This woman, surprisingly, was at the 8th level of apprentice. She was about to become an apprentice level 9. It seemed that the magic tides were not only beneficial to animals, but also to humans. As for the strength that Xuanai had raised, why wasn't it that huge? Like many sea beasts, a step to the heavens, directly spanning several levels in a row. The reason was also simple. One step to the sky was not a good thing. Ziyu keenly perceived quite a few mutated sea beasts with extremely weak vitality. Obviously, crossing several levels in a row had consumed too much life force as well as vital energy. Not only was their lifespan drastically reduced, even their future potential had been stifled for the most part. This was not good. Rather, it was Yukina's like this, steadily improving, that was the best. At this rate, In another 2 months, Yagyu will be able to step into the 9th level of apprenticeship. Then, one can spend time preparing to impact transcendence. With a sigh, Ziyu did not care much. Xuan'ai stepping into transcendent was not much of a threat to her. This woman was not good at fighting. Her talent was the hand of God, capable of triggering the precise movements of her fingers dozens of times, facilitating the creation of all sorts of fine weapons, as well as being able to be used to examine and treat living creatures, and at the same time, being able to flexibly maneuver all sorts of weapons. This is a secondary talent. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful talent gift. I need this pair of jade hands very much. With this pair of hands, I'll have a lot less to worry about. As he murmured in his heart, Ziyu's gaze also fell on Xuan'ai's jade fingers. In the future, he would have to count on Xuan'ai to do all sorts of checks on his body and even treatments. Time passed slowly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The battleship was still sailing in the vast ocean. However, during this period of time, the crowd was also certain of one thing. That was that in the future, without the protection of a saint beast, it would be impossible for them to enter the sea. The terror of this sea was beyond imagination. Like right now, a few kilometers away, an unimaginably terrifying battle had been fought. It was a fight between transcendent creatures. It was breathtaking. The waves alone had lifted tens of meters high. The terrifying wind and waves were even spread over several kilometers. That was Ziyu and a transcendent megalodon. Ziyu hadn't expected to encounter a transcendent creature either. However, it didn't scare him. Instead, it made him doubly joyful. It's finally time for a good fight. Between a sigh, Ziyu maneuvered his body and started an unprecedented battle with this transcendent giant tooth shark. The waves were raging. The sky was gradually darkening. As for why it was dark, naturally, it was because of the transcendent megalodon. This guy's talent is actually related to electricity. Zira, blue lightning, constantly converging, was so bright that Ziyu did not dare to look directly at it. And these currents, following the seawater, spread out. It even made Ziyu's body tremble. It was as if Ziyu had been in the laboratory and had had a period of electrotherapy. Coupled with the fact that he had a pseudo-S-grade talent of absolute adaptation, his resistance to electricity had been raised by more than one notch. Therefore, he merely felt a tingling sensation. This overflowing current is all enough to wipe out unusual creatures, right? With a sigh of relief, Ziyu noticed the faraway mutated megalodon shark, charging in at breakneck speed. Its sharp teeth were intertwined with electric light. The entire body was also wrapped in blue electric light. Boom! With a steep roar, the sea exploded, and terrifying electric currents erupted in all directions. However, right at this moment, coldness surged. Freeze! With a loud shout in his heart, Ziyu didn't hesitate to activate the magic power within his body. Boom! Only a roar could be heard as the sea centered around Ziyu continuously froze. Click! Click! One sound after another. The seawater in a 100-meter radius was completely solidified. Even the mutant megalodon shark was frozen for a split second. However, right at this moment, no one noticed that Ziyu's body had silently merged into the solid ice. This was the talent fusion, the ability to merge into any entity, utilizing extreme cold. Ziyu created solid ice that blocked the way of the mutant megalodon shark. Even more so, it blocked his rampaging electric current. However, Ziyu used the solid ice to charge towards the mutant megalodon, and in the very next moment, without waiting for the mutant megalodon to react, with a loud boom, the solid ice exploded, and a huge and hideous snake head surged out from within. The huge mouth opened as if it was going to swallow the transcendent megalodon shark in one bite. The transcendent megalodon was not small, more than 10 meters long. It even had sharp and huge teeth, adding 3 points of hideousness. But even with such a huge size, Ziyu's huge mouth was enough to swallow it. But he did not swallow. The horror of transcendent creatures was beyond imagination. Ziyu didn't think that he would be able to kill the mutant megalodon with a single bite. If he couldn't bite it to death, then Ziyu would be in big trouble. Can you imagine the sight of a transcendental creature wreaking havoc in his mouth? Other than that, Ziyu's snake head was probably gone. It might even explode. That was something Ziyu didn't want to see. Therefore, he took a more violent approach. A flash of green light was locked in his throat. Immediately after, in the disbelieving eyes of the mutant megalodon, a green column of water rushed towards him. Stab! 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 The terrifying poison corroded everything. Even the terrifying defense of the transcendent megalodon couldn't withstand it, constantly melting and emitting wisps of smoke. Roar! Roar! The transcendent megalodon even let out a miserable scream. But even then, the transcendent megalodon opened its mouth and bit into Ziyu's body. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard as the sharp teeth, penetrated Yuziyu's body. The intense pain, moreover, caused Yuziyu's body to shake. Not only that, there was also an infinite burst of electricity. Hiss. As powerful as Ziyu was, he let out a miserable scream. You fellow. Her eyes chilled. Ziyu also stopped holding back. Dare to bite me? Then go to hell. The coldness within Ziyu's body exploded. Why did he delve into extreme cold? For the sake of these enemies who dared to come close to him. Any enemy that came close to him would freeze in an instant. Just like now. Morbid coldness erupted in an instant, freezing everything in its path. Even the body of the mutant megalodon was frozen in an instant, turning into an ice sculpture. It wanted to struggle. Terrifying magical power continued to gush out. Click, click. The ice blocks were all cracking continuously. But it was at this time that one huge snake head after another had surrounded it. Those were Yuziyu's 10 snake heads. Poof. Between a cold laugh, Yuziyu's 10 heads came out in unison. And even more so, they all opened their mouths. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Click, click, click. One crunch after another. Blood and flesh separated. And even more mournful screams echoed continuously. A transcendent level creature. A terrifying existence that far surpassed ordinary transcendent creatures. Just like this, little by little, it was eaten by Ziyu. Terrifying and chilling. You have to know that the transcendent megalodon is not weak. Before it mutated, the megalodon was a deep-sea overlord. After mutating again and again, and even after stepping into the transcendent, his strength could be described as extremely terrifying. It was definitely an existence at the top of the food chain. However, now, in front of Ziyu, he was so unbeatable. This, roar, roar, the mournful screams still echoed, and even though a small half of his body had disappeared, the transcendent megalodon had not completely died. He was still struggling. Terrifying magical power continued to gush out. However, in the next moment, a black circle of light was already locking his body. This was the Ring of Magic, capable of absorbing magic power and thus suppressing the enemy. With the Ring of Magic, it was destined that the transcendent megalodon would not be able to make any big waves. Without the support of magic power, it would definitely be unrealistic to compete with Ziyu based on his physical body alone. After all, Ziyu's body was extremely terrifying. It had mutated again and again. Even more so, with the talent of absolute adaptation, his fleshly body's various resistances were constantly rising. Moreover, Ziyu had also discovered the talent flesh and blood devouring, which seemed to be able to enhance the strength of his fleshly body. Just like now, as he bit down on the transcendent megalodon's flesh and blood one bite at a time, his body also began to undergo inexplicable changes. Points of red light flooded out. One stream of warmth after another continuously surged towards his body. Moreover, moisturizing every corner of his body. Even the wound that he had been bitten through by the transcendent megalodon was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And right at this moment, the Sakura Island Kingdom also began to make all sorts of preparations. Lord Emperor, we have already invited our 3 most powerful transcendents. In order for the people to better understand, I even ordered to ask them to wear the costumes of Yin-Yang Masters, so that they look, well, like the legendary Yin-Yang Masters. An old man spoke respectfully. Yin-Yang Masters was a profession that had been passed down through the ages in their Sakura Island country. It was rumored to be a group of extraordinary people who knew how to observe the stars and measure positions, draw talismans and recite incantations, as well as cross the yin and yang realms, and even dominate spirits. Extremely mysterious and terrifying. However, before, Yin-Yang Masters were just legends. But now, the legend came to reality. A group of real Yin and Yang Masters has come, and that is the transcendence of today. They have different abilities because of their different awakened talents. But the difference between them and the legendary Yin-Yang Masters is really not that big. The only problem is that they can't draw charms and recite incantations. However, many experts believe that as the transcendent system continued to improve, they might actually be able to draw symbols and recite incantations in the future. And at that time, these transcendents would be able to be labeled as Yin-Yang Masters. And at that moment, the junior emperor nodded slightly as he listened to the old man's account. What about the situation over at the laboratory? Reporting back to the Emperor Sama. Not long ago, the laboratory has already said that they have already departed. As for now, we've lost contact with the warships, but I think that there shouldn't be much of a problem. The old man responded respectfully. That's good. With that, the junior emperor rose. 3 days later, prepare for the transcendent launch. Yes, responding in unison, the many ministers all led their orders, and at the same time, in the deepest part of the Sakura Island Kingdom, 3 figures were already standing silently. It was 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, extremely handsome as if he were a woman, wore a bowler hat and the representative robe of a yin-yang master. In his hand, he was even holding a group fan. Between the fan gently shaking, there was actually a clear wind flowing. Looks extremely subtle. This is 800 then. Sakura Island Country. A transcendentalist who recently stepped into the transcendent. The strength is extremely powerful, and next to him, there is a burly, strong man, with a katana at his waist. This is also a terrifying being who has stepped into the transcendent. His name was Sugi. It was rumored that before the rise of transcendence, he was a renowned samurai of the Sakura Island Kingdom. After the nuclear contamination, he even seized the opportunity and kept seeking. Nowadays, he has even set foot in transcendence. However, compared to these two, the last woman was truly stunning. She didn't look very old, wearing a long red dress that exposed skin was fair and delicate. Her bare legs were so smooth that she could hold them, holding a paper fan. Although she could not see her face under the umbrella, she already made people marvel. This is Kagura. It is rumored to be a princess of the royal family of Sakura Island. Specifically, no one knows. Just one thing is certain. That is, this one is extremely mysterious and powerful. Even Sugi, as well as Yabai, were respectful to her. Tomorrow is when we will walk out. A clear and crisp voice like the flow of a clear spring echoed in the air. Ha, but they're really crazy too. The Dragon Kingdom only displayed 7 apprentice level 9 transcendents, and they even let our 3 major transcendent level existences walk out. Alas, in order to press the Dragon Kingdom, they're really doing everything they can. This can't be helped. The Dragon Kingdom is powerful. If we don't press them in this aspect, we might be bullied by them in the future. This is indeed. With successive arguments, these 3 figures couldn't help but fall silent. They were transcendent level existences. In the Sakura Island country, they also had an extremely high status. Therefore, they knew more things. For example, how terrifying the current Dragon Kingdom was. According to the Scout's report, the Dragon Kingdom had already stepped into the transcendent level of existence, and there were no less than 10 of them. Among them, one of them even had the posture of pushing across the world and suppressing all enemies in the world. That one was known as the Unrivaled King. It had the meaning of being unrivaled in the world. And indeed, it was so, simply because it seemed like he had awakened an S-class talent. His battle power was so terrifying that even the same rank was hard to block. With regards to this one, the entire Sakura Island Kingdom's transcendents were extremely fearful, especially Sugi, who even traveled to the Dragon Kingdom not long ago to battle him. King Wuxuan, how do you feel? Suddenly, Kagura opened his mouth and asked. Silence, complete silence. However, in the very next moment, Sugi suddenly removed the clothes on his body. What met everyone's eyes was a huge cross scar. That scar, it was as if it was able to see bone. It was deeply imprinted on Sugi's body. It was even more as if it was a shame mark, branded deep in his soul. As a transcendent, I'm not a match for him. Simple words, but they said it all. Sugi even clenched his fists in death. The color of blood could be seen vaguely overflowing. He had never imagined that there would be someone this terrifying. No, was that really a human? Ugh. With a sigh, Kagura also couldn't help but look complicated. She was well aware of Sugi's strength. It wasn't weak, but such a Sugi was unexpectedly difficult to parry a blow from the peerless king. It had to be said that the Dragon Kingdom had truly bred a monster. However, right at this moment, Sugi suddenly spoke. I heard that for our transcendent launch this time, the Dragon Kingdom also sent someone. There was a flush of silence, and Kagura also raised an eyebrow. Who is it? It shouldn't be the peerless king, but it seems to be an extremely powerful transcendent as well, and by the looks of it, the visitor is not good. Sugiru's face showed bitterness. Nowadays, it wasn't like before. With the rise of transcendence, the world was in chaos. The relationship between countries was also extremely sensitive, and within this, the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Island Kingdom was even less sensitive. The reason is very simple. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Island Kingdom had a long-standing enmity. High level first not to mention, but the general public are all hate each other to die early kind of country. Although this is an exaggeration, but the relationship between the two countries is indeed extremely delicate. Cherry Blossom Island seeks to suppress the Dragon Kingdom. Why would the Dragon Kingdom not want to suppress the Sakura Island Kingdom in all aspects? And this time, the Sakura Island country's transcendent launch could be an invisible encounter. Perhaps that one transcendent from the Dragon country would even challenge their Sakura Island country's transcendent. It would be fine if they were able to win. But if they were defeated, the entire Sakura Island country's face would be trampled on by the Dragon country. After all, this was a national broadcast. And this, too, was the thing that Sakura Island Kingdom feared the most. There's no harm. As long as it's not the peerless king, we will not be afraid. Under the umbrella, Kagura suddenly had a peach-colored aura flowing around her body. Along with it, a terrifying hurricane kicked up around her. At that moment, fallen leaves flew. Surrounded by fallen leaves, Kagura was like a goddess descending to the world. One could not help but marvel. Under the setting sun, the harbor was golden, mirroring the turquoise blue of the seawater, as if it were a colorful painting. This was the day of Sakura Island Kingdom's transcendent launch. Countless reporters, who had received the news in advance, had already arrived near the harbor. There were even countless more people who had come to watch. However, they were all on the periphery. One after another, heavily armed guards blocked the thousands of people. Have you guys heard about this? There really are yin-yang masters in this world? My next-door neighbor's kid is able to spit flames out of his mouth. I'm sure that's a yin-yang master. Not only kids, some of the seafood I raise at home have mutated. The crabs are big enough to be adults. Good guy. So exaggerated. Didn't you guys get the news recently? The senior management has ordered that the sea is closed, not allowing us to go out to sea. I guess it has something to do with the mutated sea monsters. With the successive discussions, many of the people had complex faces. There was doubt. There was also disbelief. More than that, there was bewilderment. However, just today, all of this would be answered. Because, the executives were going to hold a conference. Step, 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 step after step. An old man walked from the end of the passageway. At the sight of this figure, countless people were agitated. This was Lord Prime Minister, one of the highest power holders of their Sakura Island country. As for the Lord Emperor, to most people, it was more like a mascot. Prime Minister Sama, is it true that there is a yin and yang master? Prime Minister, is the world really changing? One question after another continued to be thrown out. Thousands of reporters were rushing towards the Prime Minister. But at that moment, yin-yang master? Poof. With a sudden cold laugh, a burly man following the Prime Minister took a step out. Accompanying it was the violent spread of an inexplicable force. Boom! Amidst the steep roar, the bodies of countless journalists were constantly retreating. It was as if there was an invisible high wall that kept advancing towards them. What is this? Wait, what's going on? My gosh, you guys look at this. With successive exclamations of shock, countless reporters were confused. And even the people in front of the television set were confused. What did they see? A burly man, spacing out hundreds of reporters, all of whom were pushed out ruthlessly. This, first time, I am Shield Mountain, talent is invisible wall. The burly man introduced himself. Immediately, he even violently pushed one hand in the direction of the sea. Rumble. In the gazes of countless people who did not dare to believe, the seawater of the ocean was actually as if it was pushed up by a big invisible hand, rolled up several meters high. This was why the launch was chosen near the harbor. Because, it was the most suitable place to display the ability. Simply put, it's most suitable for pretending, without having to worry about damaging the finances. My god, is this really a yin-yang master? Really fake. My worldview collapsed. I told you so? The world has really changed. Good lord. In that case, I can become Superman too, right? With one exclamation after another, countless people were thrilled. In the Sakura Island country, the culture of Superman was extremely strong. From the top to the giants of light, down to the various transformed warriors, they seemed to have an inexplicable fascination with powerful. Therefore, looking at this incredible scene, they were more than scared. Instead, it was surprise as well as excitement. However, right at this moment, the Lord Prime Minister spoke. He spoke to the countless cameras, sincere to the core. The world has silently undergone a strange change. Countless strangenesses, and even legends, have descended upon the world. And the yin-yang masters that belong uniquely to our country have also come into reality. This is the best of times, and the worst of times. The Prime Minister Sama's voice was not loud, but it had an inexplicable power that drummed up thousands of people. Even the Prime Minister Sama says so. Truly, a transcendent era has come. And the yin-yang master, my goodness, where's the Undertaker? I want to see it too. With successive shouts, thousands of people couldn't help but boil. And in the very next moment, countless fallen leaves fell from the sky as if they were feathers. Accompanying this was a peach-colored silhouette holding a paper fan, falling slowly from the sky. She was like a goddess, and as her body rotated, thousands of fallen leaves also rotated along with her. Not only that, the speed of her fall was extremely slow. There seemed to be a clear wind holding her body. Looking at this figure that descended from the sky, the gazes of countless people froze. Even a woman with long silver blue hair standing in the corner had her eyes slightly condensed. The power of the wind? I had heard long ago that in the Sakura Island Kingdom, There was a princess who had awakened the power of wind. It hadn't occurred to me that she had stepped into transcendence so quickly. Hello everyone, I am the 17th princess of the royal family, Kagura. A voice as clear and crisp as a lark's resounded between heaven and earth, and the young girl's feet finally touched the ground. At this time, the breeze flowed, whipping the girl's hair. Her long red dress was even hunting in the wind. For some reason, countless people are thinking of 3 words, beautiful as God. Yes, beautiful as God. The young girl was as poetic as she was picturesque, amazing the entire world. However, it had to be said that this Kagura seller was indeed pulling out all the stops. Her already good face value, combined with her makeup and talent, plus the flavor of holding a paper umbrella at all times. Even the people sent by the Dragon Kingdom were in awe. It was just a pity that this one powerful person from the Dragon Kingdom had not come here for this one Princess Kagura. Even more so, it was not for the other transcendents. Rather, it was for the legendary experimental body, an ultimate existence that is above all mortal things. Your island has really researched it. Stunned, the woman with long silver blue hair couldn't help but have her thoughts in a whirlwind. She was a lieutenant general of the Dragon Kingdom. She was known as Ice Arisher. At a very early age, she had awakened the extreme cold talent. In terms of strength alone, it was enough to rank in the top 5 in the Dragon Kingdom. And not long ago, her subordinate inadvertently discovered that the Sakura Island Kingdom was doing some dangerous experiments. For this reason, he sent his own beloved squad to the island to investigate. But what she never expected was that her squad was completely wiped out. Even Ziyu was lost. Ziyu, her childhood friend. The two had grown up together since childhood. If it wasn't for the extreme cold talent that she had awakened, it was so terrifying that even her heart froze for the most part. She was afraid that there was a great possibility that she and Ziyu would come together. But now, everything was over. Ziyu had disappeared, never to be seen again. If the island nation is really doing dangerous experiments, and even more so, creating terrifying experimental subjects, believe me, 10,000 experimental subjects as well as all the people involved in the experiments will be buried with you. A wisp of coldness flashed from the depths of her eyes, and an unspeakable chill spread even further. Visible to the naked eye, snowflakes drifted up in the several meters centered on her. Boss, a subordinate's worried voice came from behind. It's fine. Waving her hand, this queen-like existence also suppressed 1,000 thoughts. The transcendent launch in the Sakura Island Kingdom was extremely lively. In particular, Kagura's walkout had pushed the transcendent launch to a climax. The corners of his mouth pursed slightly, lifting up a subtle arc, and the paper fan in Kagura's hand slowly rotated. Boom! Visible to the naked eye, a whirlwind was actually lifted with her at the center. One strand of whirlwind after another, continuously outlining, until it turned into a tornado. This tornado, which was peach-colored, was extremely bizarre. Yet, it caused countless people to be shaken. It's wind. It's really wind. My God. You guys are watching the tornado grow. Great guy. 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. How is this possible? With one cry of shock after another, countless people were able to see this one peach-red tornado, which had actually rolled up to a height of over 10 meters. Terrifying wind and waves swept through the 8 directions. Countless people were whisked around. Individual figures that were close to it couldn't even stabilize their forms. However, looking at this scene, everyone froze. Excitement, surprise, disbelief, all sorts of expressions were intertwined. Simply because, this was actually a yin-yang master who controlled the wind? Was it a true transcendent descending into the world? However, right at this moment, a burly man stepped out. He had a katana on his waist, wearing an ancient samurai uniform. Between one step, the earth crumbled, causing countless people to be shaken. 1 foot crumbles the earth? My God. This one's aura is terrifying. Really? Fake? Is this a human? This can't be a legendary warrior, right? In the midst of the continuous chatter, the 800B was making a gesture of drawing his sword. Boom! Magic power gathered between his palms, erupting into a piercing light. And in the very next moment, Batusai chop. With a sudden bellow, the crowd only saw a flash of white light. Immediately, it slashed towards the direction where the sea was. Rumble, rumble. Accompanied by a terrifying rumble, the sea unexpectedly seemed to be chopped open, revealing a crack tens of meters long. Silence. Everyone was silent. If one were to say that Kagura was like a goddess, one couldn't help but worship her. Then this chopping strike from 800 bits was like a thunderbolt that chopped into the hearts of the crowd. It made them intuitively feel the dreadfulness of a transcendent. This slash, thrilling. This slash, radiant to the extreme. This slash, it even caused countless people to choke. Many people were wiping sweat from their foreheads. So terrifying, I feel like I smell death. If this blade were to chop into the crowd, I'm afraid that half of them would die or be injured. So terrifying? I feel it's more terrifying than the Dragon Kingdom side. Good, good, good. Worthy of being our island country. It's awesome. I didn't think that our island country's transcendence are so terrifying. Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, the people in front of the television also perked up. It's really too powerful. Cutting through the ocean with a single slash. Is this a transcendent? My god. Love it. Really love it. I think he's Yabi, the legendary samurai. Just then, no one noticed that a silhouette in the distance had slowly risen. She was the Dragon Kingdom Lieutenant General Bing Lan. Gorgeous blue-silver long hair that reached right up to her hips poured down like a waterfall. Deep icy blue eyes that seemed to be condensed with snowflakes. Exquisite features, a queen-type melon face, coupled with that arrogant to the extreme figure, and a domineering and powerful aura. Boom! The crowd was shaken by the steep roar. The gazes of countless people were all coincidentally converging on this figure. Who is this? So beautiful. Like a heroine who stepped out of a manga. Queenly. This is really the queen. My god. There's actually a woman who's this gorgeous? With the continuous discussion, countless reporters were focusing their cameras on this figure. That pure white sergeant's clothing. There was also an officer's cap on her head. It even gave her a bit more of a seductive charm. As many people said, she looked like a queen with her aura all over the place. Just then, an individual noticed the insignia on her chest. The red pentagram shone brightly. It froze many people's gazes. Wait, this couldn't be. With a sudden exclamation, an individual also noticed the key. I, Lieutenant General of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Lan, have been invited by the Island Kingdom to pay my respects here. A voice so cold that it did not have an ounce of temperature resounded between heaven and earth, causing the crowd to tremble. It was as if the air's temperature dropped drastically because of her opening. However, her words were even colder to the heart. This is actually a Dragon Kingdom Lieutenant General? Are you kidding? That young would be a Dragon Kingdom Lieutenant General? Didn't you say that the Dragon Kingdom has the strictest rank? Without a certain amount of experience, it's impossible to even become a Major General. This is not the point. The point is that the Dragon Kingdom Lieutenant General will be here. The smell of gunpowder is coming. Seeing this scene, countless people were boiling over. Even quite a few of the island country executives at the Transcendent launch stood up. However, more of the executives were cursing, bearing an invitation from the island nation? Good lord, how dare you say that? When did they invite Dragon Kingdom? Didn't these guys come uninvited? Only, at this time, it was impossible for them to open their mouths to explain. Sure enough, the visitors are not good. The Prime Minister rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. He was also counted as an old fox, and naturally, he could see that this Bing Lan now had an aroused battle intent. That was longing for a battle. But without waiting for him to say anything, 800 Beat suddenly raised his steps. I have always heard that the Dragon Kingdom is a country of 1,000 years, and capable people come out one after another? I wonder, Your Excellency, if your strength can stand up to the identity of the Dragon Kingdom as a country of 1,000 ages? 800 B spoke indifferently. The katana that had long been inserted into the sheath, but also did not know when, sheathed a little. The cold aura reflected, and the battle intent surged. Retreat, quickly retreat. Individual transcendence reminded at the first time. Shield Mountain even raised both palms and retreated the crowd towards the back. Retreat quickly. This place is not suitable to stay. Hearing the words of these transcendentals, and then seeing these two transcendentals who were facing each other, the crowd was also sensible and retreated at great speeds, leaving a small 100-meter field for them. However, at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to notice that most people's gazes were even more fiery. Yabai defeat her. Defeat her? Let her know how terrifying our samurai kingdom is. Lord Yabai. If you defeat her, I will marry you. The great battle of the transcendence is here. This is the main event. Lord 800B, you're the strongest. With successive shouts, countless people were excited. Even quite a few transcendents had flickering gazes. Kagura, for example. At some point, she landed on a rooftop and looked down at the entire battlefield. This woman. Stunned, Kagura's gaze was slightly frozen. She sensed it, perceived the extreme morose coldness within Ice Arashi's body. It was as if it froze everything, terrifying to the point of suffocation. The clouds under the setting sun were like ignited flames, constantly jumping and tumbling as if they were performing a silent symphony for us. However, right at this moment, the gazes of countless people were focused on an empty space. There was a man and a woman, facing each other, obviously standing quietly, but let the surrounding people, all the atmosphere do not dare to come out. Breath seemed to freeze. Individual bodies are unable to suppress the trembling, cold and suffocating. A chill that filled the air. Gulp. Gulping. Many people were nervous. What do you guys feel? It seems like death. I don't even. It feels like I can't speak. It's too depressing. The air is too depressing. Are they really humans? Between the continuous discussions, many people's gazes were condensed. Seeking their gaze, the sky unexpectedly had snowflakes falling, crystalline to the extreme. And right at this moment, a snowflake finally landed on the ground. Ka-ching! There was a sudden boom, and a flash of coldness. That was 800B drawing his sword. He used the snowflake falling to the ground as a signal to draw his sword in a split second. Boom! Only a terrifying roar could be heard as a blade light tens of meters long tore through the sky and even the earth, charging straight towards Bing Lan. Fast. Fast beyond imagination. The crowd only saw a flash of cold light, and the earth was already cracking. The cold and extreme blade intent was even stabbing the skin of the crowd from afar with raw pain. Poof! With a cold snort, there was no unnecessary movement. Bing Lan's jade hand raised, and with a loud boom, an ice blue battle knife that was more than a meter long coalesced in the air. It was an ice blade. A long blade condensed by extreme cold, and at this very moment, the ice blue long knife broke through the air and ruthlessly crashed into the light of the 800BA's sword. Rumble! Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the air shook, and wind waves swept tens of meters away. But this was not the end. Simply because, right at this moment, Bing Lan unexpectedly had one hand around her chest, and with the other hand, she was holding her delicate chin, as if he was looking down at something. And just in the moment he was looking down, behind her back, one icy blue battle blade after another had already condensed. Swish, 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 swish. With successive air breaks and raging coldness, a full dozen or so ice blue battle knives rushed towards 800B. Seeing this, without hesitation, 800B raised the katana in his hand and, continuously chopping, ka-chop, ka-chop. What sounded like the clashing metal sounds of swords exploded continuously, one after another. The ice blue katanas crumbled one after another. Even the ice blue battle swords condensed by the extreme cold could not withstand the chopping of 800 ratios. Good, good, good. Worthy of being a legendary warrior. Chop her. Go for it, Lord Yabai. Charge, Yabusame-sama. The people in front of the TV were extremely excited. However, unbeknownst to them, one of the people on the scene, and even the transcendentals, all had their faces slightly changed. As the ice blue battle blade continued to crumble, the temperature in the air dropped even more drastically. It was as if it had already reached below zero. Even the air had a mist surging through it. The body seemed to freeze. A little bit of stiffness. Numerous people were turning white. As for the 800 bits, their faces changed even more drastically. Not good. As if reacting, he pulled towards the back at the first opportunity, and the katana in his hand was raised even more violently. Boom! With a sudden boom, the countless pieces of ice blue katana that shattered in midair were actually like 10,000 arrows, instantly shooting towards him. Even though 800 beats reacted quickly and resisted at the first opportunity. Even though he was raging with magic power and offered it all, but it still wasn't completely blocked. Prick-la, prick-la, with one crunching sound after another, several shards of ice blue battle blades sliced through his body, bringing up strand after strand of blood. But this was not the end. The slashed wounds froze in an instant. There was even an extreme coldness spreading. The blood all seemed to freeze. Movement was even more sluggish. This guy, 800 bits, clenched his teeth, and at the first moment, he exploded the magic power in his body. And with a loud boom, white magic power gushed out, dispersing the extreme cold. But in doing so, he had already consumed a lot of magic power. However, what about the opposite side? The high and cold queen, still holding her delicate chin with one hand. The deep ice blue eyes under the brim of her hat seemed to be sizing him up as they flickered slightly. Ha! A light eek, falling on the ears of 800B, was more like a silent mockery. Until now, without moving a single step. But it was forcing him to repeatedly explode the magic power in his body. In a transcendent level battle, one of the things that was spelled out was the magic power of each person. The stronger and purer the magic power, the greater the advantage in battle. But now, this woman, is quite something. Exhaling deeply, Yabi also realized the terror of this woman. She was by no means a simple transcendent. You seem to be very confident in your blade technique, Bing Lan muttered, and the corners of her mouth all lifted in a subtle arc. Under me, I have been practicing blade techniques for decades, so naturally, since, however, without waiting for 800 bits to finish, an ice blue figure had already rushed towards him at breakneck speed. That was Ice Erasure. She grabbed in the air, and an ice blue battle sword appeared in his hand. It was a battle sword condensed by extreme cold. The coldness surged, and just as the battle knife fell into her hands, it was as if she had changed into a different person. A sharpness that was so severe that it penetrated her body. Kill! A soft cry caused the 800 Bin's body to tremble. In a trance, he saw 1,000 armies rushing towards him, but in the next moment, he turned back to his senses, only to realize that a silhouette was already close at hand. So fast? Yabai was a bit confused, but he still raised his katana at the first moment. Bang! 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 Successive collisions resounded through the air. It was the ultimate clash of swords against swords. Again and again. It was actually as if there was fire exploding. However, this was not terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the cold mist that filled the sky and earth, wrapping the entire battlefield at some point. Countless people were unable to see the figures inside. Only vaguely. They all saw it. Saw the 800 B's body retreating again and again. Faster. Faster. Bing Lan's voice rang in the ears of 800 bits. It was as if it was an order. There was an indescribable dominance. She was asking for 800 B's blade speed. Faster. Faster. Only this seemed to make her more excited. Something's wrong. Kagura sighed. Anyone with a discerning eye was able to see the difference in strength between the two. And now, Yabai's mind was even more shocked by Isarashir, and the entire rhythm of the battle fell completely under Isarashi's control. And what does this mean? Naturally, it was self-evident. Not only Kagura, even Sugi, who was holding a group fan, shook his head helplessly. So this is the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary Valkyrie, a fighting maniac, a ruthless machine. Sugi seemed to have some understanding of Bing Lan, and there was an inexplicable light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Bing Lan, Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie, only at the early stage of the Transcendent Mortal First Order, together with the late stage of the Transcendent Mortal First Order, Wushuang Wang, they were known as the Dragon Kingdom Twins. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wushuang King's cultivation was 2 levels higher than the Dragon Country Valkyries, he guessed that he wouldn't have been able to take this woman. Simply because, this woman was truly terrifying. It was as if she was born for battle. When fighting, she was able to be extremely devoted and unreserved. Moreover, she was extremely good at destroying the enemy's physical body while destroying the other party's mind as well. Just like right now, the island's renowned samurai, Yabai, had his mind in turmoil. His proud sword skill was far inferior to this woman? How could this be possible? Moreover, he could tell at a glance that this woman did not know sword techniques. But why? And at this time, what 800 bits didn't know was that Bing Lan only pursued 3 points in regards to fighting. That was fast, accurate, and ruthless. She didn't need to know sword techniques. It was only necessary to be faster, more accurate, and more ruthless than the enemy. Moreover, because she was carrying extreme cold on her back, her body was even more permeated with a morose coldness. Any enemy that was close to her would have their movements slowed down by a few points, to a greater or lesser extent. This kind of slowness was generally unnoticeable. But the problem was, in the eyes of a strong person of the same rank, it was extremely fatal. 1 point of slowness would mean that Bing Lan would be able to move 1 point faster. Bing Lan, who was already pursuing fast, accurate, and ruthless, was extremely good at speed, and even better at seizing the moment. Every one of her chopping strikes had precisely hit the moment when Yababy was about to launch his power, dispersing all of the power he had built up. As a result, Yabai could only retreat again and again. Plus, the mind shock. There was a slight blankness in the brain. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. 800 beats was finally chopped off by Isarashi's decapitation strike, flying backward tens of meters like a cannonball, and ruthlessly smashing into the ground not far away. Silence. Everyone was silent. Their gazes, in unison, looked towards a short distance away. There, the silhouette stood quietly. The deep blue eyes were cold to the extreme. Emotionless. It was as if they were looking down on everything. Yet, it made everyone not dare to look directly at it. 800 bis. Such a powerful transcendent. Surprisingly, after a short exchange of blows, was chopped away dozens of meters away by this one woman. With a single blow. Such a terrifying strength was enough to shock the crowd. It was also a small chopping off of the island nation's just straightened spine. Baka. Why is 800B such a piece of trash? He should be disemboweled. Damn. Disgraced our island nation. Go to hell. 800B. In front of the TV, all kinds of curses constantly rang out. That was the anger of the island nation's people. More so, it was their catharsis. They couldn't allow the trash to lose the face of the island nation, especially on such an important occasion. However, Bing Lan's purpose was also here. The Dragon Kingdom had long since ceased to be the same as it was back then. 100 years of precipitation. It had even pushed for the transcendent grand plan early on. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom wants to compete with the Heavenly Duke. Every single person, especially a top-level warrior like Bing Lan, has the ambition to suppress everything. The island nation, after all, is just a stepping stone. Between murmurs in his heart, Ice Arisher took a step out, and with a loud boom, extreme coldness swept across the entire transcendent launch. It was as if winter was about to arrive. It caused countless people to be shaken to their core. However, right at this moment, what no one knew was that far out in the ocean, a battleship had quietly arrived. That was the warship carried by Ziyu. He had rested for several days. After beheading the transcendent megalodon, he hung the transcendent megalodon's head on the front of the warship. The ferocious might that permeated the ship deterred thousands of mutated sea beasts. It finally gave Ziyu a moment of peace. However, more than that, Ziyu had also devoured most of the transcendent giant tooth shark's meat. Not only did his size grow to over 40 meters, the magic power in his body even skyrocketed. Now, the magic power in his body had broken through 6 digits and reached $170,000. Normally, the magic power of a transcendent mortal first stage cultivator was between 10,000 and 100,000. However, because he was a giant beast, and because he had the gift of the ring of magic, the magic power in his body far exceeded that of his peers. Therefore, it wasn't strange to reach 170,000. Right now, I should be in the middle of the transcendent mortal first order. Ziyu thought about it and had a rough judgment of his cultivation level. The transcendent mortal first stage was divided into 4 stages. Transcendent mortal first stage, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and the final great perfection. The crossing of each stage required an extremely long period of accumulation as well as effort. However, he was able to accumulate magic power several times over because he had devoured a transcendent mortal first stage mutant megalodon and had the ring of gifted magic power. This was coupled with the countless resources of the laboratory. Therefore, the cultivation level rose slightly faster. It should be slightly. Ziyu wasn't quite sure. It was just that the magic power in his body, which was only in the middle of the transcendent mortal first stage, surpassed that of an average transcendent mortal first stage great circle cultivator, which was really a bit of an exaggeration. This extreme cold. Suddenly, Ziyu's crouching snake head slowly raised. The ice-cold eyes, moreover, flashed with a flash of cold light. He sensed it, sensing an extreme icy cold. Moreover, for some reason, he also felt a few moments of familiarity. Just who is it? It's hard to believe that I still have an acquaintance in the island country? Somewhat puzzled, Ziyu also slowly propped up his body. The huge body slowly rose. Its shadow enveloped the large half of the warship. Each and every heavily armed figure, including Akasaka and the others, were looking at this huge beast that seemed to be from prehistory with a face of awe. It awakened. It was even looking into the distance, as if it had set its sights on some prey again. And at the same time, several transcendents who were still in the island's harbor were also violently shaken. This aura, what's going on? Not good. Quickly disperse the crowd. Are you kidding me? With successive cries of alarm, several transcendent level existences had their faces changed drastically. Even Bing Lan's gaze towards the sea was frozen, tyrannical and terrifying. It was as if the aura from the 9 Sephiroths covered the sky. It was clear that they hadn't seen anything. Yet, it was as if they had sensed it. Sensing an extremely terrifying and astonishingly ferocious creature, slowly approaching. Is it a transcendent level mutated sea beast? No. More than. It's much more terrifying than an ordinary transcendent mutant sea beast. Bing Lan had been sitting in the Dragon Kingdom's demon capital for a long time, and had come into contact with quite a few transcendent level mutant sea beasts. Naturally, she was clear about the terror of these guys. But right now, even she had a grave expression on her face, because she had also never felt such a terrifying, icy aura. Moreover, there was also a thick bloody odor that came in following the sea breeze. That bloody odor was so thick that it seemed as if it could not be melted. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beast this was. It was even harder to imagine just how many living beings it had slaughtered. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone in the harbor leave. Quickly! Never stay. There were successive cries of alarm as a single transcendent and even security were evacuating the crowd. What's going on? Lord Prime Minister's face was puzzled. He was an ordinary person, so naturally he couldn't feel the terrifying aura. Lord Prime Minister, there is an extraordinary mutated sea beast approaching. This place is extremely dangerous. Shield Mountain spoke with a grave expression. Looking closely, one could even see drop after drop of sweat emerging from his forehead. He was merely an apprentice level 9. Not even a transcendent had set foot in it. However, he clearly felt how terrifying the distant mutated sea beast was. That aura, icy cold to the extreme, seemed to freeze his soul. it caused his body to tremble. Good. Nodding his head, the Prime Minister no longer hesitated. Only, for some reason, he suddenly remembered the laboratory. Counting the time, the people from the laboratory were almost close to arriving, right? The mutated sea beasts that came. Shouldn't they be the lab's experiments? No, that's impossible. One must know that not only Shield Mountain, but even Kagura, Yagyu, and even the Dragon Kingdom's Valkyries were all like enemies. No matter how powerful the experimental bodies they created were, how could they make these monsters so fearful? So, I didn't expect there to be mutated sea beasts coming. With a sigh, the Prime Minister also got into a commercial vehicle and retreated at the first opportunity. And at this time, Kagura, Yagyu, Sugi, and other transcendent-level existences, at some point, were already side by side at the harbor. Boom! Terrifying magical power gushed out. It made each of them look extremely extraordinary. Kagura, who was holding a paper umbrella, had a gale of wind pouring around her, and her long black hair, like a waterfall, was all floating up. Yabai, tightly gripping his katana, terrifying magical power constantly converging at the hilt. As for Sugi, his eyes flashed, and an armor made of magic power was draped all around him. However, it wasn't just them. Step, walking one step after another, frost condensing under her feet. Ice Arisher pressed the military cap on her head, and an ice-blue long-handled sword, 2 to 3 meters long, slowly surfaced in her hand. This was an extremely cold battle knife condensed in order to target mutated sea beasts. Most of the mutated sea beasts were huge. Even if all of the ordinary knives were to enter their bodies, it would not be enough to kill them. But this kind of long-handled knife was different. One blade seals the throat, 2 knives will break their souls. And Bing Lan, the only way to call herself a female Valkyrie was to wield such a long-handled blade. Actually making such a big show to greet me? Somewhat stunned, Ziyu from afar also sensed those 4 auras that rose up to the sky. Those were 4 transcendent-level existences. One was more terrifying than the other. Magic power surged the sword, and a terrifying battle intent climbed. There was even an indescribable killing intent spreading in the air. Humph, these guys, they shouldn't think that I'm a wild mutated sea beast, right? Between murmurs, Ziyu also realized the key. From what Amari said, the warship had long lost contact with the island. Therefore, it was normal for the people of the Sakura Island Kingdom to not know of his arrival. However, this was just right, wasn't it? Your island nation, isn't what you want me to show my strength? Since that's the case, then I'll show you guys. Saying this, Ziyu also violently drilled towards the sea. The warship was not enough to withstand his complete stance. Only the boundless sea could carry it. And now, hiss, accompanied by an earth-shattering hiss, a huge shadow that seemed to cover the entire ocean surfaced in the seawater. That was Ziyu. It unleashed its talent, size change. It transformed into a posture of 100 meters. With this stance, it thought that it could shock thousands of living beings. Let me meet you. Between the fall of the words, Ziyu's body swung and he was already rushing towards the direction of the island. He was traveling in the depths of the seawater. Therefore, on the surface of the sea, nothing could be seen. But looking closely into the sea, he was able to discover an extremely large shadow was actually advancing towards the island. The ripples continued, and the shadows flickered. An unnameable dreadfulness spreads between heaven and earth. Not long after, Ziyu finally approached the island. As his spiritual power spread, everything in the vicinity of the island surfaced in Ziyu's mind. However, what was most concerning was none other than the 4 figures that rose up from the sky in the harbor. That thought was that the island was 4 transcendent existences. The rest of you, have you evacuated? That's good. I can move my muscles. Although Ziyu didn't mind the slaughter. Even more so, he didn't mind slaughtering the Sakura Island Kingdom. But the current him was aspiring to become the totem of the Sakura Island Kingdom. Let the entire Sakura Island Kingdom be dedicated to him. Therefore, the current him could not go on a killing spree. At the very least, right now, he couldn't. Between his grins, the magic aura between the necks of all 8 of Ziyu's snakeheads glowed with a bright and uncertain light. That was magic power surging. And just at the same time, it's coming. Kagura's eyes stared slightly into the sea. Where? 800 bits looked around with some consternation. The ocean was as calm as ever. There was nothing there. How could it have come? It did come. Only, it's more terrifying than I thought. With an extremely cold voice, Bing Lan spoke. And with her gaze, she also looked into the depths of the sea. Ripples, at some point, were spreading. A shadow, even more so, quietly surfaced. Just, this smudge of shadow was not yet too huge. 10 meters? 20 meters? Or 30 meters? Bing Lan's pupils were shrinking again and again. she had also dealt with mutant sea beasts for some time. The largest mutant sea beast that had been seen was only 30 or 40 meters, and that one mutant sea beast was still barely repelled by activating the Dragon Kingdom's heavy weapons. Yes, repelled. It was difficult to decapitate such giant beasts. After all, they were hidden in the deep sea. That was their home turf. There, they were able to easily withdraw even if they couldn't defeat it. However, what the hell was this mutated sea beast now? Even the tip of the shadow that was revealed was so terrifying, so appalling. But before the crowd could say anything, hiss, a sudden hissing sound was like a thunderbolt exploding in the minds of the crowd. Immediately afterward, in the unbelieving gazes of these four transcendent level existences, the sea set off a shocking wave. Boom, 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 one after another. Huge snake heads rose up into the sky, toppling countless seawater. It made the entire vicinity of the harbor, all of which was raining drifting rain. The hazy rain and the water mist that was raised obscured the field of vision. But here, in the haze, the four transcendent level existences, and even the retreating crowd saw it. They saw an unprecedented beast, as if it had 8 heads, at the end of the sea, hissing up to the sky. Its sound, like thunder, shook the 9 heavens. What is that? Python? Wait, are you kidding me? A giant python with 8 snake heads? Why is it so big? My gosh, isn't this the legendary octopus? Really? Fake? It's probably 100 meters big, isn't it? One exclamation after another. Countless people were confused. 100-meter python? With 8 snake heads? Isn't this the legendary 8 heads? Only at this time, without waiting for them to exclaim more, a figure had already risen into the air. That was Kagura. There was a clear wind at her feet. The paper umbrellas were constantly rotating, seemingly converging on something. And at the very next moment, Kagura raised the paper fan with both hands. Kagura raised the paper fan with both hands and aimed it at the hideous beast far away. Run through it, storm, with a dainty cry. A tornado, 20 to 30 meters long, roared out and ruthlessly slammed into one of Ziyu's snakeheads. Kagura, what are you doing? This seems to be Yachi. Ha! Yabaku exclaimed out in shock with a complicated expression. Yaki, are you being funny? It's just a mutated Orochi that looks like an Orochi. Besides, if you don't make a move, are you going to wait for death? Kagura's voice, all of it, was indescribably serious. Indeed, it just looks like the Yaki. Sugi exhaled deeply. To be honest, he was also shocked by the appearance of this giant beast. It was so similar in appearance to the legendary Orochi. But, sorry, the current one, it was just the intruder. It was a deep-sea beast. So, it must be stopped from approaching the harbor. After making his thoughts clear, Suguru lifted his feet and violently rushed towards the sea. However, in the very next moment, tap, tap, in the gazes of countless people who did not dare to believe, Sugi actually stepped on the water. Looking closely, there were countless magical powers converging between Sugi's feet. This was a technique that Sugi had comprehended. Treading water. The principle was to gather water molecules to form a gauge second based on the ability of magic power, enabling him to walk on water. This required an extremely high level of control of magic power. A normal transcendent existence wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. But Sugi, he can do it easily. He can even run extremely fast in the ocean, because his control of magic power had already reached a subtle level. On the other hand, Binglan's eyes were also slightly glazed over. Although she knew about the legendary Orochi, but she didn't care. She only cared about the strength of this deep-sea beast. This fellow, it's more terrifying than I thought. A blaze rose from the depths of her eyes, but Binglan, who was holding an ice-blue long-handled sword, rushed towards the sea. She couldn't tread water. There was no magic control ability that had reached the subtle level like Sugiru's, but she controlled extreme cold. So, tread, tap. The sea continued to condense as it ran at extreme speeds, turning into an icy road that spread out towards the sea. This is a human transcendent powerhouse. In a daze, Ziyu also noticed the 4 figures. He was not viewing them with his eyes. Instead, he relied on his spiritual power alone to perceive them. Nowadays, he enjoyed using his spiritual power and perceiving the world. More clear, more detailed. The eyes would deceive him, but the spiritual power would not. However, for some reason, he actually sensed a rather familiar aura on one of the transcendents. This aura, in a daze, Ziyu also opened his vertical pupils. The vertical pupil, which was cold to the extreme, slowly opened and looked towards the harbor. It saw 2 figures, rushing towards him at great speed. It even saw a tornado, whistling towards one of his snake heads, but he didn't dodge. Even more so, he did not counterattack, simply because, at this moment, Ziyu's gaze froze. How could she be here? Frozen. Ziyu was completely frozen. He had never thought that he would meet this one woman in the island. This was Bing Lan, his boss in his previous life. However, she had another name. The name, Xia Bing. In his previous life, they were also considered acquaintances. From elementary school to middle school, they were all in the same school. It was just that for some reason, Xia Bing had a drastic change in temperament overnight, and her head of black hair had turned ice blue. Even more disappeared in his life. By the time they met again, she was already calling herself Icelan, and even became his superior. And, more than that, they were very familiar with each other in the beginning, but they had become strangers. Obviously, they didn't see each other with their heads raised, but this one woman, it was as if she didn't recognize him. Why, you would be here? The icy vertical pupils revealed a humanized complexity. Rumble. However, the next moment, a loud boom pulled Ziyu back to reality. That whistling tornado, like a drill, ruthlessly drilled towards Ziyu's snake head. Pain. Very painful. One could only say that it was worthy of being a transcendent level existence. Surprisingly, it was able to shake Ziyu's defense. Some of the scales shattered, setting off a flash of blood. But this tornado, the reason why it was able to tear Ziyu's defense was more because Ziyu didn't even resist it. If he had activated the magic power in his body, this tornado was afraid that it would have stopped a long time ago. Why? You would appear here? Not caring about the severe pain coming from the snake's head, Ziyu's gaze, instead, was all focused on this figure. Chop! With a sudden bellow, it was actually Bing Lan, his former superior, his former childhood friend, who violently leapt dozens of meters into the sky. Then, she raised the ice-blue long-handled blade with both hands and ruthlessly chopped towards Ziyu. Before the long-handled knife arrived, a morose coldness was already spreading. It was as if it was going to freeze everything. What was even more terrifying was that above the sky, at the end of the long-handled knife, countless extreme cold converged, until a long icy blue blade more than 20 meters long emerged. That was the long blade of extreme cold condensation. The blade was harsh. Magic power surged. Ka-ching! With a sudden loud sound, this ice blue long knife that was more than 20 meters long had ruthlessly chopped Ziyu on top of a snake head. Hiss! Bleak hissing, suddenly resounded above the sea. That hissing, mournful and appalling, it caused countless people to be frightened. Moreover, for some reason, they actually heard a strong sadness from this hissing. Yes, sadness. I didn't expect that you would actually strike at me. Moreover, you're actually the first human to seriously injure me. Between his heart laughing at himself, Ziyu also showed bitterness on his face. This slash was much more vicious than the tornado's impact. One could tell a thing or two just by looking at the wound alone. The tornado had only torn Ziyu's scales. However, this knife, a small portion of it had entered Ziyu's body, and thick blood continued to spurt out. However, just this was not enough to make Ziyu cry out in grief. More than anything, he was just bitter and helpless. There was also an indescribable, indefinable emotion. Alas, in the end, all of his thoughts were turned into a long sigh. Accompanied by this, magic power continued to converge at the wound. Visible to the naked eye, the hideous wounds were slowly healing. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura that was several times more terrifying than just a moment ago was already spreading in the air. This transcendency beast, is it possible that it just looks terrifying? Good fellow, doesn't it know how to dodge? Its neck was cut in half. Mom yo, what's wrong with this mutated sea beast? With the successive cries of alarm, the crowd that had been dispersing stopped in their tracks. Even quite a few bold humans were approaching towards the harbor. However, it was not just them. Even the 4 transcendent masters were stunned. This transcendent serpent, what is going on? Not resisting? 800B was a bit confused. However, his movements were not slow. Now, countless people were watching. There was even a live television broadcast. If he revealed his cowardice in such a place, he was afraid that he would be laughed at by the entire island nation. Moreover, more importantly, the one just now had unluckily lost to the dragon countrywoman. I have to regain face here. Thinking like this, Yabai also drew his katana. He didn't have the magic manipulation of a Suguru Inferno level that allowed him to tread water, nor would he be able to ride the wind like Kagura. So, he could only tap, tap, one crunching sound after another. As if it was the sound of ice breaking, the 800 bis actually stepped on the ice path condensed by the ice erasure and rushed towards Ziyu. Die for me. Yaobai's eyes slightly condensed, and the katana pinned to his waist revealed a cold glint. Stab la. The sound of the katana coming out of its sheath was sharp and ear-piercing. Accompanying it was that terrifying magic power gushed out. At that moment, countless people saw a 20 to 30 meter long, white blade made of magic power was seen, cutting through the sky and heading straight towards one of the head of the mutant giant snake. This blade. Very cool. An exclamation from nowhere caused everyone to reveal a look of recognition. This slash was indeed handsome. It was even more handsome than that slash from Bing Lan. Many people felt that 800 Beats was able to directly chop off one of the head of the mutant giant snake with this chopping strike. One must know that this was something that even the Dragon Kingdom's Ice Erasure had failed to do. If he was able to do it, not only would all the previous shame be washed away, even his name would resonate throughout the entire island. Only, at that time, it might not be 800 Beat that resounded through the island, but a legendary title. For example, Dragon Slaying Samurai. Although Ziyu was a snake and a python, but python and dragon, since ancient times. Moreover, the world had never seen such a huge python, so calling it a dragon, the problem was thought to be small. Only, what 800 Bits didn't notice at this time was that the gaze of one of Ziyu's snake heads looking at him was as cold as well as sneering. The first time, the broken scales were considered an accident. The second time, the person who struck out at him was Bing Lan, his boss in his previous life, and even his childhood friend. He froze and didn't resist, which was also considered an accident. But the third time, do you really think that I am a soft persimmon to pinch? Ziyu, who was already harboring anger in his heart, felt as if the magic power in his body had gone berserk. Even the aura that had been suppressed time and time again was spewing out like a volcano. Boom! The terrifying aura seemed to materialize, actually causing the sky to seemingly dim. There were even strands of black electric light that shone in the sky and earth. No, that was not electric light. Instead, it was strand after strand of magic power, raging and surging magic power that turned into substance. Hiss. Only a hissing sound that was terrifying to the extreme could be heard. One of Ziyu's snake heads violently rushed out. Pitch black magical power wrapped narrowly around the snake head. From afar, it looked like a black meteor that cut through the sky. Boom! With a steep roar. In the midst of countless people's stunned gazes, the cohesive white blade awnings actually shattered in an instant, as if they were paper mache. What? Yabai-bai's face changed greatly, and he even raised the katana in his hand at the first opportunity, blocking it in front of his body. He reacted very quickly indeed. As a transcendent level lifeform, his consciousness was indeed there, but it was not enough. Rumble. In the midst of another rumble, that one huge black snakehead had already slammed him, with his sword, hard into the sea. Rumble. The sea exploded, raising waves in the sky. It also caused everyone to freeze. Wait, what did they see? Why did the 800 be shatter in an instant? And, why did this mutant serpent fight back? Puzzled, confused, more puzzled, but this was not the end. Simply because, right at this moment, hiss, 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 one hiss after another, as if coming from the 9 specters, Ziyu's snakehead throat after snakehead throat was locked in a flash of spiritual light. That was the glow of magic power, and that, in turn, meant that Ziyu was about to unleash a big move. Not good. Be careful. Watch out. Kagura, Bing Lan, and Sugi, who was approaching Ziyu, all reacted at the first opportunity and retreated. However, their retreat was still forgotten. Boom, boom, boom. Only one boom after another could be heard, and in the gazes of countless people who did not dare to believe, black pillars of light that were several meters thick cut through the sky and the sea one after another. Some black pillars of light went straight into the sky, shattering the clouds. Some black pillars of light headed straight for the harbor, setting off endless waves along the way. There was even a pillar of black light that rushed towards the depths of the sea, seemingly heading straight for the 800 BB. This was Ziyu's all-encompassing magic spit. It displayed destructive power to the extreme. It was only because right at this moment, in all directions, a full 8 pillars of black light seemed to split the entire heaven and earth. Confused. Countless people were confused. The clouds shattered. The sea ripped apart. There was even a harbor far away that split in two. Countless buildings exploded. Scene after scene, as if it was the end of the world. It made countless people feel despair. Even the countless people in front of the television set were covering their mouths in disbelief, staring blankly at the scene. What is this? My goodness, does this really exist in this world's giant beast? Is this the true strength of a giant beast? Wait, are you sure we can stop this beast? One after another, the countless people in front of the TV were all staring blankly. However, compared to them, the countless people surrounding the harbor were already in a state of panic. Previously, they watched as the transcendent powers were able to withstand it, so they approached. But now, looking at the terrifying destructive power of this mutated serpent, they were confused, and even more foolish. Each and every one of them was itching to grow 2 more legs, and they rushed in other directions. Run! It's over! It's really over! Is this really a mutated serpent that a human can block? One cry of alarm followed another, and there was a kind of despair permeating the vicinity of the harbor. However, at this time, what no one noticed was, Bing Lan was quietly standing in the sea, somewhat lost in thought. For some reason, the black pillar of light surprisingly did not charge towards her. Obviously, she had injured the mutant snake the most. Obviously, the mutant snake had the chance to spit towards her. But why? With one strike, the entire room was silent. Even several transcendent-level humans were stunned, not daring to believe. Kagura narrowly avoided Yuziyu's blow of spitting breath because of her quick reaction. But even so, the small half of her body was burned. That terrifying pillar of magical light was the ultimate condensation as well as concentration of magical power. It was filled with extreme heat. If you grazed it, you would be injured. And if you touched it, you would die. As for Sugi, he gathered the magic power of his entire body and barely managed to block it. But even so, he was also sent flying 100 meters away by Yuziyu's breath, smashing into the depths of the sea. As for 800 bits, it could only be said that life and death were unknown. Yuziyu had given him a shot in passing, and at that time, 800B had already sunk into the sea due to Yuziyu's snakehead impact. Immediately after that, it was a pillar of black light that tore through the sea and rushed towards him. To be honest, saying 800B lives and dies without knowing was being polite. More accurately, it should be fierce. One strike. Surprisingly, it directly knocked us all back. Kagura's face changed again and again, and her gaze toward mutant Orochi was filled with gravity. This guy, is he so terrifying? Sugi covered his chest, which was still vaguely aching, and climbed onto a piece of floating ice. Only, right at this moment, boom, a dense coldness spread between heaven and earth. Looking up, Ice Arisher raised her right hand once again. Wisps of blue magic power converged towards her palm. In just a moment, an ice-blue long-handled blade that was several meters long had appeared in her right hand. This time, I will behead you. Bing Lan's eyes showed determination, and between her steps, the ocean condensed. This woman. Looking at Bing Lan, whose battle intent was surging, Ziyu had a bit of a headache. How should this woman be dealt with? Beheading. That was definitely a no-no. But not killing. Looking at the situation, this woman was properly entangled with herself. In that case, I'd better leave it to Little White. Thinking like this, Ziyu also activated the magic power within her body. And in the very next moment, hiss, hiss, in Bing Lan's stunned gaze, a white python that was more than 10 meters long violently drilled out from Yuziyu's massive body. It was a white python that was transformed from one of Yuziyu's snake heads. Its body was extremely hard. It could be described as invulnerable to swords and spears. Coupled with the extremely strong magic power, ordinary transcendent creatures really couldn't help it. And now, hiss, hiss, spitting out snake letters, Little White had already turned into a white pike rushing towards Bing Lan. The battle was continuing. It was Little White and Bing Lan fighting. Two figures, one white and one blue, were above the sea, constantly colliding. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of what sounded like a metal collision echoed continuously. These two silhouettes were already so fast that they pulled out a few shadows. Ordinary people couldn't even see their stances as they fought. However, what stunned Kagura, Sugi, and the others was that the mutated serpent, which was beyond imagination, had actually stopped fighting. It was just quietly suspended in the sea. One by one, the snake's head traveled through the clouds, as if it was looking down at something. Like a god, more like a demon. It's chilling. What's going on? Why isn't the mutant snake moving? What's going on? I don't know. Kagura and Sugi looked at each other, both with stunned faces. However, not only them, even the people from afar as well as the reporters all paused in their steps. This mutated great snake, it seems like it's not attacking anymore? Can it be that the spitting it did just now exhausted all of its power? It shouldn't be. Do you guys have a feeling that this mutated great snake resembles our totem? The Orochi? Honestly, it really resembles it. 8 snake heads, looking down on the earth. So domineering. Despite the chills, despite the fear, quite a few people still sized up this one skyscraping giant shadow that stood in the depths of the sea. Only, just at this moment, exhaling deeply, Kagura suppressed all the doubts in his heart. Just because the mutant Orochi didn't attack, it didn't mean she wouldn't. Can't you see that the Dragon Kingdom Valkyries are still fighting? So, boom, the magic power in her body erupted violently. As far as the eye could see, Kagura's hair was constantly whipping, and the long skirt she wore was even grinning. Wind. The wind was gathering. Unimaginable hurricanes converged around her. From afar, it looked as if a tornado tens of meters high had surfaced in the sea. Waves roll up. The hurricane hissed. In just a short while, An extremely terrifying water tornado had already coalesced. This was Kagura's great move, urging all of her magical power to condense a huge tornado. It was enough to sweep through several streets in an instant. It was more than enough to level everything for 100 meters. And now, let me end you with this blow. Kagura raised her hands high, actually lifting the entire water tornado high in the air. It was hard to imagine that her petite body had such strength. Only, right at that moment. Stop! Stop! Kagura! Stop it! Kagura girl, don't be impulsive. One cry of alarm after another came from afar. What? Stunned, Kagura raised her eyes to look. What was imprinted into her eyes was actually a warship that had somehow burrowed out from underneath the mutated serpent. It was their island nation's warship. The unique flag was flying. But what was more concerning to Kagura was the familiar figure after familiar figure on the warship. Yukina-san. Akasaka. And, how is this possible? Kagura's face was written with dismay, and there was even a touch of disbelief. Kagura, don't attack the holy beast. If you attack again, it will get angry. Yukina had a sensing device that could simply detect Ziyu's emotions. Therefore, she was well aware that Ziyu was, right now, having a little tiny bit of anger. If Kagura, indeed, threw off this terrifying water tornado and smashed it onto the holy beast, then what awaited Shinlu, and even the entire island nation, would be the monstrous fury of the sacred beast. Holy beast? What are you talking about, Yukina-sama? Although Kagura's strength far exceeded Yukina's, however, she was not very old and was extremely familiar with Yukina. That's why the two women had always referred to each other as sisters. This is the holy beast made in our lab. The Yagyu, Yukina said in a condensed voice. Froze. Kagura froze. Not far away, Sugi also froze. Even Ice-Arisher, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, paused and raised his eyes in disbelief, looking towards this one mutated Orochi standing in the sea. Maid? Sacred beast? As Binglan murmured, her originally indifferent expression all changed again and again. If she wasn't right, Ziyu's whereabouts were unknown because of her investigation into the island's dirty experiments, right? Click, click. His right hand was clenched at some point, and the ice-blue long-handled blade condensed by the cold ice in his hand actually seemed as if it could not withstand the power of Ice-Arisher, and it continuously crumbled. I will kill you. Simple words, but with endless coldness. It was like the onset of winter. The sea with Ice-Arisher at its center was constantly freezing. 10 meters, 20 meters. In an instant, 100 meters were frozen. In the sky, there were even snowflakes falling. From afar, Iceland looked like the goddess of extreme cold, descending into the world. But that bone-chilling coldness, as well as the killing intent, caused Kagura and the others to change their faces drastically. They had thought that the Dragon Country Valkyrie would be terrifying, but they hadn't thought that she would be this terrifying. The decreasing temperature in the air was still telling them that this was not the Dragon Country Valkyrie's limit. How is it possible? How can the same transcendent be so different? This Dragon Country Valkyrie, just how strong is she? Wait, why has she erupted with such terrifying killing intent? With one cry of alarm after another, Kagura, Sugi, and the others were all puzzled. However, after hearing Yukina's words, they also understood that this mutant Orochi was an experimental body of their island nation. It was a national weapon. Therefore, swish, swish, with successive air brakes, both Kagura and Sugi coincidentally blocked in front of Binglan. Ice-Arisher, this might be a misunderstanding. Indeed, Kagura nodded, and again said with a choleric demeanor, Sister Binglan, this mutant Orochi is our island's sacred beast, one of our own. Sacred beast? Between a cold grunt, Binglan's coldness, which was already enough for the East Sea, gushed out even more. Especially Kagura, who was closer to Binglan, couldn't help but shiver. This woman, is she really at the same level as us? Kagura was puzzled. She was also at the early stage of the transcendent mortal first rank. Moreover, it was still the same as Binglan's awakening of the elemental talent. It was just that one was related to wind and the other was related to extreme cold. But why? Was the difference in strength between the two so great? Kagura even had a feeling that in front of the current Ice-Arisher, she wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. However, what Kagura didn't know at this time was that there was a gap between her and Ice-Arisher not only in terms of people, but also in terms of talent, and all of this was only because Ice-Arisher was an extremely rare, top talent that stood above the millions of people and S-class talent. Her talent was extreme cold control, capable of controlling extreme cold, manipulating cold currents and freezing everything, developed to the extreme. It was even possible to freeze time. Being able to freeze time, one could imagine how terrifying her talent was. It was just that. Unfortunately, the current Binglan was not enough to harness this powerful talent. With just a preliminary awakening, her personality had changed drastically, freezing her heart, as if she was a different person. If she were to fully awaken, I don't dare to say anything else, but Binglan would definitely lose all her emotions. It might even become an ice-cold machine that only knew how to kill. Therefore, the current Ice Arisher was carrying a talent that was an S-rank talent that had not fully awakened. But even if it wasn't fully awakened, the terrifying nature of this talent was also beyond imagination. Moreover, it was more than that. Ice Arisher herself was extremely good at fighting, and her grasp of battle was far beyond superhuman. Under the superposition of the two, it had forged the current prestige of the Dragon Kingdom female Valkyrie. And all of this, Kagura did not know. Only Ziyu knew. Between the flashes of his eyes, he had long since gained insight into everything about Binglan, an S-rank talent that hasn't fully awakened. But for some reason, Binglan's talent is further awakening. Just, as he murmured in his heart, Ziyu also sensed that this might not be a good thing for the current Binglan. If she was allowed to continue awakening like this, she was afraid that she would turn into another person. No wonder in my previous life, you treated me like a stranger. So it's because of the gift of awakening. There was some sighing and more relief. But Ziyu's movements did not stop. Boom! Between the steep roars, a huge black magic aura floated above the sky. That was Ziyu's ring of magic power. It rose from one of Ziyu's snake heads. It then floated to Binglan's head. The magic power aperture that reached several meters in diameter was enough to completely envelop Binglan. And just at the moment it was enveloped, Binglan's rising aura, that increasingly morose chill unexpectedly gave a violent lurch. It was as if it had been contained. This was the power of the ring of magic. It was capable of absorbing, and even suppressing, all transcendent beings. And now, go! With a soft shout, the black magic power ring glowing with an inexplicable ethereal light continued to shrink. And eventually, it was actually placed around Binglan's neck like a necklace. And in the very next moment, everything in Binglan came to an abrupt end. What's going on? Binglan's face changed greatly, and she subconsciously grabbed at the black aperture around her neck. But no matter how much force she exerted, it was difficult to disintegrate the aperture. What was even more terrifying was that a snow-white serpent had climbed up her body at some point, entangling her in circle after circle until she was completely bound. Tell them that it's all over. Ziyu commanded towards Amari. Yes, master, Amari responded in her mind. Then, only then did she raise her eyes, looked at the crowd, and spoke. It should be over, right? Lord Saint Beast is tired and wants to rest. Well, it's all over. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Saying this, Yakina also waved at Kagura and the others, signaling them to come to the deck of the warship. Time passed slowly, and the harbor finally returned to its original quiet. The skyscraper-like behemoths had finally disappeared. There was just a warship, drifting quietly in the sea. As for Ziyu, I don't know when she had already shrunk her body and returned to the deck, then coiled his body into circle after circle, one after another snake head, but also buried into the body, seems to be resting. However, if you look closely, you will be able to find that the remaining light from the corner of its eyes all fell on the deck with a long silver blue hair on top of the silhouette. That is his childhood friend in his previous life. More than that, he was his boss in his previous life. It was also the famous female martial god of the Dragon Kingdom. It was just that he didn't know if it was due to Ziyu's ceiling of power. But this female Valkyrie of the Dragon Kingdom had actually calmed down. However, the gaze that looked towards Ziyu was chilling. It was undisguised killing intent, as well as icy coldness. Did I offend her? Ziyu was extremely puzzled. But he was now, after all, a mutant great snake. Nor could he directly open his mouth to inquire. It could only allow Binglan to look at it coldly. No, not just looking at it. The gaze that Binglan looked at everyone on the deck was extremely cold. If one were to say that the previous her was merely an iceberg, giving off an unapproachable feeling, then the current her, it was as if she was desperately suppressing something. Its killing intent. Ziyu vaguely sensed something. However, right at this moment, cough, cough, a succession of coughs broke the silence on the deck. Looking for the sound, it was actually Yabai, who had long since fallen into the depths of the sea, being fished up from the sea by Akasaka. Good guy, worthy of being in existence that has stepped into the transcendent. His life is really hard enough, he didn't even die. Akasaka sighed, envy as well as longing written all over his face. 800 ratios didn't die. It could only be said that the life was really big. Not only did he endure a vicious impact from Ziyu, but he also received a spit from Ziyu that was strong enough to penetrate a mountain. According to Akasaka's guess, it was likely that the seawater had dissolved a lot of the impact. Otherwise, Yabai would have already died 10 deaths. But even if that was the case, There was no difference between Yabai and having died once. Not only were most of the bones in his chest shattered, even his mouth kept coughing out blood. It was also the case that transcendent-level creatures were extremely tenacious in their vitality. Cough. Didn't die? 800 bees murmured out as if he was in a dream. Not dead, Akasaka responded. However, at that very moment, as if she saw something, Yababy's eyes went wide. Snake, mutant Orochi. Seeking his gaze, a large mutated snake with 8 snake heads was coiled on the deck. It seemed to be resting, and this was none other than Ziyu. Only, Ziyu seemed to have left a deep shadow on him, so much so that when the 800 bees saw him, it was difficult to suppress the fear in his heart and cried out in alarm. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. This was the mutated creature that had almost killed him. In just 2 strikes, it had given him unimaginable despair. It was estimated that Yabai would be hard to forget for the rest of his life. At this time, Kagura and Sugi were still digesting a piece of news. You guys are saying that this mutated serpent is the holy beast made by your lab? Kagura stared blankly at the mutant Ouroboros coiled not far away, a look of disbelief written all over her face. Aha! Between slight nods, Yakaina also continued. This is our experiment number 9, codenamed Yachi, named Holy Beast. There was a long silence, and both Kagura and Sugi couldn't help but look at each other. Seriously? An experimental body created in a laboratory? Was this terrifying? Are you kidding me? That gigantic 100-meter-tall figure, those pitch-black and dark scales, and the breath that could tear through the sky and the earth. Just thinking about it makes people despair. And such a terrifying beast is even man-made? As expected, scientists are the most terrifying madmen. Kagura sighed from the bottom of her heart, and her face was filled with an indescribably appalled look. However, at this time, the crowd did not notice the gaze of the Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie Binglan, which had long been icy cold and piercing to the bone. Still deadhead, the island nation, to go so far as to create such terrifying lifeforms. You guys really deserve. Binglan lowered her head, but the cold light in the depths of her eyes grew colder and colder. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed. The warship finally arrived at the harbor. Here, someone had already greeted it. It was a senior official of the island nation. He had received the news and had specially brought his men to greet them. So this is the holy beast you made. Stunned, this one high official also grew his mouth, seemingly having difficulty accepting it. Yes, Lord Prime Minister. Yakaina responded respectfully. Good. Seemingly incoherent, this one chief auxiliary, too, nodded repeatedly. Only, the gaze he looked at Yakaina were changing again and again. However, at this time, what no one knew was that a video had already appeared in front of the top echelons of various countries. In the Dragon Kingdom, deep within the Spiritual Power Bureau, countless figures' faces were all extremely serious. All of their gazes converged on a video that was repeatedly playing. In the video, a large mutated snake with 8 snake heads hissed up to the sky. It was extremely large. It was as big as 100 meters. The dark scales were glowing with a ferocious light. The terrifying magic power was like suffocating people. However, what made people's Jinghai want to die even more was that this mutated great snake opened up one snake head after another. A flash of spiritual light was locked in its throat. Immediately after that, boom, boom, boom. With successive booms, a full 8 pillars of magical light tore through the sky as well as the ocean. Even through the video, these figures were able to clearly feel the aura that destroyed everything. This is the image captured by the Dragon Kingdom's satellite surveillance. An unimaginable beast, wreaking havoc in the island nation's harbor. Hearing this, many people had complex faces. Only, at this time, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Well, this island nation, it really deserves it. Hearing this sentence, the faces of the crowd changed slightly, but in the very next moment, there were actually quite a few people who responded. The island country, it deserves it. Poof. The island nation also had its day. If it wasn't for their nuclear sewage, they wouldn't be here. That's true. Everything was forged by the islands. Between the successive discussions, the crowd was all slamming the island nation. For the island nation, most of the people present did not have good feelings. The previous hatred was not to be mentioned, but in recent years, discharging nuclear sewage to the point of worldwide contamination, this monstrous crime, the island nation could properly carry the blame. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly rose. It was a girl, a very pretty girl. She was wearing a green officer's uniform, wearing a black framed glasses. She looked like a high school girl. This was the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau, 1-1, a transcendent who had awakened a unique talent. And now, she looked around at the crowd, gritted her teeth, and finally spoke. According to the hidden information we've collected, the island nation has been engaging in the research of all kinds of mutated beasts, and even more so, it's creating powerful mutated beasts. Moreover, what's more important is that this giant beast that is ravaging the island nation is very much like the island nation's holy beast, the Yachi Orochi. So, hearing this, the crowd was silent. So what? There were words that didn't need to be explicitly stated, but the crowd was already guessing. It's hard to believe that this is an experimental body made by the island nation? With a cry of alarm, the faces of the crowd changed drastically. Very likely. One nodded, and a complex look appeared on all of their faces. How is it possible? Since it was made by the island, how could it attack the island? Wait, what are you talking about? How is it possible for the island nation to create such a powerful experimental body? What a joke. There was a succession of murmurs, and the crowd was in disbelief. If this was true, the consequences were unimaginable. Even if this mutant serpent was already out of control, but the strength displayed by this mutant serpent had already surpassed most people's imagination. It was enough to make all countries fearful. If such a powerful mutated beast is all man-made, then, between the long silences, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. However, at this very moment, urgent news has come from the island side. A rather anxious voice came from the doorway. Speak straight, the figure sitting at the head of the table commanded. According to the reaction of Bing Lan and the others, the mutated Orochi was created by the island country's laboratory, codenamed Sacred Beast, and named Yaki. Simple words, but they caused the entire office to fall completely silent. Quiet. The entire office was completely quiet. A needle could be heard. Just a moment ago, they were still shocked at the power of the mutant Orochi. They were still sneering at the island nation's bad luck to have encountered such a terrifying mutated beast. But now, they surprisingly discovered that this mutated serpent, and even the island nation, was artificially created. Even if this mutant snake is out of control for a short period of time, so what? As long as there were 2, 3, or even 10 such mutated beasts, most human countries would be afraid that it would be difficult to defeat them. Moreover, it's not just that. The appearance of this one mutant great snake represented that the island nation had reached an unimaginable height in its research on mutant beasts. Impossible. With the island nation's technology today, how is it possible to create such a powerful mutated beast? Are you kidding? My God. Are you telling the truth? Or are you lying? One exclamation after another. The crowd was in disbelief. But just at that moment, a photo had already been transmitted to the big screen. Seeing this one photo, the crowd was silent. In the photo, an 8-headed snake that had shrunk an unknown number of times was lying on the deck. This deck, extremely unfamiliar, but mutated serpent and deck, these two things that shouldn't have been linked together were now perfectly intertwined. It was so blinding, so odd. It was also so shocking. The island nation has really researched such a terrifying mutated creature? Stunned, everyone couldn't help but lose their voices. Even the figure sitting high at the top could not help but fall silent. That was the Directorate General of the Spiritual Power Bureau. In the Dragon Kingdom, his position was considered to be under 1 person and above 10,000 people. And now, it looks like this mutant serpent has gone out of control. Seemingly noticing the key, the General Director's low voice resounded in the office. However, just in the next moment, he continued with a change of words. However, this mutated great serpent going out of control also looks extremely terrifying, and is not something that human power can defeat. Indeed. Nodding their heads, the crowd also chimed in one after another. With such a huge beast, it is estimated that it would be difficult for an unusual missile to threaten his existence. More than that, it would be difficult for a transcendent of the same rank to injure him. Damn it, how did this island country research such a monster? Listening to the crowd's discussion, the General Directorate looked at the photo again. The complexity of his expression grew. Finally, he still spoke. Bring up the previous plan. There was a flush of silence, and the crowd couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. The previous plan? It should be the mutated beast research program. In fact, it wasn't just the island nation that was researching it. The rest of the countries were also researching it. It was just that the level of cruelty and bloodshed was very different, especially since the island nation was also using humans as experimental subjects. It had touched the bottom line of humanity. However, now, looking at such a terrifying behemoth from the island nation, the general administration of the Dragon Kingdom was finally unable to sit still. One slow step. In front of absolute strength, all bottom lines can be easily broken. Only, at this time, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the Free Federation, which was far away across the ocean, also received the news at the first time. What? Tiny Sakura created a giant beast even before us? Slapping the table, a blond man roared in an extremely frantic rage. He was the Free Federation's renowned doctor. He had always been obsessed with the research of giant beasts. Moreover, the Free Federation was extremely supportive of him. Not only did it give him a huge laboratory, but it also gave him the opportunity to collect all sorts of mutated beasts. However, now, deadly staring at the big screen, this blond man froze, completely frozen. 100-meter-tall mutant snakes were rampaging around the harbor. One huge snake head after another broke through the clouds and kept shuttling. What's more, there was a terrifyingly extreme magic power that kept surging. Even through the screen, he felt a thick chill. However, it was such a terrifying beast that was an artificial product. Dr. John stared at the screen in death, seemingly not daring to believe it. But the next moment, he looked at the crowd present. Here, there were his students. There were also his friends. More than that, there were PhDs who were engaged in the research of mutated beasts together. Tell me, you guys, how is it that the Sakura Island Kingdom can research such a terrifying beast? And we stop there. He seemed to be questioning, but his hands were already clenched. There was actually blood spilling out. He prided himself as the first person to research mutated beasts, and was even called having wisdom that is 500 years ahead of the world. Therefore, he would never allow anyone to be one step ahead of him. And now, ignoring the silent crowd, Dr. John accelerated and walked towards a short distance away. There was an extremely huge patio, and in the depths of the patio, there was an extremely large and terrifying creature. It looked like a lizard. However, it was walking upright. It has an extremely thick and long tail. However, more than that, behind him, there was also a ridge that was glowing with a black ghostly light, as if it had countless magical powers converging on it. This was the masterpiece of their laboratory. It's called Atomic Tyrannosaurus. The body is a lizard. After continuous cultivation and evolution, it has finally reached the 9th level of apprenticeship. It is loaded with countless advanced technologies of the Free Federation. For example, the nuclear reaction pusher, the most advanced technology of mankind, which also represents destruction, was loaded into the body of a mutated beast. Nowadays, only the Free Federation could do it. They called themselves the Free Nation. They advocate absolute freedom, and the other side of freedom is madness. Yes, the scientists of the Free Federation are even crazier than the Island Nation. The Island Nation was using people as experimental subjects, giving mutated beasts intelligence, touching the bottom line of humanity. But what about the Free Federation? They actually loaded all kinds of scientific crystals into the bodies of mutant beasts, substantially increasing their battle power. If the current atomic Tyrannosaurus Rex were to step into the transcendent, and were able to perfectly integrate the scientific and technological crystals in its body, then a giant beast that was beyond imagination, and even had the power to call you Ziyu's bluff, would come out. And this is the horror of the Free Federation. Only, thankfully, the Free Federation's experiments stopped. They were stuck in the main, stuck in a very critical place, and that was that the atomic Tyrannosaurus Rex was difficult to perfectly fuse with the technological crystals in its body. If they were to force the fusion, the atomic Tyrannosaurus would probably explode and die. So, clenching his hand tightly, John looked as if he was crazy. It's possible to fuse perfectly. When atomic Tyrannosaurus perfectly fuses everything, he will be the strongest, definitely able to surpass the island's behemoth. For all of this, Ziyu did not know. However, if he did know, he would have definitely laughed out loud. First of all, to make one thing clear, he, himself, was not considered a product of the Island Nation. He admitted that the Island Nation had helped him a lot, but the fact that he was able to come this far was more due to being reborn with the added wisdom of his previous life. Secondly, that is, the mutated beasts nowadays were not weak though, even capable of shaking humans, but they hadn't threatened the rule of humans yet. Yet just now, humanity's ambitions were too big. The Sakura Island Kingdom, the Free Federation, and even the Dragon Kingdom have all invested a lot of manpower and resources to begin all sorts of research on giant beasts. If this continues, the future is really hard to say. Perhaps it was as some people had said, the ones who would destroy the human race would be themselves after all. And at this time, Sakura Island Country, the Prime Minister, who had long since retreated to a safe place, was filled with incredulity. What did you say? This mutated great serpent is an experimental body researched in our laboratory, codenamed Sacred Beast, named Yagyu? The Prime Minister's eyes widened as he struggled to regain his senses for a long time. Yes, Lord Prime Minister. Saying this figure also continued. Nowadays, the holy beasts have already been pacified, and all the major transcendent level lords are also safe. Listening quietly, Lord Prime Minister was also extremely shocked. He was somewhat in disbelief. Even more so, he couldn't believe it. This one laboratory that he didn't really think highly of had given him such a big surprise. Phew. Exhaling deeply, the Prime Minister suppressed the 10,000 thoughts in his mind and ordered at the first opportunity. Immediately, I want to summon them. Yes, Lord Prime Minister. Between a response, the subordinates also began various arrangements. For these, Ziyu did not know. Right now, the warship had already docked. Apart from Amari and Xuanai who stayed on the warship to accompany Ziyu, the rest of the people all left the warship. However, I hope this is not our last meeting. In a daze, Ziyu also took a deep look at the departing Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie, Bing Lan. For Bing Lan, he cared a lot. It wasn't just her former boss, but also his close friend. If she hadn't awakened her talent and suddenly left, the two of them would have been afraid that their relationship would have been more than that. And now, after all, we can't recognize each other. With a sigh, Ziyu also suppressed a million thoughts. He was ultimately different from his previous life. The current him was the mutated Great Serpent, a giant beast, a monster in the eyes of the world. This one, on the other hand, listening to the news that Amari had inquired about, was already at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. More than that, she has been labeled as a female Valkyrie. Such a woman was already considered to be an absolute generation. Only, for some reason, the gaze she looked at herself with was so icy cold. Can't it be that I've done something that she hates? Shouldn't I? I destroyed a harbor in the island nation, and even nearly killed a transcendent in the island nation. Shouldn't she be happy as a dragon country person? Ziyu was puzzled, but he didn't look deeper into it either. And at this time, Ziyu looked at Amari, who was not far away. You tell Xuanai that I'm hungry. Yes, master. With a heartfelt response, Amari contacted Xuanai at the first opportunity, and shortly after that, near the harbor. What? The holy beast is hungry and wants to feed? What is it going to eat? Immediately, arrange it. The Prime Minister was extremely excited. He was already clear about the existence of the holy beast. What's more, he had seen the strength of the saint beast with his own eyes. It could be said that he was extremely satisfied with this holy beast. Didn't you see that the dragon country Valkyrie's face had changed? Didn't you see that all the countries were shocked? Such a saint beast could be called a national weapon. Therefore, he attached great importance to it. Reporting back to Lord Prime Minister, the holy beast's food is mainly based on mutated beasts, and the higher the grade of the mutated beast, the more it likes it, the subordinate reported. Good. Responding in succession, the Prime Minister also ordered at the first opportunity. Not long ago, we used missiles to hunt a transcendent-level mutated crab in the deep sea. Right. And shipped it over to the holy beast. Lord Prime Minister, that one transcendent mutant crab, isn't it going to be a tribute to Lord Emperor? The subordinate was a bit hesitant. Lord Emperor, no harm no foul, Lord Emperor won't mind. Waving his hand repeatedly, the Prime Minister already had a clear idea in mind. The upper supply to the Emperor. For the most part, it was given to the Imperial clan to eat. What's the use? But to give it to a holy beast, it was different. Not only would it be able to satisfy this holy beast, but it would also be able to raise his battle power. I heard that the current holy beast is only in the middle of the transcendent mortal first stage. At only the middle stage, it had such battle power. If the holy beast was allowed to grow to the late stage of the transcendent mortal first order, or even the great circle, how terrifying it would be. Even the Prime Minister didn't dare to think much about this. And just after arranging all of this, the Prime Minister also received the three great transcendents. Accompanying them was Akasaka, who had returned from the island. The office, it wasn't big, just 50 square meters. Several figures sat around it. What do you guys think about the holy beasts? Sitting high up in the first place, the Prime Minister had a complicated look on his face. I can only say that it lives up to the name Holy Beast, powerful beyond imagination, and monster-like. It's hard to imagine that such a giant beast is man-made, too terrifying, suffocating. Kagura, Yabai and the others expressed their opinions. Among them, Yabi even shouted strangely, Prime Minister Sama, you know what? The holy beast almost killed me. Really almost. I still feel scared even now. The strength of the holy beast is indeed indisputable. Recalling the terrifying image of those 8 snakeheads, tearing through the clouds, even the Prime Minister still had palpitations. One can only say that the laboratory has indeed given us a heavenly surprise. More than a surprise, Kagura's face was extremely complex. Until now, it was hard for her to imagine why the gap was so wide when they were both transcendents. The Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie was already considered terrifying to the extreme. But what was wrong with this saint beast? It was 1 or 2 notches more terrifying than the Dragon Country female martial god. A holy beast, It wouldn't have the strength to fight with the Dragon Kingdom's peerless king, would it? The peerless king was considered a legend. Granted, it had not been seen. However, his power was already famous throughout the entire continent, not to mention the Island Kingdom. Even the Kimchi Kingdom, Great Mao, and many other kingdoms had heard of his terror. It was rumored that this one person had cut away half of a mountain with a single blade when he stepped into transcendence. What does this mean? No one knew. However, it was impossible for 800 bisons to cultivate to this day, wanting to cut away half of a mountain with a single slash. As for Kagura, this kind of woman who manipulates storms, it was still possible for you to make her crush a small half of the mountain, but to directly slice off a large half of the mountain with a single slash, that was also never possible. So one can imagine how terrifying the peerless king is, and the sacred beast was surprisingly hopeful of being comparable to the peerless king. You have to know that the strength of the bodies of mutated beasts far exceeds that of us humans, and when fighting at the same level, we humans don't have the upper hand at all, and we might even be at a disadvantage across the board. Our greatest reliance is the intelligence that far exceeds that of the beasts, but a sacred beast is considered a genius amongst the mutated beasts, and its battle power is bound to far exceed that of a mutated beast of the same rank. At least, the other transcendent mutant beasts I've seen aren't half as powerful as sacred beasts. Therefore, I feel that the sacred beast might be more than simply being comparable to the peerless king. With his strength, it's very possible that he could threaten the peerless king, or even surpass. Sugi thought about it and also expressed his opinion. Only, right at this moment, cough. A sudden dry cough resounded in the conference room. Looking for the sound, it was actually Akasaka who wanted to speak. Our greatest reliance as humans is our intelligence that far exceeds that of beasts. I'm sorry, that shouldn't exist in front of a holy beast. This fellow has spent a long time with humans, and his learning ability is even more extremely powerful. So his intelligence, it's not low, it's really not low. Repeatedly emphasizing this, Akasaka also recalled the scenes he had spent this period of time with the holy beast. Sometimes, he even had the illusion that the holy beast was not a beast, but more like a human who was extremely powerful. Silence. There was complete silence. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Granted, they all knew that the more they evolved, the more intelligent the mutated beasts became, but they never dared to think that one day, the intelligence of a mutated beast would not be weaker than that of a human. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that humanity's biggest dependency was gone? And this, if it were to be rumored, not to mention the island nation, even the entire world would be shaken. In other words, you've cultivated a mutated beast with human intelligence? The Prime Minister muttered, complexity written all over his face. To be precise, it's them. Secondly, there's more than one. At their place, there's also humanoid mutated beasts that can already communicate normally with humans. Between the fall of the words, the already quiet conference room became even quieter. Kagura raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes wide. Sugi couldn't stop the corners of his eyes from twitching. Even Yabari stood up violently in shock. What did you say? A humanoid mutant beast? What was this Akasaka guy talking about? And are the people in the lab all crazy? Regarding the lab, Kagura and the others knew nothing about it. Even the Prime Minister wasn't sure about the lab's specific programs. That place was like a mystery. But now, the unveiling of the corner of the lab was a complete shock to them. These guys, the mutated beasts they created actually had human intelligence. So, I'll give you guys that the lab's peoples are all crazy. Between a sigh, Akasaka also emphasized. Of course, if you guys don't believe me, you can also try to make contact with the holy beast. Make contact with that monster? With a strange cry, the 800 bees' faces all changed again and again. You guys know, I'm a person who is not afraid of the sky or the earth, but I'm just afraid of snakes, so I won't go. Between the fall of the words, 800B also bid farewell to the Prime Minister and left the conference room without looking back. He was seriously injured before. He still needed to recuperate. It was understandable that he was in a hurry to leave. However, looking at his back that looked suspiciously like he was fleeing in haste, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Is 800B having a shadow? It should be. If you were almost fucked to death by a holy beast, you would also have a shadow. Also, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most half an hour had already passed. The holy beast, with its strength, conquered the crowd. It also won Lord Prime Minister's repeated affirmation. Next, I will report to the Emperor, describing the power of the sacred beast towards him. Speaking of this, the Prime Minister also spoke bluntly. Next, our island nation will tilt its resources towards the laboratory as much as possible. Then here, Akasaka will thank you, Prime Minister Sama. Akasaka's face showed gratitude. although he was not a person from the laboratory. But the current him, he was eager to stay in the lab. In the laboratory, there was everything he needed. Prosthetic body modification, gene potion. All of this would drastically increase his strength. Let's put it this way, in another half a month, he would be certain of impacting Transcendent. So, he was going to stay in the lab. However, it wasn't easy for him to stay in the lab. According to Sasakojiro's request, he had to satisfy the island nation's top management by leading the lab this time. Then, win more resources. As of now, he did most of it. The rest depended on whether or not the Emperor Sama would agree. Of course, more than that, he had to make a trip home. This lab is important. We, the Akasaka clan, must seize the opportunity. As he murmured, a trace of determination also appeared on Akasaka's face. Although, he hadn't stayed at the island for a long time. However, he saw the terrifying potential of the island. Terrifying experimental subjects. Any one of them stepping out would be enough to stir up a party. And such a mutated beast. The entire laboratory had cultivated a full 9 of them. Although most of them were average. But the existence of Medusa, and the holy beast, had raised the experimental body's compulsion by several notches. And this was only the beginning. If the lab was given more resources, if the lab was given more time, what kind of monsters would they create? Akasaka didn't dare to think, but he knew that whether or not the island would be able to dominate in the age of transcendence would largely depend on the lab. So, between the slight condensation of his eyes, Akasaka also had a touch of determination on his face. Not long afterward, Akasaka returned to the battleship. Well, Yakaina trotted and rushed towards Akasaka. The talks are going well so far. Saying that, Akasaka also noticed the holy beast lying on the deck, eating in large gulps. Cluck, cluck, a cackling, crunching sound resounded continuously. Something that looked suspiciously like a mutated crab pincer was being parted by the holy beast one snakehead at a time. Good lord, the holy beast is eating a transcendent crab here, right? It looks fresh. Even from a long distance away, Akasaka could feel the rich magical power coming from that mutated crab. Transcendent. A proper transcendent creature. If he were to eat a tiny crab leg. Thinking about this, Akasaka also licked his mouth. And at this time, seemingly noticing Akasaka's gaze, one of Ziyu's snake heads also lifted up. Poof. He saw what Akasaka was thinking. Thinking about my food, huh? As he murmured in his heart, Ziyu also used one of his snake heads to bite a mutated crab leg and flung it towards Akasaka. This, looking at the flying mutant crab leg, Akasaka's brain went down for a moment. The holy beast was reading his mind? Good lord. So smart? Moreover, shouldn't mutated beasts be protective of their food? Why would the holy beast offer him food? Can it be that? While Akasaka was thinking wildly, he didn't know that this was Ziyu's reward for him. Ziyu had long heard the conversation between him and Yakaina. He also knew that this trip to the island had gone unexpectedly well. Next, all that was needed was to wait for the island's resources to be tilted towards the laboratory. I'm the one in control behind the lab. The stronger the lab is, the greater the benefit to me. The current him is equivalent to borrowing the lab and is stealing everything from the island nation. Speaking here, Ziyu also grinned. The word stealing, it was good. The world is all about petty crimes and practicing that stealing. But this time, it was the actual stealing of the country. Of course, in order for the next plan to go more smoothly, Ziyu would also have to enslave more people from the lab. He would even try to enslave some of the top brass of the island nation. However, it was too risky to enslave the top brass of the island nation. Most of these high levels were guarded by powerful transcendents. It would be easy for them to realize that something was wrong. As for the laboratory, granted, right now, there were 1 or 2 seemingly good transcendents. But the entire island was already under Ziyu's control. It wasn't even easy for outsiders to meddle. If my guess is right, the island will next send a transcendent level powerhouse to sit in the lab. But everything, it's too late. Thinking about this, Ziyu also smiled. Regarding the laboratory, Ziyu did not dare to say that he had absolute control, but because of his and Medusa's existence, they could be said to have absolute force. In front of this kind of force, all curmudgeons were dirt and dogs. If the transcendent beings sent by the island nation to sit in on the town were a threat to Ziyu, then sorry, Ziyu definitely wouldn't mind personally taking care of them. And at that time, there was still Sasakojiro to help him cover up the truth. It would be impossible for Sakura Island to discover anything. So well, grinning, Ziyu was especially looking forward to it. Looking forward to which transcendent lifeform the Sakura Island Kingdom would send to the laboratory. According to what Yakaina said, there are only 6 or 7 transcendent level existences in the entire island nation. Now, 3 have already appeared. Although they are all good, they are not enough to threaten me. Speaking here, Ziyu's gaze also flickered. Furthermore, the more important transcendent existences sent to sit in the laboratory must be worthy of the trust of the island nation's higher-ups. Then in that case, they don't have much of a choice. In the midst of her thoughts, Ziyu also began to ponder the next arrangement of the Sakura Island Kingdom. He didn't know if it was because he had stepped into transcendence or had 10 snakeheads. The computing power of his brain was obviously too much stronger than in his previous life. Simply put, it was much smarter than his previous life. There were many things that he was able to understand after a little pondering. According to Ziyu's guess side, if he were to go to school now, he would be in a proper key university, and maybe even a world-famous school. Of course, this was definitely impossible. Let's not mention his current identity, it was a shockingly large snake. The threat of longevity alone did not allow him to use his mind on studying. He had to keep evolving, constantly become stronger, until the day when there was no longer any need to worry about the threat of longevity. AI. Between a sigh, Ziyu buried his head and started gnawing again. Click, click, one click after another. Ziyu also felt countless magical power surging towards his body, visible to the naked eye. The black magic aura after black magic aura at the neck of his snake's head all began to glow with a pitch-black ghostly aura. That was the magic power being continuously compressed. After stepping into transcendence, the polishing of the body was already secondary. What was more important was the polishing of the magic power. The purer the magic power, the more powerful it would be. Because of the ring of gifted magic, his magic power was considered very pure, but this was not enough. Ziyu demanded more from himself. A few days ago, his total magic power amounted to more than 100,000, which was extremely terrifying and far surpassed the ordinary transcendent level existences. Now, his total magic power was only 90,000 tons. But the problem was that Ziyu's strength had increased rather than decreased. The reason was simple. The capacity of a wooden barrel to hold water was limited. Even if Ziyu had a gifted magic ring, the amount of magic power he could carry was extremely limited. At this time, if he wanted to carry more magic power, he could only keep compressing it. However, just as he was eating, Ziyu was not idle either. Hiss, hiss. With successive hisses, 2 snake heads, one black and one white, emerged from the depths of the seawater. These were 2 large snakes that were 1 or 2 meters long. They looked extremely ordinary. The pupils of the snakes looked much deeper than ordinary snakes. And this was Ziyu's 2 split bodies. His talent, split, after stepping into transcendence, could allow him to separate more snake heads from his body. Until now, Ziyu was already able to separate 2 snake heads yet. These 2 snake heads, both transformed into large snakes, wandered around Ziyu. It was like guards. Before, they had struck out at the Dragon Country Valkyrie. And now, under Ziyu's arrangement, they landed on the island, preparing to gather some information. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. Between a sigh, Ziyu also maneuvered the great snake and traveled to the world of humans. Boom! With a sudden boom, Ziyu's mind jolted. When he opened his eyes once more, 2 brand new perspectives had been imprinted into Ziyu's eyes. These were the perspectives of Ziyu's 2 doppelgangers. At this moment, he was disguised as a black and white python, exploring the human world. And it was worth mentioning that for the sake of safety, Ziyu's black and white python both carried the fusion talent. If he couldn't beat them, he could easily vanish and escape. However, in all seriousness, Ziyu didn't think that there were a few humans who could deal with Ziyu's 2 doppelgangers. Although they only had 1/10 of Ziyu's strength, but they could definitely crush ordinary transcendent beings as well. One must know that as strong as the Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie was almost planted in the hands of Ziyu's 2 doppelgangers. So, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Continuously exploring, Ziyu also knew a thing or two about the city on the island. Many humans already had magic power in their bodies. It seemed like awakening the talent was only a matter of time. A glimpse of a spot reveals the whole picture. It was so conceivable that the era of universal transcendence was not far off. It seems that the tidal wave of magic power, for humans, is still terrifying. Thinking like this, Ziyu also jolted. This is? With a sudden murmur, one of Ziyu's doppelgangers, that one snow-white serpent, raised his head violently. He felt it. A strong fluctuation was felt. It was as if someone was awakening a talent. And at this time, deep in one of the city's alleys, "Mom! Mom!" a mournful cry echoed continuously. A black-haired girl, who looked to be 15 or 16 years old, looked deathly into the depths of the alley. There, countless black shadows flashed. Those were rats. Only, these rats were too big. Each one of them was several times the size of an ordinary rat. They even had scarlet pupils. Mutant rats. At some point, Ziyu's doppelganger, The white python emerged from a corner. It only had a snake head, not too conspicuous, but it was already enough for Ziyu to observe everything around her. It hadn't occurred to him that it was actually a mother and daughter who had been attacked by a mutated rat. After the magic tide, not only were humans awakening their talents one by one, but many beasts had begun to evolve. Among them, there were a large number of rats. Even the Dragon Kingdom had already defined the mutant rats as the 3 plagues of the city. The 3 plagues of the city were mutated rats, mutated dogs, and mutated cats. Rats live in the mountains and forests or in the sewers of human cities. The mutated rats that live in the mountains and forests, not to mention. But if those rats living in the sewers of human cities were to mutate one after another, it would not be a big threat to human beings. As for cats and dogs, as pets domesticated by humans for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, they have long been integrated into human life. Many people even treat dogs and cats as family members. And if these cats and dogs mutate, the threat to humans is not small. The city's 3 plagues are extremely terrifying. Now it's okay to say that many mutated cats and dogs and rats are afraid of humans. For countless years, their fear of humans has been engraved in their bones. Therefore, they did not dare to attack humans recklessly. However, if they waited until these mutated cats and dogs and rats mutated one after another and understood how powerful they were, then attacking humans will become inevitable. Even set off the so-called beast tide. Of course, this does not exclude individual cats and dogs and humans have feelings, will take the initiative to guard humans. Such an existence, in the Dragon Kingdom, has a name. The name, Guardian Beast. It was a mutated beast that was born to guard. However, the existence of guardian beasts was not stable. No one dares to guarantee whether the mutated cats and dogs will suddenly go crazy one day and attack humans. So, the proposal of whether or not the existence of guardian beasts is legal is still being debated by the Dragon Kingdom. It was just that Ziyu didn't know about this. Right now, he was still observing this mother and daughter. This one mother was unfortunate. When Ziyu arrived, she had already been bitten to death by the mutated rats. Now, she was lying quietly in a pool of blood. Click, click. One mutant rat after another kept gnawing from her body. However, more than that, what really concerned Ziyu was the girl in the distance. Mom, Mom, calling out one after another. A wave of magical power unexpectedly erupted from her, visible to the naked eye. Flames ignited all around her. But this flame, it didn't hurt her. Instead, it surged more and more as she cried out. However, it was more than that. Mom! In yet another mournful cry, the faraway young girl's eyes suddenly seemed to be ablaze with flames. Boom! With a steep roar, the black fur on the faraway mutant rat's body actually burst into flames. What? Ziyu's face was stunned. These mutant rats suddenly burst into flames. How was this possible? Between his eyes slightly condensing, Ziyu looked at the young girl. He felt that this young girl was not simple. At least the talent that had been awakened was extremely unsimple. And in the very next moment, race, human, rank, apprentice level 1, talent, magic fire able to turn spiritual energy into flames, and even more so, able to burn up all the magic energy within others and even mutated beasts. Silently watching, Ziyu was also astonished. There's even such a talent? A flame that burns magic power? No wonder these mutant rats suddenly burst into flames. It was the young girl who ignited the magic power in their bodies. In just a moment, Ziyu had already realized the horror of this talent. One must know that today was the era of magic power. The root of any transcendent lies in talent. Secondly, was the so-called magic power. And the young girl was actually able to use magic power as a medium to burn everything. Just by thinking about it, we all know how terrifying it is. The current girl had only just awakened, and she didn't know how to use her talent yet. But even so, squeak, 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 squeak. With one mournful hiss after another, countless mutant rats all began to flee in all directions. Individual mutant rats even rushed towards the young girl. Brush! With a sudden break, a mutant rat whose fur burned most of the way up had already pounced in front of the young girl, only just awakened, forcing a group of apprentice 2 to 3 level mutant rats to flee in all directions. Truly terrifying. Between a sigh of exclamation, Ziyu was maneuvering the 100 python's body and moved. Hiss! A sudden hissing sound rang out in the dark night. It also caused the countless mutant rats to be shaken. They subconsciously turned back and looked towards the dark corner. There, at some point, there was an additional pure white serpent. The gaze was cold to the extreme, as if it was looking at an ice-cold corpse. There was even an indescribable chill spreading. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly a sharp and extreme hissing sound rang out in the dark night. This hissing was far sharper than before, ear-piercing. It even revealed an emotion of fear to the extreme. They were afraid. They were afraid. This was understandable when one thought about it. After all, snakes were the natural enemies of rats. Even if these rats mutated again and again, they could not make a big wave in front of Ziyu. What's more, Ziyu's rate of evolution was far more terrifying than theirs. So, swish, 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 with successive air brakes, these dozen or so mutated rats fled in all directions. They seemed to want to get away from Ziyu. However, in the very next moment, hiss, a hissing sound that seemed to come from the 9 specters echoed in the darkness of the night, and a white pike also traveled through the night at great speed. With the naked eye, it could no longer be captured. One could only see a flash of white shadow. When the little girl reacted, the ground was filled with the bodies of mutated rats. Only, more than that, there was also a large white snake, under the hazy moonlight, quietly looking at her. It seemed to be scrutinizing and sizing it up. The eyes that were full of humanization made even the little girl's heart tighten. A good seedling. With a sigh, Ziyu maneuvered his white python body closer towards the little girl. He had his eye on this one girl. This one girl's talent was very good. To say the least, it was a grade. It might even be A+. Moreover, she was also an elemental system talent. One must know, of all the thousands of talents, elemental is the most honored. That being said, it wasn't that elemental talents were the most powerful. Rather, at the same rank, elemental talents were superior to ordinary talents in all aspects. Ordinary elemental talents were capable of enchanting, attaching elements to weapons and even the body, increasing damage significantly. A powerful elemental talent could harness a raging storm. There were even S-class elemental talents like Dragon Kingdom Valkyrie, which was enough to freeze time. This was the horror of elemental talents. Of course, here, let's not talk about the more bizarre talents. For example, Ziyu's fusion talent. It was one of the weird talents. It was terrifying. Even when compared to elemental talents of the same level, it wasn't half as weak. It was even more terrifying. And now, are you willing to become my servant, maiden? A ghostly voice resounded from the depths of the young girl's mind. That voice, full of magnetism, was like a devil's whisper, with an unspeakable seductive power that made the young girl couldn't help but have her eyes mesmerized. I helped you avenge your death, and helped you kill all the mutant rats, and even saved you. Your life, rightfully belongs to me. Stating one voice after another, Ziyu had already unleashed his talent, mental manipulation. He wanted to enslave the young girl. At the time when she was most vulnerable, he imprinted her with a spirit that was uniquely his. Strong people, not good to enslave. It might even backfire. And the weak, there was no need to enslave. Unless you're as powerful as Sasao Kojiro, then who is the best person to enslave? Naturally, it's a young girl who has horrible potential, but is extremely weak today. There is a saying, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Ziyu didn't want the life of the young girl. He only wanted her person. While she was weak, he wanted her person. Only in this way would the young girl remain loyal to Ziyu even if she grew up in the future. Of course, an existence like the maiden could be encountered but not sought. Nowadays, in all countries of the world, anyone who awakened a talent, especially those who had awakened a terrifying talent, which one of them was not held in the hands of all the major powers, or even the country, for fear of melting. Ziyu was lucky, just happened to bump into the young girl awakening talent. If it came a few minutes later, this one young girl was afraid to belong to the country again. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. This enslavement was extremely smooth. Even the time spent was very short. Guess it was because Ziyu's spiritual power had skyrocketed after she stepped into transcendence. However, Ziyu guessed that there was another reason on the side. That was that the young girl had watched her mother die in front of her, and had been mentally stimulated greatly. Right now, she was the most vulnerable. This gave Ziyu the opportunity, taking advantage of the situation, in her heart, to put his own mark on it. What is your name? Ziyu used a mental voice transmission and asked. Master, my name is Dai Dai. Mom likes to call me Dai Dai. Dai Dai, well, not a bad name. Looking at the young girl with lifeless eyes, Ziyu was also a little heartbroken. At only 16 years old, she watched her mother die in front of her. Moreover, Ziyu briefly checked Dai Dai's memories and found that she was still a single parent. In other words, she would be completely helpless in this world in the future. AI. With a sigh, Ziyu was also considering how to arrange for Dai Dai. And it was worth mentioning that after Ziyu stepped into transcendence and her spiritual power skyrocketed, she discovered that there were other wonderful uses for her spiritual power. One of them was the ability to look through the memories of slaves, or rather more than just slaves. As long as the object would not resist, then Ziyu could view it. However, this was dangerous. If the object resisted, then Ziyu believed that even as powerful as he was, he could be seriously injured. Spiritual power, the most subtle, was also the most fragile. Sleeping in another person's spiritual world was even less dangerous. Therefore, Ziyu would only view the slave's memories in the future. As for others, unless they were absolutely loyal to him, Ziyu would never take the risk of peering into his memories. And there was another point. What Ziyu was able to see was only the spiritual world, the deepest things. It was not the so-called complete memories. In the event that Ziyu took the risk of sleeping in another person's spiritual world and peering into the deepest memories, but this memory was not what Ziyu wanted to see, wouldn't that be a bloody loss? And right at this moment, tap, tap, successive footsteps came from not far away. Obviously, someone had come. Moreover, Ziyu also detected some magic power fluctuations. It's a transcendent, right? Thinking like this, Ziyu's divine form also quietly faded into the darkness. As for the young girl Dai, let's leave it to these transcendents. Ziyu had already seen the faces of the visitors. They were wearing the Sakura Island country's police uniform. If Ziyu's guess was good, they should be people from the Sakura Island country's Inyang Hall. The Sakura Island country's Inyang Hall was similar to the Dragon country's Spiritual Power Bureau, and also similar to the Western Magic Association. It was a transcendent power affiliated with the country. These guys, they should have sensed the huge fluctuation of magic power from Dai's awakened talent, and that's why they came here on purpose. It was just that it was the same as some of the official people of the old times, always one step behind. Ziyu had finished killing all the mutated rats, and had even enslaved Dai, before they arrived late. Not too reliable. Thinking like this, Ziyu's gaze fell on these figures. They had already surrounded Dai. One of the men, in particular, had even put a jacket on Yanxian and blindfolded her. What's going on? How did mutated rats appear here? Damn it, someone's been negligent again? Quick, search if there are any mutant rats nearby. This young girl seems to have awakened a talent, and the talent she has awakened seems to be very uncomplicated. She needs to be brought to the Inyang Hall and tested. One voice narrated after another, and the many police officers began to make arrangements. Not long after, Ziyu maneuvered the white python to leave. For him to kill, this was just an attempt. If Dai could really grow up, and was even more loyal to him, then he would make a bloody profit. But if Dai didn't grow up, or betrayed him, then there wasn't much of a loss for him either. After all, Dai Stain was ignorant of him. He didn't even know his true form. And at that time, Ziyu definitely wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy to Dai. Beheading was inevitable. Simply because, Ziyu knew very well that while he had left a mark on Dai's spiritual world, it also meant that he and Dai had an unbreakable relationship. If Dai betrayed him, then in the future, it was very likely that he would use this spiritual brand to counter-control Ziyu. Therefore, adhering to stifle all potential threats, Ziyu would absolutely remove her. However, this was a matter for the future. For now, grinning, Ziyu had already maneuvered his white python body and rushed towards the direction of the warship. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, the harbor was extremely quiet. Under the orders of the island nation's senior management, no one dared to disturb Ziyu's rest. As for letting Ziyu land, sorry, they wouldn't dare. The Prime Minister had seen the terror of Ziyu's 100-meter true body. This kind of existence, going to any city, was an unbelievably great terror. The Prime Minister was even suspecting that if no one stopped Ziyu, he would be able to destroy a city in the greater part of a day. If Ziyu knew what the Prime Minister was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. Half a day? He was a bit underestimated. One of his current breaths was several kilometers away. 10 spitting breaths, gushing out in all directions. More than that, he added a bit of spinning. Ziyu was like a giant gyroscope, capable of sweeping across a corner of the city in a matter of moments. However, it was extremely consuming for magic power. Unless someone was guarding it, Ziyu wouldn't dare to output it like this without fear. Dying has already joined the Inyang Temple, and it seems that he has even been accepted as a disciple by a certain nice little guy. Dai was not far from Ziyu. Therefore, Ziyu still had some perception of her. Ziyu had even sent her alter ego to look after her for a few days. It had to be said that her awakened talent was really good. It caused a huge stir even in the Inyang Palace. It was heard that several great clans had stepped in and wanted to absorb Dai. There were even transcendent-level existences that had stated their intent to take Dai as a disciple. One of them was the royal princess Kagura. However, Dai refused them all. Although Kagura's strength was good, she was too young to figure it out, and she couldn't even figure out cultivation by her own estimation. How could she teach others? Actually, It wasn't just Kagura. Most cultivators couldn't figure out cultivation. So at Ziyu's suggestion, Dai worshipped a great man as his teacher. If she was lucky, Dai might even be able to take over the big man's class and become a real power figure in the island. Chapter 101, The Arms Race of the 10,000 Races. In the human kingdom, power was far more important than strength. Especially since Ziyu didn't need his subordinates to have great strength. In the aspect of strength, he alone was sufficient. Plus Medusa, and some powerful experimental bodies. It should be enough to suppress most situations. But power. I'm sorry, this belongs to humans alone. That's why Ziyu has been trying to figure out how to plant some eyes in the human world. Incidentally. And now, dying was a good choice. I hope you won't let me down. Between murmurs, Ziyu maneuvered the two main doppelgangers and arrived near the warship. Subsequently, taking advantage of people's inattention, they successively merged into the body of the main body. The Sakura Island Kingdom had resounded through the world for some time. Its sacred beast, the Orochi, had even shaken the world. That terrifying to the extreme destructive power, that unimaginable ferocity. It's hard for everyone to calm down. In particular, the Dragon Kingdom, the Free Federation, and Big Hair. These three superpowers that stood at the apex of mankind were the first to prepare for the cultivation of the behemoth. What no one knew was that it was precisely because of Yaki's emergence. A brand new era had truly arrived. And that was the so-called behemoth era. If one were to say that the power of ordinary mutated beasts was already intimidating, then the power of these giant beasts was enough to make humans despair. Just like the island nation Yagyu, 100-meter body, stirring up the clouds, spitting breath alone, tearing the sky and the earth. What's the difference between such a being and a man-made nuclear weapon? The point is, it's still a growing artificial nuclear weapon. According to the rate of evolution of the Yaki today, in another 100 years, no, perhaps in just 10 years, the entire world will be prostrate under the beast octogi. And this is the future of the people of the island, as well as the world's guessing side. This giant beast Yaki definitely has a lot of trouble ahead of it. Damn it, how did the island nation research this thing? Right now, it's only at the transcendent mortal first order. When it steps into the transcendent mortal second order and transcendent mortal third order, won't the world be the island nations? Damn island country, always messing up. Okay, this is forcing us to study the giant beasts as well? The island nation has already done it. Is it possible that we won't do it? We're just waiting to die? That's true. Successive discussions resounded all over the world, but they were the common voice of countless people. This time, the island really gave the world a big surprise. However, not only was the world shocked by the island nation's giant beast, even the island nation's top management was extremely shocked. And at this time, the highest conference room of the island nation, the teenage emperor, was already sitting high at the top. The prime minister, as well as many ministers, were all sitting below. According to the lab, they have absolute control over the sacred beasts. Although I don't dare to say that it's 100% command, but most of the holy beasts will listen to their words. Hearing the prime minister's voice, many ministers were relieved. That's good. I was afraid that the holy beasts would not be under control. The laboratory truly did not disappoint us. Hahaha, with the sacred beast, the day when our island nation reigns over the world is not far off. This one sacred beast is just the beginning. Next, we can try to cultivate more sacred beasts. Speaking here, the crowd was all at a standstill. Cultivating more saint beasts. This was really a crazy idea. However, thinking of the terrifying stature of the saint beast that looked down on the earth, many ministers of the island nation were moved. Even the prime minister's eyes flickered. I support cultivating more saint beasts. Hearing the prime minister's words, many ministers took a stand. I second the motion. I second the motion. One after another. The seconding of the motion also pushed the atmosphere of the conference room to a climax. At this time, many people seemed to have seen the image of countless giant beasts walking out. However, right at this moment, the cultivation of saint beasts consumes an extremely large amount of resources. If we intend to cultivate more saint beasts, then the demand for resources will reach an extremely terrifying point. The patriarch of the Akasaka clan suddenly spoke. He had talked with Akasaka for a long time last night. It was clear what the labs were coming back for this time. What they were begging for were resources. As long as there were enough resources, not to mention a single saint beast, even 10, 100 saint beasts, they were able to create them. Of course, this was just a perfunctory attempt by the lab to the top brass of the island nation. The holy beast, as well as the birth of Medusa, were both unattainable. Even the lab didn't understand why the two were so terrifyingly strong. And the lab, the experimental body that was created, the real level, was only at the level of the mutant turtle snake and the fusion lizard. They weren't weak though, stronger than most mutated beasts at the same level. However, they were a few notches away from Medusa and Ziyu. However, these words, the lab would definitely not tell the island country's top brass. It wasn't just the lab that cultivated experimental bodies and needed resources. They, the higher-ups of the lab, as well as the various staff members also needed resources. If the island nation was truly able to pour in all their efforts and support them, then the development speed of the entire laboratory would increase by more than several times. In terms of resources, I can only say that I will do my best, the Prime Minister stated. Immediately, after thinking about it, he added, I have already arranged for the guards to organize people to hunt offshore mutated sea beasts. As far as food is concerned, it can still be completely guaranteed. After the magic tides kicked off, countless sea beasts mutated one after another. The sea was no longer as calm as it used to be. From time to time, there were mutated sea beasts causing trouble. There were even countless mutated sea beasts converging in one place. This is a threat to all human countries, especially for an island country like Sakura Island, which was surrounded by the sea on all sides. Therefore, they were now vigorously expanding their guards and constantly eliminating the mutant sea beasts in the coastal waters. Although the mutant sea beasts were powerful, their evolutionary time was too short after all. It would definitely be extremely difficult to fight against the current humans. Even if there were individual transcendent-level mutant sea beasts, they couldn't withstand the wild bombardment of human warships. Moreover, unlike the mutant sea beasts that fought individually, humans, however, are sitting in a group. Just like a few days ago, the island nation had 7 warships, jointly crusading against a transcendent-level mutant squid. Although that mutant squid is far more powerful than ordinary sea beasts, but it still escaped with serious injuries. And that is the terror of humans. Even if, with the global mutation, countless powerful lifeforms came out, humans were still able to rely on past technology and sit firmly on the chair of the first race of all races. However, this was only the beginning. Subsequently, who would not know what happened? If the evolutionary speed of mutated creatures further accelerated, even catching up with the speed of human technological development, then humanity's greatest crisis, I'm afraid, is about to be ushered in. Moreover, there was another point that was even more terrifying. That is, there are already quite a few powerful mutated beasts that are stealing human knowledge and culture. If this was known to the humans, they were afraid that their scalps would go numb. The already terrifying mutated beasts actually had an intelligence that was not weaker than that of humans. This, just thinking about it, was chilling. It was a good thing that not only animals were evolving, even humans were evolving. It could be said without a doubt this was an arms race between all races. Chapter 102, Ambition Revealed. Not long afterward, Akasaka, Yagyu returned to the warship with a team. However, amongst this team, there was one person who attracted Yuziyu's gaze, and that was clearly Kagura, who was among the 3 previous transcendent powers. She had a petite body, her physique was elegant, holding a paper fan. Even if she was cowering in the crowd, she was like a proud peacock, attracting all gazes. Sure enough, a transcendent powerhouse has been dispatched to sit on the island? Yuziyu's eyes slightly condensed, having long guessed everything. It was just that he hadn't expected it to be the dispatch of this little royal princess. During this period of time, he wasn't completely intoxicated with his cultivation. In addition to the necessary cultivation, he had also arranged for Amari and the others to inquire about the 3 great transcendents as well as some of the circumstances of the Sakura Island nation. The 3 great transcendents that the island nation was renowned for nowadays. All 3 of them were considered to have extraordinary origins. However, thinking about it, it was also true. If they had ordinary origins, they wouldn't have been able to walk out on such an important occasion. A clean background was the basic condition. Being strong was a necessary condition. And most importantly, a strong background, with a big person or a big power, supporting behind it. This wasn't just the Sakura Island Kingdom, it was the same in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Free Federation. Sugi, from one of the 8 major families in the island country, is the youngest son of a big family, gentle and refined, handsome in appearance, like a scholar, but the reality is unfathomable. Between murmurs, Ziyu also looked at Shinlu in the crowd. She came from the royal family. It was the princess of the royal family, known as the one flower of the royal family. Originally, she was just an ordinary young girl with a royal bloodline, but in the transcendent era, after awakening a powerful talent, she even rose all the way to the top and her status continued to increase. Nowadays, although she is not a full-fledged princess, but she is better than a full-fledged princess. In this way, her coming to the island is also extremely reasonable, honorable status, powerful, and even more trustworthy. Simply the perfect dispatch choice. However, Sugi was also very suitable. It was just that, as the eldest son of a large family, he needed to take over family matters. Guess that's why he couldn't come to the island. As for the last of the 800 bikes, this one was born from an ancient samurai family. Although today's samurai have fallen, but the samurai clan that is rooted in the entire island is still not to be ignored. Therefore, it is extremely reasonable for him to be able to attend such an occasion. As for why he didn't come to the island, it was understandable just by thinking about it. When he saw Ziyu now, he estimated that his scalp would go numb. If he were to come to the island and spend time with Ziyu in the future, he would probably go crazy. So well, Kagura is not the point. The person who really needs to care should be. Eyes narrowing slightly, Ziyu looked towards an old man following behind Kagura. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was slightly pale. However, his body was extremely upright, especially that pair of eyes, which occasionally overflowed with refined light, gave off an extremely shrewd feeling. This person seemed to be one of Kagura's uncles. It was also the person who had single-handedly pushed Kagura to her current position. If it was said that Kagura was the representative of force, then, was Kagura's strategy as well as wisdom, controlling the whole situation. I don't like shrewd humans. Between a sigh, Ziyu also had a bit of a headache. Such a person was not easy to handle. A little bit of inattention would reveal traces. However, fortunately, he was just an ordinary old man. If it's not possible, just enslave him as well. Only, Ziyu's spiritual power was limited nowadays. The amount of enslavement was also extremely limited. As of now, Ziyu could almost enslave 4 or 5 people. If he wanted to enslave any more, then the mental load on him would be extremely great. If he wasn't careful, he would be revolted. That was to say, the 2 transcendents he had enslaved, Dai as well as Amari, had not yet grown up. If both of them had grown up, their minds would be extremely determined. Then, Ziyu estimated that it would be tough to enslave one. With my current spiritual power, I reckon that I can still enslave an ordinary person. As he murmured, Ziyu also estimated his limit. As for breaking the limit and forcibly enslaving more, sorry, he didn't want to. He was very cautious. Moreover, he was afraid of backlash. He would rather keep a quota and leave himself some margin for error. Therefore, he didn't quite want to enslave this one old man. Only, this was merely Ziyu's personal thoughts. If something went wrong, then Ziyu would have to consider enslaving him. Only, slaves were worth trusting. Moreover, the more important point was, if I enslave this one old man, am I controlling Kagura in disguise? He is Kagura's closest relative, and even more so, an elder, and Kagura treats him like a father. Thinking about this, Ziyu's heart was moved. However, he temporarily suppressed this thought. This had dangers. After all, Kagura and he spent time together. If Ziyu wanted to make a move against him, there was still a certain risk. Moreover, he also had to consider his mental load. Right now, Ziyu was worried. Ziyu was worried that Amari or Dai would suddenly have a surge in strength, which would in turn increase his mental load. If that was the case, he would be in trouble. Let's just say that enslavement isn't as easy as imagined. All sorts of backlash needs to be considered. Speaking here, Ziyu also buried his head once more and chose to rest. He knew that the negotiations between the fleet and the island nation's top brass must have gone well. He could see Akasaka as well as Yakina smiling broadly. This was very good. The next step is to steadily increase your strength. Then, it's time to enhance one's power. A long time ago, Ziyu had a bold and crazy idea. That was to take the island's laboratory and use it as a foundation, to create a powerful force that was uniquely his own. This force did not distinguish between mutated beasts as well as humans. Both are under his command. They can even cooperate with each other. Humans give their intelligence and technology to help mutant beasts perfect their genes and enhance their strength. The mutant beasts, on the other hand, became the spears and shields of the humans, tearing apart the enemies while guarding the humans at the same time. Humans and mutant beasts are destined to be mortal enemies. It is difficult for the two to coexist. Humans, for foreign races, have always been on the same page. Moreover, humans won't allow mutated beasts to shake their position. As for the mutated beasts, although most of them are not very intelligent now, they are destined to fight for their own survival. Most of this world's territory, its resources belong to humans, and if they want to live better, they must go to war with humans. So, the racial war between humans and mutated beasts is destined to start. Between the flashes of his eyes, Ziyu was also clear about his position. He was no longer considered a pure human. Even if he wanted to help the humans, they would not trust him. They would even be all kinds of wary and even backstab him. And he, too, could not be considered a mutated beast. Although he was a mutated serpent in appearance, his soul after all, was human. To go to full-scale war with humans, it would be difficult for him to do so. Moreover, he didn't want to do it. Therefore, he had to find a balance between the two. After thinking about it for a while, Ziyu finally thought of such a good solution. That was to build his own power. It would be best if this power was above the humans and the mutated beasts. Of course, this would also mean that he would become the absolute master of Blue Star. And this was his true ambition. A land, a sea, or even a country. It had long since not been what he wanted. What he truly wanted to get his hands on was the entire Blue Star. Chapter 103, The Possibility of New Skills. The seawater under the dark night reflected a full moon. There were also a few twinkling stars. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful. Compared to the daytime, the sea under the night curtain was deeper, quieter, and more dreamy. Yet at this very moment, hiss, hiss, spitting out a snake's letter, a behemoth of a creature rose from the sea. It was an unnameable creature. It was unimaginably huge. With one snake head after another, he rushed out of the sea. Between the countless seawater falling from his snake heads, it was like pouring rain. The dark scales were stained with countless water stains. There were also pairs and pairs of ice-cold vertical pupils, looking down at the earth. This was Ziyu. The battleship he was traveling on had already begun its voyage, and he, after sleeping, would dive into the sea from time to time. Unusual food. In the sea, the last thing that was lacking was food. Just, my God, covering her mouth, a silhouette standing at the very top of the battleship froze. It was Kagura. She was holding a paper umbrella, and her eyes were written with dismay as well as horror in their depths. She thought she knew enough about the sacred beasts, but just now, the holy beast surged into the sea and erupted with an aura that left her all confused. That unimaginable magical power rose up to the sky. The blood, moreover, dyed the sea red a little bit. In just a moment, the rich smell of blood was already filling the 8 directions. Even more terrifying was the fact that there was an extremely thick pillar of magical light that tore through the sea, revealing a huge crack that was several kilometers long. This is the holy beast's full battle power. Kagura was surprised. She finally understood why Yukina-san had said that the holy beast had reservations. It was more than reservations? In the previous battle, the sacred beast had only used 50% of its strength, right? Otherwise, 800 bits wouldn't have sunk into the sea and suffered serious injuries. Rather, she was truly dead in body and soul. As for her, there was no way she could easily dodge the holy beast's attack. And at that moment, Lele, a sudden shout came from underneath. When she looked up, it was an old man with silver hair, looking at her. It was Kagura's eldest uncle. Ishii was very kind to her. More than that, he had always helped her. Therefore, Kagura was very grateful to this great uncle of hers. Eldest uncle. Shouting softly, Kagura's body slowly floated towards the deck under the entanglement of the breeze. As you can see, the sacred beasts are far more terrifying than imagined. Ishii's eyes were slightly glued together, seemingly flickering with essence. Yes, eldest. Nodding, Kagura also praised. Such a saint beast is truly not something that humans can forcefully defeat. Indeed, with a light chuckle, Ishii was the one who turned the conversation around and said, however, this also means that the holy beast cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Do you understand? Naturally, Kagura agreed with this point. By outsiders, I don't just mean other countries. Suddenly, Ishii spoke up and reminded. Kagura raised an eyebrow, not reacting at first. Yet in the very next moment, what does the eldest mean? It's not just other countries, even the other clans in our island nation won't allow it. Those 8 great clans, and the samurai clans are spying on the sacred beasts. Between a cold grunt, Ishii was blunt. You have to remember, the holy beast only belongs to our royal family. Whoever dares to get their hands on it will be killed without pardon. Hearing Ishii's extremely cold voice, Shenlu also had a heartbeat. Understood, eldest uncle. Between slight nods, she finally understood the true significance of this trip to the island. Guarding the island was false. With saint beasts here, who would dare to be reckless? Unless there was a human power that made a move against the holy beasts. Otherwise, with the strength of the holy beasts, they would definitely be able to defend themselves. It could even easily guard the island. She traveled to the island more for the sake of the sacred beasts. She needed to make contact with the sacred beasts. She needed to get in touch with the saint beast and then completely control it. Not only was it in her hands, but it was also in the hands of the royal family. Only in this way could their royal family have peace of mind. Ziyu did not know about Ishii and Kagura's thoughts. He was now bathing under the moonlight, felt the surging to the extreme magic power in his body, and was also excited. I have a feeling that I seem to be getting stronger every day. Grinning, Ziyu's face also showed a touch of complacency. For most mutated beasts, cultivation was hazy. They did not know about cultivation, didn't know about refining magic power. It could only be done through constant killing, plundering, and then raise their strength. You know, most of the creatures in this world are mutating one after another. All mutated creatures have magic power in their bodies. By killing these mutated creatures, and even devouring them, you will be able to plunder a little bit of magic power from their bodies. Even if the number was extremely rare, it can also be accumulated into a large number. In turn, to enhance their strength and complete a new round of evolution. This was the normal cultivation of most mutated beasts. As for Ziyu, he deeply understood this one truth. Even more so, he relied on his absolute strength and started killing like crazy. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that his hunting ground was the sea. In the depths of the sea, what was most lacking was mutated sea beasts. The countless mutated sea beasts were the constant source of magic power in his eyes. Constantly killing, constantly plundering. The magic power in his body was increasing at an extremely amazing rate, coupled with the ring of gifted magic power. As time passes, the magic power in my body will accumulate to an unimaginable level, far beyond the same rank. That's absolute. Grinning, Ziyu also thought of a terrifying image. That would be him at a mere transcendent mortal second stage. Transcendent mortal third stage. A blow of spitting. It might make the so-called transcendent mortal fourth order all look on in fear. Magic spitting is the most direct and primitive use of magic power. Gathering the magic power in the body and then spitting it out. This one skill relied on magic power. The more magic power, the more pure the magic power, the more powerful it was. Therefore, this one skill was very suitable for Ziyu. Perhaps, magic spit will become my strongest skill. Between murmurs in his heart, Ziyu also realized this possibility. Right now, it wasn't obvious, because although the total amount of his magic power, as well as its purity, surpassed that of his class, but it had yet to form a qualitative change. But as time passed, his total amount of magic power, as well as its purity, would continue to increase, and at that time, the quantitative change will cause a qualitative change. Perhaps, one of his magic power spits would really be terrifying to the extreme. However, recently, Ziyu had gained a new understanding in the development of his skills. Magic spit is a strike that goes through the sky, but if I keep condensing and compressing my magic power, converge it into a sphere, then the power, will it be further increased? In Ziyu's opinion, the magic light pillar had a great consumption for the utilization of magic power. Most of the magic power escaped into the air or turned into pure light and heat. According to the law of conservation of energy, as it increases, it decreases. A pillar of magical light, the visual effect is drawn full. More so, it would bring endless light and blazing heat, illuminating and even scorching everything along the way. This light and heat, even if it was a waste of magic power. But what if he kept putting magic power, compressing it, forming a huge sphere, and then slammed it out? This way, the loss of magic power will be greatly reduced. As for the power, naturally, with a slight gaze in her eyes, Ziyu also revealed a touch of blazing heat. Chapter 104 New Experiment, Cat Demon. A new skill that had yet to be created. Ziyu had already given it a good name. And that was Fey Cannon. Like a terrifying cannonball, it was fiercely fired out. It's probably a lot more powerful than a magical light pillar. A lot more powerful. It's a deeper use of magic power. The other mutated beasts, and even humans, Ziyu was not sure. But Ziyu felt that constantly compressing magic power was a very difficult thing to do. One must know that he also had the gift of the ring of magic power. This talent, itself, was able to help him compress magic power. But even so, he felt that compressing magic power was a struggle. Then the difficulty for others could be imagined. However, the surprises brought about by constantly compressing magic power were certainly beyond imagination as well. I hope this Fey Cannon won't let me down. Ziyu was excited and began to experimentally create this one skill. Hiss, hiss, successive hisses. In the warship, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, one of Ziyu's snake heads was raised high. Boom, boom, boom. Only one boom after another could be heard, and there was actually a huge sphere that coalesced in his mouth. Magic power continued to converge. The air seemed to freeze. What is Lord Saint Beast doing? My God, this is? It looks so handsome. With successive exclamations of shock, countless figures on the warships were horrified. They felt it. A terrifying power was felt, building up. Only, in the very next moment, boom, with a sudden boom, a huge ball of magic power suddenly burst. Between the wind and waves rolling up, Ziyu even let out a mournful hiss. Sure enough, new skills aren't created so well. Ziyu's face was helpless. One of his snake heads was injured. Blood and flesh were blurred. and even more countless blood spurts came out. Although this magic ball, which was only a sketchy creation, had eventually gained some power, the sudden explosion had cracked one of his snake heads. However, fortunately, he had the talent of devouring blood and flesh, being able to rely on devouring blood and flesh to drastically increase his self-healing ability, and he had just preyed on a small piece of sea, storing countless food in his body. So, as far as the eye can see, his exploded snake head is slowly healing. Between the writhing of countless flesh and blood, a snake's head, as good as new, has already appeared. However, this was only the beginning. Ziyu believed that with his talent and intelligence, he would definitely create success. Time passed slowly, and most of the night passed. Ziyu returned to the worship at an unknown time. His stature had even shrunk to 12 meters. However, he still manipulated the snake head and opened his mouth. One black magic ball after another continued to coalesce in his mouth. Holy beast, is this creating skills? Watching the balls of magic power explode again and again, the distant Kagura finally realized the key to the problem. This holy beast was actually creating skills? Wasn't this a patent that only humans had? But he was a mutated serpent, and he actually, as expected, the intelligence of a saint beast cannot be underestimated. Kagura once again realized one thing. Along with that, the gaze that looked at Ziyu had a touch more of a wary look, and at this time, Ziyu did not know what Shinlo was thinking. However, the current him was no longer like back then. Back then, he was weak, scared of humans, but now, he had already set foot in transcendence. In the case of the humans, where top-level weapons were not present, he could be said to have near invincible strength. Plus, he was, nowadays, still considered a holy beast of the island nation. The rest of the countries didn't dare to take action against him easily, and the island nation, it was even more unlikely to make a move against him. Therefore, Ziyu lost a lot of scruples. Even if he developed his skills, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. So what if I'm discovered to have an intelligence not weaker than a human's? As long as I don't open my mouth to speak. Humph. In Ziyu's opinion, humans should have also realized that the more they evolved, the more intelligent they became. Even, they had discovered that the intelligence of quite a few mutated beasts were increasing. But they, thinking about it, didn't pay a bit of attention to it. However, if a mutated beast were to spit out human words in front of them, that would be fun. It was estimated that all of humanity would be shaken. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was also looking forward to this day. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye a small half-month passed. Ziyu finally followed the worship back to the island. The island was as peaceful as ever. Mutant beasts and humans ruled in half. Moreover, because there was no disturbance from the mutated beasts, the human research was even more focused. Just during the time Ziyu left, the humans had created another experimental body that didn't look like it had a lot of potential. Cat Demon. Between murmurs, Ziyu, who had returned to the reservoir, also looked not far away. There was a red cat with 2 tails and flames all over its body. This was a cat demon, a new experimental body. Her ears were large and pointed, and her teeth were double-sided serrated. It looked extremely hideous. Apprentice level 5. Very good talent, able to manipulate flames. Grinning, Ziyu also sensed the terrifying nature of this one cat demon. It appeared to be very good at physical arts. Looking closely, the muscles it concealed under its fur as well as the flames were extremely developed. That was proof of strength. Swish! With a sudden break in the air, a flash of red aura passed by, and that was clearly a cat demon running wildly at extreme speed. However, wherever it passed, flames ignited. It actually set a small half of the forest on fire. It's still really dangerous. With a sigh, Ziyu also let out a hiss. Hiss. Listening to this pair of hisses, far away, a sudden water column came. It was a water cannon spat out by the mutant turtle snake, extinguishing all the flames along the way. The cat demon, just created. Intelligence is not high yet, not very obedient. Ziyu had only just returned when he realized it was causing trouble. If it wasn't afraid of Ziyu's aura, it guessed that it would strike out at Ziyu. Its physical skills aren't weak, but what's more difficult to deal with is the flames formed by the burning of magic power throughout its body. Between murmurs, Ziyu also knew the talent that this one cat demon had awakened. The talent it had awakened was very bizarre. The name, Burning. It was able to burn everything that was tainted by magic power, because it had magic power entwined all over its body. Therefore, its entire body burned. It was good that this flame would not hurt itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to walk out of the lab alive. This talent combined with the cat demon's already not weak physical skills, it's really tricky. Between a sigh, Ziyu also understood that this was a proper potential stock. If it grew up, there was no need for it to make a move. Merely letting it run around the human city a few times, it was estimated that the entire city would be turned into a city of fire. It was terrifying. It's worth taking in. And even more so, it's worth cultivating. The simple words also meant the cat demon's next fate. It would join this big family of Ziyu, become a great general under Ziyu's command. Chapter 105 Equal Rank System. The island, as always, was calm. On the lab side, it was organized. On the other side of the island, with Ziyu, the many mutated beasts couldn't make waves either. However, it was worth mentioning that recently, Ziyu had begun to set rules for these mutated beasts. We have 2 kings, 1 king, it's me. You guys can call it 10 heads, or you can call me Lord. 1 king, on the other hand, is Medusa. Secondly, we have 12 generals. Nowadays, only the fusion lizard, the bouncing rabbit, and the mutant turtle snake, as well as the newly added cat demon, can be called generals. Listening quietly, the numerous mutated beasts were all confused. They did not understand. Even more so, they did not understand. However, Ziyu did not need them to understand. In time, they would naturally understand. And right now, Ziyu's words were more for the fusion lizard, bouncing rabbit and other mutated beasts to hear. None of them were weak in strength. Their brains had also been developed again and again. Now, they were already able to understand some of Ziyu's meaning. Thinking about this, Ziyu suddenly looked towards a short distance away. There, Amari stood quietly. She was Ziyu's maidservant, serving Ziyu at all times. Amari, subordinate is here, Amari responded, taking a step forward. For this period of time, you will act as a teacher to teach the fusion lizards and the others, granting them some knowledge that is uniquely human. Yes, master. With a response, Amari also understood her task. Only, just then, you're teaching them human knowledge so quickly. Aren't you afraid that they'll betray you? Medusa's words rang out behind Ziyu. She was sitting on a large tree, eating an unknown spirit fruit, barely tender and snow-white jade legs, hanging down. From time to time, she even tilted her feet up. It looked naughty and cute. Betrayal. In the world of our mutated beasts, isn't strength always honored? As long as there are you and I, why worry about betrayal? Hearing Ziyu's words, Medusa also nodded. That's true. However, just in the next moment, Medusa's face changed slightly and she lightly hummed. The 2 of us? Humph. Maybe I'll be the first one to betray you. Is that so? A ghostly voice resounded in Medusa's ears. At some point, a large white snake had already climbed up this big tree, and even came to Medusa's side. Gently exhaling, coldness surged. Hiss, hiss. Between the successive hisses, there was even a snake letter that landed on Medusa's delicate cheek. That was Ziyu's doppelganger, the white python. It was licking Medusa's cheek. This was a threat. More so, it was an extremely intimate gesture. However, Medusa did not mind this. Instead, she leaned her body smoothly against the big snake. This one doppelganger of yours, will it serve as my mount in the future? Medusa said half-jokingly. May. The sudden response caused Medusa to freeze. Are you serious? Medusa subconsciously opened her mouth to ask. But looking at Ziyu's serious expression, she was finally certain. Affirmed that Ziyu was extremely serious. In that case, wouldn't the white python become her mount? However, a mount was just something she talked about. More than anything, she wanted a person to accompany her. And that one person was naturally Ziyu. Only, Ziyu was addicted to cultivation. Either he was in cultivation or on the way to cultivation. Definitely couldn't always accompany her. That was why Medusa had set her mind on Ziyu. But she did not expect that Ziyu would directly agree. And at this time, what Ziyu didn't know was that Ziyu was pondering on how to go further with Medusa in terms of their relationship. Medusa was powerful, and also had the intelligence of a human. Such an existence, wherever it was placed, was considered a national treasure-like existence. The key was that she was not close to humans. On the contrary, she is hostile to humans. As for ordinary mutated beasts, she wouldn't even look at them. Until now, the only person she really counted as close was Ziyu. Therefore, Ziyu also needed to grasp this opportunity. Cultivate Medusa into a close friend. No, more than just a close friend. If needed in the future, Ziyu might even go further with Medusa. Have a skin-to-skin across species. Medusa must stay by her side. Having made up his mind, Ziyu would naturally agree to Ziyu's needs. A doppelganger was just a doppelganger. It didn't matter. It's not like Medusa would take it away. Besides, Medusa was near Ziyu. If he wanted to, he could completely drop his consciousness onto the white python. Then, it wouldn't be the white python accompanying Medusa around. Instead, he, Ziyu personally accompanied Medusa, eating together, sleeping together, even bathing together. Just thinking about it, Ziyu felt hormones being secreted. However, right at this moment, meow, a sudden hiss attracted Ziyu's attention. When she looked up, it was actually a cat with flames burning all over its body that was restless again. This was a cat demon, a member that had recently joined, extremely active, often hiding in the east. Originally, this was nothing, but this fellow, his whole body was burning with flames. Wherever he passes, flames rise in all directions. So, turtle snake, it's in your hands. Roar, roar. With successive hisses, the mutant turtle snake seemed to be responding. Here, the intelligence of the mutant turtle snake was considered high. Other mutated beasts had one head, but he had two. Moreover, Ziyu also realized that his two heads were not shared. Simply put, his snake head and turtle head existed independently. It was like two brothers. This was bizarre. Yet, it also created the mutant turtle snake's superior intelligence. The mutant turtle snake actually has a lot of potential. If it is able to do so, one brain cultivates and one brain sleeps, then realizing 24 hours, all cultivating, then his growth speed will inevitably be greatly accelerated. Glancing deeply at the mutant turtle snake, Ziyu was also looking forward to it. He was very optimistic about these mutated beasts. They could be different from the mutated beasts in the outside world. Each and every one of them was an experimental body that came out of the laboratory. They were all extremely special, and their potential was extraordinary. If they could really grow up, and even step into the transcendent, then, they would definitely be able to surpass their peers in terms of combat power. However, it's not easy for them to step into transcendence. Until now, only the fusion lizard has this hope. But the fusion lizard, this fellow was too timid. At some point, it shrank back into the depths of the ground and curled up. Only, that constantly turning eyeballs, seems to be pondering what? It looks timid, but it's actually vicious, slaughtering the weak and the most terrifying. Ziyu saw the little guy's strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Fusion lizards, typically bullying the soft and fearing the hard. When it comes to the hard ones, let's not talk about it. But if he encountered a soft one, the fusion lizard would definitely let him know what is terror. Chapter 106, Kagura and Medusa. The sand on the beach was fine and soft, and the sparkling waves constantly lapped at the shoreline. Not remotely also a lush tropical rainforest, lush greenery and azure seawater, so that people seemed to be in a fairyland. And just at this moment, a pink-colored silhouette came stepping into the wind. That was Kagura. Having arrived at the island, she hadn't been idle. Every now and then, she came out to sneak around. I didn't expect this island to be unexpectedly beautiful. Kagura's laughter followed the sea breeze and spread throughout the area. Newt. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound came from the sky. Looking up, it was actually a mutated seagull that had enlarged several times, swooping down. Mutant seagulls. Kagura did not care. Instead, he gently exhaled a breath at the incoming mutant seagull. However, at the very next moment, boom, the light wind transformed into a terrifying storm that swept everything away. Prick-la, prick-la. It was too late to even let out a miserable scream. All there was just drenching blood, and countless feathers that floated down. You can't disturb my pleasure. While saying this, Kagura was looking towards another direction of the island. There, the greenery was lush. From time to time, one hissing roar after another could be heard as if it had come from the distant past. That was the other half of the island. From what the people in the lab said, there were countless mutated beasts there. It is a forbidden area for humans. Without the permission of the holy beasts, one could never easily set foot there. Even I can't set foot there? With a light laugh, Kagura rose on the wind and rushed towards this lush green area of the island. And not long after that, newbie, 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 roar, roar, roar. Successive hissing roars resounded through the edge of the forest. Accompanying it was a strong smell of blood spreading in the air. What's wrong? Ziyu, who was hidden in the depths of the reservoir, raised an eyebrow. He detected a familiar fluctuation of magic power. That little girl had come? But before he could say anything, hiss, with a sudden hiss, a silhouette was already riding a white snake, rushing towards the distance. That was Medusa. It seemed that Kagura's arrival had attracted her. However, for this, Ziyu was not concerned. Although Kagura was strong, but it was still a notch below Medusa. As for Medusa, this woman, she wouldn't have chopped up Kagura, would she? To be honest, Ziyu was a bit panicked. Other mutated beasts didn't have the strength to threaten Kagura, but Medusa, that strength was no joke, especially since her methods were extremely bizarre. Maybe Kagura had really planted it. So, alas. With a sigh, Ziyu also maneuvered her body towards the edge of the forest, and just shortly after that, bang, 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 a continuous collision resounded through the party. That was Medusa and Kagura exchanging blows. Medusa, quietly standing on a large white snake, held a long, blood-colored whip in her right hand. Swish, every dance seemed to whip the air, and even more blood-colored light cut through the air. On the other hand, Kagura's color was gloomy. She sensed Medusa's dreadfulness. The paper fan, which she often beat, had already been put away. It was like a long sword, held tightly in her hand. With a gentle fling, it brought up a terrifyingly strong wind and ruthlessly slammed into the long blood-colored whip. Boom! Only a terrifying boom was heard, and the air was shaken. There were even wind waves that swept 100 meters away. Are you the legendary Medusa? Kagura gulped softly. Poof! There was no response. There was only a more powerful attack from Medusa. The long, blood-colored whip continuously danced between even the surrounding trees, burst in succession. Suddenly, Medusa violently leapt up from the top of White Snake's head. Between the lifting of her jade feet, a large, broken tree violently slammed towards Kagura. Seeing this, Kagura's figure retreated again and again, and right at the end, seemingly unable to retreat, the paper fan in Kagura's right hand violently opened. Whistle, gale. Between the fall of the words, the open paper fan gushed out an extremely terrifying column of wind that actually tore the thick trees to shreds. However, this was not the end. An ominous premonition surged into his heart. Not good. Between heart shocks, Kagura subconsciously tilted his head. Bang! Only a crunching sound was heard, and it was actually a long, blood-colored whip that followed the exploding trees like a sharp sword, penetrating everything along the way. It was also that Kagura reacted quickly. Otherwise, right now, she was afraid that her head would be pierced through. This was Medusa. The killing machine was revealed. With every strike, it was terrifying to the extreme. This fellow, feeling the wind behind her head, Kagura also narrowed her eyes. For some reason, she felt that Medusa was more terrifying than even a saint beast. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. The saint beast was terrifying though, but it had no killing intent towards her. But Medusa was different. She did not hide her killing intent. That cold to the extreme killing intent was like the cold wind of winter, piercing to the bone. It caused Kagura's body to tremble. This is a battle between women. From afar, Ziyu, who was paying attention to this battle, also changed her face slightly. It was really terrifying. Obviously, the two of them were not fighting with much noise, but the ruthlessness of their hands exceeded his imagination. The slightest mishap would be a brain-piercing and heartbreaking. However, they couldn't be allowed to fight like this. It was too dangerous. Medusa was fine. She was strong and shouldn't have an accident. But Kagura, it was hard to say. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Kagura was the person assigned by the island's top management to guard the island. Nothing can happen to her. If something happened to her, it would affect the laboratory's subsequent resources. This was something Ziyu could not tolerate. Therefore, hiss, hiss, a sudden hissing sound resounded through the sky. In the eyes of Medusa as well as Kagura, who were horrified to the core, an 8-headed python rose up from the ground. Rumble, rumble. The earth shook as if it could not bear his weight. The forest was trembling, as if it was afraid of something. And at that moment, a shadow that was so huge that it had enveloped everything. Medusa, stop. An ice-cold bellowing cry resounded from the depths of her mind, also causing Medusa to tremble. Poof. With a soft hum, Medusa chose to leave without looking back. Damn stinking snake. How dare you interfere in my concubine's battle? Is this anger? Ziyu raised an eyebrow. However, he did not care. Medusa, was this character, temper, not generally bad, the slightest disobedience, she would get angry. And now, he slowly raised his eyes, and pair after pair of icy gazes all looked towards Kagura. Boom! As if thunder rang in his mind, Kagura's body trembled. An unimaginable chill seemed to spread through the air. Obviously, nothing had been said, but everything, however, had been said in silence. And this was Ziyu's aura. It was as if it had materialized, pressing down to the point where Kagura couldn't breathe. Chapter 107, A Terrible Might. Ziyu did not speak. The current Shinla was not worthy of speaking to him. He merely had an ice-cold gaze that pointed directly at Kagura's mind. Boom! An increasingly terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Wisps of magical power were continuously intertwined in the air. From afar, it looked as if one thin black lightning bolt after another was flashing between heaven and earth. It made Ziyu's already terrifying might look even more terrifying. And at the very next moment, as if she could no longer withstand it, the divine bliss, who was still floating in midair, suddenly stumbled. and her entire body fell to the earth. And on her forehead, there was even a fine cold sweat that continuously overflowed. Terror. Unimaginable terror enveloped her body and mind. Surprisingly, it made her a transcendent level creature. Have her liver and gall split. It was also the case that after stepping into transcendent, she was able to freely control her body. Otherwise, one would really suspect that she would possibly overflow with unknown liquid. How it's even more terrifying than before, Kagura thought with horror. But at this time, what Kagura didn't know was that it wasn't that Ziyu was even more terrifying. Rather, it was that he had a deeper comprehension of the spirit. Spiritual power, esoteric and mysterious, was difficult to put into words. However, it seemed like it could work with chi to form an inexplicable momentum. Ziyu called this kind of momentum might. A powerful might can intimidate, shock, and even scare the enemy into unconsciousness. Ziyu had tried it before, and with the might in full force, the entire sea boiled. Countless fish even turned white in their bellies and floated up from the depths of the sea. That was his might. And now, his might gathered in one place and all surged towards Kagura, actually shocking Kagura. This was beyond Ziyu's expectations. It seems that the might, it's even more terrifying than I thought. It's worth developing. Clarifying this point, Ziyu also made the development of might a subsequent priority. His time was limited. Nope. To put it in a more accurate way, his lifespan was limited. Therefore, he had to rationalize his time. The development of every skill needed to be done carefully. There were trash skills that were still trash even if they were developed to the extreme. There were skills that only needed to be slightly developed to have unimaginable power. And this one skill, might, was clearly an extremely powerful skill. The type was spirit system. It could also attack in groups. It was even more intangible matter. In Ziyu's opinion, it could be described as infinite potential. Of course, this was not the point. The point was this skill, which was very high in compulsion. Looking at the fine black lightning that surrounded him, and then looking at the sky that dimmed down, Ziyu couldn't help but secretly praise it. This is simply a divine technique for pretending. However, at this time, looking at Kagura, who had fallen to the ground, Ziyu also lost interest. Hiss. A hiss escaped his mouth. One by one, his heads were turned around. Then he shrunk in size and rushed towards the reservoir. Kagura was a smart woman. She should have been well aware of this silent warning from Ziyu. This place is a thunderpool. Humans must not cross it. The murmuring voice, however, seemed to echo in the hearts of the countless living beings on the island, causing everyone to be shaken. They subconsciously looked towards the eastern side of the island. There, an unimaginably large serpent roared up to the sky. It emitted a sharp and ear-piercing extreme sound that actually shook the entire island. In a trance, countless people were born with an illusion. It was a deity. It was the deity of the entire island. It dominated the 8 directions and shook heaven and earth. It was already afternoon when they returned to the human area once more. Kagura felt her body go soft. Not only that, her face was also extremely pale, as if she had lost all blood color. There was even a thin, cold sweat that overflowed from time to time. Kagura, what's wrong with you? Seemingly receiving the news, Ishida was the first to rush out from the crowd. It's nothing, uncle. I'm just. Kagura clenched her teeth tightly, but the look of fear on her face betrayed her nonetheless. You wouldn't have gone to the other side of the island, would you? There's a sacred beast sitting over there. Ishida obviously realized something. Just a moment ago, the image of the sacred beast that hissed up to the sky and shook the 8 directions was still fresh in his mind. And now, he was seeing Kagura in this state. Clearly, Kagura was frightened. However, it was understandable when one thought about it. Although Kagura was powerful, she was ultimately a little girl. It was normal to be scared, as long as it didn't leave any shadows. It was fine. It's fine. It's fine. The holy beast is just playing with you. Simply comforting. Ishida's gaze was looking towards the east side of the island. That flickering gaze seemed to be silently stating something. Ziyu was not clear about Kagura's situation. However, if he knew that his might had actually left a psychological shadow on Kagura, he estimated that he would die laughing. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he had definitely underestimated the skill of might. And at this time, back at the reservoir, Ziyu naturally noticed Medusa sitting on the book. Her face was gloomy. Seemingly noticing Ziyu's gaze, she even snorted coldly. It was like an angry little girl. TSK. Smashing his mouth, Ziyu did not say anything more. He could also see that although Medusa was powerful and had human intelligence, however, her mental age was estimated to be 17 or 18 years old. If she didn't have an extremely thick snake tail behind her back, she would be an ordinary high school girl. Therefore, it was normal for such a girl to be angry. However, as angry as she was, Yuziyu's comfort was definitely something that couldn't be missing. Medusa, I'll arrange for humans to build you a treehouse tomorrow. What do you think? No need. A cold voice echoed in the air. Fine, then I'll arrange it tomorrow. I said I don't need it. Medusa emphasized. Humans say that the less a girl needs, the more she wants. You guess you want it. That's why you said that. Hearing Yuziyu's words, Medusa's eyes widened. Then, I want to. She clenched her teeth and spoke. That's right. If you want it, just say so. Why hide it? Look, you don't want it very much. Silence, complete silence. However, at the very next moment, the scarlet blood-colored whip cut through the air and fiercely struck Yuziyu's body. Yes, it's here. I'm itching here. Thanks. And here. Yuziyu's voice echoed continuously in Medusa's mind. However, it infuriated Medusa so much that even her well-developed breasts were rising and falling, up and down. However, looking closely, one was also able to see that the corners of Medusa's mouth had curved up in a subtle arc at some point. She, in the world, was alone. Humans were the enemy. Mutant beasts were the enemy. She had long been used to being alone. But now, she actually had the feeling of returning home. Especially this stinky snake. Although it bullied her from time to time, it gave her a feeling of a brother. Chapter 108, Unique S-Rank Talent. Brother. Between murmurs, Medusa couldn't help but show a touch of reminiscence on her face. She remembered that in her human body, she seemed to have a real brother. No wonder, she couldn't help but think of her brother. It seems that human memories have a great influence on concubines. As she murmured in her heart, Medusa was also clear about everything about herself. She was the perfect combination of human and beast, with the body of a human, and intelligence, with the strength of a beast, and wildness. However, because of having human memories, she was occasionally affected by human memories. For example, she would hesitate when it came to striking out at humans. This was something Medusa could not tolerate. She wanted to cut it all off. A concubine is a concubine, not a substitute for anyone. This was Medusa's reverse scale. No matter who it was, no one was allowed to deny her existence. If it was denied, then Medusa would certainly not hesitate to gamble everything to bury him. However, right now, looking at the distant Orochi who kept snickering, Medusa also vaguely realized, concubine also has a family now, not belonging to her as a human, nor to it as a beast, but belonging solely to concubine. Thinking like this, Medusa was silently hiding behind a large tree. She did not want Ziyu to see her look. This stinking snake was smarter than she thought. Even Medusa felt that in front of this guy, she was just like a little girl who was at the mercy of this stinking snake. Although she didn't like this feeling, but she didn't seem to reject it either. It's still a strange feeling. Between a sigh, Medusa did not notice that Ziyu was immersed in cultivation again. Ziyu liked to cultivate. There was something to cultivate. Cultivating even when there was nothing to do. Constantly accumulating magic power. Constantly polishing himself. Only in this way could he feel fulfilled. And now, hiss, hiss, with successive hisses, Ziyu's serpent head after serpent head, aimed at the night sky. The magical aperture at the neck glowed with a bright and uncertain light. That was Ziyu catalyzing the ring of gifted magic power, absorbing magic power even further. Boom! Between the steep roars, countless pitch-black magic power was converging, actually turning into a huge black storm that enveloped Ziyu's surroundings. How terrifying! Medusa, who was hidden in the shadows, could not help but show her face in admiration when she saw this scene. Being of the same transcendent level, the movement of this stinking snake's cultivation was really not something she could compare to. However, it wasn't just her. At least none of the transcendent mortals she had seen could be compared to the stinking snake. He should have gone to the extreme peak of the first stage of transcendent mortal. This kind of extreme peak was not an extreme peak in terms of cultivation. Rather, it is a kind of extreme peak of combat power. Simply put, it is to look down upon his peers and sweep them away. Time always passes unnoticed, especially when it came to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a night had already passed, and just in the early morning, Ziyu finally ended her cultivation. Phew! Exhaling deeply, the white mist condensed into frost. Coldness was even surging in all directions. That was the Mori cold within Ziyu's body. He was able to manipulate extreme cold. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel that the coldness in my body is getting thicker and thicker? Can it be that constantly compressing magic power and purifying it can also enhance the chilliness? Ziyu was puzzled. On the path of cultivation, he also had a half-understanding. After all, cultivation nowadays was not like studying. There was no one to answer his doubts. Everything needed to be groped for alone. In human terms, they, the cultivators, were all pioneers, exploring the path for those who came after them. In this regard, A bit of attention is needed. If it's true that purifying magic power can enhance the coldness, then I have another powerful means. Extreme cold was still terrifying. Not only was it able to control the field in a wide range, it was also able to freeze everything. If this power could be developed to the extreme, it would certainly be able to drastically increase battle power. Ziyu's requirements for extreme cold were not high, merely wishing to freeze time. Just like ice erasure, touching the level of freezing time is enough. Grinning, Ziyu however did not hide his ambition. He was well aware that there was a huge gap between his coldness and Binglan. Granted, right now, his cultivation level was far higher than Binglan's, but her talent, it was a proper S-class. It was at the top of the ice system talent extreme cold mastery. This kind of talent, even if ice erasure hadn't fully developed it, was beyond imagination. However, people have to pursue. A snake must also have a quest. Ziyu hoped to equal Binglan in the development of this ice talent. But, really, if he was able to equal Binglan in the development of his ice talent, if he looked around the world, he would be able to call himself a top 3 in the ice system. I don't dare to say about the others, but Ziyu was certain that Binglan was definitely in the top 3 in terms of attainments in the ice system's power when looking around the world. One could even say number 1. The awesomeness of an S-class talent was beyond imagination. According to the lab, every S-rank talent was unique. In the ice department, there was Binglan awakening her S-class talent. Then the rest of the people, there was no more possibility of awakening. Similarly, in the fire system, water system, earth system, in the fire, water, earth, and other elemental systems, there will only be one S-rank talent. The existence of such awakened S-rank elemental talent is the favorite of the elements. They are the proud sons of the blue star. Each and every one of them was an unrepeatable existence. S-rank talent. Why is it unique? What one expert said has some truth to it. The so-called S-class talent has actually touched the law. And the law is the ultimate power contained in the universe. It is the interface, the foundation of the planet's operation. This kind of power can be grasped by non-ordinary people. Only those whose laws favor others may be able to touch it. And Binglan is one of the few existences favored by the laws, so she awakened her S-class ice talent. But the laws of a planet, or a place, will only favor one person. Therefore, every existence that awakens an S-rank talent is unique. If one wants the laws to, in turn, favor someone else, then that would mean that the first generation, that is, the existence that carries the S-class talent dies. Only then could the laws favor the next person. With this in mind, Ziyu also looked at his own talent, absolute adaptation. His talent, absolute adaptation, was pseudo S-rank. This was strange. Linking it to this one human expert's guess side, Ziyu couldn't help but have a bold guess side rise in his heart. That was whether the existence that carried the S-rank talent absolute adaptation hadn't died? It was precisely because he hadn't died that Ziyu couldn't awaken the true S-rank talent. Because the S-class talent was unique. It could only be carried by one person. If that's really the case, then I need to behead this one fellow. No, it shouldn't be beheaded. Rather, devour it. Chapter 109, A Talent for Death. Devour. For some reason, such a feeling rose in Ziyu's heart. That was, all he had to do was devour that guy who carried the S-rank talent absolute adaptation, and he would be able to fully awaken that talent. And at that time, he would be the rare and uncommon S-class talent possessor. If that's really the case, that would be interesting. That wasn't to say that an S-rank talent could be plundered at will. In Ziyu's opinion, it was more likely because he had a pseudo S-rank talent. A pseudo S-rank talent was not an S-rank talent. However, it had the qualifications to become an S-rank talent. It was a ticket. However, these were ultimately too far away from Ziyu. He now, more than ever, needed to work hard to polish himself. It's time to properly develop the pseudo S-rank talent absolute adaptation. This one talent was terrifying, but its development, too, was not simple. In Ziyu's opinion, it was more like a talent of death-defying. One needed to constantly commit death in order to fully develop it. For example, right now, Amory, the things I arranged for you yesterday, have they been arranged? Reporting back to Master. It has already been arranged. I think they will send someone over soon. Amari nodded and responded. And just a short while after that, the sound of a human buggy rang out in the distance. Looking up, there was actually a convoy slowly arriving. This was a human convoy. The person leading the convoy was Yagyu. She had a puzzled look on her face, but she still instructed everyone to get out of the car. Amari, what are you doing making so many of us come here with swords? Yagyu was puzzled. This is the Holy Beast's arrangement. Saying that, Amari also continued. The Holy Beast-sama wants you guys to be able to keep cutting him with your swords? There was a moment of silence, and Yagyu were all looking odd. Cutting himself with a sword? What was this holy beast thinking? However, in the very next moment, as if she thought of something, Yagyu suddenly raised her eyebrows. Can it be that the holy beast has awakened that talent? That talent, naturally, was the only S-rank talent that the lab possessed, and that was absolute adaptation. It was because of this talent that the laboratory existed. It was also because of that talent that the lab's experimental subjects were able to come out in a steady stream. Although such a statement was a bit of an exaggeration, but most of the things in the lab were built on this one terrifying S-rank talent. And now, Yagyu vaguely sensed it, perceived that the holy beast had awakened this one talent. If it really is absolute adaptation, then it's understandable that the holy beast has arranged itself like this. It wants to raise its resistance to blunt as well as sharp weapons. Yagyu was well aware of the terrifying nature of the absolute adaptation talent. Thinking about it, that fellow was merely a meatball. But as the humans kept attacking it, it was growing and growing, until finally, if it wasn't for the fact that one of their lab executives had realized the terror of this meatball talent in time, they were afraid that they would have created an unimaginable monster in a short period of time. So one can imagine how terrifying this talent is. And now, the Saint Beast had actually awakened a similar talent. Although it was likely that it had only awakened a tenth or two, but it was enough. Thinking about this, Yagyu also turned back and instructed one of the heavily armed figures. Next, you will listen to Amari's words and slash the holy beasts with your swords. Ah! A cry of shock came from the crowd, as if they couldn't believe it. Splitting holy beasts? Are you kidding me? Not to mention the fact that the Saint Beasts, one after another, had saved them. The terrifyingly extreme strength of the Saint Beast alone would not allow them to chop it at will, right? Don't worry, this is the holy beast's own arrangement. Yagyu seemed to have sensed the nervousness of the many security guards and soothed them. Alright then. Nodding his head, the person in charge also led 100 or 10 people towards the reservoir. And at this time, Ziyu was already lazily lying on the bank at the edge of the reservoir. With a body that was more than 50 meters long, it looked extremely slender. The pitch-black scales were densely wrapped around everything. One after another hideous and terrifying snakehead, raised from time to time, seemed to be looking around. Here it comes. Seeing the arrival of many humans, a flash of humanized joy flashed across Ziyu's face. Immediately, he commanded with a mental voice transmission. Begin. Amari. Yes, master. With a response, Amari was already commanding the many humans and came to Ziyu's side. Gulp. Subconsciously swallowing their saliva. One by one, the humans were trembling in their bodies. Watching from a distance, they had already felt that the sacred beast was terrifying to the extreme. And now, watching from a close distance, they even felt that the sacred beast was like a flooding beast. Terror to the extreme. The body and even the soul seemed to be trembling. There is a kind of indescribable horror. Even the individual's legs and feet were out of control and began to shiver. Poof. Ziyu laughed, but let out hiss after hiss. Hiss, hiss. Even if they didn't understand snake language, the numerous humans heard the meaning of Ziyu's hisses. It was urging them to hurry up. Alright. Gritting his teeth, the leader pulled out the machete at his waist, then stepped forward and chopped down violently at Ziyu's body. Ka-ching. Only a crunching sound was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Ziyu was fine. She didn't even feel any pain, but the machete in this one human's hand had already flown out backwards, and smashed into the ground as it kept spinning. This one middle-aged man froze. Not only him, even the others froze. This is them not eating. With a soft sigh, Ziyu also looked at Amari. Tell them to push harder. Harder. That's right. If they know how to use magic power, then push their magic power and use their milk strength for me. Listening to Ziyu's words, Amari also nodded heavily. Immediately, the arrangements began. And shortly after this, around the reservoir, there came one crisp sound after another. Bang, 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 bang. One after another. It was the resounding sound of countless swords landing on Ziyu's body. Ziyu knew that his scales were very hard, but he did not expect it to be this hard. Many ordinary people could not even cut his scales with an all-out strike. It didn't even leave a trace. It was only some apprentice level 3 or 4 security guards who urged their magic power that barely left a white mark on his scales. However, this was not enough. It was far from enough. Looks like I need to have them arrange for some guys with strength. Between the helplessness in his heart, Ziyu was silently enjoying the massage from these humans. Yes, massages. Instead of chopping Ziyu, they were more like massaging Ziyu. However, even with this, Ziyu realized that his resistance to sharp weapons was slowly rising. Although the elevation was slow, but his scales, in silence, were becoming thicker and tighter. Not bad. Noticing this, Ziyu was also particularly satisfied. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. This absolute adaptation was a proper death-defying talent. It seemed that he had something to be busy with next. Have you heard? The holy beast went crazy. Really crazy. Really? How could a holy beast go crazy? I don't know. It's been a while. It's either arranged for people to chop it with swords, or stab it with lances. And in the past few days, it's also arranged for people to beat it with pistols and machine guns. What? Are you serious? My God. What's going on with the holy beast? One after another. The countless humans in the lab were all wide-eyed. The pride of their laboratory, the guardian god of their island, has gone crazy? What kind of joke was this? However, just at this time, what they didn't know was that near the island's reservoir, cannon after cannon were already side by side. A full 10 cannons. The dark muzzles of the cannons were glowing with a bright and uncertain light. The rich smell of gunpowder even filled the air. Fire, accompanied by a figure's bellowing. One cannon after another was fired one after another. And at this time, if one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that these cannons were all aimed at a pitch-black python. It was lying quietly, seemingly waiting for the cannons to bombard it. Rumble, 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 rumble. Continuous booms resounded between heaven and earth. Nitrous smoke filled the air, and artillery fire continued. Hiss, hiss, one mournful hiss after another. The faraway great snakes were rolling on the ground, seemingly in pain to the extreme. And this was clearly Ziyu. He had already begun to make death for a week. A few days ago, it was just swords and spears. Yesterday, it was machine gun fire. Today, it was good, directly arranging for cannons. However, it had to be said that it was worthy of being the pinnacle of human endeavor. The power of this cannon was really not covered. When a cannon attacked, even he was grimacing in pain. Of course, to a large extent, this was because he hadn't activated the magic power in his body for defense. Purely physical hard resistance. If he had activated his magic power for defense, his defense would have been raised by 3 notches less. Not to say that all the power could be resisted, but 70 to 80% of the power could still be resisted. However, now, he didn't activate his magic defense. That meant, hiss, hiss. Between the successive hisses, Ziyu's scales were shedding quite a bit, and even more blood splattered. This was the power of the cannon. Let's not talk about the shrapnel splashes. That close-range shockwave alone was shocking Ziyu to the point of blindness. To know, the most terrifying thing about cannons was the so-called shockwave. Simply put, within 10 meters, no matter what kind of creature, it would be directly shocked to death. And although Ziyu's physical body was extremely powerful, but his internal organs were also still being shaken and churned. As for the shrapnel splashes from the cannon, to be honest, Ziyu didn't care. That was also considered a type of sharp weapon. To a human's already fragile body, it was a great threat. However, for them, it was like light rain. One could only say, not enough to look at. Sure enough, the current me is not strong enough. This is only 10 cannons, and moreover, it's not even the most advanced of human cannons, but it's able to shock me like this. If this is the most advanced human cannon, then 1,000 more. Thinking about this, Ziyu was sucking in a breath of cool air. Good fellow, if this were to happen, 10 of them would be turned into a puddle of flesh. Hit it with its head? With a size of 100 meters? That can only bully ordinary people. If in front of the most advanced human weapons, it is probably just a large target. Alas, with a sigh, Ziyu was the one who detected the 5 viscera in his body, as if they were subconsciously changing. This should be the pseudo-S-grade talent absolute adaptation. At work, it was strengthening Ziyu's internal organs. From this aspect, it could also be seen how terrifying this one pseudo-S-rank talent was. As long as it could not end Ziyu once, it would be able to utilize its own characteristics to continuously strengthen Ziyu. Moreover, it was still a fixed point strengthening. Where it couldn't work, it strengthened where. Sure enough, my death-defying behavior was not in vain. Thinking like this, Ziyu also noticed that not far away, there were several figures that came at great speed. Master, are you alright? Holy beast, you, that was Amari, and Xuanai. They had anxious faces and seemed to be worried to the extreme. Hiss, hiss. A hissing sound followed by a hissing sound came out of his mouth, seemingly in response to them. Immediately, Ziyu had a snake's head that continuously stretched out. There was food that had been prepared long ago. It was transcendent level flesh and blood. During this period of time, the island nation kept tilting its resources towards the laboratory. One of the very important resources was the blood and flesh of transcendent beasts. Their island nation arranged for their regular army to be in the sea, frantically hunting transcendent mortal-level mutated sea beasts. These transcendent mortal level mutated sea beasts were extremely terrifying though, but in front of the human regular army, they weren't enough to look at. However, not only them, even the current Ziyu estimated that it was not enough to look at. Transcendent mortal first stage. After all, it was just the threshold of transcendent mortal. According to the guesses of some human experts, only by stepping into the transcendent third order, or even the transcendent fourth order, would it be possible to shake the most advanced technology and even weapons of mankind? What does that mean? That is to say, only by stepping into the transcendent third order, or even the transcendent fourth order, would it be possible to challenge humanity? Therefore, one of the most important tasks for humans right now was to hunt down all the transcendent beasts that might break through to the transcendent third order or even the transcendent fourth order. Such existences were not allowed to exist in the world. They were extremely threatening to humans. According to human experts, the so-called transcendent fourth order can also be called natural disasters. Walking natural disasters. Such existences are even capable of hardening themselves against humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear weapon. Thinking about this, Ziyu's eyes were blazing. Hard resistance against nuclear weapons? If it was truly able to reach this level, humanity would indeed have to be afraid. After all, humanity's most terrifying weapon was the so-called nuclear weapon. If even nuclear weapons were hard to destroy, then humanity would have to be afraid. With a smile in his heart, Ziyu was already maneuvering the head of the snake and burying it into the transcendent flesh and blood. Ka-ching, constantly feeding. Under the effect of his talent, devouring flesh and blood, his injured parts actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the scales, too, began to grow. The reason why Ziyu dared to die was because of the talent devouring blood and flesh. While continuously devouring blood and flesh to increase his size, he could also drastically increase his self-healing ability. With this talent, Ziyu only needed to constantly devour blood and flesh to recover quickly. So as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, Ziyu didn't need to worry too much. Not bad. This cannon is finally not tickling me. This thing is really capable of hurting me? Between a sigh, Ziyu couldn't stop his gaze from flickering as he looked at cannon after cannon. He next still needed to be baptized, needed to enjoy the baptism of more cannons. Only then would he be able to, one day, ignore human guns and do whatever he wanted. Every time he made a fool of himself, it was to make himself stronger. At this moment, Ziyu finally understood why some strong people in some movies and novels had such eccentric personalities. For example, that one guy who was called the king of all beasts. Either he was on his way to commit suicide, or he was committing suicide. However, looking at it now, he wasn't committing suicide, but rather, he was getting stronger. It was just that he was simply too strong. Even ordinary polishing, exercising, in the eyes of others, was suicide. And now, the cannons were firing, but Ziyu remained motionless. Magic power. That was impossible to move. Relying on the physical body alone was enough. The most terrifying thing about shelling is the shock injury. The ability to shatter the 5 organs and 6 bowels. That's why what I'm strengthening now is my internal organs. As he murmured, Ziyu was also very fond of the talent of absolute adaptation. With this talent, he was destined to evolve towards perfection. I also don't know if when I step into the transcendent mortal 3rd stage, or even the transcendent mortal 4th stage, I will be able to resist the nuclear weapon bombardment as hard as the human experts guess sideways, not to mention at the center of a nuclear explosion. Even just hard resisting at the edge for a while would be considered a success. The nuclear explosion center was too terrifying. According to humans, the temperature released from the nuclear explosion center was as high as 6,000 degrees C, completely exceeding the 5,600 degrees Celsius of the sun's surface. Intense high temperature so that the nuclear explosion center of the people instantly vaporized. Only in the ground or walls left a black coke. However, 6,000 degrees Celsius is not the limit of nuclear explosions. It is rumored that a hydrogen bomb detonated on the side of the Big Hair, the explosive power equivalent to 50 million tons of TNT. The fireball produced by the explosion reached a diameter of 4,600 meters at the time. Only 2 minutes later, the explosion of the mushroom cloud up to 60 kilometers. Higher than Mount Everest is more than 7 times higher than the explosion of the hot air can even be as far away as 170 kilometers away from the people suffered grade 3 burns. The temperature at the center of the nuclear explosion reached tens of millions of degrees Celsius. Knowing that the center of the sun's temperature is only 15 million degrees Celsius, this is the horror of human nuclear weapons. Therefore, in Ziyu's opinion, there was a lot of water in the fact that by stepping into the transcendent mortal 4th stage, one would be able to harden against nuclear weapons. However, considering that there shouldn't be many mutated beasts that would wait there to die, if there was really a nuclear weapon attacking, The first time to escape, away from the center of the nuclear explosion. Thinking about it this way, it was feasible. Ziyu was now only at the transcendent mortal first stage, and at his ultimate speed, he was already able to catch up with a high-speed car, or even faster. Then he stepped into the transcendent mortal second stage and transcendent mortal third stage, and his speed broke through again and again, reaching the speed of sound, or even exceeding the speed of sound must not be difficult, and at that time, if he perceived the nuclear weapon coming, should have a high probability, escape. However, these were too far away from Ziyu. Right now, he counted himself on the side of humanity. Unless the island nation has done something that the heavens and the people are angry about, the chances of a nuclear weapon coming are not high, right? After all, the current me is the island nation's protector Saint Beast. Grinning, Ziyu's face also revealed a touch of playfulness. It was true that the island nation, indeed, would not do anything that would cause the wrath of the heavens, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do it, in case one day, he got upset and went to Kimchi country or other countries, and had a small rampage, slaughtering countless people. I'm sure the entire island would be criticized by 1,000 people. Of course, this was just Ziyu thinking about it. Sakura Island country. There was still a great deal of value to be utilized. Before the Cherry Blossom Island country was drained of its value, Ziyu would not go overboard. Although his heart was planting flowers, he ultimately had to think more about himself. In this world today, only the island nation is willing to be in my company. With a sigh, Ziyu looked at each of the islanders who fired their cannons, all with complicated eyes. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Ziyu's changes were obvious, especially within the body. The strength of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels had increased drastically. Even if the cannon fire smashed heavily into his body, it only caused his body to vibrate, but did not injure the fundamentals. Not only that, Ziyu's resistance to blunt as well as sharp weapons had also improved by a lot. What is now is that it should be called impervious to swords and spears. However, this is still far from enough. With a light laugh, Ziyu surged out of the reservoir. Clatter, clatter. The lake water roiled down from him. A rare 8-headed monster snake swung its body and rushed towards the sea. He was going to hunt. This afternoon was destined to be bloodstained sea and countless killings. The holy beast is going to hunt for its own food? This is called moving the body. Also, I've heard that the sea has been very unsettled lately, and it's suspected that there are powerful sea beasts approaching. So I hope the Saint Beast won't encounter them. What are you talking about? Powerful sea beasts? Even stronger? Can it be as strong as a Saint Beast? It seems so. The crowd laughed at the successive murmurs. The rest of the mutated sea beasts, although powerful, but in front of a sacred beast, it was definitely not enough to look at. This was a Saint Beast. It was the protectorate Saint Beast of their island nation. A kind of mesmerizing confidence had spread in the hearts of the island nation. Ziyu had noticed something about this, but he did not care, simply because his strength was indeed worthy of the crowd's confidence. Hiss, 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 hiss. With one hiss after another, Ziyu catalyzed the talent size change, visible to the naked eye. His body expanded extremely quickly. In just a short while, an unimaginable behemoth had already appeared in the sea. Immediately afterward, the magic surged, and the entire sea seemed to boil. Countless water bubbles, constantly bubbling. There was even one pitch-black pillar of light after another, tearing through the entire sea. That was Ziyu. He was slaying in the shallow sea. As for the deep sea, it was impossible for him to go there, although he was powerful. But still, he had self-awareness. Who knows what monsters are hiding in the deep sea? Although he was not afraid of the transcendent first order. But what if a mutated sea beast of transcendent mortal second order suddenly appeared in the deep sea? It wasn't impossible. One must know that it was the deep sea. Even in the old times, it was a forbidden area for humans. A long time ago, there were rumors that the deep sea had giant beasts, although that was just one legend after another. But it could also be seen how terrifying the deep sea was. It was an enigmatic place. In that place, anything could bubble up. However, while Ziyu was on a killing spree, he did not know that there was a fleet that had already rushed towards the island from afar. My lord, is the island's experimental base really in this neighborhood? Aha! Nodding his head, a figure standing on the deck also had a flickering gaze and said, according to the intelligence we have received, the ships of the island nation often appear in this area of the sea. So it must be that this is where they do their experiments. I hope so. With a response, this one woman in a white military uniform also continued, I didn't think that the island nation would have researched a giant beast. However, if we are able to get some experimental data this time around, we are afraid that the speed of our research on giant beasts will be greatly accelerated. Pickle country. Real name, Goryeo. Because of the abundance of kimchi and its bad reputation outside. So, someone gave it such an alias. And now, this one country actually sent someone. And, it looks like the visitor is not good. Step. Between one step, the entire deck shook. It seemed that the entire deck could not bear the weight of this one figure. This was Deshan. It was kimchi country. One of the few transcendent existences. The strength was extremely terrifying. Known as the Shield of Goryeo. Humph. The Cherry Blossom Island Kingdom is too ungrateful. We have all repeatedly asked for help in researching the giant beast. Even, we were willing to take the initiative to form an alliance with them to defend against the increasingly terrifying Dragon Kingdom. But they still. Deshan tightened his fists, his eyes revealing a touch of ferocity. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for coming to get it ourselves. There is no need to be angry, my lord. On the side, the sinister figure wearing a white officer's uniform soothed. The island nation is arrogant because it was the first to research a giant beast. However, I believe that he won't be able to be arrogant for a few days. Between slight nods, a look of confidence also appeared on Deshan's face. This time, they had dispatched 2 major transcendent level existences. There were even several half-step transcendentals. With such a luxurious lineup, it was considered high to look at the island nation's laboratory. I've heard that the island nation controls that one 8-headed snake by relying on a mental manipulation device? Deshan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. It seems so. Then in that case, if we seize this device, wouldn't we be able to control the giant beast? Speaking here, Deshan suddenly brightened up. In that case, wouldn't the giant beast belong to us? Goryeo. This, slightly hesitant. This one woman was not sure. Was it really that simple to manipulate a giant beast? However, looking at the enthusiastic Deshan, she did not interrupt. This Dashan, although extremely powerful, however, he is very proud of himself, and he is very proud of himself. He could not allow others to question him. Xiuhui didn't want to annoy him, and shortly after this, Ziyu finally finished hunting. Countless mutated sea beasts entered their stomachs. Those that could be swallowed into the stomach were mostly swallowed into the stomach. However, for the individual flesh and blood, Ziyu unleashed her talent fusion and integrated them into her body. This counted as stored food. If needed, Ziyu could completely consume it directly. One must know that Ziyu had a talent devouring flesh and blood. This talent was not only able to increase Ziyu's size, it was also able to drastically accelerate Ziyu's self-healing ability. Without any hesitation, with enough food, Ziyu was like Chen Baijin who could not die. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he was able to recover very quickly. This is an unbeatable undercard that needs to be utilized properly. Ziyu knew the importance of a bottom card. The more undercards one had, the stronger one's ability to save one's life would be. Especially some powerful undercards were able to turn the tide of battle at critical moments. However, right at this moment, unfamiliar aura. Suddenly, Ziyu's snake pupils shrunk. He detected unfamiliar auras. If these were just mortals, he wouldn't have cared. But they were actual transcendent existences. In Ziyu's world of spiritual perception, they were like candles in the dark night, bright and brilliant. How could there be a transcendent level existence? Ziyu was puzzled. Moreover, it seemed that these few people were very bizarre. They were actually appearing in a tiny corner of the island. If Ziyu remembered correctly, that side was a no man's land, right? It was a place where the rainforest and the sea met. There were very few human beings setting foot there. If they were from the island, they should have directly docked at the island's harbor. But they, however, chose to dock in no man's land. Hoof. Between successive cold grunts, Ziyu already had a guess. Those who came were not good. Those who were good would not come. It was just not clear which power it was. Thinking about this, Ziyu suddenly unleashed his talent split. Hiss, hiss. Between successive hisses, a large, pitch-black snake surged out from his body and shot off into the distance. He dispatched his doppelganger and went to spy on the news. More than that, Ziyu also looked above the sky. There was a plain white seagull, hovering. This was also an experimental body. It was a kind of auxiliary experimental body first researched by the laboratory. It did not have a strong battle power, nor did it have too bizarre a talent. However, it was able to rule the flock, and it was even able to understand human nature. What did this mean? Grinning, Ziyu also spoke. You, help me monitor them. Newt, a hissing sound came from its mouth, and Feather also understood Ziyu's meaning. It spread its wings and, in an instant, the countless seagulls that were originally on the ground, foraging for food, all spread their wings and flew towards the sky. The laboratory was never only for researching powerful mutated beasts. Some experimental bodies with auxiliary abilities. They were also researching. Like this one mutated seagull. Ziyu named it Feather. It's an experimental body that favors auxiliary abilities. It can monitor the sky and scout the 8 directions. With it in place, Ziyu was able to quickly grasp the general movements of a place. Ziyu could even arrange for you to specifically keep an eye on one person. As for the exchange of information, it was simple. Although Feather didn't have a talent that was too bizarre. However, it had bred a very good ability after its repeated mutations. That was that it was able to show everything it saw in the form of a projection. This one ability was terrifying. It was also the ability that suited it the most. One could only say that it was worthy of being a laboratory. In terms of research, creation, it really had a knack for it. Although nature was magical, it was difficult to nurture an existence like Feather. It could be considered creation, but there were infinite possibilities. However, just at this time, Ziyu asked Amari to contact Yakana again. You inquire of Xuanai. Will there be any strong people arriving from the islands recently? Yes, Master. With a response, Amari also contacted Xuanai at the first opportunity. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was like silver, shedding serenity and coziness, giving the earth a light silver veil. However, at this time, an 8-headed serpent was coiled in the depths of the reservoir. Far, far away. This was Ziyu. The corners of its mouth curled slightly, revealing a humanized smile. So it's someone from the pickle country. Good. Very good. With a succession of exclamations, Ziyu had already figured out the identity of the visitor. His doppelganger, Black Python, silently infiltrated the other party's worship. Then through their language and some traces, he determined the identity of these people. They came from the pickle country. As for the purpose, even with their eyes closed, they were able to guess. It was estimated that they were hitting on the idea of the laboratory. Only, Ziyu did not expect that these guys would be so bold. Surprisingly, they had sent out 2 transcendent-level existences, a man and a woman. One must know that today, transcendent-level humans were extremely rare. Like the island nation, with a population of 100 million, there were only 3 or 4 transcendent-level existences on the surface. Kimchi country's population is only 50 million. Even if they were lucky, there would be at most 5 transcendent-level existences. However, right now, they had actually sent 2 of them. It looks like the pickle country attaches great importance to laboratories. With a light laugh, a flash of icy coldness flashed through the depths of Ziyu's vertical pupil. The island nation, he couldn't talk about liking it. As for Kimchi country, he didn't have much good feelings either. Moreover, these 2 countries were both close to the Dragon Kingdom. If they could weaken their power, it would be of some benefit to the Dragon Kingdom. However, Ziyu had no intention of killing these people from the pickle country. In the first place, the island is too boring. It's not bad to have some fun once in a while. Thinking like this, Ziyu, however, arranged his alter ego, Black Python, to be here on the pickle country's warship. He could destroy the pickle country's warship at any time if he wanted to, and this vast ocean, without a warship, it could be said that it was difficult to move an inch. So, the end is doomed. And the next thing, is a cat and mouse game. Of course, Ziyu also want to try his own recently developed some means. I wonder if I can threaten a transcendent level existence. Ziyu wasn't sure about this point. He hadn't crossed paths with many transcendent powerhouses so far. It was only Kagura, Yabai, Sugi, and Binglan. There were also some transcendent level mutated sea beasts. Therefore, he couldn't be too sure about his battle power. However, Ziyu believed that with the 8 great talents, he would be able to rank in terms of battle power when looking at the same rank. If there really is someone who is able to be in the same rank and suppress me, then there is a high possibility that they are carrying an S-rank talent. Ziyu's eyes were slightly condensed, and a look of scorn appeared on his face. S-class talent. A talent that stood at the apex of the human world. So far, he had encountered 1.5. The complete one was Binglan's S-class talent Cold Ice Mastery. It had yet to be fully developed. The power that could be displayed made him fearful. And the half S-rank talent was naturally the pseudo S-rank talent Absolute Adaptation that he himself carried. For some time, he had been polishing this talent. Therefore, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of this talent. And at this time, in the corner of the island, a dense rainforest, several figures flashed by. It was 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman. However, the aura of 2 of them was extremely terrifying. It was like a flooding beast. Wherever they passed, birds and beasts fell silent. They were none other than the transcendents of the pickle country. The person in the lead one was Dason, called the Shield of Goryo. The other was a high school girl dressed very plainly. She had long brown hair, wearing a large black eyeglass frame. She looked a bit naturally dumb. This was Kaoru, another unfathomable transcendent powerhouse in Goryo. Don't look at her appearance like a high school student, but even an existence like Deshawn looked at her with an indescribable scorn. Even if one were to pay attention, one would be able to notice that Deshawn was moving away from this little girl, simply because she was Kaoru, the legendary Scarlet Kaoru. With her talent, she was able to freely manipulate blood. What does this mean? It's self-evident. Like right now. Hiss, hiss. With a sudden hiss, a green shadow flashed. Between the opening of its mouth, its poisonous fangs were already exposed. It was a snake. A poisonous snake. In this piece of island, the last thing that was lacking was poisonous insects and beasts. Therefore, it was normal to encounter a snake. However, right at this moment, an ordinary snake? Holding on to her black frames, Kaoru carefully sized up the creature in front of her. It was turquoise in color, the thickness of a child's arm. It was indeed just an ordinary snake, not a so-called mutated creature. Pity. Beaming, Kaoru looked as if she was disappointed. However, what was truly startling was that this snake, which had suddenly come at her, was actually not moving. It was as if its body had solidified. Yes, frozen. It was like a sculpture, hanging upside down on the tree. The only thing that remained was a pair of snake pupils, constantly turning, seemingly fearful to the extreme. This is Kaoru's ability, blood clotting. Any creature that comes close to her, its blood will solidify in an instant. Blood coagulation was tantamount to the body solidifying. Even the most basic movements could not be made. That was why this one viper froze in place. There was a flush of silence, and everyone was looking at Kaoru with odd faces. Although this was their first time working together, however, they had long heard of Kaoru's great name. It was a mysterious and terrifying to the extreme. Young girl, this is the first time I've seen a girl who isn't afraid of snakes. On the side, Oyama grinned and laughed. Would you be afraid of a sculpture? Kaoru suddenly asked back. It's frozen. Dashin also reacted. Good lord, this viper was actually just a sculpture in Kaoru's eyes. However, it was indeed. This viper, having stopped within a meter or so of Kaoru, could no longer move? So what was the difference between it and a sculpture? And just at this time, Kaoru raised her jade finger towards the viper. She gently hooked it. Swish! With a sudden break, a strand of bloodline actually shot out from the viper's brow. And then this wisp of bloodline, continuously elongated. It turned into several meters and began to linger and smoke and rotate. It was like a colored ribbon, but it had a demonic beauty. Blood is Kaori's weapon, whether it's your own or the enemy's. And now, Kaoru drew away the blood of this one viper to guard herself. Seeing this scene, the crowd all tacitly moved away from Kaoru. Even Deshawn subconsciously took several steps back. His grandmother. How could a high school student awaken such a bizarre talent? The key, she had also stepped into transcendence. Although Oyama was confident in his own strength, but facing Kaoru, he could only admit defeat. He remembered the first time he saw Kaoru. He went to provoke her. In the end, he watched as the blood in his body continued to pump out. Oyama's spine was even more chilled. This woman must not be messed with. However, just then, let's go. We need to investigate the situation of this island as soon as possible. Deshawn opened his mouth and commanded. Yes, my lord. Responding in unison, several figures all followed Deshawn and disappeared into the rainforest. However, at this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to notice that Kaoru, who had stopped in place, actually raised his eyes and looked behind him. Is it an illusion? I always feel that someone is staring at us. Kaoru frowned slightly and looked around, but found nothing. And at this time, deep in the earth, what a dangerous woman. Between an exclamation, a large black snake that was 1 or 2 meters long had a humanized look of scorn on its face. This was Ziyu, although it was only a doppelganger. But because Ziyu had stepped into transcendence, her spiritual power had skyrocketed. Therefore, even if it was far away from the main body, Ziyu was able to easily manipulate it. And now, Ziyu manipulated the black serpent and followed these few people all the way. Two great transcendents. One fellow's talent is related to the earth, able to manipulate it. One is related to blood. And it looks like both are still well developed. Between murmurs, Ziyu had already roughly grasped the information of these two transcendent powerhouses. As for the other 3 little ones, they hadn't even set foot in transcendence. One could only say that they were not yet qualified for Ziyu to look at them squarely. There were 1,000 different talents. Moreover, because different people developed them, their extended abilities were mostly different. Just like this one girl, the development of her talent was unique. Withdrawing blood, using blood as a weapon, and coagulating blood. Anyone who comes close will have their body stiffen. Smashing his mouth, Ziyu also noticed how tricky this girl was. No wonder the rest of the people were scornful of this girl. In his place, he was also scornful. However, the side effects of her talent seemed to be great. Between his eyes gazing slightly, Ziyu also recalled the attribute panel he saw. Race, human. Rank, transcendent first stage. Talent, blood manipulation, able to freely manipulate blood. However, in exchange, the host will be extremely bloodthirsty, and if they don't drink blood for a period of time, they will weaken and even endanger their lives. Ability. Blood coagulation. Any creature that comes within 3 meters of the host's blood will coagulate. Blood drawing. No matter what kind of creature is near, blood can be drawn from his body. Blood long knife. Takes a large amount of blood and turns it into a long knife. Extremely terrifying. Bleeding. Any wound torn by the host will bleed. This was the attribute panel of that young girl. It was terrifying. At least, from Ziyu's point of view, not many creatures wanted to fight this one maiden in close quarters. Moving around, drawing blood, bleeding, and taking headshots? Shaking his head, Ziyu also pondered how he should engage her. However, in the end, the conclusion that was reached, it should be crushing, not to mention the fact that Ziyu was such a huge size. Drawing blood alone was laborious. The fact that Ziyu was good at attacking from a distance alone was enough to be fatal. If he really fought this one young girl, then first a magic spit, a strike through the sky and even the earth, then a venom spray, like acid rain coming down. Then there was also the possibility of an extreme cold spit, freezing at a distance. As far as long-distance attacks were concerned, Ziyu could be said to have it at her fingertips. And although this one young girl was terrifying, but all of her means were for melee combat. When she encountered an existence like Ziyu that excelled in long-distance attacks, she guessed that it was just one word: run. However, it wasn't just this one young girl. Even that one man who carried the earth talent. Ziyu didn't care. Manipulating the earth. The strongest means is earth burial, capable of burying all enemies deep into the earth. That said, it is indeed terrifying. But the problem is, I have the fusion talent. I can fuse with the earth and become part of it. Grinning, Ziyu also knew that these two transcendent level existences were no threat to him. Nah, it was no longer as simple as no threat. Pure heavenly grams. In human terms, it was a toy. When humans faced mutated beasts, they were already at an inherent disadvantage because of their fragile bodies. And now, the talent is even more completely restrained. How to fight? Apart from despair, Ziyu couldn't think of any other words that could describe the mood of these two guys. But now, cheer up. I hope you guys can make my life a little more fun. Having said that, Ziyu also stopped following this line of people. Let them play with the lab first. When the lab couldn't play with them, Ziyu would then act as a savior, promising them their deepest despair as well as fear. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, the laboratory was not quiet. From time to time, 1 or 2 people were missing, and the corpses couldn't even be found. This caused a huge panic in the lab, although it was likely that they were attacked by mutated beasts and died. But the problem was, with the holy beasts in town, the mutant beasts hurting people had rarely happened, much less dead people. And right at this moment, deep within the laboratory, several figures gathered in one place. My lord, the investigation into the recent disappearance of personnel has already yielded some results. Listening to his subordinate's report, Akasaka raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Is it related to the mutated beasts? The current Akasaka was considered the lab's security captain, responsible for the safety of many members of the lab. With this population going missing one after another, he really couldn't hold his face. Therefore, he had been investigating. No. Shaking his head, the subordinate reported with a gloomy expression. It has nothing to do with the mutated beasts, but we found traces of outsiders. Thought it was. The subordinate didn't finish, but everything was in the air. Outsiders? Hearing this, Akasaka's face changed again and again. As expected, an outsider had set foot on the island. Ever since the sacred beast became famous in the world, Akasaka had thought that there would be outsiders who would sneak into the island and steal the secrets of the laboratory. But he didn't think that it would come so quickly. Moreover, it seems that this group of outsiders is very powerful. Surprisingly, it had lurked for such a long time without God's knowledge. One must know that in order to better monitor the experimental body, many corners of the island were equipped with surveillance cameras. It could be said that if there was a mutated beast that suddenly advanced, the people in the lab would be able to discover it first. But now, they had gone half a month without finding anything. This was enough to see the strength of this group of outsiders. It seems that I need to find Kagura to discuss this. Kagura was the only transcendent powerhouse in the lab in plain sight. At this time, she was needed to step in. I don't know if she can hold her own. However, fortunately, it wasn't just Kagura. They also had. Slowly raising her eyes, Akasaka looked in one direction of the island. There was the island's most terrifying creature. And Akasaka highly doubted that the holy beast had sensed the outsiders long ago. With that fellow's control over the island, there's no way he didn't notice. As Akasaka murmured, a complex look appeared on his face. The more one spent time with a sacred beast, the more one could realize how terrifying it was. It was never just as simple as being powerful. Even more terrifying was the fact that it most likely also had an intelligence that was completely inferior to that of humans. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Medusa was behind him. Medusa is truly not weaker than human intelligence. It could even be said that Medusa was half human. Previously, she made a big mess in the laboratory and almost wiped out the entire laboratory. And then she fought with the holy beast and was defeated. But the holy beast did not kill her. This could not help but make people think. Not only that, according to Yagyu, Medusa had been with the sacred beast. This was even more intriguing. This Medusa fellow, she wouldn't have been teaching the holy beasts about humans, right? Thinking about the saint beast's various deaths some time ago, the others just saw the holy beasts don't want to die, like it was crazy, but he saw the wisdom that did not belong to mutated beasts in the holy beast's every move. That was the higher intelligence that only humans had. Sacred beasts, perhaps even more terrifying than I thought. Speaking from his heart, Akasaka couldn't help but tighten his fists as well. After a full half a month, the lab's people finally discovered the outsider's traces. It had to be said that the lab's reconnaissance ability was really quite average. Of course, this was not all the fault of the laboratory. Who let the Goryo side be too well prepared? Of the 3 half-step transcendents they had dispatched, one of them had a talent that was related to electricity. It seemed to be called current sensing. He was able to sense electrical currents and even influence them. And things like cameras, including all kinds of technology, mostly required electricity in order to be maintained. Therefore, Goryo and his party were able to dodge the monitoring of various cameras very well. However, they were able to dodge the cameras, but not the sky or the earth. The mutant seagull feather, perched in the 9 skies, led the colony and watched day and night. The fusion lizard dived into the earth and followed silently. Therefore, the actions of Goryo's group were all under Ziyu's control. More than half a month, killed 12 people. Oof. These 12 people were mostly security. Moreover, they were still ordinary people. Ziyu naturally wouldn't care. However, killing people in his territory, this enmity, Ziyu sort of made a note of it. When the time came, they would settle the score together. But, right now, they should make a move tonight. The lab's people have already sensed their existence. Although the lab's reconnaissance ability is very average, but the lab has at least been operating here for many years, so it shouldn't be difficult to find them. Between a light laugh, Ziyu was already preparing to watch a good show tonight. The night gradually deepened. As Ziyu expected, the people of Goryo made their move. 5 figures, all wearing night clothes, traveled through the dense forest. They had collected their breath. Swish, swish, there was a succession of air brakes, but not a single figure was to be seen. There were only leaves and branches shaking. Keiru's body, extremely light, tossed and turned in the branches. That earth guy, although his body was very stout, every step landed without a sound. His talent was related to the earth. Wanting to make no sound was naturally simple. And now, this laboratory on the island is divided into 5 major areas. Among them, the experimental data on mutated beast genes is in the 3rd area. It is rumored that inside, there are also genes of rare mutated beasts as well as blood and flesh. Earth licked the corners of his mouth, revealing a flash of excitement. After waiting for half a month, it was finally time to act. His great sword had long been hungry and thirsty. Not only him, even Kaira had a smile on her face. She had come to this island, but she had kept everything simple. She didn't even bring a few sets of clothes with her. After this operation is over, I must take a good bath. However, just as Kaira was thinking about this, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Careful, Kaira subconsciously warned. And in the very next moment, swish, swish, in a succession of air braking, a full 5 crescent-shaped, 3 to 4 meter long huge wind blades cut through the night sky and came towards them. Boom, boom. With successive booms, the entire dense forest began to shake. There were even countless trees that fell. In just a few moments, a rather open field was already cleared out. Found it. Keiru's gaze looked towards the depths of the dense forest. There, several figures slowly walked. The person in the lead was naturally Kagura. She was holding a paper umbrella, her posture elegant and calm. However, her face was rarely cold to the extreme, especially her gaze. It was even more chilling as it spread. Who did I say it was? I didn't expect it to be you guys. although Kagura had not stepped out of the country, but after all, it was an existence that had stepped into the transcendent. At the request of the higher-ups, he also had a bit of knowledge about the transcendent powers of the countries around the world. In particular, she had focused on the transcendent powerhouses of nearby countries. Therefore, she recognized the two in front of her, Earth from Goryo, and the extremely mysterious Kaoru. As expected, it's still you, Goryo. With a cold snort, Kagura did not hide the sneer on her face. Goryo was notorious for its shamelessness. The old era was like this. In the new era, it was also like this. A good experiment. Not going to get it. They had to come and steal their experimental results. It was really disgraceful. What do you say, Kaoru? Not far away, Earth suddenly looked towards Kaoru, a young girl who looked like a high school student. What's there to say? Only to see Kaoru slowly remove her black frames. And even more so, she lowered her brown hair as much as possible. You go get the data. I'll block her. Remember, be quick. Hearing Kaori's words, Earth grinned. No problem. Immediately, he lifted his feet and was already rushing towards the third area. Earth's speed was not slow, although his body size was stout, but it was ultimately a transcendent level existence. One step was several meters away. In just a few steps, it was already far away from this area. Want to leave? Seeing this, Kagura violently raised her hand. Boom! Between the steep roars, a wind blade several meters long was already converging, but right at this moment, Kagura suddenly felt her body freeze, and even the operation of the magic power in her body became obscure. This is? Kagura's face changed slightly. The first moment she pulled towards the back, and it was in the next moment that she noticed a girl with long, extremely beautiful brown hair, slowly walking towards her. Step. Every step that fell was like stepping on the heart. An indescribable depression filled the air. There were even wisps of blood color that rose. That was Kaoru. She seemed to have her face value sealed by her glasses and tied hair. The one who removed her glasses and untied her long hair actually amazed even Kagura. What a pretty little girl. Between heartfelt sighs, Kagura's face changed again and again. Simply because, right at this moment, Kaoru slowly raised her right hand. Wisps upon wisps of blood color continued to converge in her palm. In just a few moments, a blood-colored long knife had already coalesced. This knife, it was beautiful. It was as crystalline as jade. There was even a strange fragrance wafting out. It seemed to be the smell of blood, but there was no fishy odor. Instead, it gave off a feeling of sweetness. However, this was not scary. What was truly terrifying was that the moment Kaoru held this blade, her entire person changed. Originally, she looked like she was just a female high school student who was quiet to the extreme. But at this moment, she looked like a madman. No, not a lunatic. It was more like a sickly girl. In the midst of the extreme insanity of her complexion, there was the slightest hint of infatuation. Sister, you're not going to die. A soft statement, like a whisper in the ear. Immediately afterward, a silhouette was already violently pouncing towards her. This guy, a bit odd. Ziyu, who was hidden in the shadows, maneuvering the black serpent, had her eyes slightly condensed. This Kaoru, is he a dual personality? There was some resemblance. However, Ziyu thought more about the side effects of the talent. Talents all had side effects. The more powerful the talent, the more so. Just like Bing Lan, after awakening her talent, she froze her heart and even her feelings, turning into an iceberg goddess. And this one, it seems like she was also affected by the talent. Only, she wasn't freezing her feelings. Instead, it was as if she had released her true self, the beast that was hidden in her heart. A battle between women, huh? With an exclamation, Ziyu also looked towards the battlefield. That one young girl from Goryo, Kaoru, seemed to be even more terrifying than imagined. With every slash, it was fast and accurate. The knives were deadly. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and a boulder not far from Kagura split in two, revealing a cut that looked like a mirror. Just looking at it was hair-raising. However, this was not the horror. What was truly terrifying was, the blood color around this one young girl grew denser and denser. Even her movements sped up quite a bit. Being surrounded by the color of blood will slightly increase her strength, speed, and even. Ziyu quickly realized this. However, it was fortunate. Her opponent was Kagura. The talent she carried was related to wind, being able to ride the wind. It was just that Kagura was unable to get the better of her after several exchanges. Instead, after suffering successive losses, she decisively rode the wind. At high altitude, she gathered wind blades and chopped towards Kaoru. Boom! With another boom, Kagura's right hand had already gathered a cyan-colored wind blade that was several meters long. Where are you able to hide? Looking at the blood-colored figure that was weaving in and out of the woods at breakneck speed, Kagura waved her small hand. Boom! With a steep roar, this wind blade was already charging towards the woods. Click, click, trees, one after another, continued to fall. In front of this terrifying wind blade, these trees couldn't even support themselves for a moment. However, Kaoru wasn't a vegetarian either. With successive dodges, she had already avoided one wind blade after another. Even with the help of a tree branch, she leapt up to a height of more than 10 meters and chopped fiercely at Kagura. Looks like a protracted battle. Ziyu glanced at the battlefield and made a general judgment. Kaoru's talent was bizarre. It could be said that it was invincible up close. It was either drawing blood or coagulating blood. However, her opponent was Kagura, who was very good at long-distance combat. It was also able to ride the wind, high above the sky. This happened to be the last opponent Kaoru wanted to encounter. Therefore, the battle between the two of them had evolved into a protracted battle, a battle of attrition. Depending on whose magic power bottomed out first. Depending on who couldn't hold out first, revealing the cracks. However, compared to this battlefield, another battlefield was much more interesting. That was Goryo's Daishin. He alone, like a locomotive, rushed towards the third area of the laboratory. Originally, they had planned to sneak in. But now, having been discovered, they naturally wouldn't hide their tracks anymore. Each and every one of them was at full strength. The three half-step transcendentals were continuously pointing at the ground, bringing out a trail of residual shadows. Deshawn, on the other hand, took one step at a time. Tap. It was as if the earth couldn't withstand his power and kept crumbling. Stop him. Don't let him get close. Damn it. If you can't steal, come and rob. Right? Shameless. Really shameless. Damn Goryo. With successive curses, countless Sakura Islanders were filled with righteous indignation. There were even many who were already filling their guns. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of machine guns tore through the dark night as countless bullets poured towards these four people like rain. Seeing this, a half-step transcendent suddenly stepped out. He raised one hand. Boom! A green light shield surfaced in front of the four of them. Gifted energy shield capable of condensing a light shield to block most damage. This was a guy who excelled in defense. The talent that was awakened was even made for defense. Granted, most cultivators were able to rely on magic power and weave shields to ward off damage. But come to think of it, none of them were as good at it as he was. Simply because, that's what one eats. Not only was he able to weave shields for himself, he was also able to weave shields for his teammates. Moreover, the shield he wove could be omnidirectional, with no dead angle, and even the defense was several steps better than other people's magic shield walls. It was extremely terrifying. Bang, 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 continuous roars, sparks splashed everywhere, and even countless bullet fragments flew out. However, shockingly, none of the thousands of bullets broke through this energy shield. Fire! A sudden shout rang out from afar. Raising his eyes, he looked, but it was actually the laboratory's people, who began to organize and bombard with cannons. On this island, the lab mostly had to fight large mutated beasts. Therefore, there were quite a few powerful weapons. And now, cannon after cannon was already aimed at the many incoming enemies. Boom, boom, boom. With successive booms, several cannonballs were like meteors, smashing towards the crowd. Seeing this, these few half-step transcendent mortals all changed their faces slightly, although they were not weak. However, with regards to cannons, they were still a bit wary of them. However, in the next moment, as if they thought of something, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look not far away. There, an extremely burly figure stood silently. That was the earth, the shield of Goryo. His gaze was slightly condensed as he looked towards this incoming shell. Poof! Between a cold grunt, he violently raised his feet. An earth-colored magic halo flashed beneath his feet. Immediately after that, rumble, rumble. Amidst the continuous rumbling, there was actually a high wall several meters high that surged out from the depths of the earth. This was an ability developed by the earth. The name, Earth Wall. The defense power was extremely amazing. Like right now. Boom, boom, boom after boom. The cannon fire smashed hard on top of the earth wall, but did not shatter it. Looking closely, the earth-colored magic halo was actually the earth wall constantly flowing. With the magic power added, the defense of this earth wall was enough to harden against the shell bombardment. However, this was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was, this earth wall was actually heading towards the third area, constantly advancing. It was like a huge shield, blocking the front of the crowd. Let the machine guns hiss. Let the artillery fire bombard them. Earth and the others were unharmed. The island is not enough to worry about except for Kagura. Let's hurry and finish the mission. Earth reminded the crowd. Yes, my lord. Responding in unison. The three great half-step transcendents all led the way. Just then, as if thinking of something, a figure also reminded, "My lord, aren't there still saint beasts in the depths of the island? That sacred beast is not an ordinary terror." Hearing this reminder from a half-step transcendent, an inexplicable smile appeared on Earth's face. "You don't really think that mutated beasts would really obey humans completely, do you? Besides, although that mutant giant snake's battle power is powerful, it really isn't necessarily able to do anything to me." Regarding this point, Earth was very confident. He was confident in his strength. He was even more confident in his defense. He believed that even if it was as powerful as that mutant Ouroboros, it would be difficult to tear through his defense. Only, at this time, what Earth didn't know was, the mutant serpent that he was thinking about had long been in the shadows, spying on him for a long time. Even, it had gained insight into everything about him. Earth, an existence in the middle of the transcendent mortal first stage. Plus, the talent he carried was an elemental talent. In terms of battle power alone, he did have the capital to be arrogant. It also had the qualifications to clamor in front of these ordinary people. However, he was very wrong about one thing. That was the fact that the lab really did not have full control over the mutant giant snake. But Ziyu, however, was in control of the entire laboratory. Therefore, for Dottie and the others to make a scene in the lab was tantamount to slapping him in the face. This was something Ziyu would not allow. However, considering that these few people could not make waves, Ziyu also needed to utilize them to clean up the island. He also let them go wild. Some of the island's people are not too peaceful and still need to be dealt with. Grinning, Ziyu also thought of Kagura and the others. Previously, when Kagura came to the island, she had brought quite a few people with her. These people, they were all loyal to the island, loyal to the imperial family. For the laboratory, there was no semblance of belonging. Therefore, it was good to take this opportunity to clean up some of them. Moreover, Ziyu also wanted to take this opportunity to stir up conflicts between the island nation and Goryo. These two countries, Ziyu didn't like them very much. If a gap could be created because of this, it would be the best. So, destroy it to your heart's content. I'd like to see how big of a wave you can make. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a small half hour had already passed. And at this time, the Earth had already killed its way into the depths of the third region alone. All get lost. With a bellowing cry that sounded like thunder, the Earth lifted its footsteps and, tap, along with the heavy landing of his right foot, a circle of Earth waves slapped in all directions. Immediately afterward, countless people flew out backwards. Is this a transcendent powerhouse? How can it be so terrifying? Damn it, this monster. Let's fight him. Shit. With successive cries, countless people were horrified. But even with this, there were still quite a few people who rushed out in unison. They were laboratory transcendents. Most of their cultivation levels were not high. The strongest ones were only at the 7th level of apprenticeship. And now, the leader, Sakura, was holding a katana, and his magic power kept gushing out. Die for me. He held the sword with both hands and ruthlessly chopped towards the earth in front of him. Rumble. Only a loud sound was heard, and the ground was shaken. But at this time, if one were to look, one would be able to realize that the earth was actually holding this chopping katana with one hand. Sakura's face changed drastically. Is this your full strength? Earth smiled contemptuously, and then he flung his right hand fiercely. Boom! In the midst of a steep roar, Sakura flew out a dozen meters with his sword. Hand over what I want, and I can still leave you guys alive. Earth had his arms wrapped around his chest as he looked down at the crowd. Hand it over. Do you think it's possible? A sudden voice came from far away. Looking for the voice, it was actually a youth, walking slowly. This one youth was very handsome. He had an extremely handsome face. There was also an upright stance. He was Akasaka, the captain of the island security brigade. Originally, he shouldn't have come out. After all, the opponent this time was a transcendent level existence. Its strength, extremely terrifying. And as the heir of the Akasaka clan, he was in a position of power. His life was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary person. But looking at the figures lying in the pool of blood, looking at the familiar faces, he finally could not sit still. Moreover, more importantly, the entire laboratory. The only person who could block this monster was possibly him. I hope this secret medicine works. Gritting his teeth, Akasaka crunched the secret medicine that he had prepared in advance and swallowed into his mouth. This was a forbidden drug researched by the laboratory. It was capable of short-term, substantial strength boosts. It was that the cost was a bit large, but right now, he couldn't care less. And now, the secret medicine went down his throat and surged into his body. Boom! With a steep roar, his entire body shook as an unimaginable amount of magical power surged out of his body. Is this the transcendent realm? Stunned, Akasaka couldn't help but lose his mind. Power. Unimaginable power surged within his body. At this moment, Akasaka had the feeling of being able to dry shatter everything. However, he knew that this was definitely an illusion. Definitely an illusion. But now, I should be able to fight him. Thinking about this, Akasaka's gaze fell not far away, above that lanky figure. Ha! With a soft eek, the earth also detected Akasaka's eccentricity. Originally, it was only a half-step transcendent, but in just a few moments, his breath skyrocketed. Even his magic power had grown substantially. Its rich magical power even seemed as if it was about to overflow from his body. Is this also a means of the laboratory? The Daiji was stunned. He didn't expect this laboratory to have so many means. Researching mutated beasts was not a problem. There were even treasures that boosted strength for a short period of time. If this were to be circulated, it might cause a sensation. One must know that according to the current trend, transcendence would inevitably replace ordinary people and become the mainstream in the future. And at that time, most of the army would probably be composed of transcendents. And this laboratory, there was a treasure that could raise the strength of a transcendent for a short period of time, and even raise a half-step transcendent to the transcendent level. Even if this treasure might have side effects, the enhancement to the army and even the country would be extremely huge. So you can imagine how precious this treasure is. Just now, it's better to deal with the guy in front of me. Grinning, the earth also took a step out. And right at this time, Ziyu, who was hidden in the shadows, also raised an eyebrow. The lab still has this kind of thing? Ziyu's face was stunned. He noticed the change in Akasaka's aura. He was still familiar with Akasaka. This fellow, before, was only a half-step transcendent strength. But now, in just a moment, he had actually stepped into transcendent. Although his aura was extremely unstable, this surge in strength was real. By the way, I remember Sasakojiro mentioning earlier that the lab seems to have achieved some results in magic drug research. Akasaka shouldn't have relied on magic drugs to skyrocket his strength, right? Between murmurs, a flash of anticipation also appeared on Ziyu's face. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to this stuff. But now, it seemed that this magic drug was quite something. It might even be of great help to him. If this was really the case, he would have to focus on this aspect in the future. However, it had to be said that this lab had given him quite a few surprises. It seems like the previous efforts were useful after all. As long as the island nation keeps tilting its resources towards the lab, then the lab will be able to keep creating surprises for me. Between a light laugh, Ziyu was also becoming more and more satisfied with the laboratory. The laboratory's performance was greatly beyond Ziyu's expectations. Without being able to utilize a wide range of heavy weapons, they had barely managed to block the attacks of the two major transcendent powers. This was very good. However, this was not what Ziyu wished to see. The power of the laboratory is stronger than I thought. Especially the appearance of the magic pills is beyond my expectations. Thinking about this, Ziyu however chose to wait and see what would happen. As of now, the people in the lab couldn't hold them back. Although Kagura's strength was but good, but the combat experience, obviously in Goryo's sickly girl, there was a big gap, and although Akasaka was high on drugs, his breath was extremely unstable. In Ziyu's opinion, his defeat was only a matter of time. So well, the lab still needed his hand in the end. Let me grant you the deepest level of despair. Grinning, Ziyu was also particularly looking forward to it. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, most half an hour had already passed. And at this time, Akasaka half-kneeled on the ground. His face was extremely pale, and there were even large mouthfuls of blood that continuously coughed out of his mouth. You're strong now, but it's not enough. Earth grinned, rubbing his sandbag-sized fists in amusement. Akasaka was indeed not weak. Although this guy, there was something odd about him, and his breath was even more extremely unstable, but the strength was indeed nothing to speak of. Even if one looked at the transcendent first order, it was considered powerful. Only, it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Because, he was the shield of Goryo. Even if one looked around the world, he was definitely an existence that stood at the apex. Poof. Laughing coldly in succession, the earth did not continue to strike at Akasaka. Before coming, they had already investigated some of the island's situation. Naturally, they knew the identity of Akasaka as well as Kagura. These two fellows, one was the young lord of the Akasaka clan, and the other was a princess of the royal family. Both were existences with extremely frightening backgrounds. If something were to happen here, other people wouldn't know, but he definitely wouldn't be able to take a beating. So well, after taking a deep look at Akasaka, who was already seriously injured, the earth also let out harsh words and said, "This time, I'll spare your life, but next time, I won't show you mercy. Between the fall of the words, the earth was already heading straight for the third region. Even Akasaka couldn't stop him. The rest naturally couldn't stop him even more. Moreover, this was the residential area, with a large number of staff from the laboratory. Even some large heavy weapons could not be easily utilized. For a moment, the crowd could only watch this one strong man from Goryo take it by force, without having the slightest means to do anything about it. Quickly go and call out the sacred beast. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. At this time, they thought of the sacred beast, thought of the existence that was vicious, yet was like a guardian god. Dr. Yakina went to look for the holy beast very early. That's good. Hearing this, many people were relieved. When the holy beast comes, he must be made to look at him. Damn it, to bully us like this. Just wait, the sacred beast will definitely drive you all to extinction. Right. With successive murmurs, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and at the same time, Yakina, who was wearing a white suit and a short black skirt, finally arrived late. Sacred beast, someone is attacking. Please also make a move. Yakina looked at the reservoir and shouted loudly. She knew that the sacred beast was able to hear her voice. Even more so, she knew that the sacred beast was able to hear it. Therefore, she couldn't wait to say what she came for. Only, just then, Sister Yakina, go back. As the words fell, a dark-skinned young girl had already stepped out from the darkness of the night. This was Amari. With a smile on her face, she looked at Yakina, who was filled with confusion, and continued. The holy beast detected the unfamiliar aura a long time ago and rushed there even more. What? Before Yakina could exclaim more, the island was shaken. Simply because, right at that moment, hiss, 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 one hiss after another resounded throughout the entire island. That hissing was as if it came from the 9 specters. It was permeated with an indescribable chill. It caused countless people to be shaken, especially those from Goryo. Their bodies shuddered. It was the first time they had heard this kind of hissing. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their minds, causing them all to have their livers cracked. What is this sound? Wait, the hissing of a snake? Hey, it can't be. It can't be? Between the unanimous exclamations of shock, many Goryo powerhouses looked in the direction from which the sound came. There, a figure rose up from the ground. It was like a skyscraper. Even the clouds were breaking through. However, this was not the terror. What was truly terrifying was that one snake head with tens of meters in length, in between the clouds, constantly weaving in and out. They tore through the clouds. They blocked the moonlight. Pair after pair of scarlet and ice-cold pupils coldly looked at the island. It was as if they were gods and goddesses, looking down on the earth. This is the island's holy beast? A half-step transcendent Goryo powerhouse's face changed drastically. However, it wasn't just him. What is this? Kaoru, the sickly girl who was fighting, also noticed the huge figure rising far up in the sky. It was like a god and a devil. An indescribable aura spread through the air. Especially the huge snake heads that were hideous and constantly shuttling through the sky were a great visual impact. This should be the island's guardian god. Yachi, licking the corners of her mouth, the sickly young girl's face actually did not reveal a look of fear. Instead, there was a kind of indescribable excitement. Yes, excitement. Simply because she longed for a powerful creature. This creature, whether it was a human or a mutated beast. As for why, naturally, it was related to her talent. Not only did she like to lick blood, she needed it. The blood of a powerful creature was able to increase the speed at which she became stronger. Drastically. Put it this way, the reason why she stepped into transcendence at such a young age was because she often sucked the blood of powerful creatures. However, ever since she stepped into transcendence, she had rarely encountered any powerful creatures that caught her eye. The prehistoric python in front of her met her definition of a powerful creature. Huge body, terrifying aura. One's hairs stood up in sweat. If I can suck the blood of such a creature, I'm afraid. With her fragrant tongue sticking out of her mouth, Keed felt her mouth dry up. She longed for that, deeply longed for, and this undisguised gaze of hers attracted Ziyu, who was hovering in the sky. Humph, hitting on me huh? Ziyu grinned. He knew Kaoru's talent, also knew what she was longing for. However, to be honest, Ziyu didn't mind. It was just blood. He had as much as he wanted. As a creature of enormous size, the last thing he lacked was blood. Ziyu even suspected that if all of his blood flowed out, it would be enough to fill a swimming pool. This was a bit of an exaggeration, but one could also imagine how much blood Ziyu had. However, not caring was not caring, but the deterrence that should be given still needed to be given. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to let people underestimate him. With this in mind, Yuziyu's pair after pair of gazes had already locked the sickly young girl Kaoru. Boom! With a steep boom, Kaoru's body from afar was shaken. It was clearly several kilometers apart, but at this moment, she saw a pair of eyes that were cold to the extreme, floating in her mind. Those eyes, indifferent and cold. It did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. It also made the sickly girl Kaoru's brain go blank in a rare way. This was spiritual shock and awe, utilizing powerful spiritual power to deter all enemies. And in this one moment, not far away, Kagura finally seized the opportunity. Crosswind slash. With a dainty cry, two wind blades crossed into a cross shape and chopped towards Kaoru. Put. In an instant, blood spurted out, and Kaoru's entire body flew backwards. Her gaze, however, was looking dead on at the distant Panjing serpent. What kind of power is this? It's awesome. Sighing from the bottom of her heart, Kaoru also understood that it was this mutated great snake that had struck. A few kilometers apart. It actually made her mind go blank in a split second. This kind of tactic was truly appalling. However, there was no harm, even though there was a fiery pain coming from her chest. Even if Kagura attacked again, she was not afraid in the slightest. At this time, if one were to pay attention, one would definitely be able to see the countless amounts of scarlet blood that gushed out of her, as if it had a life, continuously surging towards her body. What's more, in a matter of moments, it condensed into a wave of blood-colored spheres that enveloped her. Bang! A terrifying boom resounded in the night sky. It was Kagura's wind blade, which heavily chopped into Kaoru's blood-colored sphere. However, what was shocking was that the blood-colored sphere of this bauble hadn't shattered. You, compared to this one big snake, you're still a lot worse. With a light laugh, Kaoru's figure violently drilled out from within the blood-colored sphere. And even more so, she fiercely threw out a whip leg, and with a pop sound, Kagura's entire body flew out in response. It had to be said that in terms of combat experience, there was indeed a gap between Kagura and her. Just thinking about it was understandable. Kagura, after all, was a pampered little princess. Even if she awakened her talent, she rarely fought. But Kaoru was different. Don't look at her as being extremely weak, but since she was a child, she was the existence of a child king. Moreover, she was born in the slums. That place is not a good place. Fights and brawls were common. Having polished herself for many years in that kind of place, Kaoru's combat experience was far beyond that of her peers. Only, at this time, Kaoru didn't focus on Kagura. It wasn't just her. Even Earth, who had arrived from afar, did not place her gaze on Kagura. This is the island's holy beast. Ha, it looks just like that. With a cold snort, Earth wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at the huge shadow from afar. Although there was a little bit of weakness, although there was a little bit of confusion, but the Earth still straightened its body, not panicking. A body that was too large was not necessarily a good thing. It might be a good target. Besides, there was Kaoru. Together, he and Kaoru were definitely able to cope with this mutant snake. Even if they couldn't handle it, with their means, they would definitely be able to run. With regards to this point, Earth was very confident. It was just that at this time, Ziyu did not know what was on his mind. Otherwise, Ziyu would definitely wonder where his confidence came from. It couldn't be that he thought he was just like the other mutated beasts, empty of strength but without intelligence, right? With a grin at the corner of his mouth, Ziyu looked down at these two figures that were as small as ants, and also decided to have some fun with them. Try the skill I've recently researched. I'm the one who has great expectations for this one skill. Amidst the softly spoken statement, Ziyu also looked towards the attribute panel. There, on the skill bar, an extremely unfamiliar skill had appeared. It was called Split Eightfold Split. This was a terrifying skill created by Ziyu's further development of the splitting talent, being able to, in a short period of time, separate his head, as much as he could, into one terrifying python after another. He now had 8 heads in plain sight, so it could be split into 8, transforming into 8 giant pythons and strangling all enemies. This skill, however, was different from the black and white pythons that split. Those two doppelgangers could be separated for a long time without affecting themselves. However, the split's eightfold split, this skill, could only be separated for a short period of time. Secondly, they could not be too far apart. In the end, this was a skill created by Ziyu for the sake of battle. It was a killing move in the true sense of the word. Hopefully, you guys will be able to withstand it. With a soft laugh, Ziyu urged the magic power within her body. Hiss, 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 hiss. One hissing sound after another shook the heavens and moved the earth. Strong as the earth, as well as Kagura, were all endowed with their minds. Their eyes were slightly condensed as they looked at the mutated serpent that was like a skyscraper in the distance. However, The next moment, they froze. Really froze. Swish, swish. Only a sound after a sound was heard breaking through the air. As one after another huge snake head swooped towards them, the bodies continued to elongate. It was just like the golden hoop of will. Wait, it's snake head. Won't it break? Earth seemed to realize the point and exclaimed in alarm. But right at this moment, ka-ching, ka-ching. Seemingly in response to him, the ever-elongating snakeheads, which had detached from that huge body, actually transformed into another 20 to 30 meter long mutant snake under their noses, continuing to charge towards them. Quickly, quickly, even more terrifying. They seemed to have utilized the potential of swooping, converting the gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy. Their terrifying speed was like breaking through the speed of sound, pulling out the so-called sonic boom in the air. What? The Earth's face changed greatly. And just then, run! Kaoru had already realized what was going on and was the first to call out. There was no hesitation, much less dare to hesitate. The Earth's feet lifted, and without looking back, he ran towards the distance. Kaoru also ran away at the first opportunity, but just shortly after that, boom, 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 boom. One terrifying explosion after another resounded among the trees. The wind and waves rolled back. Countless trees, along with boulders, flew out upside down. Looks not bad. Far away, Ziyu, who only had one head left, quietly looked into the distance. Not bad indeed. 7 heads, transformed into 7 mutated serpents, smashing towards the enemy. Not to mention this image, how terrifying it was. The power of these 7 mutated serpents alone, smashing down from 100 meters in the air, was terrifying to the extreme. A full 7 craters with a diameter of 1 to 20 meters had already surfaced between heaven and earth. This power was afraid to catch up to some human missiles. Only, this was not the end. Kill. With a thought, Ziyu was already maneuvering the 7 mutated great snakes that were far away, killing towards the earth as well as the 2 people. Kaoru. At this time, if one were to pay attention, they would definitely be able to notice that Ziyu had intentionally shrunk the bodies of these 7 mutant snakes. From the 20 meters at the beginning, they had shrunk to more than 10 meters. The smallest one was even only 5 or 6 meters. Humans were extremely petite. Therefore, against humans, a body that was too large was not necessarily an advantage, but instead could be a disadvantage. Moreover, right now, it was a full 7 mutant giant snakes strangling them, so if their bodies were too large, they might even affect each other and reduce their own combat power. Hiss, 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 hiss. A continuous hissing sound echoed amongst the trees. One giant python after another scrambled towards Kaoru as well as the earth. They were hideous and terrifying. The appearance alone was suffocating. What was even more terrifying was that they were extremely fast. Damn it, what is this? The earth's face changed drastically as it kept weaving in and out of the woods. But in the very next moment, boom, only a roar could be heard as a large tree, which was blocking him, shattered. Accompanying it was a blood-colored python charging towards him at great speed. Earth subconsciously intertwined his hands to protect his vitals. But even so, with a loud boom, his entire body flew backwards a dozen meters under the impact of the blood-colored python. However, this was not the end. Hiss. There was another hissing sound, and a giant python that was pitch black with rich magical power fluctuations came towards him. This was the python that was transformed from the head of the snake that carried the 10th gift of the Ring of Magic. Its characteristic was that it possessed a massive amount of magic power. What's more, because of the Ring of Gifted Magic Power, it had the characteristic of sealing and suppressing magic power. Therefore, if Ziyu's doppelganger was wrapped around his body, the enemy would have an extreme headache. Although he did not dare to say that he would be captured, he was afraid that most of his battle power would be wasted. However, the earth clearly sensed the terrifying nature of this mutated serpent. Even as his body was still flying backwards, he fiercely slapped out a palm. Earth wave. With a loud shout, the ground violently shook apart, followed by one earth wave after another. Rising up from the ground, it lifted up several meters high. Boom, boom, boom. Successive booms, but it was Ziyu's doppelganger that crashed through this earth wave one after another. Only, taking this opportunity, the earth also stabilized itself. Phew, he exhaled deeply and looked around. There were a full 4 mutated great snakes that surrounded him. One pair of icy vertical pupils after another flashed with an icy light. It was suffocating, even more chilling. Only, compared to him, Kaoru on the other side seemed to be even worse off, although the ones chasing after her were only 3 mutated large snakes. However, these 3 mutated great snakes were not generally terrifying. One was the mutated great snake that carried Ziyu's fusion talent. It melted trees when it saw trees. Seeing stone melt stone. especially in the dark of night. It was even more difficult to capture its figure. If it wasn't for the flickering fluctuations of magic power, Kaoru wouldn't even be able to detect its existence. Secondly, there was the large snake that carried the gift of size change on its back. Hiss. With a sudden hiss, this mutated large snake, its size skyrocketed, actually from more than 10 meters, turning into tens of meters large, violently slamming towards Kaoru. That huge body, together with the hideous stance, gave people an unspeakable sense of oppression. Kaoru wanted to dodge, but in the very next moment, coldness surged, and Kaoru felt his body freeze for a moment. This is? Kaoru's face changed drastically, subconsciously raising her eyes. A small, ice blue, mere 1 or 2 meter snake ambled up the tree. This was Ziyu's doppelganger that carried the gift of cold current surge. Although it was extremely small in size, it hid an unspeakable coldness within its body that was enough to freeze everything. Moreover, it did not need to strike directly. Simply being next to it, responsible for controlling the scene, was enough. And now, right at the moment when Kaoru's body stiffened due to the coldness, Ziyu's mutant serpent that carried the gift of size change had already ruthlessly crashed into Kaoru's body. Boom! Only a roar could be heard as Kaoru's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. There wasn't the slightest bit of mercy. There was only that increasingly terrifying hiss. Hiss. Its sound was as if it came from the 9 specters. It made the already oppressive black night even heavier. The battle continued. However, in the gazes of the laboratory's countless staff members who were horrified to the extreme, the transcendent duo that was extremely complacent and could even be said to be arrogant, was actually repeatedly and heavily injured. How is this possible? How is this possible? Earth roared in disbelief as the magic power within his body continued to surge. Rumble, rumble. One gigantic earth thorn after another rose up from the ground, as if it was going to penetrate everything. But the next moment, a large mutated snake that came from nowhere had already bit down hard on his shoulder. Ah! Miserable screams echoed through the woods. But this was not the end. Simply because, at this time, more mutated snakes were already rushing towards him. In just a few moments the earth was already submerged in the group of pythons. It really can't be beaten. Above the sky, Ziyu quietly looked at this scene. He knew that everything was over. In particular, the moment the mutated serpent carrying the 10th talent's ring of magic power wrapped itself around the earth's body, everything would truly be over. The magic power that had been continuously surging within the earth's body came to a screeching halt. Not only that, the earth even felt that the magic power in her body was still flowing away. This was Ziyu's doppelganger, drawing on the magic power in his body. As for Kaoru on the other side, she had long been lying on the ground bruised and battered. Before, she had been fighting with Kagura, and her stamina was already low. Now, facing the siege of Ziyu's 3 major doppelgangers, how could she support herself? Moreover, this was not the point. The point was that her proud blood talent was of little use to Ziyu's 3 major doppelgangers. Even if she relied on her talent and solidified the blood of one of Ziyu's doppelgangers, the remaining 2 doppelgangers would come at her in a flash. And this, too, counted as one of the few flaws of Kaoru's talent. In single combat, she was strong, but facing a group fight, she would have a headache. Is this the strength of a saint beast? How can it be so terrifying? It seems like the holy beast hasn't put up a fight yet, right? Wait a minute. Are these the holy beast's doppelgangers? My god. The holy beast suppressed these 2 transcendent powers with just its avatars? With one cry of alarm after another, the people in the lab were confused. They knew that the sacred beast was strong, but they hadn't thought that the sacred beast would be this strong. Moreover, just this night, they had seen a brand new tactic of the sacred beast. A group of pythons descended and fought to kill each other. That image gave a great visual impact. Until now, it was hard for them to forget the image of the 7 mutated serpents, wreaking havoc in the woods. And just at this time, hiss, hiss, with one hissing sound after another, one mutant great snake after another, all surged towards the depths of the darkness. There, at some point, an additional pitch-black python appeared. Pitch-black scales wrapped around its body, and its icy cold eyes scrutinized everything. It was as if it was the king of all snakes, with the posture of a king over the world. Hiss! This great mutated snake suddenly raised its voice to the sky. Swish! 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 Only hearing one sound after another breaking through the air, the terrifying 7 mutated serpents looked like they had heard some call, and were actually scrambling to surge towards this pitch-black giant python. And in the very next moment, boom! With a steep roar, countless pitch-black magical power was like strand after strand of black mist converging, and it actually intertwined in the depths of the woods to form an extremely huge black sphere. That was Ziyu, absorbing the 7 doppelgangers' magic power into a cocoon. When the cocoon is broken, the legendary 8 gifted will return to the world, And now, click, click, with one crunching sound after another, the huge black cocoon slowly cracked, revealing cracks as if they were spider webs. Immediately after that, boom, only a crunching sound was heard as the giant cocoon shattered, and a large mutated snake with 8 snake heads had surfaced in the depths of the woods. He was not large in size. Right now, it was just over 10 meters long. However, it was such a mutated large snake that made the crowd, far away, yakking silent. Hiss, hiss. One snake head after another let out a succession of hisses, and Ziyu also swung her body, surging towards a short distance away. There, the earth, as well as Kaoru, lay still. Kaoru was okay. The injuries weren't serious. It was more of a physical exhaustion. But Earth, this one strong man, his face was pale to the extreme. The magic power in his body had been absorbed by Ziyu's doppelganger for the most part. Magic power is important to transcendence. If you lose too much of it, it might endanger your life. With a sigh, Ziyu also thought of the legendary internal force. Magic power and internal power were very similar. When used normally, it was fine, but if it was plundered in an abnormal way, then it would cause unimaginable aftereffects. Just like the Earth, even if he recovered from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to return to his full strength. However, this had nothing to do with Ziyu. What did it matter to him if others died or lived? If it wasn't for this fellow, who still had some use, Ziyu was afraid that he would directly suck him dry. After I refine his magic power, I guess my strength will grow some more. With a soft laugh, Ziyu also looked towards Kaoru, who was lying on the ground. This one young girl was interesting. Her talent was interesting. Her person was also interesting. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, one would realize that Kaoru was actually not good at fighting all kinds of mutated beasts. The impact of her blood talent was too limited against a single mutated beast that was extremely large in size. But she was extremely good at fighting one type of creature. That was people. Yes, people. Even if she faced a human who was several steps stronger than her, this young girl still had a hope of winning. Moreover, the hope was not small. Thinking about it like that, with a humanized, teasing look on her face, Ziyu planned to try something. That was to try and see if it was possible to keep Kaoru by his side. And even more so, to subdue him. This is a very good weapon against people. And as a mutated great snake, I am destined to go against humans. If there is a need in the future, I can completely send this young girl to help me deal with some trouble. For example, assassinating some humans. Thinking about this, Ziyu also maneuvered her tail to make a violent roll, rolling the young girl, Kaoru, off the ground. As for the other burly Earth, he didn't bother. Leave it to the lab. Earth can be used as a bargaining chip to ask for favors from the island nation and even Goryo. Ziyu was well aware of the value of a transcendent powerhouse. This was also the reason why he did not directly behead the Earth. As of right now, this one Earth was worth $100 million, to say the least. It was even more than that. Goryo definitely won't want Earth to die. They can't afford to lose it. Every transcendent powerhouse is precious. The island nation can completely use the Earth to blackmail Goryo. At that time, the laboratory will also be able to share some of the benefits. Thinking about this, Ziyu was also looking forward to it. However, right now, it was time to go back. Hiss. Letting out a hiss from his mouth, Ziyu's body swung around, and he was already rushing towards the reservoir with the young girl Kaoru. Not long after, Ziyu returned to the reservoir. He placed the young girl, Kaoru, on the ground. It was only at this point that he truly sized up this one young girl. Long brown hair, doll face, very pretty, doesn't look very old, should also be a high school student. However, who could have thought that such a girl would have such strength? Blood. I want blood. With her chest heaving up and down, Kaoru's breathing was a little short, especially now. Her small body was curled up together. It looked extremely weak and deceivable. The side effects are so great. Ziyu was able to see other people's attribute panels, so she was naturally clear about the side effects of Kaoru's talent. That was an indescribable desire for blood. If she drank blood regularly, then she would be able to drastically increase the speed of her strength growth. However, if she didn't drink blood for a long time, then her body would become weaker and weaker, especially after a battle. Her desire for blood would be even more difficult to suppress. Like right now, her hands were constantly clenched, and her nails seemed to be sinking into the flesh and blood. Blood, give me blood. Clenching her shell teeth tightly, Kaoru's body trembled more and more, addicted to blood. Seeing Kaoru's gesture, Ziyu's eyes slightly condensed. Immediately, as if he thought of something, he also grinned. Want fresh blood, huh? Fine, I'll give it to you. Saying that, Ziyu a snake head, fiercely biting towards his neck. Ka-ching. Only a crunching sound was heard as scarlet blood continued to gush out along the wound. And right at this moment, seemingly smelling the flavor of fresh blood, Kaoru, who originally had his eyes tightly closed, all slowly opened his eyes. A color of confusion flashed across her eyes. She seemed to be wondering why she appeared here. However, in the very next moment, looking at the scarlet blood that was continuously dripping down towards the ground, Kaoru no longer hesitated and fiercely got up, pouncing towards Ziyu. Her soft lips touched Ziyu's scales. Countless amounts of blood continuously surged into Kaoru's body, visible to the naked eye. Her face all gradually became rosy. Even the wounds caused earlier began to be healing. This effect, it's really immediate. Seeing this scene, Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the importance of fresh blood to Kaoru. This fresh blood, to Kaoru, seemed to be better than all elixirs. Perhaps it has something to do with myself as well. My strength can be quite extraordinary, so my blood may have a greater addition to Kaoru. Guessing sideways in her heart, Ziyu also noticed Kaoru's movements at this moment. At this time, her entire body pounced on Ziyu. Her body was soft, delicate and boneless. One could not help but secretly praise it. But more than that, what made Ziyu's heart swirl was the touch of softness that covered the wound. That was Kaoru sucking its blood. It's like an electric shock. No way. It's hard to believe that as a snake, I still have feelings for a human woman? Strongly holding back the strangeness in his heart, Ziyu's face also revealed a touch of eccentricity. However, it was understandable when thinking about it. Although he was a mutated great snake, but in every aspect of his cognition, he was a human. Therefore, it was normal for him to have feelings for human females. It was just that. The only pity was that his current body did not allow him to give action. And at this time, the higher-ups of the Sakura Island Kingdom had already received the news. Reporting back to Lord Emperor, Goryo dispatched 2 transcendent powerhouses, logged on to the experimental island, and even forcibly plundered the lab's secret information. Listening to his subordinate's report, the junior emperor's face changed slightly. Not only him, even the rest of the figures in the Great Hall's face changed drastically. What? Does Goryo want to die? Well, Goryo right? Thanks to us treating him generously. It's not like Goryo has been shameless for a day or two. Hold them accountable immediately. Immediately. Each and every official was filled with righteous indignation. There were even individual officials who rolled up their sleeves as if they wanted to fight. However, at this time, the teenage emperor who was seated high at the top of the table opened his mouth and asked, "Then what is the follow-up situation?" Hearing this one subordinate also continued to report, reporting back to the emperor. According to the intelligence coming from the laboratory, the 2 Goryo transcendents are currently being suppressed by the holy beasts. Listening quietly, the many officials were stunned. Good fellow, it's over before it even started. You brat, how can you talk and only say half of it? A high-ranking official laughed and scolded, then immediately praised the sacred beast. Worthy of being a sacred beast, it even directly suppressed the 2 great transcendents, as much as it could. Hahaha, are they fools? Don't they know that the holy beast is sitting on the island? They definitely know, but they must have underestimated the strength of the holy beast. It still has to be a saint beast. In successive exclamations, the rest of the high-ranking officials all agreed. Clearly, the performance of the sacred beast had made them extremely satisfied. However, more than that, they were more concerned about another matter. As a high official took a step forward and said, "Goryo is so despicable. We must pursue responsibility. This is natural." Between slight nods, the emperor also began making arrangements. Arrange for Ishida to travel to Goryo and immediately pursue responsibility, while at the same time issuing a declaration to the world to denounce Goryo's behavior. Yes, Emperor-sama. Responding in unison, the many figures also led the order. The single news of Goryo's delusional attempt to steal the secrets of the island nation was like a hurricane that quickly blew through the entire world. And right at this moment, the top management of the Dragon Kingdom gathered in unison. What? Goryo is so shameless? Hahaha. Not only did they send 2 transcendent-level powerhouses, they failed even more. How could they fail? 2 transcendentals? That's considered a big deal. Hahaha. They didn't expect that one mutated serpent to suddenly strike. With successive murmurs, the Dragon Kingdom executives couldn't help but laugh out loud. One can only say that they underestimated the intelligence of that one mutated great snake. And at this time, a silhouette with long icy blue hair sitting in the corner spoke up. This was the Dragon Kingdom's great general Icelan, an existence that was known as the female Valkyrie. Wisdom. At those words, everyone's faces changed slightly. They had long heard about this mutated great snake from the mouth of the female martial god Binglan. It was by no means an ordinary mutated creature. It was even suspected to have a high degree of intelligence. If it was only powerful, then the people sent by Goryo could really succeed. But here's the problem. The mutated snake not only has strong strength, but also has an intelligence not weaker than that of a human. In this way, Goryo sent more people, is also equivalent to sheep into the tiger's mouth. Next, Goryo is afraid to be in big trouble. With a sigh, a look of pity also appeared on the faces of the crowd. However, it wasn't just the Dragon Kingdom that was laughing at Goryo. Even the European Union, as well as the Free Federation, were laughing at Goryo. One can only say that it's worthy of being Goryo. They really don't have a lot of guts. This time, they're afraid of heavy losses. I reckon that Goryo's heart is dripping blood. One voice after another. Numerous extremely terrifying figures converged in one place, talking about Goryo. And at this time, if there were people with a lot of knowledge here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. Simply because, this is actually the EU's many terrifying existences that have set foot in the transcendent. The European Union, an alliance, with numerous countries. However, every single country was not big. Individual countries were even inferior to a province of the Dragon Kingdom. And this was obviously fatal in the transcendent era. In this era of rising winds, the weak were doomed to be eliminated. Therefore, after repeated deliberations, the countless countries on the continental land allied themselves to form the current European Union. Moreover, they even established two major transcendent organizations. One was named Magic Cross, and the other was Knights, the Island Nation. One must be on the lookout. The mutated beasts they have researched are truly terrifying. A figure wearing golden armor said with a grave expression. Nodding their heads in unison, the many powerful people were silent. With regards to the island, they were all terrified. That 100-meter-tall skyscraper giant shadow, they still didn't dare to forget it. However, at this time, Ziyu didn't know about the world shaking. Right now, he was looking at the young girl not far away with a playful expression. That was Kaoru, the young girl from Goryo. At this time, Kaoru's injuries had obviously recovered almost. Only, she didn't choose to leave. Instead, she quietly sat in the corner. With her hands resting on her chin, she gazed at Ziyu. The depths of those gem-like eyes were filled with anticipation. I still want it. Kaoru beamed, looking straight at the eight-headed python in front of her. Ziyu knew what she wanted? What she wanted was her own blood. Addicted. With a sigh, Ziyu did not respond. He did not choose to communicate with Kaoru. Merely, after surveying Kaoru for a while, he turned around and didn't enter the depths of the reservoir. Amari, you quickly tell your holy beast that I still want his blood. Seeing Ziyu leave, Kaoru suddenly looked at the young black girl not far away. That was Amari. It was Ziyu's spokesperson. Amari's face stiffened slightly. Wanting her master's blood. She really dared to say that. Really not afraid that her master would swallow her in one bite. However, she still conveyed Kaoru's words towards Ziyu. Master, Amari wants your blood. Leave her alone for now. Yes, master. With a response, Amari also understood Ziyu's meaning. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, most of the day had already passed. During this period, the laboratory sent numerous doctors here as if they were visiting Kaoru. After seeing that nothing had happened to Kaoru, they seemed relieved. Luckily, the holy beast didn't eat her. The holy beast doesn't seem to eat people. Right yo? I haven't seen a holy beast eat a human. With successive murmurs, the many doctors all seemed to have found the point. However, just then, Yakina suddenly spoke up. That holy beast, why did it take Kaoru? Maybe Kaoru has, on her, something that is attracting the holy beast. Dr. Oki responded. Well, Yukina's eyes flickered slightly. She still didn't quite understand. Was it Kaoru's strength that attracted the attention of the holy beasts? That shouldn't be the case. Earth's strength didn't seem to be weaker than Kaoru. If it was because of its strength, the holy beast should have taken away the earth. At this time, Ziyu didn't know about Xuanai's doubts. If he did know, he couldn't give a good answer. Strength might be one aspect. More importantly, perhaps it was Kaoru's talent for people. According to Ziyu, it was the enemy of mankind, the most suitable talent to do battle with humans. Secondly, it was Kaoru, a beautiful girl now, sweet and pretty. Anyone like that was more eye-catching to keep around. I believe that any man, between a beautiful maiden and a strong man, would choose a beautiful maiden. As Ziyu murmured, a playful look appeared all over his face. He had to admit at this point in time, he was a man. Moreover, it was still a normal man. However, the problem now was, how to subdue this human maiden. Although she loves blood, I don't think that my blood alone will be able to make her return to her heart. Moreover, it's impossible for me to communicate with her directly. Other than my slaves, any human is not worthy of my trust. With this thought, Ziyu was also pondering. He considered enslaving this young girl, but then after thinking about it, he gave up. Kaoru wasn't like Amari as well as Sasori Kojiro. She was a solid transcendent powerhouse. Both her physical body and spirit were far beyond normal. With such an existence, with his strength, even if he were to forcefully enslave her, she would easily be revolted. So, forget it. This risk is not worth taking. Between a sigh, Ziyu however continued to hide in the reservoir. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to become stronger. Boom! With a steep roar, countless magical forces converged towards the reservoir. Visible to the naked eye, a huge vortex had surfaced. This was Ziyu absorbing the magic power in the air. It was just that compared to other transcendents, the movement of his cultivation was a bit large. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this period of time, Kaoru had behaved very well. Given her excellent performance, Ziyu also gave her a lot of blood. And just at this moment, boom! A sudden boom resounded from the depths of the woods. Looking for the sound, a young girl sat quietly on the ground. Her long, brown hair was flowing without any wind. Countless amounts of magic power surged towards her body. What was even more terrifying was that her aura was actually climbing. This nymphette, a breakthrough? Ziyu, who was hidden in the depths of the reservoir, raised an eyebrow. Before, Kaoru was only at the early transcendent mortal first stage. But now, it seemed like she had stepped into the middle stage of the transcendent mortal first order. Don't look at this as just a small realm breakthrough, but the magic power in her body, I'm afraid, had more than doubled. Coupled with the enhancements in other areas, Kaoru's strength was estimated to have increased by a large margin. The Kaoru from before didn't quite look like she was about to break through. It's hard to believe that it was my blood that helped her too much and accelerated her picture. Ziyu felt that he had underestimated his blood. Even more so, he had underestimated Kaoru's dependence on blood. No wonder this niece, who clearly had the opportunity to leave, didn't choose to do so. Instead, all day long, she stayed here. It seemed that she had indeed set her eyes on Ziyu. No, it wasn't just Ziyu. Licking the corner of her mouth, Kaoru, who had long since opened her eyes, looked towards the large tree not far away. On the branches of this large tree, there was a silhouette standing quietly. Long hair was draped over her shoulders. There was even a slender tail that trailed behind her. This was Medusa. She stared silently, a complex color appearing on her face. There was shock, and there was also amazement. Only, as Medusa gazed at Kaoru, Kaoru also looked straight at Medusa. Clearly, she was also interested in Medusa's blood. Here, what a good place. The corner of Kaoru's mouth curled slightly, lifting an inexplicable arc, and in the very next moment, she slowly got up and looked at Medusa. You're the one behind the scenes, manipulating the mutant Orochi all along, aren't you? Tell me, why didn't you kill me? But instead, you helped me? Listening to Kaoru's voice, Medusa was a bit confused. Not only her, even Ziyu, who was hidden in the shadows, was also confused. What the hell? Medusa manipulated the mutant Orochi? Is she manipulating him? Wait, as if realizing something, Ziyu's face also revealed a look of understanding. I see. Kaoru hadn't realized that he had a high level of intelligence, but his behavior was too strange. It made Kaoru very concerned. However, after seeing a humanoid mutated beast like Medusa, Kaoru might have understood that the one standing behind Ziyu might be Medusa. Everything Ziyu did was directed by Medusa. Even when Ziyu left Kaoru alive, it was also arranged by Medusa. And now, Kaoru chose to communicate directly with Medusa just to figure out why Medusa didn't kill her and instead left her alive. Kind of interesting. With a smile in her heart, Ziyu transmitted her voice to Medusa at the first opportunity. You'll say whatever I tell you to say? Hearing Ziyu's voice, Medusa raised an eyebrow, but she did not question it. She had lost to Ziyu. Naturally, she had to listen to Ziyu's words. Not killing you is naturally because you have value in being alive. Medusa spoke icily, not carrying the slightest emotion in the depths of her eyes. Value? Kaoru seemed puzzled. A look of doubt appeared on both her faces. Your talent, it's very good. I want to keep you around to help me. Medusa continued to speak. Kaoru was silent. Completely silent. A humanoid mutated beast, actually asking her to stay and help her. This shouldn't be a humanoid mutated beast. Rather, it was a so-called modified human. It was a human with the power of a mutated beast. It's just that it didn't occur to me that this one laboratory had reached this point in its research on mutated beasts. Surprisingly, it had even created a transcendent level reformed human. Moreover, this one transformer was still hidden so deeply. Even the mutated serpent, she was the one who was secretly manipulating it. However, what did this have to do with her? Poof. With a soft laugh, Kaoru was not caring half the time. She had grown up in the slums of Goryo since she was a child. It was like hell. It was a place where the weak were eaten by the strong and the weak were displayed to the fullest. In a place like that, Kaoru who grew up, how could she be a good person? To be honest, I can't beat the mutant giant snake, much less you, so I'll listen to whatever you say. When she said this, Kaoru however, her words changed, and she even turned around, pointing in the direction of the reservoir. However, I hope that you can give me the blood of the mutant Orochi on time. No problem. Medusa nodded, and then added in a whirlwind. You can treat this as a trade. I'll give you the blood on time. Not only the blood of the mutant Ouroboros, but even the blood of the transcendent creatures we hunt. The blood can be prioritized for you. But you need to work for us. This is cooperation. Listening quietly, Kaoru couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. It's really a good deal to be able to have a constant supply of blood. To be honest, Kaoru's heart was moved. Moreover, it was more than just a general heartbeat. The speed of her heartbeat gradually accelerated. Even on her face, a touch of indescribable excitement appeared. That was her nature. More than that, it was the real her, a total sickly girl. One could also say psychotic. Because of her extreme love for blood, she had an overactive way of thinking. She even engages in all sorts of radical behavior. For example, self-mutilation, cutting themselves and licking their own blood. Kaoru, in Goryo, is a maverick existence. He was feared for his strength. Because of her eccentric behavior, she was feared. However, her love for blood was well known. Even, she took the initiative to strike out at human girls. Of course, she wasn't crazy enough to suck the blood of human maidens dry, merely tasting it. And this time, coming to the island was not because the Goryo High Command was able to command her. It was simply because the Goryo High Command promised that if things went well, after it was over, she could be given a blood bank with an endless supply of blood to drink. And at that time, Kaoru was moved. Only, she didn't expect that after coming to the island, an even bigger surprise came. An extremely powerful reformer actually promised to give her a constant supply of blood, or the blood of a strong person. One must know that blood was also divided into grades. The more powerful the creature, the more energy the blood contained. For Kaoru, the more delicious it was as well. Just like this blood of a mutated great snake. To her, it was supreme deliciousness. It made her crave for more. And now, she actually had the hope of sucking on this blood all the time. It seems that this time, coming to the island is really the right thing to do. Saying this, Kaoru had already begun to fantasize about the beautiful life to come. As for the country, or even the humans, what did it have to do with her? She was just an insignificant little girl. She could only live for herself. Ziyu didn't know about Kaoru's various thoughts. However, he was happy now. Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. With an exclamation, Ziyu also smiled. This time, he borrowed Medusa to have a good chat with Kaoru. One could only say that it was much better than expected. It seemed that the attraction of blood for Kaoru was greater than imagined. As for whether Kaoru would betray them in the future, that didn't need to be considered too much. As Ziyu said in the end, they were just cooperating. It was just a matter of utilizing each other. Anyone could betray. That didn't matter. Just need to keep an eye out and pay some attention. However, Kaoru's conversation with Medusa caused Ziyu to raise a bold idea. I'm not suitable in front of people. Medusa is more suitable than me. Although she's a mutated beast, she's still considered a human. The combination of human and mutated beast makes her a special existence. It's normal for such an existence to have intelligence in the eyes of humans. Many people would even think that she is a reformed human. Thinking about this, Ziyu's gaze at Medusa also gained a touch of a different color. He suddenly realized that Medusa seemed to have a greater value. Letting Medusa walk in front of the stage. Other than that, just helping me draw fire is enough. Even more crucial, some things I can push onto Medusa's body. It's all because Medusa instructed me to do it. However, there was no rush. This was just a preliminary idea. After all, right now, he hadn't really gone out into the world yet. Soon, very soon, I will be going global. Ziyu was well aware that the situation of the entire world was changing. The seemingly calm world had long been in turmoil, and he, one day, would step out. Only, before stepping out, he needed to work hard to improve his strength, and even more so, he needed to expand his power. Only in this way could he be able to protect himself in the turbulent world in the future. And raising strength was okay. It was just to keep practicing, polishing. As for expanding his power, now, Kaoru's joining is a small increase in power. And before that, the addition of feather, the mutant seagull, and the mutant inflammatory cat, also counts. However, it's not enough. Far from enough. I need the lab to cultivate more powerful experimental subjects. With this in mind, Ziyu also began to call out to Sasori Kojiro. Not long afterward, Sasori Kojiro came. Master, I wonder what is so important about summoning me. Deep in the woods, Sasori Kojiro and Ziyu talked from afar. Ziyu's spiritual power was extremely powerful. It was able to talk to Sasa Kojiro from a distance. However, this far distance was just around 1 kilometer. Any farther than that, it would be difficult for Ziyu to communicate with Sasao Kojiro. What did that earth fellow say? Ziyu took the lead in asking the Goryo's transcendent. Reporting back to Master, Earth has been imprisoned for a week, and it's rumored that Goryo has already dispatched a small team that's prepared to spend a heavy amount of money to ransom him. Good. With a response, Ziyu was also satisfied. It was smoother than he had imagined. This would both satisfy the island nation and allow the lab to have more resources. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, right at this moment, Ziyu's words changed and he added, how is the cultivation of your experimental subjects? Are there any eye-opening experimental subjects? Listening to Ziyu's question, Sasao Kojiro also pondered for a while. An eye-catching experimental subject? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Sasa Kojiro also spoke bluntly. Master, the 2 little guys we've recently cultivated seem pretty good. One is a mutant gorilla. He has infinite strength and is able to shake everything. There is also a mutant 2-headed dog, who has the 2 talents of extreme cold and flame. Listening quietly, Ziyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Mutant gorilla? Mutant double-headed dog? It sounded like it was good at warfare. Not bad. It was really good. However, just at this moment, Sasao Kojiro didn't add. Master, the mutant 2-headed dog was still created using your genes. Originally, we wanted to create mutated 8-headed dogs, or even 9-headed dogs, but we didn't think that in the end, it would just be 2-headed. However, because the talent of this mutated 2-headed dog is very uncourse, both talents are elemental talents, so we left it behind. Hearing this, Ziyu also smiled. You guys have, indeed, not let me down. One could only say that it was worthy of being a lab that even he was able to cultivate. It was still truly terrifying. In such a short period of time, 2 more very good mutated beasts had been cultivated. Send them to me as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Nodding, Sasao Kojiro also added, after we observe them for a few more days. If we're sure there's no problem, we'll send them to Master as soon as possible so that you can properly train them. Between slight nods, Ziyu also signaled for Sasa Kojiro to leave. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. And on this very day, the laboratory actually sent a convoy over. It's coming. Before the convoy arrived, Ziyu had already detected some tyrannical aura. Roar, roar, one hiss after another, as if it came from the distant past, extremely oppressive. This is? Ziyu's eyes slightly condensed as she looked towards the large truck that had arrived from afar. For a moment, he saw a huge black giant dog that was as huge as a small elephant, standing on the big van. This black giant dog was extremely hideous. The black hair was like a coat draped over its body, sharp teeth, through the body, but also flowing with oozing saliva. However, what was shocking was that it actually had 2 heads, one big and one small. All of them were fierce and vicious.